Mortals or Gu masters, they were all captured by Fan Yuan from the northern icy plain. There were several thousand of them. Snowman slaves on the order of thousands in numbers were not rare in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but the quality of this batch far exceeded the norm, because among these snowman slaves, Gu masters were a high proportion. This was not normal. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, this batch of snowmen could be exchanged for 10 times the usual number of snowman slaves. These snowmen had left the place where they lived for a long time and entered the sovereign immortal aperture. They were very fearful and timid. At this moment, the group moved forward while conversing intensely. When Fan Yuan slaughtered the snowman and Rockman Gu immortals, it was inside the immortal battlefield. He kept it hidden. When he captured these snowmen, he disguised as a snowman Gu immortal, so these slaves did not know the truth. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Fan Yuan's time path clone turned into Bingjue and descended from the sky. Using Gu worms, he created a blizzard in the sky as snow descended slowly. Ah! The immortal of our tribe! Quickly kneel down and greet Lord Immortal! Welcome, great immortal Bingjue! The snowmen quickly knelt as they paid respects to Fan Yuan's time path clone. Fan Yuan's time path clone was expressionless, saying, "The world is in chaos, but we are in paradise. The 3 mountains have immortal fog, the snow race has nothing to fear." His voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone clearly. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew as the blizzard stopped. The snowmen raised their heads but only saw the empty sky. Bingjue's figure had faded with the wind. The snowmen were stunned. After realizing that Bingjue had vanished, they got up with joy on their faces. They thought about his words. The snowman tribe leader thought and said to the elders, "Earlier, we came here due to the vague guidance of great immortal Bingjue. He wanted us to come here. And now, he has shown up to tell us that there are 3 mountains ahead where we can live in peace." After talking for a while, everyone agreed and set off. They were no longer hesitant. Even though they brought the young and old with them, the speed was much faster than earlier. To create snow monsters, the snow crystal formation was not needed. Just the 3 ice path crystal essences were enough to show effect just by existing. It was a simple matter. But Time Path Clone spent so much effort to create the snow crystal formation. He wanted to give these snowmen a place to live and grow. With the snow crystal formation, the snow monsters and snowmen can live here without obstructing one another. But I cannot isolate them completely. I need them to interact and conflict with each other, so as to develop. The snow crystal formation's maintenance is not a problem with food path methods, but the 3 ice path crystal essences are expendable. They will be used up eventually. Time Path Clone flew as he thought. The frost energy that the ice path crystal essence emits contains the ice and snow path Dao marks of the crystal itself. These Dao marks would be carved in the surroundings for a while before dissipating. They would not increase Sovereign Immortal Aperture's total number of ice and snow path Dao marks. But the environment it creates would suit the snow monsters and snowmen a lot. But it was too early for this problem. The 3 ice path crystal essences would only be depleted after a long time. After managing the snowmen, the Time Path Clone went to Mini Southern Border and had the Rockmen settle down. In the 5 mini-regions, Mini Southern Border had the densest Earth Path Dao marks. It was most suited for Rockmen to live in. The process of settling down the Rockmen was very simple. The Time Path Clone used almost the same method as before. While the Time Path Clone was managing the Immortal Aperture, Fan Yuan's main body was at another end of Southern Border. This was a huge earth trench. It was deep and dark. Even in broad daylight, it was covered in darkness. These dark shadows were Dark Path Dao beasts, shadow monsters. This was Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench. Back then, I succeeded in learning ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel here. I used many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to stop the righteous path pursuers. Fan Yuan observed and had a moved expression. Southern Border's righteous path built an immortal formation here too, and it is not weak at all. Who is it? This is an important place of Southern Border's righteous path. Any unauthorized lone immortal should leave before regretting it. At this time, a Southern Border Gu immortal's voice resounded from the clouds. He was hidden within the immortal formation, not showing his true figure. Oh? Fan Yuan's lips curled up, killing intent surging in his eyes. I want to see how you'll make me regret it. Boom! With a loud sound, he started to attack the immortal formation forcefully. Chapter 1587. Death by Ghost Hand. Boom, boom, boom. With a chain of explosions, multicolored lights shone like fireworks. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wisdom, strength, soul, poison, star, refinement. Killer moves of many paths were used easily by Fang Yuan. Under such attacks, the figure of an immortal formation appeared. It was like a reinforced castle, white lights shielded it like a mountain, blocking all of Fang Yuan's attacks. Ha ha! Colorful attacks with little power, your methods are too flashy, they cannot take down our formation. Within the immortal Gu formation, Yang Clan's Gu immortal Yang San Mu mocked loudly. Fang Yuan was currently in Emperor Yama form. Southern Border's Gu immortals could not tell who he truly was. No, this person's formation path attainment is not low, he is using all sorts of methods to probe our formation. Chichio's expression changed as he said in a low tone. This immortal Gu formation was set up by Chi Clan. Chichio was tasked here to guard it. As a formation path cultivator, his words were seriously noted by the rest. Yang San Mu frowned immediately, asking Chichio, "We are defending passively, do we let him continue testing his moves?" Chichio shook his head. "Our formation has offensive methods too. When the Gu formation is destroyed to some extent, the attacks will be unleashed. Don't look at me, I cannot command the Gu formation to retaliate. All of you know that this setup has its reason. I am sure there is no need for me to explain it." The immortals looked at each other helplessly. The fundamental cause was Fang Yuan after all. He had once disguised as Wu Yihai and mixed into Southern Border's righteous path. At the crucial moment, he controlled the immortal formation and left after gaining great benefits. Southern Border's Gu immortals lost a lot of face. They made changes after that battle. Chi Clan's immortal formations were no longer controlled by outsiders. They operated on their own. It was to prevent traitors like Fang Yuan from succeeding. Yang San Mu saw that Chichio was without options. He turned to look at Xia Clan's Gu immortal Xia Fan. Xia Fan was a wisdom path cultivator. Seeing that Yang San Mu had turned to him, he shook his head and answered, "The other party has very powerful wisdom path defensive methods. I cannot deduce his origins, unless we can gain crucial information later." Yang San Mu heard this and his expression sank. Next, he shouted at Fang Yuan, "Ha ha ha, scoundrel, why are you using so little strength? Are you here to scratch my back?" Yang San Mu, Chichio, and Xia Fan had rank 7 cultivation level. They were also defended by the immortal formation. They did not fear the rank 7 Gu immortal Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snickered and ignored him. He continued to probe this formation from different angles. "This immortal formation is more complex and strong than I had expected." Yang San Mu continued to provoke him, but Fang Yuan was completely immune to his words. Yang San Mu frowned. "He is just one rank 7 Gu immortal, while we have many people in the immortal formation. If we hide here and let him attack freely, wouldn't we lose face in the righteous path? Will any Gu immortal be willing to face this daring scoundrel? If you can kill him, it will be quite a good story." Once he said that, nobody moved. Almost all Gu immortals were not rash people. It might seem easy to deal with Fang Yuan who was alone, but that was the problem. Why would any ordinary rank 7 Gu immortal have the guts to attack this fortified immortal formation alone? The Southern Border immortals were thinking that an ambush was likely here. They were not going to take the risk. Yang San Mu could not get anyone to move. He was quite gloomy. He was the temporary leader among these people. If they avoided battle this time, news would spread and others would put the blame on him. Yang San Mu would lose the most reputation among them. Right now, Southern Border's earth veins are moving as immortal materials and immortal Gu are being exposed constantly from the earth trenches, and yet I am here guarding a bunch of dream realms. I wanted to go around and leave this post. After paying a huge cost, I was about to succeed, but if I avoid battle this time, and allow this person to leave, the clan would have an excuse and evidence against me. I will never be able to relocate myself. Thinking of this, Yang San Mu gritted his teeth. The enemy is quite peculiar. As a Righteous Path member, I cannot let him off. Everyone, guard the formation. I will go fight him. The Gu immortals heard this and had varying expressions. Some urged him to be careful, some clapped and praised him for the bravery, some assured Yang San Mu that they would guard the formation and he could go in peace. Yang San Mu sneered in his heart, but showed an attitude of acting for a righteous cause. After saying some words that boosted his reputation, he left the formation to fight Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw him and was slightly surprised, before understanding Yang San Mu's mentality immediately. Soul Explosion! Fang Yuan pointed as an immortal killer move was used against Yang San Mu. Yang San Mu fought against Fang Yuan for some rounds. He could not take it much more. He panicked as he thought, this person must cultivate soul path. Even though his attacks are simple, they were very powerful, and his defensive method is very profound. I am not his match and will lose sooner or later. I should retreat now while it has not turned ugly yet. I have found out about his background anyway. I can explain myself later. But Fan Yuan's battle experience was incredibly deep. After seeing that Yang Sanmu had the intention to retreat, he quickly activated Yama Battlefield. Instantly, Yang Sanmu's vision changed. He was trapped inside Yama Battlefield with no way of escaping. Yang Sanmu was shocked. Immortal Battlefield? How can this be? How can there be such a rapidly activated immortal battlefield in this world? He was shocked and panicked, but he tried to stay calm. Don't fluster, this immortal battlefield was created so quickly, it must be deeply flawed. Maybe it is easy to deduce and break? I have other immortals on my side, they will have seen this immortal battlefield appear and surely help me get out of this. Fan Yuan pointed as 3 Yama children attacked Yang Sanmu. Yang Sanmu's heart jumped, he fought as he retreated, trying to stall for time. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Suddenly, Yang Sanmu's body shook intensely. A look of shock was frozen on his face as his eyes almost popped out. He shouted, "My immortal goo!" Fan Yuan successfully stole an immortal goo. He threw it into his immortal aperture without looking. Yang Sanmu spat out a mouthful of blood. He was immediately in bad shape after suffering heavy injuries. It turned out that Fan Yuan stole the core of his movement killer move. With the loss of the immortal goo, the killer move failed and he suffered a backlash. The battle quickly went sour for him. It seems my luck is much better than yours. I could not steal Feng Jiuji's core immortal goo, but you? Fan Yuan snickered. Feng Jiuge? Who exactly are you? Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fan Yuan succeeded again. Guh. Yang Sanmu spat out blood again. His killer move's activation failed. With this second backlash, he lost his life. Great Thief Ghost Hand could actually kill people. Chapter 1588. Scheming against each other. He actually died. Fan Yuan saw this result, and was slightly stunned. It seems this Yang Sanmu is really unlucky. He got the core immortal goo of his killer move stolen by me twice in a row. Fan Yuan had a plain expression as he shook his head. This effect was from their difference in luck. Earlier, he could not subdue Feng Jiuge because he was a Dao guardian with similar luck as Fan Yuan. But Yang Sanmu was a normal person, thus he died from Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fan Yuan suddenly realized that luck path and theft path were very powerful when combined together. Even though his luck path true inheritance was not complete and his theft path true inheritance was also incomplete, these inheritances originated from 2 venerables. It was a rare case in history to have inherited true inheritances of 2 venerables at once. Inside the Immortal Gu formation, the southern border Righteous Path Gu Immortals saw that Yang Sanmu was trapped in the immortal battlefield. They became quite nervous. Chichio urged Xiafan. Quick, 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 haven't you deduced this immortal battlefield yet? Xiafan was deep in thought, seemingly not listening to anything. The other Gu Immortals were discussing with uncertainty. What immortal battlefield did he use? It was set up so quickly, this is simply unprecedented. No wonder he has the guts to provoke us alone, he has quite the incredible move. It will all depend on Lord Xiafan now. Xiafan heard their chatter, he rolled his eyes and thought to himself. These people know nothing about Wisdom Path. Do they really think immortal battlefields are so easy to unravel and break? Xiafan could feel the difficulty, he thought to himself. Oh Yang Sanmu, I hope that you can last some time. But as time passed, his pressure intensified. There was only one Wisdom Path Gu Immortal here. If he could not deduce it, no matter how many southern border Gu Immortals there were, they could not enter the immortal battlefield and help. If he failed, his personal reputation in terms of capability would suffer a hit, but that was nothing compared to the rumors that might spread, saying that he had the ability to do it but refused and watched Yang Sanmu die. His reputation would go down the drain if that happened. But how could Feng Yuan's Yama battlefield be so easily deduced and broken? Fairy Ziwei could do it because she was among the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the current world. But Xiafan was not. I cannot deduce it. This killer move's foundation is too deep, it seems to have a terrifying origin. After deducing for a while, Xiafan was already full of sweat. The southern border Gu Immortals were still talking among themselves. Xiafan felt increasing annoyed. He opened his eyes and anger showed in them. Can you people shut up? The Immortals stopped talking. Chichio coughed. That's right, be quiet. let's not disturb Lord Xia Fan. I believe he will not disappoint us with his abilities. Saying this, Xia Fan was forced into a corner. Xia Fan looked at Chichio with a dark gaze while the latter had a supportive look. Xia Fan gritted his teeth in anger. But he was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. With a shift of his thoughts, he smiled. Everyone calm down, you must have forgotten that Yang Sanmu is most skilled in investigative methods. He went out to fight because he is very confident. He must have detected some information or truths that we do not know. Xia Fan and Yang Sanmu were not on good terms, they hated each other. But now, Xia Fan praised Yang Sanmu and placed him on a high pedestal. Everyone was stunned before realizing. If it was like what Xia Fan said, Yang Sanmu's actions were simply too much. He had left them aside and went out to take all the credit for himself. Right now, Southern Border's earth veins were moving and immortal materials as well as immortal goo were appearing everywhere. Who would want to guard this place? Who would not want to go out and seek fortune? If Yang Sanmu gained credit here, he would be redeployed and leave this place. Not only Yang Sanmu, everyone else here desired to leave. Soon, the immortals started to change their words. They started to agree with Xia Fan. Lord Xia Fan is right. Lord Yang Sanmu's investigative methods are renowned in Southern Border. Who does not know that? That's right. I remember the time when he investigated the turbulence in Black Heaven clearly. After reporting to Yang Clan, they moved out in advance and actually arrived at the accurate spot for the meteor rain. It is said that Yang Clan obtained 3 hills worth of Star Path immortal materials from that. Lord Yang Sanmu had even chased after the demonic path Gu immortal Nian Wanghuai before. That guy was so vile and devious, staying hidden for a long time and evading Tai Clan's capture multiple times. But he eventually ended up in Lord Yang Sanmu's hands. In my opinion, Lord Yang Sanmu must be very confident this time. We must trust his judgment, we cannot fluster. I also need to remind everyone, after Lord Yang Sanmu wins this time, we need to place him in the sub-formation and inspect him carefully. Remember the matter about Fan Yuan not too long ago. Fan Yuan had used familiar face to disguise as Wu Yihai and was in the righteous path for a long time. He toyed around with the Southern Border righteous path Gu Immortals during the Dream Realm battle. The moment Southern Border's Gu Immortals heard this name, they became extremely angry. Humph, Fan Yuan is a demonic path scoundrel who infiltrated the righteous path. One day, he will be punished. Demonic will never defeat righteousness, this is the rule of this world. The demon might be arrogant for now, but he will face retribution one day. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable got his soul captured after death by Heavenly Court, didn't he? I want to kill this demon personally. Sigh, it is a pity I could not join that fight. Chichio did not speak, he looked at Xia Fan with a deep gaze. Xia Fan shut his eyes as he started deducing again. Chichio sighed internally. As expected of a wisdom path Gu Immortal. He had said that earlier to trap Xia Fan. But Xia Fan actually reversed the situation easily with a few words. Xia Fan hinted that Yang Sanmu was greedy for credit and did not want to share it with the rest. All of the Gu Immortals here were savvy people, they soon understood what Xia Fan was trying to say. He meant, if that was not the case, and Yang Sanmu was instead stupid and entered the enemy's trap, what would they do? If he died inside the formation, everyone would be implicated, they would be labeled as being vicious people who watched their comrade die in battle, while they cowardly hid inside the formation, right? Thus, these immortals had to praise Yang Sanmu to the sky. Xia Fan used their mentality to easily get past Chichio's attack. But Xia Fan's mood was bad now. This immortal battlefield cannot be unraveled by me alone. Damn it! We need to seek help, but before that, I need to make some credit, I cannot be so useless. At this time, Yama battlefield disappeared as Fan Yuan reappeared. Yang Sanmu had vanished from sight. This. What happened? The Southern Border Immortals drew in a sharp breath. The rank 7 Xia Fan and Chichio had changes in expressions. The situation was clear. Only the enemy was left now. Yang Sanmu was likely to be gone. But why was it so quick? Yang Sanmu was a skillful person at the very least. He had ample battle strength. How could he die so easily? The enemy's immortal battlefield had a dense soul path aura. Without any time path aura. There was no time difference inside it. Thus, the biggest possibility was that this mysterious demonic path rank 7 Gu Immortal's battle strength dominated Yang Sanmu. But was that possible? Or rather, he must have used some peculiar and uncommon method. Right. The southern border immortals were shocked and found this unbelievable. Fan Yuan looked at the formation as his gaze flickered in cold light. Originally, he wanted to disguise as Yang San Mu and dispel Yama battlefield, getting into the formation by disguise. But after soul searching him, he found out Southern Border's arrangements, and gave up on that plan. Southern Border's righteous path had deep foundations. Looking down on them would be stupid. Familiar face was already exposed. It was impossible to replicate Wu Yihai's success again. Even though this killer move came from thieving heaven demon venerable, in the world of Gu cultivation, there had never been invincible killer moves. After such a long time, the era had advanced greatly. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path might not be able to easily produce immortal Gu or killer moves that could see through familiar face, but they had other methods to decipher the identity of Gu immortals. Especially with Heavenly Court's guidance, Southern Border's righteous path had many ways of ascertaining identities. The process was strict and had many procedures. Especially when they had Soul Lantern Gu and other identity-type Gu, it was hard for Fan Yuan to disguise himself even with familiar face. Demonic scoundrel, what did you do to Lord Yang San Mu? Quickly release Lord Yang San Mu! Lord Yang San Mu might have already escaped that immortal battlefield using some method that he had. The Southern Border Gu immortals spoke, some were still carrying illusions in their minds. Fan Yuan's expression turned increasingly cold. This immortal formation was set by Qi Chuyu personally. If I try to deduce it step by step, there will not be enough time. I can only force my way through now. Let's see how tough this formation is. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan dispelled Emperor Yama, used Ancient Sword Dragon transformation and activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Next, he used Immortal Killer move Myriad Dragon, causing a sea of ferocious dragons to charge at the formation. This killer move was currently Fan Yuan's trademark. Upon seeing this, if any Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortal could not tell it was Fan Yuan, they were just purposely acting unaware. Ah! This person is Fan Yuan. Oh heavens, that demon is here. He is here again. He is simply too daring. He is acting so freely. He is truly looking down on the righteous path of Southern Border. The Gu immortals screamed one after another, unable to conceal the shock on their faces. Other than shock, there was also fear that they tried hard to hide. Chapter 1589. Attacking forcefully. Fan Yuan had to conceal and hide himself in the past, but now against the immortals of Southern Border's righteous path, he did not need to anymore. Fan Yuan's appearance was very shocking to the Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals now. In the past, Fan Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and obtained great benefits in the Battle of the Dream Realm, becoming the leader of Shadow Sect. Eventually he was chased down by Southern Border's righteous path, but he was able to escape. Heavenly Court's pursuit could not do anything to Fan Yuan. Months ago, Fan Yuan suddenly appeared in Southern Border and killed 2 Gu immortals from Ho Clan and Shan Clan. If not for Paradise Earth's inheritor, even Tai Mianshan would have died. Afterwards, Heavenly Court sent out the rank 8 Gu immortal expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The process of the battle was unknown, but Fan Yuan managed to take away 3 of her rib bones. The scene of her getting beaten up was displayed in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Instantly, the world was shaken. Fan Yuan's reputation completely suppressed Feng Jiuge as the number 1 rank 7 expert. Most Gu immortals realized that even though Fan Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was a unique individual on par with, and should be treated as a rank 8 Gu immortal. Furthermore, Fan Yuan was an otherworldly demon who was reborn using Spring-Autumn Cicada. He was vicious and devious. Many people despised his non-existent bottom line. Even as a Gu immortal, he attacked mortals. And now, Fan Yuan was the most dazzling and rapidly rising demonic path overlord. Such a person had shown up. Southern Border's righteous path immortals were naturally surprised, shocked, and panicking. Lord Yang San Mu had sacrificed himself heroically. Our Southern Border's righteous path and this vicious Fan Yuan have yet another debt of hatred. One day, we will make him pay the price. Xia Fan patted his chest as he said in sadness. The immortals were silent. Nobody held any illusions anymore. Fan Yuan's appearance made them feel intense lingering fear and also a sense of pity for Yang San Mu. Why was he so unlucky as to face the great demon Fan Yuan? He could have stayed in the formation, but he chose to go out. Wasn't he courting death? But silence did not last long. Someone shouted immediately. This Fan Yuan is as vicious as ever. He lured Lord Yang San Mu out. Thankfully, we were led by Lords Xia Fan and Qi Qiu. Under their leadership, we managed to hold our ground and did not give this scoundrel a chance to sneak in. The immortals all had varying expressions. Someone wanted to speak when suddenly, the world shook, the entire immortal formation started trembling intensely. Outside the immortal formation, countless silver scales filled the sky. Myriad dragons flew and charged at the white formation. The southern border immortals' expressions also turned pale from the reflection of the silver scales' light. Fan Yuan's immortal killer move Myriad Dragon was like a tsunami. Even though they were protected by the immortal formation, they felt extremely small and weak. Fan Yuan's Myriad Dragon did not get much more powerful than before, but with Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, it was far easier to use Myriad Dragon now. When activating it, the steps were fewer and the success rate was higher. The time it took Fan Yuan to use Myriad Dragon once or twice before was enough to unleash it 5 to 6 times now. Fan Yuan continued to use Myriad Dragon. Countless ancient sword dragons charged at the formation, causing the formation to explode with greater force. Pure white light ripples spread like waves or the contours of mountains, blocking the attack of the myriad dragons. Interesting. Fan Yuan observed carefully. Even though the immortal formation was shaking, its roots were not shaken. As he increased the power of his attacks, so did the defensive power of the immortal formation. We have the Goo formation, we should last for some time. A southern border Goo immortal said in uncertainty, as he looked at Chichio. Chichio's gaze was flickering intensely. Currently, the immortal formation was keeping them safe, but the other party was not ordinary. He was Fan Yuan, the demonic path overlord that Heavenly Court could not deal with even after pursuing him for so long. Everyone, seek help from your clans. Tell them Fan Yuan is here, quick! Do you think this formation can block such a person? Chichio sighed. The immortals saw that Chichio was very anxious. They did not wait but started to seek reinforcements. Earlier, Fan Yuan did not state his identity. He was just a rank 7 Goo immortal. How could the southern border Goo immortals ask for help? They only reported this battle normally. But now that Fan Yuan exposed his identity, these Goo immortals started to ask for help openly and loudly. Roar. The dragons roared as Fan Yuan attacked. The immortal formation blocked him with all its strength. It was also increasing in power. Block him! Even if we die, we must block him! The western part of the formation is broken, quickly repair it. I don't have enough immortal essence, who will replace me? The southern border immortals blocked him desperately. Due to the strong pressure from Fan Yuan, these immortals stopped scheming against each other. They were truly united. Chichio tried to fix the Goo formation while Xia Fan spat out blood multiple times. In order to try and deduce the flaws of Myriad Dragon, he had given it his all. They were rank 7 Goo immortals, but they were like this. The rank 6 Goo immortals were in far worse conditions. Outside the immortal formation, Fan Yuan crossed his arms as he watched quietly. He was calm as a breeze. After having Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, the killer move Myriad Dragon was much more usable. It was no longer his strongest method. It was a killer move that could be used conventionally and regularly. Fan Yuan's strongest method was now an immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion. But he did not have any immemorial soul beasts to modify now. He had already used both immemorial Yama children, one to kill Feng Jiuge and the other to kill Lang Yalan's spirit, but neither succeeded. As for an ancient Yama Child Soul Explosion, it was similar in power to Myriad Dragon, but it was amplified by Yama Battlefield and would be slightly stronger. Thus, Fan Yuan used this method to attack the immortal formation. Intense winds blew. Fan Yuan floated in the air, looking at the dragons attacking this formation. His demonic might was already developed. Right now, he single-handedly suppressed southern borders Goo immortals. They were busy defending against his barrage of attacks. However, Fan Yuan frowned lightly. It was taking quite a while. Fan Yuan needed some more time to break this immortal formation. Fan Yuan still had 3 methods left, but Reverse Flow Protection Seal could not be used against the immortal formation. This formation got stronger as the attacks targeted at it got stronger. Reverse Flow Protection Seal could not reflect anything. Lead Soul into Dream had failed against Heavenly Court once before. Measures had been taken against it when they fought Lord Huangshi. Lead Soul into Dream needed to sense the target's soul, but these southern border Goo immortals were hidden in the formation. Fan Yuan could not sense them. As for Great Thief Ghost Hand, it could not be used. The immortal formation was hidden behind the white light in multiple layers. Great Thief Ghost Hand was unable to get close. Lord Chichuyu! At this time, inside the immortal formation, southern borders immortals received a surge of morale. The reason was simple. Chi Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 formation path Goo Immortal Chichuyu, had arrived in secret. To think that this immortal formation had this hidden pathway in it, allowing a rank 8 existence tens of thousands of li away to teleport here. The clan truly put in a lot of effort into this. Chichiu praised in his mind. This hidden pathway was left by Chichuyu just in case a situation like the Dream Realm battle occurred again. In that situation, Chi clan, which had access to the hidden pathway, would have a huge advantage. And now, Fan Yuan suddenly attacked. Chichuyu thought about it, and decided to expose this hidden trump card. Continue controlling the immortal formation, act like you cannot last long, I will make an arrangement to lure this demon into my trap. Chichuyu smiled. Fan Yuan had lots of treasures on him and was a demonic path overlord. Heavenly Court had a huge headache against him. If Chichuyu could use Formation Path to capture Fan Yuan or kill him, not only could he gain a lot of loot, he could also raise his reputation to the limit. He could also use this matter to raise Chi clan's ranking in the southern border righteous path by several levels. Even though Fan Yuan had great achievements, Chichuyu was a Formation Path Great Grandmaster and had rank 8 cultivation level. He was extremely confident in his Formation Path attainment. After learning about this, he came here to take Fan Yuan's life. Any other rank 8 Gu immortal who did not cultivate Formation Path would not have Chichuyu's advantage and ease. With Chichuyu as the mastermind, Southern Borders immortals had a huge surge of confidence. They started to contest with Fan Yuan patiently. Chichuyu had Formation Path Immortal Gu. His methods were very quickly set up. He soon created a formation inside the immortal formation. This was Chichuyu's expertise to begin with. But when he was about to succeed, Fan Yuan suddenly stopped and left the battlefield using fixed immortal travel. Did he sense me? Chichuyu frowned, but he thought about how he vigilantly created the Gu formation. He did not expose anything. The chance of that was low, so why did Fan Yuan retreat? This is Contact Heart River Bank? Jade light flickered as Fan Yuan appeared in the sky. He looked down. The surrounding hundreds of li were covered in mountains. Only the land below him was flat with fog in it. It could not be seen clearly. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, using Myriad Dragon Killer move again. Myriad dragons attacked as the fog rose, clashing with each other. But soon, the fog could not stand up to Fan Yuan's attacks and faded, exposing the true terrain. A shallow deep blue lake surrounded by silent verdant mountains. Around the lake were pure white round rocks. They stacked at the river bank. On the river bank, there were a large number of Wisdom Path Contact Heart Gu. There was also the obvious aura left behind by some Chi clan rank 6 Gu immortal. Fan Yuan did not chase them. He looked at Contact Heart River Bank and grabbed, starting his plunder. Information that Contact Heart River Bank had been robbed soon got to Chichuyu. This was Chi clan's resource point. Even though there was a Gu formation, the defense was not as strong. Fan Yuan easily took it over. Chapter 1590. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Come! Fan Yuan floated in the air as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. A large number of wild Contact Heart Gu were drawn by a gentle force, gathering in the air like a beautiful colored cloud, entering Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. The process lasted for several minutes. Fan Yuan estimated. More than 3,000 are rank 5 Contact Heart Gu, 50,000 are rank 4, and over 1,000,000 are rank 3 and below. Contact Heart Gu resembled colored yuhua stones. They had different colors and shapes according to their rank. It was a Wisdom Path Gu worm that could steal the opponent's concentration and make them enter a daze, losing the ability to perceive and think. If combined with other relevant Gu worms, it could form killer moves. Contact Heart Gu had a lot of value in combat. The most usual method was to supplement it with enslavement path methods to enhance the enslavement ability. Of course, Wisdom Path Gu masters used it too, but Wisdom Path was a rare and mysterious path. Gu masters faced difficulty in raising Gu. Most of them had less than 10 Gu at once. But for Gu immortals, they could get tens of thousands of mortal Gu easily. Only immortal Gu were hard to get. Fan Yuan's situation was simply a rare exception. Contact Heart River Bank is a mid-sized resource point. I attacked and destroyed the Gu formation here, while the defending Gu immortal escaped for their life without destroying the Contact Heart Gu. This was why I could obtain this wealth. If the defending Gu immortal took away or destroyed the Contact Heart Gu before leaving, Fan Yuan's gains would be greatly reduced. That Gu immortal must have exerted all their effort to block Fan Yuan. They could not distract themselves by storing the Contact Heart Gu. When they left, they either had no method or lacked the resolve to destroy this place. After storing the Contact Heart Gu, Fan Yuan's gaze returned to the river bank. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu, pulling water. He activated this Immortal Gu, The river water was pulled up like silk by a formless force, before being moved into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. This contact hard river bank was a special area filled with wisdom path Dao marks. There were earth path, water path, wood path, and other Dao marks as foundation, but they paled in quantity compared to wisdom path. Fan Yuan took away the water, but the dense wisdom path Dao marks still remained here. It is a pity that most of the wisdom path Dao marks are on this land. Fan Yuan sighed to himself. There was no helping it. Even though he had pulling mountain immortal goo, it was targeted at mountains, not land. I'll bring the rocks with me. Contact hard river banks rocks were filled with wisdom path Dao marks too. They were excellent materials. Fan Yuan brought them along. He took everything that he could take. A moment later, he used rank 7 fixed immortal travel to leave this place, leaving behind a ransacked resource point. Fan Yuan was currently being pursued. He could not stay at a place for long. Otherwise, his enemies would be able to encircle and plot against him. Thus, when he attacked Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench earlier and was blocked by the formation, he retreated wisely. It was not because he found out about Chi Chu Yu's scheme. Fan Yuan focused his mind as he used fixed immortal travel, crossing an enormous distance, arriving above a mountain. This mountain range was majestic and huge with curved contours. There were no trees on it, only bamboos. These bamboos were very thick and each were the size of giant trees. The leaves of the bamboo were triangular with a long base and sharp tip. The tips were thin and sharp but tough. Many mortals would pluck these leaves and tie them to wooden rods to create wooden spears. This was also why this bamboo was called spear-tip bamboo. The spear-tip bamboo forest was huge and covered the entire mountain range. There were many lifeforms living in the bamboo forest. It was filled with vitality. Most had cloud path Dao marks. The highest quantity group was the cloud fox. This fox had snow-white skin and could float in the air temporarily. Right now, Fan Yuan could see a group of cloud foxes floating around in the bamboo forest, playing with each other happily. It was a serene sight. Fan Yuan's eyes shone. This is Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, a large resource point under Qi Clan's control. The super forces of the 5 regions controlled resource points, classified into 5 groups: mini, small, middle, large, and giant. Fan Yuan's Dragonfish Sea area in Sovereign Immortal Aperture was a giant resource point. It could produce copper, iron, silver, and gold dragonfish. It was Fan Yuan's most important source of revenue now. Oh no, the demon Fan Yuan is here. Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench was attacked. Contact Heart River Bank was taken by him. To think that he would come to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range at this crucial moment. Sigh. The 2 Qi Clan rank 6 Gu immortals defending the place saw Fan Yuan and were flustered. Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel to arrive here. There was a huge disturbance as Fan Yuan did not conceal himself. Qi Clan's 2 Gu immortals immediately noticed it. The 2 Gu immortals were currently deep within the mountain range. There was a huge spear-tip bamboo in front of them. It was over 20 meters tall. The bamboo was so large that even 10 grown men could not surround it with their arms. And inside this giant bamboo, an immortal Gu was being nurtured. Indeed, a wild immortal Gu was about to form here. Qi Clan's 2 Gu immortals were putting their focus here while defending Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Immortal Gu were unique. This wood path immortal Gu that was about to form was the most important thing in Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Boom boom boom. Fan Yuan waved his sleeves, sending out sparks and smoke. The 2 Qi Clan Gu immortals sighed together, activating the Gu formation to block Fan Yuan's attacks. Qi Clan was most skilled at formation path, while Chi Chu Yu was a formation path great grandmaster who could use natural Dao marks and mortal Gu to create immortal formations. Thus, Qi Clan's resource points all had immortal formations, and these resource points had something in similar. They were all dense with Dao marks. As Fan Yuan attacked, jade green light appeared on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range that blocked Fan Yuan's attacks. Countless spear-tip bamboos started shaking as leaves shot out with intense winds. It was like a tornado of countless spears that shot at Fan Yuan with great intensity. This immortal formation is not only larger than the one at Contact Heart River Bank, it can even retaliate. Fan Yuan smiled, using reverse flow protection seal. The bamboo leaves landed on his body and were all sent back to attack the immortal formation without question. This is reverse flow protection seal. Quick, stop the retaliation method. The 2 rank 6 Gu immortals panicked before encouraging each other. The immortal Gu is about to form. It is a few minutes away from completion. We need to wait for the clan's reinforcements. The immortal formation was manipulated by them and stopped attacking, it focused on defense. Fan Yuan could not reverse its attacks anymore, but he smiled nonchalantly, dispelling reverse flow protection seal. He activated Myriad Dragon Killer move again, sending a barrage of attacks at the immortal formation. The immortal formation shook intensely. The two rank 6 Gu immortals were sweating profusely, gritting their teeth as they spat out blood, defending themselves desperately. After a while, Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he found a flaw of this formation. Fan Yuan's formation path attainment level was at Grand Master after all. He noticed this flaw and started attacking it. After a while, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's immortal formation exploded intensely as a portion of the green light covering the mountain range dissipated suddenly. Oh no, he destroyed a portion of the immortal formation! Hang on, reinforcements are coming! The two Qi clan rank 6s were greatly shocked. Fan Yuan sent out attacks again, creating explosions on the defenseless Cloud Bamboo Mountains. Yama Child's Soul Explosion. He found that Soul Explosion was more suited for destroying the immortal formation. He used it without hesitation. The start was the most difficult. After creating a hole in the Cloud Bamboo immortal formation, the difficulty reduced drastically. Fan Yuan made good use of the weakness. The two Qi clan Gu immortals' dreams did not come true. Fan Yuan's dismantling speed became faster and faster. He destroyed more and more of the formation until he reached the Qi clan Gu immortals. It's too late, let's retreat. What about the immortal Gu? We are only a few minutes away from its creation. Leave, we will lose our lives if we stay. The other Gu immortal jolted into realization as he wiped his sweat. You're right, we'll leave. What about the immortal Gu? The Gu immortal companion struggled for a moment before gritting his teeth. Destroy it! Chapter 1591. Plunder and Development. Boom! Fan Yuan waved his sleeves, black smoke spread out to the surroundings. He had used Soul Explosion. This was a rank 7 peak method. It immediately destroyed the core of the immortal formation on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range that Qi clan had created with ease. Rumble! There was another explosion as the formation's core broke apart. The other areas of the immortal formation also collapsed. At this point, the entire mountain range's formation was destroyed. They left after all. Looking at the empty place, Fan Yuan's gaze was dark and unsurprised at all. His attack on the formation earlier was met with great resistance that was quite skillful. But later on, Fan Yuan noticed that the immortal formation was getting more slow in reacting to his actions. Immortal formations and immortal Gu houses needed people to manipulate them. Even wills or formation spirits left behind could not replace the use of a Gu immortal. Oh? An immortal Gu was destroyed here? Fan Yuan soon noticed a special aura. He confirmed quickly that there was an incomplete immortal Gu here. Qi clan's Gu immortals had destroyed it before leaving. Fan Yuan sighed in pity, but he admired their resolution. He would have done the same thing. There was nothing valuable at the core area. Fan Yuan flew into the sky and started to ransack Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range had a large number of cloud path lifeforms. Like the cloud fox, Fan Yuan used an enslavement path method as orange-yellow light burst out of his bodice, shrouding all the surroundings. Within the light, cloud foxes and other lifeforms struggled intensely. They had a painful expression as they growled. But soon, their resistance weakened as they stopped moving. They stayed on the spot as they became Fan Yuan's enslaved beasts. Fan Yuan opened his immortal aperture door as these lifeforms gathered and went into sovereign immortal aperture like a flowing river. Fan Yuan continued his actions as a large number of lifeforms entered his immortal aperture. Suddenly, there was a sudden sound as two desolate beast cloud foxes emerged, running towards the outside of the mountain in a panic. Come back! Fan Yuan laughed, flying as he chased them, using his enslavement path killer move to make these two desolate beast cloud foxes sprawl and admit him as their master. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was a huge large-sized resource point. It was filled with dense Dao marks. It was normal for desolate beasts and plants to grow here. Even ancient desolate beasts could grow. Immortal Gu were rarer. There was one, but it was destroyed before it could form. After Fan Yuan finished his exploration, he obtained 7 desolate beast cloud foxes, a total of 11 desolate plants of 3 species, cloud chi root, white hair root, and spear tip bamboo. The thing that made Fan Yuan the happiest was the quantity of a rank 7 immortal material, cloud soil. It was huge. However, he did not see any ancient desolate beasts or ancient desolate plants. The Gu immortals guarding this place must have brought them away, or maybe they never existed. According to the laws of nature, there was a possibility of ancient desolate beasts or plants appearing here. But this place was governed by Chi clan for countless years. They were skilled at formation path but lacked enslavement path expertise. They would not allow an uncontrollable ancient desolate beast that could rival rank 7 Gu immortals to stay in their territory. Fan Yuan did not mind it. He continued to search the entire mountain for spear-tip bamboos. These spear-tip bamboos were ordinary Gu materials. The desolate plant spear-tip bamboos had already been completely taken by Fan Yuan. But it was quite troublesome now. Fan Yuan had rich enslavement path methods, but he could not use many wood path methods due to his lack of wood path immortal Gu. I need an appropriate wood path method to relocate these spear-tip bamboos. Fan Yuan sighed. If he wanted to move these spear-tip bamboos, he would need delicate wood path methods. Methods of other paths would carve different Dao marks on these bamboos. Even temporary ones would damage the spear-tip bamboos and reduce their quality. Actually, Spectral Soul's true inheritance had lots of wood path methods, but Fan Yuan did not have the necessary wood path immortal Gu. Thus, he could only use mortal methods to take these spear-tip bamboos. But this lowered his efficiency greatly, far worse than immortal killer moves. And this cloud bamboo mountain range was huge. The amount of spear-tip bamboos that Fan Yuan had taken was still very insignificant. A pity that pulling mountain immortal Gu is only rank 6, even though it can pull mountains, it cannot move the entire mountain range. In the past, Fan Yuan had pulled up Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, but it was because these two secluded domains of heaven and earth was modified by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable using the killer move Orderly Well. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range did not have such a treatment. Of course, Fan Yuan could smash the mountain range, but the results from that would not be under his control. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Unless he had an appropriate earth path method, he could not preserve these mountain roots. What? Fan Yuan is attacking Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range! Chi Chu Yu's frowned deeply. He had a grim expression. He was the first supreme elder of Chi clan. Information had gotten to him at the very first moment. The contact Heart River Bank earlier was a middle-sized resource point. The losses were not too big. But Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was a large resource point. In the past, our clan paid a hefty price to invite an Earth Path great expert to move the mountain veins and develop Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, only forming scales similar to today after 100 years. To think that it would be targeted now. Chi clan was a superforce. It had many large resource points, but Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was quite a unique one. Back when Chi clan was still in its infancy period, Chi clan's ancestors had scrimped and saved when they were weak to slowly develop it. In Chi clan's history, this Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range provided Chi clan a steady source of income over time and did not disappoint its initial creators. After generations of hard work, the clan got stronger and its territory expanded continuously. Even though they had many large resource points now, and Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range became less important, it was never neglected. It was always guarded by 2 Gu immortals. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a resource point. It was a form of mental encouragement to Chi clan's members. Forget about other large resource points, but Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range cannot be destroyed. Mobilize the Immortal Gu House, find Fan Yuan and take back Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Chi Chu thought about it for a moment before ordering with a firm tone. What about you, First Supreme Elder? Chi clan's Gu Immortal asked. Chi Chu snorted. Fan Yuan seems to know that I am here. His true motive is to take the Dream Realms here. I will stay guard here. He will definitely come again. Of course, you all must put up a facade that I am going to find him personally. Thus, Chi clan moved its Immortal Gu House and went to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Fan Yuan had not left yet. He was still collecting spear-tip bamboos. This bamboo had very deep roots of 50 to 60 feet. Specific methods were needed to relocate them into his immortal aperture without any damage. Chi clan's Gu immortals saw Fan Yuan and hesitated. This was Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. If they fought against Fan Yuan here without any immortal formation's protection, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range might get destroyed. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fan Yuan was already prepared. His Great Thief Ghost Hand had been lurking for a while. It directly targeted Chi clan's Immortal Gu House. Inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At the northmost end of many northern plains, snow was falling as frost energy permeated. The snowmen had traveled for a long time. They finally arrived at their destination. The cold weather made the snowmen reveal smiles of joy. This is a good place for us to live. This place is so huge, we will not have to crowd around like before. Thanks to great immortal Bingshua's guidance. Sob, sob, sob. Some elderly snowmen were already kneeling on the ground, sobbing profusely. Quickly look! Someone shouted. The snowmen raised their heads and saw a scene they would never forget. The huge blizzard suddenly stopped as three huge crystal mountains appeared from within the fog. Gu Immortal Bingshua floated in the air as he nodded at them, before the fog gathered and concealed the three mountains again. It's Great Immortal Bingshua! This is the home that Great Immortal has guided us to, Triple Sacred Mountain. It seems that the immortals of our tribe live on Triple Sacred Mountain. The snowmen were very excited. They knelt down and prayed towards the direction of Triple Sacred Mountain. They did not know that Great Immortal Bingshua, concealed by the fog, turned back into a stranger. He was Fan Yuan's time path clone. Food, environment, and plants, they are all set up already. Even though the environment is plain, it is enough for them to live. At this point, the snowman relocation is finally completed. The time path clone nodded lightly as he controlled the snow crystal formation, looking at another area. Over there, a group of snow monsters emerged from the snow, looking around curiously as they moved around. Not bad, under the effect of the snow crystal formation, snow monsters are forming too. This snow monster production line is starting to work. In time, it will bring me huge profits. After leaving Mini Northern Plains, the time path clone arrived at Mini Central Continent. Not long ago, he had set up a river bank here. He directly copied the name of Contact Heart River Bank. On the river bank, there were countless white round rocks of varying sizes. There was a river with flowing water. Contact Heart Gu lived inside it. Fan Yuan obtained a large number of Contact Heart Gu. He sold most of them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The remaining river water, rocks, and a small number of Contact Heart Gu were left as seeds. In time, he could develop this into a source of revenue too. The time path clone flew again, towards the southeast of Contact Heart River Bank. He only stopped after a while. It was a barren land without any lifeforms. Time path clones started to plant spear-tip bamboos here while releasing the cloud foxes and other beasts. There was no mountain range here, but Fan Yuan planned to start building a cloud bamboo forest here. Chapter 1592. Number 9 in the world, Great Space Temple. Southern border. Fan Yuan broke into Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range and scavenged it, but he knew about the significance of this resource point. He was ready for Chi Clan's counterattack. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. His Great Thief Ghost Hand that had been lurking for a while directly targeted Chi Clan's Immortal Gu House. The Chi Clan Gu Immortals in the Immortal Gu House were shocked. But immediately, the Immortal Gu House's surface shined with a dazzling golden light. The surface of the Immortal Gu House had ripples that formed into a spiral, absorbing Great Thief Ghost Hand into it. At the next moment, the spiral vanished without a trace. Fan Yuan grunted as he lost his connection to Great Thief Ghost Hand. Bright light shined in his eyes for a moment. As expected of one of the top 10 Immortal Gu houses, Great Space Temple. Chi Clan had 2 Immortal Gu houses. They were both extraordinary. Great Space Temple was the stronger one, able to resist rank 8 Gu Immortals. From the outside, it looked like it was made of marble. It was pure white and round. There were golden accents on it. It radiated with sunlight and was extremely grand, giving people a feeling of warmth and hope. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, all the different forces competed with each other as the world went into chaos. Immortal Gu houses were mobilized often and fought against each other. With ample battles, people started to learn of the strength of different Immortal Gu houses. They were able to create a ranking list for the Immortal Gu houses. Chi Clan's Great Space Temple was ranked 9th on this list. It was not simple. It had one move called Moving Space Domain. It could trap rank 8 Gu Immortals. When Heavenly Court attacked Southern Border, this Immortal Gu house trapped 4 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. It had an extremely incredible use in that battle. I'm afraid that Great Thief Ghost Hand is trapped inside Moving Space Domain. That's how I lost contact with it. But the usage of Moving Space Domain has a huge price. It needs time for preparation. How did they respond so quickly? They seem very prepared. Fan Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly in his mind. He quickly saw a problem. There really was such a theft path method. Demon Fan Yuan is getting harder to deal with. Thankfully we were amply prepared. We only made it in time due to Heavenly Court's intel. If he really succeeded in stealing the Immortal Gu of this Immortal Gu house, what would happen? Chi Clan's Gu Immortals felt deep after fear and relief. Kill. Prepare moving space domain for Demon Fan Yuan's theft path method. But we need to be careful, this Demon Fan Yuan has a defensive killer move made using reverse flow river. Rumble! Under the Qi Clan Gu Immortals manipulation, Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Great Space Temple erupted with fearsome might, quickly suppressing Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan retreated while his mind entered Treasure Yellow Heaven. At the next moment, his heart shook. Like he had expected, Heavenly Court had placed a clip in Treasure Yellow Heaven, showing the fight scene earlier. His usage of Great Thief Ghost Hand against Feng Jiugu was also exposed. Not just that, Heavenly Court also released a lot of deduction results that were free for everyone to view. These deductions were all about Fan Yuan, they were exposing his secrets. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, there were lots of commotion. The Gu Immortals in the 5 regions were very shocked. They were discussing his methods and Gu worms. They felt deep envy and jealousy towards Fan Yuan's resources. This was a huge blow. Intel of Gu Immortals was usually very crucial. In most cases, once Immortal Gu and killer moves were exposed, they would be easily countered by others. Like now, not only did Qi Clan defend against Great Thief Ghost Hand, they even trapped it inside moving space domain. They were going to research on this Great Thief Ghost Hand and trace it back to the source, exposing more weaknesses of this move. If they were not guarded and Fan Yuan succeeded, he might be able to steal a few Immortal Gu and earn a fortune, and even gain an advantage. Fan Yuan had used Treasure Yellow Heaven to show himself thrashing Thunder Ghost True Monarch, and it deeply affected Heavenly Court's prestige. They were merely giving him a taste of his own medicine now, dealing with Fan Yuan using the same method. I have Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fairy Ziwei must be very worried that I would use this move to steal more Immortal Gu and strengthen myself. Since she could distract herself to do this, I'm afraid Langya Blessed Land's battle has ended. Fan Yuan's heart shook. He wanted Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven to fight to the death. It was best if Langya Blessed Land got destroyed. But both sides were very smart, they would not do something so stupid. I'm afraid that Heavenly Court took the initiative to retreat. After all, in order to deal with Langya Blessed Land, Fairy Ziwei, Jin Yi and the rest were all injured to some degree. Feng Jiugu had lost his battle strength after fighting me, Thunder Ghost True Monarch died from battle. While Longevity Heaven has Langya Land Spirit's help, they have the absolute advantage. Another thing Fan Yuan noticed was that Prince Feng Xian's traitor identity was not exposed yet. Prince Feng Xian might possibly be hiding near Loosetail Ridge, waiting for a chance. It seems that Heavenly Court is very prepared. Even without Prince Feng Xian, they managed to escape. Fan Yuan was not foolish enough to expose Prince Feng Xian's identity in advance. Heavenly Court knew that Fan Yuan was an otherworldly demon that had reborn, but they did not know that Prince Feng Xian's identity was already known to Fan Yuan. Right now, I have no evidence to testify against Prince Feng Xian. Actually, even if I have solid evidence, Prince Feng Xian is still a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Longevity Heaven will have a tough time dealing with him. If they do not prepare amply, he might even escape. Fan Yuan had to make good use of this. He might be able to reap great benefits in the future. Using it now would just be venting his anger. A successful person would have deep tolerance. How could he be swayed by emotions and act foolishly? However, I cannot let all of you off either. Fan Yuan sneered. He immediately sent a video clip into Treasure Yellow Heaven. This video recorded Heavenly Court using Starcast and sending multiple rank 8 Gu Immortals into Langya Blessed Land. It was like a huge rock tossed into a lake. It created huge ripples and waves. Heavenly Court had such a method? It was like Fan Yuan's fixed immortal travel. The incredibly useful effect could influence important battles. Other than Central Continent, the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions and leaders of super forces felt greatly shocked. Their alertness towards Heavenly Court rose to an incredible degree. Goodbye. Fan Yuan smiled as he waved at Great Space Temple. At the next moment, he used the opportunity to activate Fixed Immortal Travel, escaping successfully. Rank 7 Fixed Immortal Travel was too useful. Great Space Temple was not an immortal battlefield. Even if it contained an immortal battlefield killer move, Fan Yuan would not let himself be trapped easily. Even if he was trapped, many immortal battlefields could not contain Fixed Immortal Travel. Unless it was an incredible method or countered Fixed Immortal Travel, Fan Yuan then would be in trouble when he gets trapped. At the next moment, jade light flickered as Fan Yuan arrived at Qi Clan's 3rd resource point. Wind Flame Mountain. This mountain had countless sunset parasol trees. The leaves were red like fire. There were many birds and barely any land beasts. A small number of fire phoenixes were resting inside the parasol forest. Sensing Fan Yuan's animosity, these phoenixes raised their heads and looked at Fan Yuan fearlessly. They had an aura of indomitability. This giant resource point was rare even for superforces. It was one of Qi Clan's most important sources of revenue. Demon Fan Yuan is here! A rank 7 from Qi Clan was here. They first activated the defensive immortal formation before reporting to the clan, seeking reinforcements. If I can take down this resource point, Qi Clan would really feel heartache. Hee hee. Fan Yuan laughed coldly as he charged down and crashed like a meteor. With an intense explosion, the immortal formation remained unmoved. Giant resource points had far greater defenses compared to middle and large resource points. Fan Yuan stopped his movement as his gaze flickered with uncertainty. He rapidly deduced in his mind while using countless killer moves like they were cheap fireworks. Scoundrel Fan Yuan, you are so devious! After receiving news of this, Qi Chuyu was extremely furious. He could no longer stay. He left and went to reinforce the resource point. Wind Flame Mountain was quite a unique resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, at a certain timing each year, many wild phoenixes would come here and lay eggs. If something happened to Wind Flame Mountain, the wild phoenixes might choose other locations. Qi Clan would suffer great losses. But Wind Flame Mountain was very far from Cloud Bamboo Mountain range. Qi Chuyu was the closest to it. Even though this Qi Clan first Supreme Elder had already set up the formation in Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench, he had to give up on that plan and save his resource point from Fan Yuan. When he arrived, Fan Yuan had already broken up more than half of the formation of Wind Flame Mountain. Many ancient phoenixes also died. Fan Yuan even captured 3. Fan Yuan, you scoundrel, don't run if you have the guts! Qi Chuyu screamed in anger. Fan Yuan smiled lightly as he greeted politely. Senior Qi Chuyu, we finally meet. Chapter 1593. Transaction. You want to meet me so urgently, it seems you really want to die. Qi Chuyu snickered. First Supreme Elder is here, I'm saved. The Qi Clan Gu Immortal defending Wind Flame Mountain felt great ease as he shouted. I waited specially for you. Are you interested in the Dream Path results that I have? Fan Yuan suddenly transmitted in secret. Qi Chuyu was slightly dazed. At the next moment, Fan Yuan pointed with his finger as Immortal Battlefield Killer move Yama Battlefield formed and trapped Qi Chuyu in it. Qi Chuyu was slightly shocked, but he soon calmed down. He even looked around the battlefield calmly. This is the battlefield that trapped Feng Jiuge? Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Senior Qi wants to say, is this the immortal battlefield that Fairy Ziwei broke? Heavenly Court not only exposed Fan Yuan's great thief ghost hand in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they even released their understanding of Yama Battlefield, and even the way to break it publicly. Thus, with this information, Qi Chuyu was not worried. He was not even anxious at all. As a Formation Path Great Grandmaster, he could defend himself inside Yama Battlefield. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan had limited time. If the Righteous Path Gu Immortals could encircle him, he would be in trouble. There were no invincible Gu in this world, only invincible Gu Immortals. Fixed immortal travel could be countered in many ways. Compared to that, Qi Chuyu's bigger headache was that after Fan Yuan leaves, he would continue targeting Qi Clan's resource points. That was a huge problem. Take a look, Senior Qi. Fan Yuan tossed an Information Path Mortal Gu over. Qi Chuyu took a look. It was truly an Information Path Mortal Gu. He looked into it, and his gaze flickered. This Information Path Mortal Gu recorded details about the formation that Qi Clan had set up on Wind Flame Mountain. As a Formation Path Grandmaster who had the light of wisdom, it was not hard to make such deductions. Qi Chuyu instantly understood Fan Yuan's intention. According to the info in this Information Path Mortal Gu, Fan Yuan could totally destroy the immortal formation on Wind Flame Mountain, but he purposely chose not to and waited for Qi Chuyu's arrival. Qi Chuyu nodded. You are indeed a genius. Your Formation Path attainment is so high, no wonder Qi Shang acknowledged you. Formation devotee Qi Shang was a rising star of Qi Clan. He was recognized by Qi Chuyu as a future Formation Path Great Grandmaster. Earlier, Fan Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and interacted with him. They built a good relationship. When Fan Yuan got exposed and was pursued by everyone, Qi Shang publicly announced that he was an enemy of Fan Yuan, putting a clear line between them. Fan Yuan laughed loudly before looking at Qi Chuyu solemnly. What if I told Senior that my Formation Path attainment level was obtained from the Dream Realm? What do you think? Oh? Is that true? Qi Chuyu was moved. He assessed Fan Yuan again as he said with a questioning tone. You really want to transact with me? Fan Yuan retorted. Why not? I need dream realms, but Southern Border's dream realms have defensive formations made by Qi Clan. I want to use Dream Path gains to exchange for Qi Clan's cooperation. To display my sincerity, I want you to see this. Fan Yuan tossed out another information path mortal goo. Qi Chuyu received it, and his gaze flickered. He unconsciously grasped the information path mortal goo in his hand, as if afraid that it would fly off. Information regarding Dream Path had an incredible attraction to Qi Chuyu. He quickly looked into it. When he raised his head, he looked at Fan Yuan with a different expression. As expected of the one who used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth and had inherited Shadow Sect, the amount of Dream Path information that he is willing to release already far exceeds the total amount of research our Southern Border's Righteous Path has done. Furthermore, this is only a small part of the information. A lot of things are missing. There is even some vague content not explained in detail. Thinking of this, Qi Chuyu was deeply moved. He had to be moved. Fan Yuan's bait was simply too attractive to him. Currently, the Gu Immortal world agreed that Dream Path would be greatly developed in the future. Not only would Dream Path be created, it would prosper and create great Dream Immortal Venerable. Thus, be it super forces or rank 8 Gu Immortals, they knew the importance of Dream Path. They explored dream realms and tried to advance further in this path than anyone else. Whoever gave up on pursuing Dream Path would be left behind by this upcoming great era. It was like how Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Theft Path, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Transformation Path, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable created Qi Path. In the long history of humanity, countless experiences had proven this point. However, the start was the most difficult. Dream Path was only a concept now. No matter who explored it, they would have to pay a huge price with little gains. Because he knew this, Qi Chuyu understood that this information path Mortal Gu was extremely valuable. If it was revealed to the outside world, all the super forces would fight for it. Even if they had to fight until blood flowed into a river, they would do it without hesitation. Qi Chuyu caressed the information path Mortal Gu in his hand as he looked at Fan Yuan with a sharp gaze. I can see your sincerity, but there are many Southern Border Righteous Path forces. Why did you choose me? Fan Yuan laughed heartily. I have interacted with Qi Shang before. I also have Shadow Sects and Wu Clan's information. I know a lot about Qi Clan. Qi Bang is your son, but he lacks the ability to become the first Supreme Elder. That was why you needed Qi Shang, the future Formation Path Great Grandmaster, to help him. Senior Qi, you have limited lifespan. When you die and chaos starts, can Qi Bang protect Qi Clan? You. Qi Chuyu's expression turned dark, killing intent leaked out of him, but Fan Yuan was completely ignoring it. Qi Chuyu had no choice but to admit Fan Yuan was right. Southern Border's earth veins were shaking. Such situations occurred in the other 4 regions too. A person at Qi Chuyu's level could also sense the chaos of the future. Qi Chuyu had already used many lifespan extension methods. Lifespan Gu were not effective on him anymore. He had already started preparing long ago, for the sake of his son's succession. Even though he knew that Qi Bang lacked talent, as a father, he had his selfish side. But he could not be selfish entirely. If Qi Clan was destroyed in Qi Bang's hands, even if Qi Chuyu died, he would not rest in peace. And if Qi Clan was destroyed, would Qi Bang be safe? Therefore, Qi Clan needed Fan Yuan's Dream Path gains. With this, Qi Clan would be able to protect itself in the future. It would also ride the tide of the Great Era and become an even stronger super force. Ha! Qi Chuyu suddenly laughed loudly as if his killing intent never existed. He looked at Fan Yuan and shook his head. Fan Yuan, you are truly the #1 demonic figure of the 5 regions. I have finally seen your true abilities today. No wonder Heavenly Court and Wu Clan were helpless against you. I will accept this transaction. Fan Yuan nodded. Qi Chuyu's response was within his expectations. There was nothing peculiar. Qi Chuyu was the leader of a Righteous Path force, while Fan Yuan was a demon that everyone was after. How could they make a deal? This seemed quite unthinkable. But actually, for the terms Righteous Path and Demonic Path, everyone had their own understanding of it. The central thing that mattered were benefits, be it Righteous Path or not. Look at Qi Clan, it had so many resource points, it had to promote the advantage of the Righteous Path. That evil cannot defeat righteousness, so that they had the moral high ground to defend their territory and attain stability. As for Demonic Path Gu Immortals, they had to deal with calamities and tribulations. They needed to become stronger, and that needed resources. But what to do when they had no resources? The only way was to rob and steal. to kill and loot. It was all for gains and benefits. Precisely because of this central reasoning, why would Qi Chu Yu not agree to Fan Yuan's deal? They were just getting what they needed, for their respective benefits. The talk was done. Fan Yuan dispelled the immortal battlefield and acted like he was forced to retreat in a panic. Qi Chu Yu won, but Fan Yuan managed to escape. His expression was quite ugly. For the following days, he defended cautiously, preventing Fan Yuan's retaliation from coming. 7 days later, Fan Yuan suddenly appeared in Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench, breaking the formation and successfully taking the Dream Realm. Chapter 1594. Righteous Path schemes against Fan Yuan. We need to get rid of Fan Yuan. He dared to attack our Righteous Path's formation openly. He is too daring. Luo clan's first Supreme Elder screamed. This time, our clan's Gu Immortal was sacrificed heroically. This demon Fan Yuan already has the blood of 2 Gu Immortals on his hands. He needs to pay the price. Ho clan's first Supreme Elder said in an aged tone, filled with rage. Yao clan's first Supreme Elder sighed. Fan Yuan needs to be dealt with, but he is not an ordinary demonic path Gu Immortal. His identity is very complex. He not only is an otherworldly demon, he also has Spring-Autumn Cicada and has returned from the future. He destroyed 88 True Yang building and has Giant Sun's true inheritance. He also inherited Spectral Soul true inheritance, and became the leader of Shadow Sect, as well as the funding of Langya Blessed Land. Even with Central Continent Heavenly Court's pursuit, he still remains scot-free. He continued to harm the world while getting stronger at a rapid rate, far beyond logic. To speak the truth, he has the demeanor of a demon venerable in his youth. Humph. There will only be Great Dream Immortal Venerable in the future. There will not be a Great Dream Demon Venerable. Yao Clan, are you afraid? Xiao Clan's first Supreme Elder immediately said sarcastically. Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder snickered. I'm just stating the truth. If we want to kill Fan Yuan, we need to recognize this truth. Like how your Xiao Clan lost to my Yao Clan earlier. You! Xiao Clan's first Supreme Elder was incredibly furious. Recently, due to the turbulence of the earth veins, large amounts of cultivation resources were unearthed from underground. Southern Border's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and lone cultivators competed for them. During this period, lots of conflict was natural. Xiao Clan had fallen into an ambush by Yao Clan and lost, but Yao Clan paid a huge price too. Therefore, their conversation was very hostile. Alright, our discussion is not for bickering. We need to plan on how to deal with Fan Yuan. If he continues his plunder, what will we do? At this time, Shan Clan's first Supreme Elder spoke in a moderate tone. There was silence. Shan Clan had always been neutral, and was specialized in trading with all the different forces. When Shan Clan's first Supreme Elder spoke, everyone had to listen. A while later, Ba Clan's first Supreme Elder broke the silence. Fan Yuan must have ways to explore dream realms and obtain great benefits. Otherwise, why would he impersonate Wu Yihai back then to get into our righteous path? This time, he attacked Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench and took all the dream realms away. This proves my point. I wonder what Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder has to say about this. Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder was naturally none other than Wu Yihai's elder brother, Wu Yong. Wu Clan has already dominated the #1 spot in the righteous path. Ba Clan had been after their position, but Wu Yong showed up with clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, destroying Ba Clan's hope of replacing them as they solidified their status. Ba Clan would not let this chance go now. Wu Yong was silent for a while before speaking. Fan Yuan is an enemy of everyone. Yesterday, he plundered Qi Clan's resources. Tomorrow, he might show up anywhere else. Our resources and even clansmen might be targeted by him. Wu Yong said plainly that dealing with Fan Yuan was the responsibility of all the Southern Border Righteous Path members. Ba Clan and others could not make Wu Clan take on this role and exert great effort alone. Hearing Wu Yong's words, many people frowned. Wu Du Xiu and Wu Yong were vastly different. If this was Wu Du Xiu, she would charge ahead as the vanguard. That was the style of Wu Clan. But Wu Yong stepped back this time. It was as if the humiliation that Fan Yuan gave to Wu Clan earlier did not exist. Ba Clan's first Supreme Elder was not going to let Wu Yong off, he added. The reason why Fan Yuan is a problem to deal with is because he has fixed immortal travel. I wonder if Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder has any good method to restrict fixed immortal travel? Wu Yong smiled bitterly. I am ashamed. Wu Clan does not have such methods. I cannot compare to my mother. We can defend ourselves, but that is our limit. In my opinion, Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder set up effective immortal formations earlier. Even though Fan Yuan broke through, he still spent quite some time. Why doesn't Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder help us to set up immortal formations around our resource points, so that we can stall for some time when Fan Yuan attacks? Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder Qi Chuyu quickly waved his hand. I am ashamed. My immortal formations were all destroyed by Fan Yuan. I will disappoint all of you. Wu Yong smiled. No need to be so humble. Fan Yuan did not manage to destroy the formation on Wind Flame Mountain. The immortal formation set up in Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench also blocked Fan Yuan's assault once. But his formation path attainment level is too high. He was friends with your clan's formation devotee Qi Shang, we all know that. Wu Yong's words had deep meaning. Qi Chuyu snorted coldly, he remained silent. Southern Border's super forces had all sorts of resource points. If Qi Chuyu had to set up immortal formations one by one, when would he finish? And most importantly, this matter was very sensitive. Resource points were the most important areas of the different clans. They would not feel easy if outsiders were the ones setting up their defenses. Among the clans here, only Qi Clan had been plundered. Without experiencing it for themselves, the other clans did not feel an urge to ask for Qi Chuyu's help. Qi Chuyu understood this, which was why he stopped talking. Wu Yong saw that Qi Chuyu was silent. He could not say anything else. At this moment, Tai Clan's first Supreme Elder said excitedly, Actually, Wu Clan First Supreme Elder's method is the best way to deal with Fan Yuan, but that is only half of it. Qi Clan's First Supreme Elder's immortal formations can block Fan Yuan for some time. At this time, if there is our Tai Clan's beacon tower, we would be able to teleport there and block Fan Yuan, to kill him together. With the combination of both methods, Fan Yuan is not a problem at all. Once he said that, the Gu Immortals became even quieter. Beacon Tower was an immortal Gu house of Tai Clan. Its greatest use was similar to Western Desert Shao Clan's 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. This Gu house was made of multiple beacon towers. They could transport Gu Immortals to each other. If many beacon towers were put together, they could even transport rank 8 Gu Immortals. Tai Clan First Supreme Elder's idea was not wrong. In fact, Tai Clan had been trying to set up more beacon towers around Southern Border. But this arrangement was too much of a threat to the other super forces. Thus, the forces had been trying to stop Tai Clan from creating more beacon towers. And now, Tai Clan's first Supreme Elder used this chance to promote the beacon towers again. The leaders of the different clans did not agree, they only kept silent, showing their resistance to it. I have another plan. A long while later, Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder spoke. After 15 minutes, the discussion between these Southern Border Righteous Path leaders concluded. Under the moonlight, Qi Chuyu stopped using his killer move. He flew in the sky while riding a thick cloud, having an eerie gaze. Southern Border's Gu immortal world was full of conflicts between major forces to begin with. During this period, the earth veins shook. While it gave great benefits, it also intensified the conflict between forces. This made the super forces more hostile to each other. Other than scheming against each other, just look at this time when Fan Yuan attacked Qi Clan's resource points. Not a single force helped them out. After flying for some time, Qi Chuyu's vision changed. He ended up in an immortal battlefield. He was not nervous, because this was Yama battlefield. He had already set up a meeting time with Fan Yuan. These are yours. Fan Yuan tossed out multiple pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and an information path mortal Gu. Where are my things? I brought them. Qi Chuyu took out a large number of immortal essence stones and immortal materials of all kinds. There was also one information path mortal Gu. An information path inheritance was recorded in it. Both sides inspected the goods and traded successfully before parting. Qi Chuyu frowned lightly while Fan Yuan smiled. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, in the future, I will transact with you again. Before leaving, Fan Yuan transmitted. How will you contact me? You will know by then. Both sides quickly left the place. They were extremely alert. Nobody found out about this transaction. The information in this Gu worm is not complete. I can see that Fan Yuan still has a lot of Dream Path research results. But what I obtained this time has already far exceeded the other super forces of Southern Border. Qi Chuyu looked at the dream realms in his immortal aperture, as he sighed deeply. Thinking of Fan Yuan, his gaze turned dark. Fan Yuan is a scoundrel, he obviously wants to cooperate with me again. After all, he wants to know about Etion Mountain's formation. I should work with him now and obtain more Dream Path research results. I will use Southern Border's Righteous Path in the future to eliminate him afterwards. The transaction between Qi Chuyu and Fan Yuan was merely for benefits. His intention to take down Fan Yuan now was also for benefits. After all, if Fan Yuan sold these Dream Path research results to other superforces, Qi Clan's advantage would be lost, their benefits would be greatly affected. Even though I gave Qi Clan a few dream realms this time, I have already obtained a lot of Time Path dream realms. I am going to cultivate now and raise my Time Path attainment level. Fan Yuan was thinking and planning. Qi Clan had obtained Dream Path methods. They naturally needed more dream realms to explore. Even though Etian Mountain had a huge dream realm, they could not explore it under everyone's watchful gaze, that was too risky. Fan Yuan wanted to encourage these transactions, but he did not want Qi Clan to be exposed either. This time, I succeeded in invading Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench. Southern Border's righteous path must be plotting against me. Even though fixed immortal travel is good, it can be countered. Let alone the foundation of Southern Border's righteous path, close connections between Wu Yong and Heavenly Court will make sure they help out as well. I should lay low now. The truth was, Fan Yuan could use the Dream Path research results to find any superforce and become allies with them to undergo transactions. But Fan Yuan chose Qi Clan. There were reasons behind it. The most important reason was that during the chaotic period of his previous life, Qi Clan was a firm force in resisting Heavenly Court. In his previous life, Wu Clan was the same, but because Wu Yong managed to take back many immortal goo from Southern Border's righteous path this time, Fan Yuan thought about it, and could not trust them. Chapter 1595. Water Text Goo. The moon was bright outside the window, while a faint candle lighted the room. Wu Yong paced around in his room. He felt worry and frustration in his heart, he could not let it go. Right now, Wu Yong had rank 8 cultivation level, he had supreme authority in Wu Clan, he used clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to help Wu Clan get through tough times. He even got back the Southern Border righteous path's immortal goo from Heavenly Court, his reputation was at its peak. During this period, he had worked hard to nurture some goo immortal seeds. Wu Clan was doing very well, why was he so worried now? Fan Yuan! Disguising as Wu Yihai, he even deceived Wu Yong, managing to take away lots of resources and even immortal goo. Not only did he toy around with Wu Clan, even Wu Yong's pursuit saw no results. Fan Yuan was like a thorn in his heart. Whenever Wu Yong thought about it, he would feel heartache, humiliation, anger, and hatred. This time, Fan Yuan suddenly appeared in Southern Border, destroying Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench's formation and taking the Dream Realms. Wu Yong seemed very calm and composed now, but his heart was bleeding from this thorn that stabbed deeply into his wound. Shan Clan First Supreme Elder's method can target Fan Yuan's fixed immortal travel, but... Wu Yong frowned as he walked around, shaking his head. He felt that it was not reliable. Could this method really kill Fan Yuan? Thinking about how he failed to kill Fan Yuan even with all the Southern Border righteous path forces. Thinking about how Heavenly Court failed to capture him after multiple attempts. Could the Southern Border righteous path really succeed this time? Wu Yong shook his head. He admitted that he was quite wary of Fan Yuan now. This demon's strength improved by leaps and bounds whenever he appeared. He could not be looked at with logic. And also, Wu Yong was not confident in Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Clan was the leader of Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong had been nurtured under Wu Duxiu's wings. How could he not see the weakness of Southern Border's righteous path? They all had their individual desires. They were filled with conflict and wariness. Unless they had no choice, there would not be a leader that could unify them. Even for Wu Clan, even if Wu Duxiu was around and worked with Wu Yong, they could not be an absolute leader. Wu Yong could imagine that on the day of the operation, Southern Border's righteous path would be very wary of each other. They would make excuses and refuse to be the first ones to act. They would want to fight for benefits. How could such a group deal with the crafty Fan Yuan? Especially now, only Qi Clan was plundered by Fan Yuan. The other clans were untouched. With the turbulence of the earth veins, they had to fight for the resources underground. How could the clans spend their effort on Fan Yuan? Or rather, Fan Yuan noticed this, so he only plundered Qi Clan's resources. Wu Yong's heart sank. From this angle, he really wanted Fan Yuan to go all out and aggravate all the clans. But he was simply too crafty. He only targeted one clan. If Wu Yong knew that Fan Yuan not only plundered Qi Clan, he even made a deal with them secretly to plot against Heavenly Court during the Five Regions' chaotic war. Who knew what he would think? After walking around for a while, Wu Yong made up his mind. I should communicate with Heavenly Court. I should use them to get rid of Fan Yuan. This was quite a tough decision. Even though this was a wise choice, since the enemy of an enemy was a friend, it was taboo. The 5 regions excluding Eastern Sea had a mentality against foreigners. Southern Border did too. If Southern Border's forces and Gu immortals knew that Wu Yong was working with another region's superforce to meddle in Southern Border's affairs, he would receive huge criticism, even if he was Wu clan's first supreme elder, even if he had rank 8 cultivation level, he would not be exempt from it. It could be said that Wu Yong was taking a huge risk. If he was exposed, Wu clan's current advantageous position would be destroyed. Oh? Wu Yong contacted me? It must be due to the demon Fan Yuan. Fairy Ziwei was resting. Seeing that Wu Yong had contacted her, she smiled as she replied. Wu Yong had a special status. He was the first supreme elder of Wu clan. Even without trying to influence him, the cooperation between them was already his weakness. Both sides talked for a while. Wu Yong got to the topic of Fan Yuan. Fairy Ziwei thought. Like I expected, Fan Yuan has fixed immortal travel, and because I exposed his methods in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Wu Yong is even more wary of him now. He wants to eliminate Fan Yuan despite the risks. Heavenly Court was not in good shape recently. Not long ago, they failed to achieve any of their goals in their second attack on Langya Blessed Land. Wisdom Gu was taken by Fan Yuan, who escaped successfully. Langya Blessed Land was guarded by Longevity Heaven, while Heavenly Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch died. Qinyi, Fairy Ziwei, and Feng Jiuge also suffered injuries to certain degrees. They were all recuperating now. But even so, after hearing Wu Yong's words, Fairy Ziwei agreed without hesitation. Fan Yuan needed to die. Even if he had rank 7 fixed immortal travel, there were ways to restrict this Gu. Or rather, even if they failed to kill Fan Yuan, as long as they pressured him and did not give him time to grow further, it would be a success for Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan's growth is simply too fast and too scary. And this is already with Heaven's Will giving him hurdles constantly through its influence. Once in a while, he shows up with shocking improvements. Even if we fail to kill him, we must make sure he has no time to cultivate. If he gained new methods, we must expose all his trump cards. Fairy Ziwei felt deeper wariness against Fan Yuan. To pursue him, she had put in so much effort, and right now, even Langya Blessed Land was nearly taken down by her. But Fan Yuan? He was still free and roaming around. Heavenly Court had the absolute advantage, be it Fate Gu's repair, the nurturing of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, or even the imprisonment of Spectral Soul. Fan Yuan could not match their achievements. But in the deepest part of Fairy Ziwei's heart, she started to feel fear and unease. This emotion was absurd, but she truly felt fear and unease. Fear and unease due to Fan Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path is dealing with Fan Yuan now. This is a chance. Forget my injuries. I need to go all out to kill Fan Yuan and eliminate this problem. Determination flashed in Fairy Ziwei's eyes. Southern Border's righteous path was plotting against Fan Yuan because of Wu Yong's contact. Before Heavenly Court even made a move, they were already the mastermind. Once Heavenly Court moves, they would unleash a terrifying attack. It was a pity that Fan Yuan had expected this. After the transaction with Qi Chu Yu, he went into seclusion, exploring the dream realms that he had. This was a time path dream realm. Inside this dream realm, Fan Yuan was an old man. He was the main character of this dream, having rank 4 cultivation level. Right now, he was surrounded by 5 or 6 Gu masters with hostile expressions. Lord Bai Lian, this is the treatment fee in advance, please follow us. The leader Gu master also had rank 4 cultivation level. Looking at Fan Yuan, he spoke threateningly. Fan Yuan first looked at the Gu worms in his aperture. They were all time path Gu worms used for support. They could not heal. Thinking about it, Fan Yuan probed. I am just an ordinary time path Gu master. I am not a doctor. Aren't you making things difficult for me? The other party replied. Humph, you will go whether you want to or not. Do you dare to defy the request of our Central Continent's main clan? We already know everything about you, don't worry. We are asking you to go because of your abilities. We know you can heal Lord Meng Bai's illness. Come, do you need us to invite you by force? Let's go, lead the way. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. Following these Gu masters, Fan Yuan soon arrived at Meng clan. He saw the patient Meng Bai. Only to see that this person was frail and yellow. His bones were protruding from his skinny body. He rested in bed as he grunted weakly. How did this happen? What illness is it? Fan Yuan probed. A servant started crying as he said, My master has always been healthy and strong. He sprints as fast as a wolf. To think that this would happen. He was harmed by that unscrupulous merchant. He bought a water-text Gu. The merchant said that this goo would allow him to write beautiful words that resembled flowing water. Master has always been brutish, the others have always said that he had bronze but no literary flair. Because of this, Master bought this water text goo at a high price, wanting to write a beautiful verse that night. Is the problem regarding that water text goo? Fan Yuan asked. The servant nodded. Initially, Master used that water text goo with no issue. He wrote verses after verses. Master was extremely happy. He wrote 50 to 60 texts. But in the morning, before he ate, he started to have diarrhea. It poured like flowing water. He had the runs for over 20 times. Even with Master's tough body, he ended up like this after a day. Fan Yuan realized at last he gained confidence in solving this. Water text goo was not the problem, but overly using it caused the diarrhea. Nobody could deal with that side effect. Rushing leads to worse results. This was quite common. Using goo carried risks. Meng Bai truly brought it upon himself. Meng Clan was right to invite me. My time path goo worms might not be able to heal, but in this situation, they are appropriate in healing Meng Bai. Fan Yuan thought. Chapter 1596. Time Cutting Edge. Fan Yuan was not a novice at exploring dream realms, he had a lot of experiences. Fan Yuan had already understood Meng Bai's dream realm at this point. I need to use the time path goo worms in the aperture to create a time path killer move and heal Meng Bai's injuries. Meng Bai was injured from overly using water text goo. This time path killer move must target the root cause. Even though Fan Yuan had ordinary attainment level in time path, he had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Langya's true inheritance, and He Fan's true inheritance. Especially the final one, it was a huge help for this problem. This dream realm was testing the explorer's knowledge and ability to formulate killer moves. Of course, it was not so simple. Fan Yuan analyzed them. He found that the time path mortal goo in this aperture were unique to this dream realm. They did not exist in real life. Fan Yuan was not surprised. This was a dream realm after all. It was different from the real world. Others, including time path great experts, would have to test their luck now. But Fan Yuan's luck was very good. However, he had a better option. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. This move was useless when he explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm, but now, because this dream realm was much smaller, it had an extraordinary effect. The necessary goo worms started to float in the aperture, giving Fan Yuan the answer directly. Fan Yuan already had a blueprint in his mind. Using these goo worms, he started to test them. After failing twice, he succeeded in the killer move. Meng Bai was saved. And with this, the dream realm was over. His soul returned to sovereign immortal body as Fan Yuan opened his eyes. He joyfully discovered that his time path attainment level had risen from ordinary to master level. But his joy did not last long. His expression suddenly changed. At the same time, immortal killer move Emperor Yama that was shielding his soul started to expand rapidly from its original state. Someone is deducing my location. They are quite proficient. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. If this was before the defensive battle of Langya Blessed Land, he would be worried. But he had Emperor Yama now. His defense against deductions made even Heavenly Court's fairies Ziwei without options for now. As expected, after deducing for a while, the other party was unable to break Emperor Yama. They paid a huge price for nothing. Fan Yuan's Emperor Yama killer move shrunk back into a simple garment on his soul again. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered with cold light. He looked around as Emperor Yama's aura burst out in the surroundings. To play safe, he decided to leave this place immediately. Using fixed immortal travel again, it was simply too convenient to move around with this goo. In a flash, Fan Yuan went from one side of southern border to the other side. Who knew how far the distance was? Fan Yuan flew for a while before lurking in a gray valley that was filled with mist. My soul foundation is only at 30 million man's soul now. Fan Yuan calculated as he sighed. Using Emperor Yama would place a burden on Fan Yuan's soul. His soul foundation would be depleted. Earlier, against that mysterious expert, Emperor Yama expended 1 million of Fan Yuan's soul foundation. The deducer was truly powerful. Long ago, Fan Yuan's soul foundation far exceeded 30 million, but in the Battle of Langya, he expended it greatly. And also, exploring dream realms consumed soul foundation and also caused great harm to the soul. If this was before, Fan Yuan could use his resources to raise his soul foundation again. But now, Dang Hun Mountain was still being repaired, it could not be used. Without Dang Hun Mountain to produce Guts Goo, with just Fan Yuan's Guts Goo in stock, they could not last long. To repair Dang Hun Mountain, I have been using landscape as before immortal goo. Event Hof Dang Hun Mountain has the effect of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Orderly Well Killer move. It is just a rank 6 immortal goo. This task has been draining my immortal essence. Fan Yuan's immortal essence storage was drying up. His abundant storage had already been depleted by the intense battles earlier. Heavenly Court's attacks on Fan Yuan did not kill him, but they were not in vain. His foundation was deeply hit by this. The lack of immortal essence was also why Fan Yuan wanted to work with Qi Chuyu instead of fighting. Actually, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had an incredible amount of time path resources. The rate of time was rapid. His immortal essence was produced at the fastest rate in the world compared to all other rank 7 goo immortals. But his expenditure was even greater. Just him alone could not make up for the deficit. The dragonfish business was sustaining him for now. The dragonfish business was raking in huge profits. Fan Yuan used these immortal essence stones and constantly converted them into immortal essence, alleviating his problem. With the dragonfish business and my guts goo storage, I can still sustain myself. When Dang Hun Mountain is repaired, everything will get better. With fixed immortal travel and omnidirectional travel, Fan Yuan was not afraid of people approaching him. The truth was, with Emperor Yama's protection, there was little possibility of them deducing his location quickly. Fan Yuan decided to continue exploring Time Path Dream Realms. He had left many Time Path Dream Realms and plundered Shadow Earth Trench. After setting up a goo formation to alert himself, he entered the dream. On a snowy mountain peak, an old man looked at Fan Yuan with his hands behind his back. "Kneel down," the old man said plainly. Fan Yuan was dazed but quickly followed the old man's words. The old man's expression turned solemn and grand. He said slowly, "From now on, I will impart upon you the strongest killer move of our clan, Time Cutting Edge. Once this is shot out, it will not miss. Anyone hit by it will die. There is only hope in taking revenge on our clan's mortal enemy after you learn this move." "Yes." Fan Yuan heard his words and had a feeling he was going to have huge gains in this dream realm exploration. As expected, the old man taught him the entire killer move, Time Cutting Edge. This move was very complex, much more than Fan Yuan's own creation, Mirror itself. And the harder thing was, this move had a very short completion time. Hundreds of steps needed to be completed in 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, Fan Yuan would face the backlash of this killer move. 3 breaths? How can that be possible? Even Fan Yuan felt that it was impossible. However, the old man's explanation had not ended. Fan Yuan listened closely. The solution was for Fan Yuan to use another time path killer move to shorten Time Cutting Edge's activation time to 3 breaths. That would allow him to use it. If other paths uses time path methods to accelerate their killer moves, they would be adding fuel to the fire. The effect would backfire and the move would fail, resulting in a backlash. But Time Cutting Edge was a time path killer move to begin with. When using other time path killer moves, there would be no conflict. Instead, they complemented each other. Thus, rather than Time Cutting Edge itself, Fan Yuan started to learn the supplementary killer move, Shrink Time. Chapter 1597. Time Path Grandmaster. Time Path Dream Realm. Fan Yuan turned into a young-looking rank 6 goo immortal. His eyes were shut as his body was covered in specks of white light. As the number of white lights increased, Fan Yuan's aura became denser and more stable. Suddenly, his body shook, his aura became chaotic. It was like a tall building collapsing into the abyss. Guh. Fan Yuan opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. He opened his eyes, bright light shining within. He had already failed to activate Shrink Time 3 times. This was a rank 6 killer move used to supplement Time Cutting Edge. With 3 consecutive failures, Fan Yuan's soul foundation fell with each injury. His 30 million man soul had fallen to 29,600,000. This was not Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm after all. The soul foundation lost in Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm was too absurd. Fan Yuan did not feel discouraged. His gaze flickered as fighting spirit rose in him. Ignoring the rest, just Shrink Time itself was very valuable. It was not only useful for Time Cutting Edge, he could supplement it for other time path killer moves. The exploration failed. Fan Yuan's soul left the dream realm, returning to heal in the sovereign immortal body. Guts Goo. Fan Yuan took out a Guts Goo and used it. Earlier, he had an abundant supply, but now, he had to use them wisely. He did not have many Guts Goo. Fan Yuan planned to use them for the healing of his soul. Therefore, he could only stop his soul path cultivation. The truth was, not only would Fan Yuan's soul foundation remain stagnant, as he explored more dream realms later, it would continue to fall. This was something to be expected, there was no helping it. Soul path cultivation was no longer his priority. He needed to head into the River of Time and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. That was the most logical plan. Fan Yuan needed to go soon. Firstly, the longer he waited, the more problems that would arise. His enemy was Heavenly Court, which had a deep foundation. They might have another great expert awakening at any time. Heavenly Court also had traps set in the River of Time. The more time passed, the more traps there would be. Secondly, Fan Yuan was placing his hope on Red Lotus True Inheritance to resist Heavenly Court and preventing Fate Immortal Goo from being repaired. This had the greatest chance of success now. But in the worst-case scenario that Red Lotus True Inheritance could not help him, he had to make other plans. Thus, the earlier Fan Yuan obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, the more time he had to deal with the future. As for his soul path cultivation becoming stagnant or falling, or even the lack of immortal essence, Fan Yuan did not care. Of course, he was not ignoring them, he already had the way to settle them. Once Danghun Mountain was repaired, everything would be in order again. Other than this method, Fan Yuan had no way of resolving these problems now. Currently, Danghun Mountain was about 30 to 40% restored, but the soul path Dao marks had not reached a qualitative change yet, it could not produce Guts Goo. After resting his soul, Fan Yuan entered the dream realm again. This time, he finally succeeded in activating Shrink Time. The first 3 failures were not for nothing, each failure led Fan Yuan closer to success. Fan Yuan finally grasped the killer move Shrink Time. Of course, the Shrink Time obtained in the dream realm might not be usable in the real world. After all, dreams and reality were different. Fan Yuan was clear in his mind, the content of Shrink Time was accurate. Even if there were differences, with the light of wisdom, he could spend some time to create a version usable in real life. At this point, this stage of the dream realm has been cleared, the entire cultivation area faded from Fan Yuan's view. His time path attainment started to rise rapidly before stopping. I am still a time path master. But, compared to before, it has risen a bit. I am approaching Grandmaster. In the second stage of the dream realm, Fan Yuan started to practice time cutting edge. This move was even more difficult and complex than Myriad Self back then. Fan Yuan focused his mind and practiced. He soon felt his head spinning, thoughts were expended rapidly in his mind, it was like a dried pond. Fan Yuan was very patient, he practiced the contents continuously over and over again, moving towards the path of success. While practicing, he got injured again. After leaving the dream realm and going back to his body, Fan Yuan was shocked to find out that not only did his soul foundation fall from this injury, his lifespan was also shaved off to some extent. Getting injured in this dream realm will expend lifespan. Fan Yuan's heart jumped, this was a new discovery. But thankfully, he had a lot of lifespan goo now, there was no issue. Of course, other goo immortals would think differently. Just like this, after a while, Fan Yuan got injured 4 times before he finally managed to use time cutting edge in the dream realm. Just once was enough, this was not reality after all, the dream realm collapsed as Fan Yuan entered the 3rd stage. The old man appeared again. After 6 years, you finally learned time cutting edge, not bad. But we will have to test it in battle first. Fan Yuan cupped his fists. Please arrange it. The old man laughed. Rank 7 Gu Immortally Xian is that person's right-hand man. There is chaos in the south due to ancient desolate beasts. He is there to suppress them. Go kill him. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. He only had rank 6 cultivation level under this identity. Without deep foundations, how could he kill a rank 7? The only advantage was his killer move time cutting edge. Before Fan Yuan could think anymore, the dream changed. The surroundings were covered in flames. A person stood in the sea of fire, looking at Fan Yuan with his triangular eyes. So you are a lingering member of Bo clan, die. Saying so, dark red flames surged towards Fan Yuan like a huge wave. Fan Yuan quickly retreated. At the crucial moment, he activated the time path Immortal Goo in his immortal aperture. At the next moment, the flames engulfed him. Fan Yuan died in battle. The dream realm exploration failed. Fan Yuan moved his injured soul back into his body. This dream realm was quite ridiculous. The battle started immediately. Fan Yuan had no time to react. Furthermore, other than time cutting edge, I can only use the other time path Immortal Goo without formulating any killer moves. Fan Yuan was quite vexed. These Time Path Immortal Gu were all rank 6, when used alone. How could they match the rank 7 Gu Immortal Li Xian? And his dark red flame killer move was clearly rank 7. It seems that I can only counter offense with offense, and use time cutting edge against him. Fan Yuan made up his mind after a moment. If this was real life, Fan Yuan would fight cautiously. But the dream realm was a different case. After a while, Fan Yuan entered the dream realm. Dark red flames came at him, but Fan Yuan did not dodge. He used the mortal killer move Time Cutting Edge. A thin blade formed instantly. The flying blade shot out with a flash of a sharp light. What is this killer move? Li Xian had a shocked expression as he fell. The dark red flames surged and burned him to a crisp. Fan Yuan was deeply shocked. This move is amazing! It could easily kill a rank 7, even though this Li Xian was covered in defensive methods. Even in the dream realm it is so powerful. It seems it is not weak in real life either. With Li Xian's death, the dream realm dissipated. The third stage of the dream was passed. Fan Yuan became a Time Path Grandmaster. Chapter 1598. Forget. The dream realm reached the fourth stage. I killed Li Xian, Fan Yuan said. The old man stood in front of Fan Yuan, nodding. It seems that you are already proficient in Time Cutting Edge. But you only learned the rank 6 version of Time Cutting Edge. I will impart you the rank 7 version now. Listen carefully. Fan Yuan focused his mind and memorized it. The rank 7 killer move was many times more complex than the rank 6 version. Fan Yuan got a headache from just listening to the steps. This was the most complex killer move he had ever heard of. There was no competition. After imparting him the killer move, the old man said to Fan Yuan before leaving, "After you succeed in learning this rank 7 killer move, come find me." Fan Yuan was left alone in the dream realm. It seems that the fourth stage still wants me to practice the killer move. Fan Yuan pondered. Having understood this, he started to work, practicing laboriously in the dream realm. Even though the killer move was complex and difficult to master, Fan Yuan had lots of patience. His personality had already been tempered into a piece of black steel by his previous life and the toying of fate. He was extremely firm and determined. These small setbacks would not make him dejected or feel like giving up. While Fan Yuan explored the dream realm and practiced his killer move, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fan Yuan's Time Path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Gu, using the light of wisdom to make deductions. Next, he opened his eyes, muttering, "The formation's deduction has reached a certain point. Next, I will move on to Time Cutting Edge." It was actually quite strange. This killer move, Time Cutting Edge, had exceptional power. Why was it not recorded inside Spectral Soul's true inheritance? After all, this Time Path Dream Realm came from Spectral Soul himself. Normally speaking, Time Cutting Edge should be recorded inside Spectral Soul's true inheritance. But in fact, Fan Yuan's true inheritance of Spectral Soul did not have such content. "We have not deduced Fan Yuan's location yet?" Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder said with a grim expression. In front of her, a group of southern border Gu immortals fell into silence. They all had ugly expressions. Because Fan Yuan destroyed Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench and took away all the dream realms earlier, Southern Border's righteous path gathered together and sent out their people, forming a group of specialized individuals to track Fan Yuan. The leader of this group was Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder, Xia Cha. Xia Cha had white hair and wrinkles on her face. Even though she was old, she had a grand disposition. Her gaze swept across the crowd as she dominated everyone with her aura. The Southern Border Immortals lowered their heads. Who did not want to find Fan Yuan? But he had Emperor Yama protecting him. Even Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Ziwei was without options against him, not to mention this hastily gathered group of Southern Border Gu immortals. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path had deep foundations. They were not to be underestimated. These people were not completely incapable of finding out Fan Yuan's location. They just needed more clues, like when Fan Yuan appears again to attack another resource point. With sufficient clues, there was a possibility that these people could use their various methods and cooperate to unravel Emperor Yama. Emperor Yama was strong, but if it remained the same over time, as deductions piled up, it would eventually be broken. Xia Cha knew this too. This damned Fan Yuan, after plundering Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench, he vanished into thin air. Xia Cha felt pressured. As long as Fan Yuan was still alive, as leader of this expedition, her reputation would continue to plummet. If it got serious, the whole of Xia Clan would suffer too. This demon Fan Yuan, He is hiding in seclusion. He must be exploring dream realms and gaining benefits. We must eliminate him fast, otherwise he will get much stronger again. Xia said eerily. Everyone, if you have any trump cards, use them. I swear on my name that I will compensate you all fairly. The southern border immortals looked around at each other. They did not move. Xia felt increasingly disappointed. Her gaze swept across the people and stopped at one person. Lu Hao, I wonder what brilliant method you have. Lu Hao was slightly stunned. He had a tall body, he wore a green robe and had a goatee. His face was yellow. He was the representative of Wu clan. Because of the turmoil earlier, many of Wu clan's Gu immortals had been sacrificed, thus they recruited a lot of outside Gu immortals recently as their external supreme elders. Lu Hao was one of them. But the truth was, he was a Central Continent Gu immortal, a spy sent by Fairy Ziwei, arranged by Wu Yong as a Southern Border Righteous Path member. Xia was familiar with the other Gu immortals except Lu Hao. On the surface, he was a secluded cultivator and did not have much reputation. Lu Hao reacted in time and smiled bitterly. I am ashamed. I cannot do anything about this. Our information is severely lacking, especially clues connected to Fan Yuan. In my opinion, we are not weak, the problem is that we have nothing to work with. Indeed. Lu Hao is correct. Lu Hao's words resonated with everyone present. Xia was slightly disappointed, but she did not suspect Lu Hao of lying. After all, Wu clan and Fan Yuan had deep enmity between them. What do we do now? Do we continue waiting? If Fan Yuan does not show up, will we do nothing but wait for him to appear? Xia thought about this and felt a headache coming. But at this time, an unknown voice suddenly spoke around them. I can help in this matter. Who is it? The immortals were shocked. Even Xia stood up as her eyes shined brightly. She stared hard. An unknown Gu immortal with a muscular body and conical hat suddenly appeared in the immortal formation. If he did not speak, nobody would have noticed. Who are you? Southern Border's immortals were all prepared to fight. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Wait, you are. The expression of Tai clan's representative changed as he stopped the immortals. That's right, I am Lu Weiyin. The person said plainly with a smile. Dream Realm. The old man nodded with satisfaction and a bit of shock. Rank 7 time cutting edge, you mastered it as well. Fan Yuan had a plain expression, cupping his fists. I did not disappoint you. The old man nodded. It seems that you are talented in this aspect. Very good, our clan's revenge can finally see some hope. But I have some things to tell you. Please tell me. First. The old man raised his right index finger. Rank 6 time cutting edge can kill rank 7, but rank 7 time cutting edge cannot kill rank 8 Gu immortals. Rank 7 and 8 are too different in strength. Thus, even if you master time cutting edge, do not seek the enemy for revenge yet. You are only rank 6 now, you will only be courting death. Second. The old man raised his right middle finger. You only have rank 6 cultivation level, using rank 7 time cutting edge is quite difficult. You need to raise your cultivation level to rank 7 or even rank 8. When you raise your cultivation level, you will be able to learn rank 8 time cutting edge. With a rank 8 killer move, you would be able to take revenge, but before that, you need to endure. And third. The old man raised his fourth finger. Time cutting edge is an extreme move, it has incredible power but the drawback is huge. The higher the rank, the stronger the drawback. You must have realized it now, right? That's right, time cutting edge will remove your memories related to it. The more you use it, the more you forget. One day, you will forget me, the enemy, and even this killer move itself. Thus, before you lose too many memories, you need to control yourself and not use this move excessively. Chapter 1599. Tribulation and Divine Technique, Southern Border. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had already been placed. The entrance was open and swallowed a vast amount of heaven and earth chi. Swoosh, swoosh. The turbulent heaven and earth chi approached grandly. If anyone saw this, they would be deeply shocked. No blessed land had ever been able to absorb so much heaven and earth chi at once. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body was near the entrance, watching the heaven and earth chi flow in. Because it was too dense, the chi could be seen like moving fog or clouds. Absorb more, take in everything you need. Fan Yuan smiled. He could tell that the sovereign immortal aperture was very hungry. City Well, Reverse Flow River, and Luopa Valley, even though the three secluded domains of heaven and earth were unique and amazing, they caused a huge burden on the blessed land. the expenditure of heaven and earth chi was intense. From time to time, Fan Yuan had to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish them. And this is before Dang Hun Mountain gets repaired. After it is restored, the amount of heaven and earth chi needed will be even higher. From this aspect, the destruction of Dang Hun Mountain had a tiny bit of benefit to Fan Yuan. Of course, the biggest reason was that sovereign blessed land had a lot of resources. It was like a huge foundation that could handle the weight of 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth. Ordinary blessed lands could not sustain 2 of them at once. Placing his immortal aperture and opening the immortal aperture's entrance had several drawbacks to Fan Yuan. At this moment, because the inside and outside were connected, when he absorbed heaven and earth chi, Fan Yuan's location would be exposed to heaven's will. And if any Gu immortal tried to make deductions on him, the difficulty of defending himself would be many times higher. Thus, Fan Yuan had been buying immortal materials and turning them into heaven and earth chi to replenish his immortal aperture. But recently, his focus was on repairing Dang Hun Mountain. He started lacking funds, he could not buy them anymore, so he had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi. The sovereign immortal aperture was definitely a big eater. It needed dozens or even hundreds of times of heaven and earth chi as ordinary blessed lands. The sovereign immortal aperture had its fill, but heaven and earth chi continued to pour in unceasingly. This phenomenon did not shock Fan Yuan, because he knew that this time was different. His tribulation was coming. Fan Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Ever since Fan Yuan used his time path methods to modify the sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time to its quickest, his calamities and tribulations had been coming at a rapid rate. This was an earthly calamity. But be they earthly calamity or heavenly tribulation, they were not a problem for Fan Yuan, especially when he had the killer move exposing Heavenly Secret. This move used Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu as the core with supplementary Gu worms to allow Fan Yuan to deduce the contents of upcoming calamities and tribulations. Thus, before this earthly calamity even formed, Fan Yuan already knew what it was. As expected, the calamities and tribulations formed like how Fan Yuan had predicted. Earth chi continued to rumble under Fan Yuan's feet, forming into huge yellow spirals. Heaven chi rumbled in the sky, booming as green lightning in the sky continued to flicker. Screech, screech, screech. With a chain of shrill noises that could burst eardrums, terrifying statues emerged from the center of the yellow spiral. These giant statues were 10 meters tall, they were muscular and had sharp teeth that protruded out of their faces. Suddenly, they opened their red eyes as the purple bat wings on their backs expanded. They flew up and charged at Fan Yuan. Yellow spring ghost martial statues. Fan Yuan floated in the sky. His arms were behind his back as he looked at these statues calmly. He was very relaxed. He could even look at the sky during this critical moment when the enemy approached. In the sky, the green lightning split apart the cloud layer. Countless statues that resembled the yellow spring ghost martial statues appeared. The yellow spring ghost martial statues bore their fangs and claws, but these statues were very orderly like a group of troops. They had solemn expressions and huge bodies. There were eagle wings on their backs. Green lightning divine martial statues. Fan Yuan smiled in his mind, recognizing the second type of statue. At this moment, the yellow spring ghost martial statues had already reached Fan Yuan. They slashed their claws and opened their mouths, biting at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not move. Ripples appeared on his body. It was the famous creation of Fan Yuan, Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Be they the yellow spring ghost martial statues or green lightning divine martial statues, their attacks were all reflected back and injured themselves. Fan Yuan was completely unharmed and could not be defeated. Begone! Fan Yuan waved his hand. Immortal Killer Move Myriad Dragon burst out. Within the sea of silver scales, myriad dragons flew and attacked endlessly. Even though there were many yellow spring ghost martial statues and green lightning divine martial statues produced by the heaven and earth chi, how could they match Fan Yuan's myriad dragon? At the start, they could still resist, but soon they were engulfed by the myriad dragon army, losing their numbers rapidly. The heaven and earth chi were scattered by the myriad dragons. Even though Heaven's will was unresigned and sought to try again, the next wave of myriad dragon destroyed the gathering heaven and earth chi again. A moment later, the calamity was over. The immortal aperture's entrance closed. The sovereign immortal aperture became peaceful again as the turbulence ended. Fan Yuan nodded to himself and concluded. This earthly calamity only had the yellow spring ghost martial statues originally, but changed because I did not go through the previous earthly calamity, instead using the Immortal Killer move Endless Trouble to delay it. Immortal Killer move Endless Trouble was among the contents of He-Fan's true inheritance. It could delay the current tribulation until the next time, and undergo both tribulations together. The weakness was that it would anger Heaven's will. The following calamities and tribulations would increase greatly in strength. Heaven's will was trying to suppress Fan Yuan and prevent his cultivation level from advancing. It intentionally made his calamities and tribulations as weak as possible so he could gain few down marks. In this situation, the weakness of Endless Trouble was actually advantageous to Fan Yuan. Thus, Fan Yuan used this killer move to undergo 2 tribulations together. He could gain down marks and Heaven's will could not stop him. Yellow Spring Ghost Martial statues were the earthly calamity, while Green Lightning Divine Martial statues were on the level of heavenly tribulation. This time, I gained quite a few down marks. Fan Yuan inspected it. His soul path and transformation path down marks had increased. These were both useful to Fan Yuan. Of course, he needed time path down marks the most. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had a huge space. Fan Yuan intentionally chose an empty area to undergo tribulation. Even if Heaven's will wanted to destroy anything, it had no target. Even though the calamity was over, Fan Yuan's body remained here. He started to activate Heaven's will dissipation, only stopping after he confirmed that the remaining Heaven's will was cleansed away. When Fan Yuan's main body underwent tribulation, his time path clone had been staying with Wisdom Gu, deducing immortal killer moves continuously. Previously, Fan Yuan successfully explored the Dream Realm. His time path attainment level rose drastically to Grandmaster level. With this attainment level, he was very successful in deducing time path killer moves. Actually, Fan Yuan's main body had many time path killer moves. Spectral Soul's true inheritance had many, followed by He-Fan's true inheritance and Langya's sect. In theory, Fan Yuan with refinement path quasi-supreme attainment could deduce and modify these immortal killer moves. But for Fan Yuan, He-Fan's true inheritance was his main consideration. Because his time path immortal Gu were mostly from He-Fan's true inheritance. For example, rank 8 years flow like water, rank 7 year Gu and after immortal Gu. The remaining time path immortal Gu were all rank 6. Most were left behind from Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, and Fan Yuan also had Day Immortal Gu. The Time Path clone's main job was to use He-Fan's true inheritance as the foundation along with other immortal killer moves and Time Path Immortal Gu recipes to deduce the most appropriate Time Path methods for Fan Yuan. Even though not long had passed, the Time Path clone was extremely efficient. Currently, Fan Yuan had an entire set of Time Path methods, covering offense, defense, movement, and healing. He just needed to spend some time practicing them, and he could easily grasp them. But this is not enough. The Time Path clone opened his eyes, sighing. The light of wisdom faded away as Wisdom Gu flew away slowly. The Time Path clone went to an empty area to experiment on the killer move. Immortal killer move, Time Cutting Edge. A flying blade tore through the sky, instantly vanishing with shocking speed. But the Time Path clone's blood flowed out of his mouth as he shook his head, greatly disappointed. I deduce rank 7 Time Path methods that are suitable for me. But in the River of Time, when searching for Red Lotus true inheritance, and facing the obstruction of Heavenly Court, I will need to have rank 8 Time Path methods. He-Fan's true inheritance had rank 8 defensive killer moves that used years flow like water Immortal Gu as the core. But it did not have rank 8 offensive methods. In He-Fan's case, he only obtained years flow like water in his later years. With limited time, deducing rank 8 defensive methods were already not easy. He had rank 8 level down marks, rank 7 offenses were enough for him. Of course, most importantly, he solely had years flow like water. He could either use it to attack or defend himself at one point in time. Defense was naturally more important than offense, especially for a Righteous Path member. And Time Cutting Edge is very extraordinary. Even though rank 7 Time Cutting Edge cannot kill rank 8 experts, it can harm them. It is a pity that after modifying it, the power is far lower than the original, and the backlash is heavier. Fan Yuan was not unfamiliar with this situation. Like how he had created Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe, because of his refinement path quasi-supreme attainment level, he had modified it to its limits. Any minor adjustment would be detrimental and make it worse than before. Fan Yuan's modification of Time Cutting Edge was similar. It seems that the complete Time Cutting Edge killer move is a rank 9 killer move. Like how Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's immortal killer move Orderly Well was also rank 9, and could not be modified further. Even though Fan Yuan only obtained the rank 6 and 7 time cutting edge, even the incomplete versions could not be modified. After forcefully changing the content, the disadvantages far outweighed the advantages. Furthermore, with Fa Yuan's deductions, time cutting edge's memory loss effect was not simple. It was not as plain as the old man had described it. The memories lost were not just about the move, but everything related to the move. Any information related to this move, be it memories or records in information path goo worms, even carvings on stones, would be erased from the river of time as this move got used continuously. Spectral Soul must have obtained time cutting edge in the past, but because he used it often, all of the information that he had regarding time cutting edge was erased from the river of time. Therefore, it was not inside Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Of course, there is a possibility that Spectral Soul's true inheritance is not complete. Shadow Sect still kept a small portion of it, including this, hidden from me, but that is very unlikely. Regardless, I am sure of something: this time cutting edge is truly a divine technique. If I can grasp it, I will have more confidence in the river of time. My chances will rise by 20%. A day later. This is it. Lu Weiyin half knelt on the ground as he placed his palm down, sensing the changes in the earth chi. Next, several figures descended from the sky and landed behind Lu Weiyin. They were led by an old woman, the rank 8 time path great expert, Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xia Cha. Fan Yuan placed his aperture here and absorbed the heaven and earth chi. In fact, he went through a tribulation here, Lu Weiyin said with deep certainty. Xia Cha's eyes flashed brightly. Lu Weiyin was indeed Paradise Earth's inheritor. His earth path methods were profound to this extent. The Gu immortals behind them started to converse. With Lord Lu Weiyin here, we will be able to find Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan has many secluded domains of heaven and earth. The burden of heaven and earth chi is huge. With such a clue, we will definitely find him. Don't you all find it strange? He has fixed immortal travel. Why is he staying in southern border? Why not go to Eastern Sea or Western Desert? Aren't those places safer? Humph, he is already wanted by everyone. Nobody can tolerate him. Nowhere is safe. This demon is too vicious. He is likely staying in southern border because he wants to rob our resources, especially the dream realms in Etion Mountain. We cannot let them go unguarded. We need to kill this demon before we can rest at ease. Chapter 1600. Ambush, Reverse Scheme. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the higher the value of items, the taller and brighter the treasure light. At this stall, the treasure light had been consistently tall and bright. It was like a torch compared to the other stalls. Southern border Gu immortal Tai Chu Zhong's divine sense was moving around this stall. I want 3,000 copper dragonfish. After hesitating for a moment, Tai Chu Zhong added, and 200 silver dragonfish. The transaction was completed quickly. Tai Chu Zhong paid a hefty amount of immortal essence stones for them. When he withdrew his divine sense and flew around southern border sky with his main body, his vision was obscured by clouds. Tai Chu Zhong's worry had dissipated. With these dragonfish, my rank 7 edge Gu can be fed for now. However, dragonfish is only a temporary replacement item. To solve this problem, I need to be self-sufficient and create the white steel extract resource point in my immortal aperture. White steel was a rank 6 immortal material, one of the earth vein essences. White steel extract was a rank 7 immortal material. Often, there would only be a small bowl of white steel extract from a huge piece of white steel. Tai Chu Zhong wanted to create a resource point to produce white steel extract, but it was a huge project to start with. If he could not solve the problem, purchasing dragonfish to feed his rank 7 edge Gu time and time again would incur huge costs. He would be making a loss. When Gu immortals cultivate, they do not just fight. Resource management was also of utmost importance, occasionally even more than fighting. Thinking of the white steel extract, Tai Chu Zhong's gaze turned to his right. There was Gu immortal moving with him hundreds of steps away. Shan Hu Zhang. Tai Chu Zhong transmitted. The Shan clan Gu immortal immediately replied with a nervous expression. Have you found traces of that demon Fan Yuan? It turned out that the two rank 7 Gu immortals, Tai Chu Zhong and Shan Hu Zhang, were members deployed by Southern Border's righteous path to hunt down Fan Yuan. Because of Lu Weiyin, the group that chased after Fan Yuan had always been consistently following his tracks, finding new clues from time to time. This time, the immortals went to the southeast of Southern Border. Due to Lu Weiyin's suggestion, rank 8 time path Gu immortal Xia Cha ordered the Gu immortals to work together and search for new clues. Shang Hujiang and Tai Chuzhong were one of such pairs. Tai Chuzhong smiled lightly. No need to be worried, I just wanted to ask about the white steel extract. Shang Hujiang heard this and relaxed, he smiled too. So you want to create a white steel extract resource point to feed your edge goo? This is not hard, Shang Clan can assist with that, but the price. Both sides negotiated for a while. Shang Clan eventually fought for a price that was not too low, while Tai Chuzhong made up his mind and gritted his teeth as he agreed. After succeeding in the transaction, Shang Hujiang's smile widened, he praised. Friend Chuzhong, you want to create the resource point, it is truly wise. Even though the investment is expensive, in the long term, it will save you a huge amount. Indeed, like how I bought Dragonfish this time to replace a portion of the white steel extract. If I do this every time, the expenditure is huge. Tai Chuzhong sighed. Shang Hujiang's gaze suddenly flickered. Dragonfish? To speak the truth, our Shang clan has a dragonfish stall in Treasure Yellow Heaven too. Not only do we sell ordinary dragonfish, we also have copper dragonfish. Sigh, friend, you should have told me earlier. I would be able to give you discounts. Tai Chuzhong chuckled. Shang clan is also in the dragonfish business? Our Shang clan is interested in any kind of business. Friend Tai Chuzhong, you also know that the biggest seller of dragonfish now is Fan Yuan. Come, I'll introduce you to the stall, it is run by one of us. Trading with outsiders will lead to their growth after all. Shang Hujiang said with an earnest tone. Tai Chuzhong had to thank him profusely, but he felt unmoved on the inside. Even though Shang clan gave discounts, the price of the dragonfish was still quite high. And this stall only sold copper dragonfish, there were no silver dragonfish here. Fan Yuan killed Qin Baihe and Yuchan, obtaining the number 1 spot in the dragonfish business. Fairy Ziwei obviously knew about this, she had exposed Fan Yuan's information in Treasure Yellow Heaven earlier. Other than Great Thief Ghost Hand and other methods, the dragonfish business was also exposed. Thus, the Gu immortals of the entire world knew that Fan Yuan was the current number 1 seller of the dragonfish business in Treasure Yellow Heaven. And naturally, he attracted the envy and jealousy of these Gu immortals. There was naturally an impact dealt, but the actual loss to his dragonfish business profits were marginal and inconsequential. Copper dragonfish had already been replicated, but the cost of production was much higher than Fan Yuan. This made his competitors' copper dragonfish much more expensive and unable to compete with Fan Yuan. Other than that, silver dragonfish was exclusive to Fan Yuan. Currently, Gu immortals interested in the dragonfish business could not create it yet. This was a huge advantage for Fan Yuan. With these two elements, Fan Yuan's number 1 spot in the dragonfish business could not be taken away. Of course, Fan Yuan was not going to sell dragonfish using just one identity. He opened many stalls and created the scene of many Gu immortals replicating his silver dragonfish, selling these for huge profits every day. But even so, my immortal essence stones are dwindling rapidly. Fan Yuan sighed. Repairing Dang Hun Mountain used a lot of immortal essence, and immortal essence was converted from immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan's huge expenditure was far beyond his immortal aperture's production speed. However, the good news was that due to his full investment, Dang Hun Mountain was now 60% repaired, the soul path Dao marks reached a qualitative change and could now produce Guts Gu again. But the production of Guts Gu was terribly little. Fan Yuan needed to continue repairing Dang Hun Mountain. Dragonfish business has too much profits. Not only would many forces and Gu immortals interfere, Heavenly Court would definitely try to suppress me. But currently, silver dragonfish is too hard to create, while ordinary dragonfish, iron dragonfish, and copper dragonfish have expensive methods of production that cannot match mine. In time, Fan Yuan's advantage would continue to dwindle, especially after Heavenly Court obtains Spectral Soul's food path inheritance from soul searching. His dragonfish business would definitely face a huge challenge. Fan Yuan knew this, he needed new sources of income. The dragonfish business would not last long while Guts Gu was exposed already, even though it was a monopoly, because the plans in Green Ghost Desert was halted. Fan Yuan lacked souls to mass-produce Guts Gu. Even though Fan Yuan had started his preparation, like the snow monsters and spirit snakes, these were not very profitable businesses. Especially when Fan Yuan planned to refine Time Path Immortal Gu. Time Cutting Edge needed specific Time Path Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan thought about it and decided to give it a try. After all, the original Time Cutting Edge had incredible attack power and prospects. Fan Yuan did not want to give up. Oh? At this moment, Fan Yuan's expression changed. At the next moment, Southern Border's Gu Immortals appeared around him, encircling him. The leader was an old woman. It was the Time Path Rank 8 Gu Immortal Xia Cha. She smiled coldly at Fan Yuan. Scoundrel Fan Yuan, you have finally fallen into my hands. Lord Lu Wei-yin is truly incredible. We found this demon at last. Shan Huzhang laughed loudly. Kill this demon and eliminate all future threats. Tai Chuzhong said loudly with deep killing intent. Heavenly Court's spy Lu Hao had a grim expression. Fixed Space Immortal Gu was ready to activate in his immortal aperture. This Gu could counter fixed immortal travel and prevent it from being used in a certain area. Lu Wei-yin was silent. He wore his conical hat that covered his expression entirely. Fan Yuan laughed instead. You guys are too slow, but you came after all. My planning was not in vain. Southern Border's immortals were originally very excited, but upon hearing this, the atmosphere changed. Xia Cha squinted as cold light flashed in her eyes. Humph, little scoundrel, you still want to deceive us when you are going to die. That's right, he must be putting up a front. Lady Xia Cha has acted personally to conceal our traces. Someone shouted. Fan Yuan smiled. Of course I did not sense your presence, however, I could sense your deductions. Why do you think I purposely stayed in Southern Border, leaving behind clues and allowing you to make deductions on me? At the next moment, there was a loud sound as a formation activated. Chapter 1601. Years Flow Execution Formation. The surrounding space became sealed. Heaven and earth were fused at once. This was an area of blue space. The Southern Border Immortals' expressions changed. This is a trap. Someone shouted. Many people were flustered. Lu Wei-yin was silent. While Xia Cha's gaze became increasingly cold, she stared at Fan Yuan fixedly. Fan Yuan's smile gradually faded, turning into an expressionless face as he looked at these Southern Border Gu Immortals like he was a mighty deity. In the past, when Eastern Sea's Wisdom Path genius Hua En made deductions on him, Fan Yuan did a reverse deduction and found out about Hua En's identity. And now, when these Southern Border Gu Immortals chased after Fan Yuan, they were also exposed to him. Fan Yuan was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. How could he fall to their schemes so easily? He made himself bait to lure these Gu Immortals into a trap. Stay calm. We have strength in numbers. What can just Fan Yuan do? That's right, we have Lady Xia Cha and Lord Lu Wei-yin. We are not afraid of his immortal battlefield. This immortal battlefield does not seem to be Yama battlefield. Of course, his Yama battlefield has already been broken by Central Continent. The video is still playing in Treasure Yellow Heaven. How can he still use it? Southern Border's immortals were brilliant figures. They soon calmed down and regained their morale. At this time, Lu Wei-yin spoke. This is not an immortal battlefield, it is a super immortal formation. Time Path Formation. Xia Cha added. Both of you are very perceptive. Fan Yuan smiled as he nodded. Among Fan Yuan's immortal battlefields, the strongest were Purple Star Broken Life and Yama Battlefield. The former was used to kill Qin Baihe and Yuchan, while the latter had trapped Feng Jiuge and kept him in a desperate situation. But both were rank 7, they could not trap the rank 8 Gu Immortals Xia Cha and Lu Wei-yin. Thus, Fan Yuan chose an immortal formation. Immortal formations and immortal battlefields were different. The Gu worms used for immortal battlefields were usually left on the Gu Immortal, and they would create an isolated environment for fighting. Meanwhile, for immortal formations, Gu worms remained in the outside world. Most immortal formations were defensive internally and offensive externally. Fan Yuan's Time Path formation had the effect of isolating the formation space, so that he could kill his enemies. Boom, boom, boom! Explosions occurred and continued unceasingly. Since this is an immortal formation, we can find the formation cores and destroy them to break this formation. Some Gu Immortals were impatient. They started to attack and probe this formation. But after a while, they found something amiss. The killer moves that burst out like fireworks were all extinguished without showing much effect. Tai Chuzhong's expression changed. He shouted to remind them. Everyone be careful, this formation is already active. It is indeed a time path method to accelerate our killer moves and make them reach the time limit, causing them to fade away themselves. Lu Hao said in a dark tone. The Southern Border Gu Immortals' attacks halted. They started to change their methods. Chai Clan's Gu Immortal puffed up his cheeks and blew out orange-red flames. They continued to spread out even when there was nothing to burn. Xiao Clan's Gu Immortal placed his palms together as large pieces of ice started to gather and sweep everywhere. These methods were continuous, and did not have much of a time limit. Fan Yuan's gaze was cold. He watched these southern border Gu immortals attack without stopping them. At the next moment, the time path formation shook as the flames, ice, and other attacks all became slow. The Gu immortals who were attacking felt their hearts sinking. This immortal formation is so responsive, there must be people controlling it. Who can it be? It must be Shadow Sect's remaining members. The immortals conversed. As they had expected, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin, and Ing Wuxia were all in charge of one formation core each. They were manipulating this time path formation to kill the southern border immortals. Earlier, during the Battle of Langya, they were not strong enough to participate, but against these southern border pursuers, they were adequate. Southern border's immortals went against Ing Wuxia and the rest, while Fan Yuan, Lu Weiyin, and Xia Chao remained watching. The surrounding Gu immortals subconsciously left some space for the three of them. Fan Yuan's attention was on these two rank 8 Gu immortals. He knew clearly that these two would strike with a terrifying power the moment they attacked. Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha did not act, but they were starting to investigate Fan Yuan's immortal formation. Lu Weiyin was slightly frowning. He cultivated Earth Path, even though he could relate it to other paths. This time path formation was too intrinsic and brilliant. Someone unfamiliar with it like him could not see through it easily. But Xia Cha was a time path great grandmaster. She could see more things than Lu Weiyin. However, Fan Yuan's time path formation did not just have time path in it, it was also a formation path product. Xia Cha's formation path was only at ordinary attainment level. If Fan Yuan took out a time path killer move, Xia Cha could easily understand it, but the time path formation had this layer of added difficulty, making it an obstacle for Xia Cha. Sect leader, we're ready! At this time, Ing Wuxia suddenly transmitted to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled as he replied, "Then let them all in." Saying so, his figure faded in front of Lu Weiyin's and Xia Cha's very eyes. Howl! Right after he vanished, beast howls could be heard everywhere. Howl! 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 Ga! At the next moment, a chain of wild beast cries started to resonate with each other. A huge spiral formed from nothingness as countless year beasts charged out like a rushing tide. These year beasts were of various forms, including monkey, snake, dragon, and tiger. They were all at least desolate beasts and even quite a few ancient desolate beasts among them. In the formation space, other than year beasts, there were only the southern border immortals. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence. They soon directed their savage gazes towards the southern border Gu immortals. They charged ahead. Kill them all, Xia Cha said indifferently. Lu Weiyin sighed. The southern border immortals turned around and started to fight these year beasts. Lu Hao waved his sleeves as countless flying blades shot out, slicing year beasts into pieces wherever they hit. It seems that there is a tributary of the River of Time here. Fan Yuan is trying the same method again. He used a similar formation back when he fought Feng Jiuge. The resemblance is uncanny. Fan Yuan had once used the flood discharge formation to send Feng Jiuge into the River of Time, but now, this formation was the combination of three formations, creating Year's Flow Execution formation. Firstly, Shadow Sect had used the dense time path natural down marks to create the Immortal formation. This formation concealed the existence of the tributary of the River of Time. This made the southern border immortals unable to sense it. Secondly was the flood discharge formation. It could connect to the tributary of the River of Time. And finally, the immemorial year beast fishing formation. Fan Yuan used the rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water to create this formation. He could summon year beasts from the River of Time to fight against the southern border immortals. Originally, Fan Yuan did not have the ability to do this, but after his time path attainment level reached Grandmaster, his final insufficiencies to complete this were eliminated. Fan Yuan's formation path and time path were Grandmaster. He also had He Fan's true inheritance and Spectral Soul's true inheritance. With the help of the Light of Wisdom, he could deduce this super immortal formation and create this huge formation naturally. Kill! Ba Clan's Gu immortal shouted as his body inflated to a giant size. He stomped as bloody water splattered. He had directly stomped an ancient year beast to death. Puff! A great fire spread out and set dozens of year beasts on fire. Chai Clan's Gu immortal was bathed in flames, resembling a divine general. Tai Chu Zhong was silent. His hands moved rapidly as golden light shot out with immense sharpness, splitting year beasts into halves easily like tofu. Demon Fan Yuan, we have to thank you for such a huge amount of wealth. Ha! Shan Huzhang laughed as he used his woodpath killer move, trapping the surrounding year beasts, and keeping them in his immortal aperture. These desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts had wild mortal goo but no immortal goo in them. Against the southern border goo immortals, they were disadvantaged and easily slaughtered. After all, these southern border goo immortals chasing after Fan Yuan were all powerful experts in their clan. They had at least rank 7 cultivation level and were not ordinary at all. This result was to be expected. Fan Yuan was still cold and calm. He had a faint smile and cold light in his eyes. This situation was within his deductions. The battle had just begun. Howl! Year beasts continued to stream into the formation. Southern borders goo immortals were fighting against them tirelessly, but the year beasts just kept coming. Why are there so many? This demon Fan Yuan is trying to exhaust us. Breaking apart this formation is the way to victory. The southern border goo immortals conversed. They could tell what this battle was about. But they had no way of distracting themselves to do that. Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha were the most likely people to break the formation. Caw caw. At this time, the spiral suddenly expanded drastically as an arrogant year beast stepped into the battlefield. A rank 8 level immemorial year beast had finally been lured over. The southern border immortals were shocked. Lu Weiyin wanted to act but Tai Chuzhong stood up. Let us deal with it. Both lords need to break open this formation. That is the wisest move. Tai Chuzhong and several southern border rank 7 experts faced off against the immemorial year rooster. They were powerful rank 7 goo immortals after all. By working together, they could resist the immemorial year rooster for now. There is a formation core here. Suddenly, Xia Cha's eyes flashed as she pointed her finger. The rank 8 killer move activated as profound light shot out, causing a huge sound. The formation shook thrice before it stabilized. The southern border immortals were overjoyed. There was a formation core indeed. Xia Cha destroyed it according to everyone's expectations. Fan Yuan snickered, muttering, "The formation's true power starts now." The formation core was destroyed. A second spiral entrance appeared as large numbers of year beasts rushed in. The immortals' expressions turned to shock. Roar! With a loud roar, an immemorial year tiger jumped into the battlefield. Let me. Lu Weiyin moved for the first time. He grabbed with one hand, as a huge yellow hand formed and grasped the immemorial year tiger, preventing it from escaping despite its struggles. Chapter 1602. Spring Scissors. The southern border immortals had a surge of morale, while Shadow Sex members had twitching eyelids. Their expressions were dark. Lu Weiyin was indeed Paradise Earth's inheritor. He managed to subdue a fierce immemorial year tiger in one move. Even though he had no attacking methods, this move was unfathomable and made people feel great admiration towards him. Hiss hiss hiss. An immemorial year snake dragged its thick and long body while hissing as it slithered out of the spiral entrance into the battlefield. A third immemorial year beast. This time, be it Lu Weiyin or Xia Cha, their expressions changed. Because this immemorial year snake had the aura of wild immortal goo in it. This immemorial year snake was much more dangerous than the previous 2 immemorial year beasts. And most importantly, at this rate, a 4th or 5th immemorial year beast might appear without much doubt. What formation is this? Xiao Clan's goo immortal shouted, feeling deep pressure. The other rank 7 goo immortals all had heavy hearts. They were no longer as relaxed as before. I'll do it! At the crucial moment, Lu Weiyin stood out again, facing the immemorial year snake. But this time, he was very vigilant. Before he probed what the immortal goo in the immemorial year snake's body were, he was not going to act rashly. Kill! Southern borders goo immortals shouted as they emitted strong killing intent. The year beasts roared as they bore their fangs and claws. The southern border goo immortals whipped up a bloody storm. Countless year beasts died, but without destroying the spiral entrances, year beasts continued to pour into the formation unceasingly. The year beasts kept coming. As the battle continued, southern borders goo immortals felt their conditions slipping as some started to get injured. There are too many year beasts. This formation must have been heavily modified. The year beast numbers far exceed the ones from Feng Jiuji's battle. Lu Hao was secretly shocked. He had some deductions from Heavenly Court, but he did not know how to hand them over. After all, he was not a time path or formation path goo immortal. This damned formation, we must destroy it for a chance of victory. Actually, as long as we destroy a portion of it, we will be able to send out information and get reinforcements from our righteous path allies. The southern border immortals knew how to deal with the situation, but they lacked methods to do so. This year's flow execution formation was deduced by Fan Yuan after his time path attainment level rose. How could it be broken so easily? This time path formation is truly profound. Xia Cha frowned. After finding the first formation core, she could not find the second one. The formation is complete and flawless. My formation path attainment is too low. Maybe I should go all out and make this formation unable to handle the attack. I can create a flaw myself. Xia Cha's killing intent surged. She was Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder, a time path great expert. She was an extremely proud expert. She was getting impatient after Fan Yuan's scheme trapped her here. Lu Wei-yin could sense Xia Cha's intention as he quickly urged, "Don't fall into the demon's trap. Fan Yuan is very devious, even Heavenly Court cannot capture him. Shadow Sect had obtained graceful chaotic dual stage before, even though it was destroyed, many of the immortal goo were left in their hands. If you attack with your full strength, you might fall into Fan Yuan's trap. He would use it against you." Graceful chaotic dual stage's signature method was to seal the enemy's attack and send it back at them. Lu Wei-yin spoke earnestly and wisely. Even Fan Yuan raised his brows. Even though he was not a wisdom path goo immortal, his deductions were accurate. This year's flow execution formation used almost all of Fan Yuan's time path immortal goo. The immortal goo in He Fan's true inheritance were used as the cores, while graceful chaotic dual stage's immortal goo were used to supplement them. Xia Cha listened to him and breathed in deeply. She snorted coldly, and looked towards the immemorial year rooster in the battlefield. The immemorial year rooster was being attacked by a group of southern border immortals. They were all rank 7 and had powerful killer moves. But against the immemorial year rooster, their attacks were simply like light scratches. The immemorial year rooster had rank 8 battle strength. It also had a sturdy body and could not be harmed by the southern border immortals even if they tried. But when Xia Cha's gaze turned to the immemorial year rooster, it felt a strong threat as it raised its head, breaking away from the southern border immortals and charging at her. A mere beast. Xia Cha laughed from anger. Aura of many goo worms burst out of her body, forming into an immortal killer move. A pair of scissors that was jade green in color and large as an elephant flew towards the immemorial year rooster's neck as it clipped. The immemorial year rooster felt no pain. It endured the move that felt like spring. As a warm wind was blowing, the sun was bright. The grass and flowers emitted fragrance that spread to everyone's noses. After a momentary daze, the immemorial year rooster's neck had a deep cut as blood spewed out of it like a fountain. The immemorial year rooster shuddered. Its vicious nature was triggered as it raised its speed, moving towards Xia Cha. Xia Cha did not dodge. Right before the immemorial year rooster hit her, she vanished like a bursting bubble. Next, the jade green scissors flew towards the immemorial year rooster's head again, clipping at its neck. Xia Cha vanished entirely. The immemorial year rooster's attention was lured to the jade green scissors. Both sides fought relentlessly. "This is Xia Cha's spring scissors. It is truly powerful and extraordinary." Fan Yuan, who was hidden, watched the battle closely. Upon seeing this result, the relevant information appeared in his mind. Xia Cha had a set of killer moves, for in total, spring scissors was just one of them. Undeniably, this was a rank 8 offensive killer move. It was extremely sharp and even the immemorial year rooster's sturdy body could not protect it from the sharp scissors. Fan Yuan was secretly envious. This was something he needed the most now. Spectral Soul's true inheritance had rank 8 time path killer moves too, but Fan Yuan lacked the necessary rank 8 immortal goo. Even if he modified them and used rank 6 or 7 immortal goo as replacement, the power could not reach rank 8. Fan Yuan's soul rank 8 time path immortal goo, years flow like water, had several killer moves in He Fan true inheritance that used it as the core. For example, Year Beast Summoning, Unlucky Year and others. Rank 8 Year Beast Summoning could summon immemorial Year Beasts to fight for Fan Yuan. An Unlucky Year that used Years Flow like water as the core could mimic Luck Path's effect using Time Path. But both were not attacks like Spring Scissors. It had an immediate impact in battle. Thus, Fan Yuan could only place his attention on Time Cutting Edge. Caw caw. The immemorial Year Rooster had no wild immortal goo. It could not rival Xia Cha's Spring Scissors. It was injured all over its body as it cried out in pain. Xia Cha had only used one move, but she managed to heavily injure an immemorial Year Beast. It showed how powerful she was. As expected of the person holding the greatest authority in Xia Clan. Such strength is already on the level of Heavenly Court's members. Fan Yuan sighed internally. Seeing that the immemorial Year Rooster was about to die in Xia Cha's hands, the formation activated. the immemorial year rooster vanished on the spot. Submit to me. Behind the scenes, Fan Yuan targeted this weakened immemorial year rooster. As he used his overbearing enslavement path method, the immemorial year rooster had no choice but to lower its head, submitting to Fan Yuan. Thus, Fan Yuan successfully obtained the immemorial year rooster. He helped the year beasts to fight the southern border pursuers while also using the southern border pursuers to weaken the year beasts so he could enslave them. This old method had already been used back in Western Desert when Heavenly Court pursued him. But repetitive methods were not a problem as long as they worked. She was about to kill the immemorial year rooster and obtain all of its rank 8 immortal materials that were worth a fortune, but to think that it would vanish on the spot. Many of Southern Border's Gu immortals scolded angrily while Xia Cha's expression turned dark, but she smiled at once. You finally exposed a flaw, so what if you get a few immemorial year beasts? It turned out that Fan Yuan's formation would not be exposed if he only transported year beasts. But once he moved the immemorial year rooster, the formation would have to be shifted, and that would give Xia Cha an opportunity to learn more about it. As expected, not long after, she found the second formation core and destroyed it. But the Southern Border Immortals' cheering did not last long. After the formation core was destroyed, it turned into a spiral entrance that transported more year beasts inside. How can this be? The Southern Border Immortals were stunned. Chapter 1603. Summer Fan. More and more year beasts entered the battlefield, fighting against the Southern Border Immortals. As time passed, the conditions of the Southern Border Immortals continued to slip unconsciously. They were about to puke from killing these year beasts. It was simply never going to end. The killer moves prepared for Fan Yuan and the cooperation between Gu Immortals were all used on these year beasts. They were truly helpless and tired beyond belief. Year's flow execution formation was made of 3 formations. While the tributary of the River of Time here was huge and had the support of Fan Yuan and the rest, the great power made these immortals feel great pressure. A moment later, even Lu Wei-yin was panting roughly. Not only was he facing 2 immemorial year beasts alone, he was also secretly helping the rank 7 Gu immortals. Whenever one immemorial year beast lost, Fan Yuan would take it away and enslave it. But soon, a new immemorial year beast would be lured into the battlefield. Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha faced huge pressure consistently. The battle was intense. But they still made great progress. During this period of time, Xia Cha found 2 more formation cores and destroyed them. These 2 formation cores did not turn into new spiral entrances. The current year's flow execution formation could only sustain 3 spiral entrances. This was its limit. This intense battle lasted for an entire day. Fan Yuan gained 7 immemorial year beasts, while Xia Cha destroyed 9 formation cores. The entire year's flow execution formation was already shaking. It was no longer as sturdy as before. The time is now. Fan Yuan snickered as he finally acted. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. A sinister hand whipped up eerie winds as it flew out of an ancient year beast's mouth. Tai Chu-zhong was caught off guard. He lost an immortal Gu to this huge hand. My rank 7 edge Gu! He coughed out a mouthful of blood. His killer move failed and the backlash made him heavily injured. However, he felt greater pain from the loss of his rank 7 edge Gu. Fan Yuan had stolen it away. Ha ha ha, not bad at all. It's edge Gu after all. Fan Yuan laughed in happiness. This edge Gu was what he needed now. It was one of the core immortal Gu of the killer move Time Cutting Edge. Friend from Tai Clan, hold on, I will save you! Shan Hu-zhang and the rest saw that Tai Chu-zhong was attacked. They quickly forced their way past the year beasts to reinforce him. Fan Yuan was hidden behind the scenes, laughing to himself coldly. He did not kill Tai Chu-zhong, he wanted their reinforcement. Oh no! This is an ambush! We were tricked! The Southern Border Gu immortals who came to help were all attacked. They were robbed by the great thief ghost hands that stole multiple immortal Gu. Everyone be careful, some of these year beasts are enslaved by Fan Yuan. They are very dangerous. Shan Hu-zhang had no time to mourn over the loss of his immortal Gu. He was sweating from shock as he quickly shouted. If this was the start of the battle and the Southern Border Immortals had their full battle strength, Great Thief Ghost Hand would not be able to get close. But now, they were exhausted and their battle strength fell drastically. Their attentiveness had also fallen. Fan Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was finally usable. Great Thief Ghost Hand was concealed to begin with, while Fan Yuan had schemed and placed many ghost hands inside the ancient year beasts' mouths. The Southern Border Immortals were all extremely alarmed by this and wary. They started to attack more frequently, and stayed guarded. Any year beast that tried to get close would be attacked before they reached. At once, Southern Border's side gained the advantage again. Fan Yuan remained calm, no longer taking overt action. Soon, Southern Border's Gu Immortals experienced a fall in battle strength again. They had fought for too long. They could not sustain that intense offense for long. Fan Yuan waited for his chance before acting again. The Southern Border Gu Immortals were hit again. Multiple immortal Gu were stolen by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could only use one Great Thief Ghost Hand at a time, but inside the year's flow execution formation, he could use the formation to summon 3 at once. It was unlike an immortal battlefield like Purple Star Broken Life where Great Thief Ghost Hand would be suppressed by the environment. This formation space had no Dao marks. Great Thief Ghost Hand would not be strengthened, but it could display its usual power at least. The killer move Unlucky Year had already been used with Year's flow execution formation. Fan Yuan's luck was too dominant. When these Southern Border Gu Immortals had their immortal Gu stolen, most were the cores of their killer moves, or those that Fan Yuan needed. After another round of stealing, several Southern Border Gu Immortals faced the backlash of their killer moves and suffered deep injuries. But regrettably, Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha had impeccable defenses. They destroyed the 2 Great Thief Ghost Hands targeted at them. They even had the energy to help the other rank 7 Gu Immortals, especially Lu Wei-yin. Even without an offensive method, he was extremely skilled at defending the other Gu Immortals. If not for him, there would be Gu Immortals dying already. Fan Yuan did not use Lead Soul into Dream now. Lead Soul into Dream had already been known for a while. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions were guarded against it. And most importantly, if the move activation failed, Fan Yuan would be dragged into the dream. Thus, he had been very careful about using it. Unless he did it like Ying Wu Xie, using the pure dream reality seeker physique to use this move. In that case, even if he failed, there would not be any problems. There were no invincible killer moves. They would gradually get countered. Great Thief Ghost Hand was going to face the same problem eventually, unless Fan Yuan modified it as time passed. But now, Great Thief Ghost Hand had been used far less than Lead Soul into Dream. With the help of the killer move Unlucky Year, the Southern Border Immortals in their poor states were susceptible to Great Thief Ghost Hand, turning this situation towards Fan Yuan's favor. But at this moment, Xia Cha suddenly shouted, "Break!" The winds around her whipped like a storm, lightning crackled, these illusions condensed into a huge fan that she held in her hands. Xia Cha waved her fan as Fan Yuan grunted. His 7 orifices bled as the formation core that he was at broke apart, exposing his location. He was the one controlling the formation and manipulating 3 Great Thief Ghost Hands, while also enslaving immemorial Year Beasts, and arranging the Year Beast army. His remaining thoughts were not enough to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Xia Cha waved towards her left. Bai Ningbing felt a huge threat as she used the killer move Bai Xiang, before shattering from the impact of the killer move. Xia Cha waved towards her right. Lady White Rabbit could not dodge in time. The formation core shattered as her entire body burst into blood and flesh. She died. The battle had suddenly changed. The Southern Border Immortals did not even have the time to cheer in reaction. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. After 3 waves, the year's flow execution formation was about to break. Fan Yuan and the rest were injured. Xia Cha breathed roughly as the dimmed fan in her hands lit up again. If she waved it again, Fan Yuan and the rest would lose for sure. To think that Xia Cha had already deduced the year's flow execution formation so deeply. She could clearly destroy a few more formation cores earlier, but she controlled herself and attacked with a devastating blow at once. If I did not use Great Thief Ghost Hand and threaten them, she might not have used this method. Fan Yuan's heart shook. Xia Cha's performance exceeded the contents of Shadow Sex information. Her time path attainment level was perhaps not just Great Grandmaster. It was possible that she had formation path attainment level 2, but nobody knew about it. How could the foundation of a rank 8 Gu Immortal be so easily exposed? This year's flow execution formation was a true rank 8 Immortal formation. Fan Yuan used it to trap the Southern Border pursuers, including 2 rank 8s, Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha. This was the specialty of formation path. As long as the formation was set up, it could fight against many enemies, and allowed the Gu Immortal to display above average battle strength. But formation path's weakness was that once the formation becomes clear to the enemy, they would destroy it, and that would cause the Gu Immortal controlling it to face huge backlashes. They might even get heavily injured or die. Right now, Fan Yuan was facing this crisis. If the formation broke apart, his injuries would be unimaginable. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal now, it would be very awkward. The reflected damage would go to the goo worms that made the formation, he would basically lose them. The formation space was already breaking apart. The southern border immortals could see the goo worms surrounding them with their naked eyes. Fan Yuan, it is time to die! Lu Hao shouted in excitement. At this moment, he used fixed space immortal goo. Instantly, Fan Yuan got hit and could not use fixed immortal travel in this area. Escape, but even if you run to the river of time, I can kill you there. Xia Chao waved her fan as she smiled proudly. Escape? Why would I escape? Even in this desperate situation, Fan Yuan's eyes shone with an eerie light. The southern border immortals were stunned. At the next moment, the ancient year beasts around them turned stiff as rocks. Dream realms swept out like huge gusts of wind from their bodies, quickly covering the area. The southern border immortals were shocked. They tried to dodge. Even Xia Chao's eyelids were twitching. She quickly waved her fan. But this powerful immortal killer move was useless and completely ineffective against the dream realms. Some tried to escape in a panic, but the formation had not broken apart yet. The immortals were still trapped in this immortal formation. The dream realms quickly closed up as Xia Cha, Lu Weiyin, and the rest were trapped, before it extended to the surroundings and started to corrode the year's flow execution formation. Soon, the entire year's flow execution formation was submerged by dream realms. It lost its use immediately. The noisy battlefield turned silent all of a sudden. Even those year beasts were affected by the dream realms and fell asleep. This is the power of Dream Path! Fairy Miaoyin gasped in amazement. No wonder almost all forces want to explore and research on the dream realm. Bai Ningbing recovered already. In Bai Xiang form, she could regenerate with even a tiny fragment. It was a pity that Lady White Rabbit had died in this battle. One skill to dominate the world. Dream Path was a brand new path. It was like Theft Path, Transformation Path, and Luck Path back then. When they were first created, they were nearly unstoppable. During this period of time, existing paths were unlikely to have measures that could counter or resist it. Chapter 1604. Captives. The mountains were filled with lush forests, the sky was clear and cloudless. A strange light suddenly made its appearance. It then dimmed and turned into a strange tall man. This person had a pair of thin white brows that extended towards the outer sides of his face. The pair of eyes under the snowy brows were closed. He was dressed in white clothes that was not stained by even a single speck of dust. The robe as well his skin and hair all released a faint trace of radiance. This radiance was not glaring, but made him appear divine. This person was Jun Xinguang, a rank 8 Gu immortal who cultivated Light Path, and was a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects in Central Continent. He had recently been recruited into Heavenly Court by Fairy Ziwei. Lu Hao disappeared here. Jun Xinguang's eyes were closed, but he seemed to be able to see the outside world clearly. Shortly, he found many traces of battle. This does not look good for Lu Hao. There was definitely a fierce battle here. Unfortunately, Lu Hao did not even send any request for reinforcements. Was it an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield? Jun Xinguang frowned with a heavy expression. Lu Hao was a spy of Heavenly Court put in Southern Borders forces with the help of Wu Clan. He held fixed space immortal Gu which specially targeted Fan Yuan's fixed immortal travel. As for Jun Xinguang, he was backup arranged by Fairy Ziwei. If Southern Borders Gu immortals fought Fan Yuan and made him escape with heavy injuries, Jun Xinguang, who specialized in tracking methods, would be Fan Yuan's fatal assassin. The Southern Border team who is chasing after Fan Yuan consists of experts from their respective clans. Most of them are rank 7 experts. They can preserve their lives even when facing an immemorial desolate beast. Tai Clan's Tai Chuzhong had impressive battle achievements in the current Southern Border Gu immortal world, and was known as Great Sir Tai. When he made his debut, he had captured and killed over 10 demonic path Gu immortals. Southern Border's demonic immortals trembled at his name. Shang Clan's Shang Huzhang cultivated Transformation Path and Wood Path, and had methods to make the two paths not conflict with each other, much like Thunder Ghost True Monarch. His methods were complex and comprehensive. He was a peak rank 7 expert of Shang Clan. Yang Clan's Yan Ku was one of the peak representative experts of Soul Path in Southern Borders Gu immortal world. He had once destroyed the nest of a herd of ancient desolate beasts by himself, and had successfully escaped from the pursuit of an immemorial desolate beast. These rank 7 Gu immortals could be said to be elites of Southern Borders Gu immortal world. Any one of them was a trump card expert of their force. Not to mention this group also has the current Paradise Earth inheritor Lu Wei-yin, as well as Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Cha. These two did not need to be explained, they were both rank 8 Gu immortals. Jun Xinguang heaved a deep sigh. It was because of this grand team that Jun Xinguang had been at ease. Even if they fought Fan Yuan, Jun Xinguang would have enough time to quietly sneak closer. Jun Xinguang had been wary of Lu Wei-yin's and Xia Chao's methods, being worried they would discover him and create a misunderstanding. So he had been following from far behind without daring to come closer. 2 rank 8s as well as several rank 7 experts, they had all done enough preparation and had all kinds of methods to target Fan Yuan, yet they still lost. And this was not just a loss, it was a complete defeat. Jun Xinguang repeatedly shook his head. Fan Yuan should have made use of dream realms. Soon, his gaze landed on the only small dream realm in the battlefield, becoming even more certain of his guess. Besides using dream realms, Fan Yuan's other methods, no matter how much incisive they are, cannot create such a result. Just as Jun Xinguang was carefully inspecting the battlefield, he suddenly looked towards the south. There was no one in the boundless clear sky. But in Jun Xinguang's investigative range, an immortal Gu house was rushing over. Jun Xinguang did not need to identify the aura to know that these were southern border natives. The immortal Gu house was extremely fast, but it would still take a short while to reach here. Jun Xinguang knew he had to use this time to quickly leave this place. Because this immortal Gu house had a great reputation and southern border Gu immortals had many strange investigative killer moves, if they discovered Jun Xinguang, there was definitely going to be a misunderstanding. Not long after Jun Xinguang disappeared, the immortal Gu house arrived. This immortal Gu house was not glorious or grand, and looked just like a bamboo building from outside. This bamboo building had 2 stories, made entirely out of bamboo. There were even bamboo leaves growing on the bamboos, drops of dew were dripping down from the leaves, green as jade. It was the awe-inspiring rank 8 immortal Gu house, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong had used this immortal Gu house to retaliate and firmly stabilize Wu Clan's position as the number 1 force. The bamboo building's entrance opened from which a rank 8 Gu immortal flew out. This person was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, but had a well-built body. His sharp eyebrows were slightly raised, giving him a dark and hazy aura. But his actions were full of a mighty prestige that no one could neglect. He was Wu Yong, Wu Clan's current first Supreme Elder. Another person flew out right after Wu Yong. This person was old but energetic. He had deep, dark eyes and his cheekbones were protruding out. He also emitted rank 8 aura. He was Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder Qi Chuyu. With the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals at the lead, several rank 7 Gu immortals rushed out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. They came from various clans, and every one of them had an anxious expression. They disappeared here. The Ba clan Gu immortal's expression was dark. Quickly investigate what happened here. My clan cannot reach our first Supreme Elder. Xia clan's Gu immortals were extremely anxious. Thereupon, all kinds of investigative killer moves were thrown out in succession, and in just a while, this place had been completely searched over dozens of times. Every person, including the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, had a steely expression. It looks like there was a tributary of the River of Time here. There was also a time path immortal level formation. The group rushed here then fought a very fierce battle. What is up with this dream realm? Someone saw that remaining small dream realm left behind by Fan Yuan. Like Jun Xinguang before, southern border immortals' gaze was quickly attracted to this dream realm. Besides this dream realm, all other traces were removed by Fan Yuan, the remaining ones had no value. The only clue was this dream realm. Be careful. The southern border immortals gradually separated and encircled this small dream realm. This dream realm is continuously shrinking. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Shortly, the other immortals also noticed that the dream realm was indeed shrinking and quite rapidly at that. After a while, several Gu worms fell out of the shrinking dream realm. Southern border Gu immortals quickly caught and carefully inspected them. They found that these Gu worms were wild information path mortal Gu. Then they discovered that there were actually some messages left within these information path mortal Gu. The contents of the messages were simple, but it made the expressions of the southern border immortals rapidly change to that of extreme shock. Friends of southern border, I am notifying you that your clansmen are in my, Fan Yuan's, hands. If you want to redeem them, please wait for my message. This. One person was tongue-tied, His whole body started trembling as he stammered while pointing at the information path mortal goo in his hand. Blatant lies! How can this be possible? Our organized team was actually captured by Fang Yuan? Humph! Someone fiercely shook their head, repeatedly denying this. This must be a huge fraud. But none of us can contact any of those clansmen. Someone retorted. The southern border goo immortals fell into dead silence. They were so still that they looked like human-shaped statues from afar. Wind blew, soft air blew the sleeves of the immortals. Chi Chu Yu's white beard slightly shook in the wind. Wu Yong's expression was ashen. He closed his eyes heavily, and only after a long time, he opened them slowly. No matter how unimaginable it was, the truth was right in front of them. And the truth forced them to accept this cruel fact. Southern Border's righteous path brought in many people to organize a troop of experts to specially chase and kill Fang Yuan. But not only were they unable to kill Fang Yuan, they were instead taken captive by Fang Yuan. Slap! This was like a fierce slap at these Southern Border's righteous path goo immortals' faces. The slap stupefied them, while their cheeks started swelling rapidly. When we discovered we were unable to contact Xia Cha and the rest, we hurriedly assembled a team and came to reinforce them. Altogether it has only been a few hours. Lord Qi, do you think this is because of a time path formation? Wu Yong suddenly broke the silence, his voice slightly hoarse. His words were vague, but others understood what Wu Yong's meaning was. Chi Chu Yu slowly nodded, saying in a heavy voice. We have already deduced the strength of Fan Yuan and Shadow Sect members. We even evaluated them carefully. Based on the battle strength of Xia Cha and the rest, it is impossible for them to be taken captive by Fan Yuan in such a short period of time. There is indeed a time path formation here. It is shockingly complex, being at rank 8 level, far beyond ordinary. Chi Chu Yu was a formation path great grandmaster who was able to set up an immortal formation by using just the Dao marks in the natural environment. Fan Yuan had cleaned up the battlefield, but it would not be possible for all the Dao marks to be cleaned in such a short period of time. So there were still a large amount of time path Dao marks remaining in the battlefield. Based on the movement and number of these time path Dao marks, Chi Chu Yu was certain a time path formation had been set up in this place. Wu Yong nodded his head slightly. That's right. Lu Wei Yin and Xia Cha are both rank 8 immortals. It is not easy to restrain these two unless it was a rank 9 immortal battlefield, either that or a rank 8 level immortal formation. We rushed over, although we appeared quickly. A long period of time might have gone by in this time path formation. A Shang Clan Gu immortal spoke at this time. I remember that in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Heavenly Court had exposed a formation of Fan Yuan that can be set up in a tributary of the River of Time to lure a huge amount of your beasts to fight. Many Gu immortals' expressions became dark upon hearing these words. Chapter 1605. Imprisoning the Hostages. An approximate outline of the truth had manifested in the Southern Border immortals' minds. Among these year beasts, there are likely to be immemorial year beasts, and not in a small number too. Fang Yuan indeed has the ability to battle the pursuing team with these year beasts. Moreover, this demon Fang Yuan has inherited Shadow Sect. He has countless true inheritances. Constructing a time path formation that can trap our clansmen is within his capabilities. Chi Chu Yu paused here before continuing with a frown. It is just that I still don't understand some things. If it was an immortal aperture which had been placed and hidden into one spot, it is normal for others to be unable to sense it. But can a time path formation be hidden so well? Both Xia Cha and Lu Wei Yin were unable to sense it. Time path formations were not that good at concealment, unlike phantom path, space path, or theft path. Xia Cha and the rest were trapped in the formation, and had to battle with immemorial year beasts before finally being taken captive because of the dream realms. This could be understood. However, the most unusual thing was at the very start. They actually did not discover and even directly rushed into Fan Yuan's trap. Even Chi Chu Yu, a formation path great grandmaster, was bewildered. It was not that time path formations could not be concealed, it was just extremely difficult to conceal them to this degree. It would be much more difficult than space path, theft path, phantom path, or other paths. Chi Chu Yu had never heard of such a time path immortal formation that could be concealed to such a degree that even two rank 8 Gu immortals could not sense it. The dream realm has dissipated. Wait a second, there is a person inside! Someone exclaimed. Right at this time, the dream realm's transformation broke the Southern Border immortals' thoughts. This small dream realm that was left in the battlefield actually contained a person. Soon, this person's appearance was revealed. he was Lu Weiyin. He was holding his arms across his chest, his eyes were shut as if he was in a deep sleep, unmoving like a statue. But following the dream realm's dissipation, he soon opened his eyes and regained clarity. You! Lu Weiyin's expression changed slightly when he saw Wu Yong and the rest. He then looked at his surroundings and blurted out, "Oh no! Lord Lu Weiyin, please explain what in the world happened to all of you." "Right. Did my clan's Gu immortals really fall into Fan Yuan's hands? Wait a second, we cannot be sure of his identity yet." The situation instantly became noisy from the discussions between the southern border immortals. "Let's first verify his identity. Fan Yuan has familiar face and also has methods to quickly escape from dream realms," Wu Yong said. Chi Chuyu was silent, but his body moved slightly, trapping Lu Weiyin with Wu Yong in the front and him at the back. Lu Weiyin was slightly stunned before nodding. "Go ahead." The southern border immortals had unique inspection methods. And for safety purposes, these methods were not limited to just one kind, they were complicated and varied. After a while, the expressions of Wu Yong and the rest softened a little. Lu Weiyin verified his identity. He was the real deal and not Fan Yuan's disguise. Lu Weiyin then quickly informed them of what he encountered. After the southern border Gu immortals learned of the information, their expressions became incomparably ashen, once again falling into deathly silence. Lu Weiyin shook his head and sighed. "I am ashamed, I don't have any offensive methods and could only watch the situation happen. If I did not possess special methods that can protect me in dream realms, I might also have fallen into Fan Yuan's hands. Forget it for now, let's return first." Wu Yong took a deep glance at Lu Weiyin, then his sleeves waved as he entered clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Not long after the southern border Gu immortals left, a strange light shot towards the area, turning into Heavenly Court's Jun Xinguang. Jun Xinguang inspected the traces in the battlefield and frowned after a while, mumbling. "This time path formation is extremely mysterious. Looking at the traces of the Dao marks, there are no Dao marks of phantom path, space path, or theft path. It is not a combined immortal formation, and is purely a time path immortal formation, but it actually concealed itself to the extent where Xia Cha and Lu Weiyin could not sense it. Rank 8 Gu immortals had deep foundation. Xia Cha had plentiful methods as the first supreme elder of the super force Xia clan. And Lu Weiyin was an inheritor of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Neither of them actually sensed this grand formation, causing the group of southern border Gu immortals to fall into the trap. Jun Xinguang checked several times, confirming there were indeed no other clues. He then turned into a strange light that quickly disappeared. Sovereign Blessed Land. A large castle-like formation that was letting out silver radiance suddenly floated in mini-green heaven. Fan Yuan's time path clone as well as shadow sect immortals were surrounding this immortal formation, paying close attention to the captives inside. Most of these captives were the southern border immortals whom Fan Yuan had ambushed and captured. Shan Hu Zhang, Tai Chu Zhong, Yang Ku, and so on were experts of rank 7. Right now, they were firmly locked up, their eyes were closed as they were trapped in dream realms. The strongest captive was the rank 8 Gu immortal Xia Cha, who was given utmost attention by Fan Yuan. An extremely dense dream realm surrounded and fluctuated around her. Pure will would be worn down when they fell into dream realms, but they would immediately recover if they escaped the dream realm. But the soul was different. Even if they were taken out of the dream realm, they would still be trapped in the dream for a certain period of time. It would be as if they were struck by the killer move leads soul into dream. It was because of this crucial point that Fan Yuan could capture these southern border Gu immortals and move them into his sovereign immortal aperture. In this present time, the old immortal killer moves had no effect on dream realms. Even immortal Gu houses like Bay Pavilion and Heaven Overseeing Tower started disintegrating when they fell into dream realms. To be in a dream realm for Gu immortals was to be in dire straits. But Fan Yuan had an extraordinary method, that was the pure dream reality seeker physique. Fan Yuan had the immortal killer move pure dream reality seeker transformation, which he used to transform the dream realms in his sovereign immortal aperture into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. He then used these temporary dream path clones to enter the dream realms and take out the southern border Gu immortals, locking them up inside the sovereign immortal aperture. He then turned the dream realms in the battlefield to pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and successfully retrieved them. Finally, he hurriedly cleaned the battlefield, not leaving behind any clues before he left. So when Jun Xinguang and Southern Borders immortals arrived, they saw such a scene. The time path clone's brows slightly furrowed. Although we are using the dream realm to imprison these goo immortals, there is a huge risk. If any one of them wakes up and causes havoc in my sovereign immortal aperture, it will really be a great loss. To goo immortals, the immortal aperture was an important resource area as well as the foundation of their cultivation. The hidden risk in imprisoning these goo immortals here was really huge. Once skilled to dominate the world, most goo immortals are helpless against dream realms currently. Even rank 8 goo immortals can meet their calamity in dream realm. But just in case, I need to grab this time to take out these goo immortals' goo worms and resources. Then I will use soul path methods to separate their souls and bodies, only then will the situation be safe. Fan Yuan thought of Lu Weiyin. This person was trapped in a dream realm, but when a pure dream reality seeker physique body went to take him out, it actually lost its way and was unable to approach him. Being able to show effect in a dream realm, this was clearly a dream path method. Recalling a past event, Fan Yuan had been ambushed by Lu Weiyin and had gone through 3 lifetimes. That was also a dream path method. Lu Weiyin was not only an inheritor of Paradise Earth, he was also moving forward with the era, and held at least 2 dream path methods, almost similar to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's dream path methods were only unravel dream, lead soul into dream, and switch soul in dream. It was because of this that Fan Yuan gave up on capturing Lu Weiyin. Even if he could take him away, Fan Yuan did not dare to take the risk. Who knew if he had some other dream path methods? In case he woke up in the sovereign immortal aperture, that would truly be an example of luring a wolf into one's house, without any way of expelling it. Sigh, I really did not expect there to be a day where these high and mighty goo immortals would become our prisoners. Fairy Miao Yin sighed with emotions. Although she was one of the famous fairies of Southern Border, she was a lone cultivator, and had suffered a lot at the hands of Southern Border's righteous path. She had deep resentment towards these famed experts of Southern Border's righteous path. Such a pity that Sister White Rabbit died. Sigh. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was truly mournful. When she joined Shadow Sect, she had become very close with Lady White Rabbit, because she liked the latter's straightforwardness. Lady White Rabbit had inherited the Black Tigress' true inheritance, and would turn into Black Tigress when faced with life-threatening danger. Her cultivation would also soar to rank 7. Regretfully, she faced Xia Cha's direct attack using Immortal Killer move Summer Fan. She simply did not have time to react, and died immediately. Fan Yuan was powerless to help. Man as before was only a rank 6 immortal goo and had no hope for success against such an injury. Even Fan Yuan's main body was heavily injured at the moment. It was Bai Ningbing instead who had no injuries. At the crucial moment, she turned into Bai Xiang. Although it was shattered into pieces, Bai Xiang could resurrect with just a small fragment. This move had once shaken Southern Border, renowned as the White Terror that had shrouded the whole of Southern Border's goo immortal world. Its profundity was that it could remove all harmful down marks along with most of the body, then revive with just a tiny fragment. However, Bai Ningbing's current expression did not look good. She looked at the trapped Southern Border immortals, thinking to herself, even if I use Bai Xiang, I will still be trapped in the dream realm with no strength to resist. Strange, Fan Yuan actually did not use such a method to deal with me. He already has methods to resolve the alliance agreement on him, if I were him. Bai Ningbing felt a huge pressure. After all, she was not a Shadow Sect member, and moreover, she was currently in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, which was the same as being in someone else's headquarters. The stronger Fan Yuan's strength and methods, the greater the pressure on Bai Ningbing. All right, Ing Wuxie, you shall remain here. I have lent you the goo worms. In the next few days, you will be in charge of guarding this place. If anything abnormal occurs, use a pure dream reality seeker physique body to activate lead soul into dream to continue putting these Southern Border goo immortals to sleep. Formation Spirit, guard this place properly. If the dream realm moves and endangers the formation, inform me immediately. Fan Yuan's time path clone issued 2 commands. Yes, sect leader. Understood, master. Supervision should be sufficient enough with Ing Wuxie and the Formation Spirit. Fan Yuan was able to put his heart at ease slightly. Chapter 1606. Spring, Summer, Autumn, Winter. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time, several days later, Fan Yuan's time path clone once again went in front of the Immortal Formation in mini green heaven. Be careful, I am going to start. The time path clone said solemnly. Okay. The Formation Spirit materialized, nodding its head. There was a goo immortal standing to the side. He was Ing Wuxie, looking tense at this moment. A pure dream reality seeker physique body entered the dream realm. Not long later, it grabbed Xia Cha's foot and dragged her out. The whole process was done cautiously. Xia Cha was still in a deep sleep, she showed no abnormal movements. Even though Fan Yuan was using a pure dream reality seeker physique clone, he only dared to drag out half of this rank 8 Gu Immortal's body. Xia Cha's upper half was still inside the dream realm, while the lower half was exposed outside the dream realm. The crucial immortal aperture was near her stomach area, so it was okay to do this. Next, it was the turn of Fan Yuan's main body. He had already prepared for a while. Activating Immortal Killer Move Great Thief Ghost Hand immediately. The eerie Great Thief Ghost Hand slowly flew towards Xia Cha's immortal aperture. However, before it could touch her, wisps of Dao marks shined on her body. This was a passive time path method. Even if Xia Cha was deep in sleep, it could automatically activate. This defensive method could show no effect in the dream realm. But Fan Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand also was useless in dream realms. Only by dragging Xia Cha outside the dream realm could Fan Yuan steal her immortal goo. Fan Yuan was not even the slightest bit surprised at seeing the Great Thief Ghost Hand being obstructed. He had been making attempts since a few days back, and this was not the first time. This time path defensive move was indeed troublesome, but with his time path attainment level and using the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan had already deduced a way to get rid of it. Thereupon, Fan Yuan activated another killer move. The killer move showed remarkable effect. The Dao Mark's light on Xia Cha's body dimmed immediately. The Great Thief Ghost Hand successfully disappeared into her immortal aperture. Fortunately, Xia Cha's defensive method is not as remarkable as the people of Heavenly Court. It is probably a temporary arrangement to deal with my Great Thief Ghost Hand, which is why I was able to resolve this move within a short period of time. This time path defensive move was only a rank 7 move. Fan Yuan used his time path immortal goo along with many mortal goo to form a killer move that could get rid of it. In the ambush against southern borders pursuing forces using the time path formation, the important time path immortal goo were not damaged, but almost all the mortal goo as well as multiple rank 6 time path immortal goo were destroyed. This is rather damaging to my plan in the River of Time. Let's see what I can obtain from Xia Cha's body. Fan Yuan was full of anticipation. Soon after, his expression suddenly changed as the Great Thief Ghost Hand flew over unsteadily. It was now clenched into a fist. There seemed to be something inside that was struggling to break free. Fan Yuan was not surprised, but happy to see this. Ingwu Xie, who had a rough understanding of Great Thief Ghost Hand, blurted out in joy. Awesome! Stealing a rank 8 immortal goo at the very first attempt. At this time, however, the formation spirit spoke. Master, there seems to be some disturbance in Xia Cha's soul. Fan Yuan's time path clone immediately turned heavy, quickly controlling the pure dream reality seeker physique body to drag Xia Cha back into the dream realm. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stopped beside Xia Cha and observed for a good while. It only returned after seeing Xia Cha stabilize and continue to be in deep sleep. Ordinary goo immortals would become unstable if only half their body was in dream realm. They would show indications of waking up from the dream, but it would take a long while. Seemingly because Xia Cha cultivated time path, this time period seemed to have greatly shortened for her. Fan Yuan had sensed this back when he moved her into the sovereign immortal aperture. Back then, Shadow Sector mortals had broken out in cold sweat. Only after resolving Xia Cha's situation did Fan Yuan and the rest inspect what immortal goo the Great Thief Ghost Hand had stolen. This immortal goo was struggling fiercely, but Great Thief Ghost Hand borrowed the power of rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. Previously it had stolen Soul Beast token, so stealing rank 8 immortal goo was completely within its capability. Adding on Fan Yuan's plentiful methods, refining it was a done deal with no surprise. After taking a while, Fan Yuan successfully refined this goo. This goo worm was a milky white silkworm, the size of an adult's index finger. It only had the weight of a chicken egg, and was tender to the touch like an infant's cheeks. There was a small green leaf growing on its head, which looked like a mulberry leaf. Interestingly, when the silkworm curled up its body, the mulberry leaf wrapped around its whole body. The dense aura of the goo worm reflected its extraordinary identity at all times, rank 8 time path immortal goo. But as for what immortal goo it was, Fan Yuan was not certain. He could only guess. This is probably the rank 8 time path immortal goo spring. If spring goo was used alone, it could bring the season of spring to an area. Ice and snow would melt, warm wind would blow, and new sprouts would grow. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine goo. Using goo was a deep and profound topic. When one obtains an unknown immortal goo, it needed to be constantly probed and tested to deduce its ability. This aspect often had unmeasurable danger. After Fan Yuan refined this immortal goo, he was not in a hurry to examine it, because he had more reliable ways to obtain the correct answer. This answer was in Xia Cha's body. As long as he searched her soul, Fan Yuan would not only obtain this immortal goo's status and its usage, he could even understand the spring scissors killer move which she had used. Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to search her soul as well. Xia Cha's soul was protected by her body, and it would not be easy to search her soul with her rank 8 cultivation. Fan Yuan had a strict plan. He planned to first extract Xia Cha's soul, separating it from her body before targeting the soul. Extracting Xia Cha's soul was also a troublesome matter, and would need Fan Yuan to prepare for some time. Moreover, before this, Fan Yuan needed to first steal all the goo worms in Xia Cha's immortal aperture. Fan Yuan continued to deal with Xia Cha the same way. The second time, Great Thief Ghost Hand only stole a rank 5 mortal goo, a huge contrast with the first time. Looks like Unlucky Year's effect has already disappeared. The difference between my luck and Xia Cha's luck has been reduced by a lot. Fan Yuan quickly understood the reason. For rank 8 goo immortals to have their accomplishments, they themselves represented extraordinary luck, and might also have methods to increase their luck. Fan Yuan relied on his incomplete luck path true inheritance to possess luck that was higher than ordinary rank 8 goo immortals. But this could not possess a great threat to a person like Feng Jiuge, let alone Feng Jinhuang. After Fan Yuan was clear of the reason, he continued to use Unlucky Year on Xia Cha while frequently using Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal her immortal goo. Over 10 days passed by in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time. Fan Yuan had obtained a large amount of mortal goo as well as Xia Cha's 4 immortal goo. These 4 immortal goo formed a complete set: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Spring goo was like a white silkworm with a mulberry leaf on its head. Summer goo was like a black mosquito the size of a palm, but it had 3 pairs of thin wings, and shined with multicolored lights when it flew. Autumn goo was like a dark red cricket carved from precious and ancient wood. Its cry was extremely loud and resounding. Winter goo was a gray pupa that emitted bursts of cold air. Spring goo and summer goo were rank 8, while autumn goo and winter goo were rank 7. After Fan Yuan stole these 4 immortal goo, he repeatedly used Great Thief Ghost Hand but could only steal mortal goo. Thus, he conjectured Xia Cha likely only had these 4 immortal goo. This was similar to He Fan's situation. He Fan also had few immortal goo. Back then, Fan Yuan had only obtained rank 8 years flow like water along with rank 7 year goo and after goo. Although Xia Cha had 2 rank 8 immortal goo, He Fan's years flow like water goo brought enormous benefits. Possessing it meant becoming the number 1 giant of year goo business in the whole world. All of a sudden, Fan Yuan gained 4 more immortal goo. They were all of Time Path, 2 rank 8 and 2 rank 7. This addition greatly filled the huge demand Fan Yuan had in this aspect. But he still had to soul search Xia Cha to know how to use them. The moment he obtained these immortal goo, the pressure on him greatly dissipated. Without immortal goo, even if Xia Cha accidentally woke up, she would be like a tiger without claws, with extremely low strength. The primary task was to take out the immortal goo of all the goo immortal captives. Second was to extract their souls, separating their soul and body. Besides the soul, the body could also be controlled by wills. Several wills left casually in the immortal aperture could temporarily substitute the soul to control the body. Only then would Fan Yuan make a move on their immortal apertures. However, Fan Yuan had to slow down the task of stealing immortal goo. His immortal essence was running out. It was already showing signs of depletion before, and in recent times, he had set up an immortal formation, fought a huge battle, then set up another immortal formation after returning to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, while also repeatedly using Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation, Great Thief Ghost Hand, and other killer moves. Fan Yuan's immortal essence reserves had already fallen to a dangerous level. The year goo business was doing dismally in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even his drag-a-fish business was unable to support his enormous expenditure. Danghun Mountain was still recovering. However, this did not go beyond Fan Yuan's control. He sneered. It is time for those southern border forces to bleed. It was definitely going to be a fun time ahead. Not only was he going to extort immortal essence stones, Fan Yuan was going to extort large amounts of resources to raise and feed his newly obtained immortal goo. Without cultivation resources, how could he get stronger? Get stronger, my ass. There was a good saying, kill and rob to earn wealth. Killing, extorting, pillaging and burning were the hallmarks of the demonic path. Chapter 1607. 1,000,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Southern Border. Yanshou Mountain. Xia Clan's headquarters, Jianwen Blessed Land. Inside the Blessed Land, there were many mortal goo houses forming into a magnificent scene of an unbroken range of palace halls. In the central hall, Xia Feiquai was moving on the ground in a hurry. He was a rank 7 goo immortal who cultivated light path. He had extraordinary battle strength, only slightly weaker than Wu Clan's Wu Yu Bo. Because of cultivating a certain immortal killer move, his nature became impatient. Fan Yuan had once fought him and set an agreement of 5 years in the disguise of Wu Yihai. Now that Fan Yuan's identity was revealed and had rank 8 battle strength, Xia Feiquai had naturally thrown this 5 years agreement to the back of his mind. Where did this news come from? Xia Feiquai quickly moved while asking. Beside him was a featherman made with rank 5 cultivation. Xia Clan raised a large group of featherman slaves. Feathermen were the highest in quantity in Jianwen Blessed Land. This featherman maid was not an ordinary slave, she was one of the stewardesses of this hall, and knew a lot of information. Xia Feiquai was aware he would know everything when he entered the central hall, but he could not wait, impatiently asking this featherman maid. The featherman maid quickly replied. It came half a day ago from Treasure Yellow Heaven. That demon Fan Yuan took the initiative to contact us. He sent an information path goo worm to my purple spiritual light stall in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The goo worm had a ransom note. Purple spiritual light was a rank 7 immortal material. It was not gathered from White Heaven, but originated from deep underground ores. This was Xia Clan's #1 source of revenue. Xia Clan possessed the most amount of purple spiritual stone lodes in the 5 regions, so they firmly held dominance over this business. Although any goo immortals could casually change their identities for transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven to prevent others from discovering them, it was more profitable for a force like Xia Clan to maintain their identity, establishing their reputation and creating their signature products. So Xia Clan's stall had an explicit identity, and Fan Yuan found it easily. Humph! His guts are greater than heaven, to think he would actually dare to extort my grand Xia Clan. Xia Feiquai was extremely furious. The featherman maid did not dare to say anything, obsequiously accompanying him to the hall entrance before stopping. She did not have the qualifications to enter. The hall entrance was already open, the main seat was empty. It was usually occupied by Xia Cha or her will. And in the top seat in the left row was Xia Clan's second supreme elder Xia Zhao. He was slightly fat, he had a steady temperament, he cultivated earth path, and was currently Xia Clan's main backbone. Sitting opposite Xia Zhao, in the top seat in the right row was Xia Clan's third supreme elder, Xia Qingyuan. He was similarly an earth path goo immortal. Besides them, the other seats were already occupied by the main bodies or wills of Xia Lu Pei, Xia Qing Tsang, Xia Zhuemo, Xia Fan and other goo immortals. Only Xia Feiquai was missing. No need to stand on ceremony, take your seat, Xia Zhao said in a deep voice. Xia Feiquai restrained his temperament, nodding his head before quietly taking his seat. An information path mortal goo was handed to Xia Feiquai from the left seat. Xia Zhao looked at everyone. Since everyone is here, let's begin the discussion. Xia Feiquai sent his divine sense into the goo worm. This information path mortal goo was the ransom note sent by Fan Yuan. There were only a few words in the ransom note, but it was concise and comprehensive. However, there was an image attached at the end that showed the scene of Xia Cha trapped in sovereign immortal aperture. Xia Feiquai's anger flared up when he finished browsing the information, almost crushing this information path mortal goo in anger. This scoundrel Fan Yuan is a heinous criminal, he should be damned to death. We have to kill him! Xia Feiquai shouted with a fierce expression. Xia Clan's other goo immortals did not respond, they looked ashen and had unsightly expressions as they maintained their silence. The hall was filled with a heavy and stifling atmosphere. Besides anger, these people felt incredulous. The Grand Xia Clan, a superforce, actually had a day where they were blackmailed by one demonic path goo immortal. What shocked them the most was Xia Cha, the Grand First Supreme Elder, the authoritative figure of Xia Clan and a rank 8 existence. She not only failed to capture Fan Yuan, but was instead taken captive alive by him. Yes, Fan Yuan indeed had outstanding battle strength that could rival rank 8. The Xia Clan goo immortals had viewed the video where he had pummeled Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But so what? Defeating a rank 8 Gu immortal and capturing a rank 8 were two different concepts. The difficulty level was as massive as the gap between heaven and earth. Xia clan immortals had never expected such a result. Even now, most of them still felt dazed as if they were dreaming. The truth was really unimaginable. Fan Yuan, a rank 7 Gu immortal, had captured a rank 8 along with a dozen rank 7 Gu immortal experts. Almost all these rank 7 Gu immortals were the trump card battle strengths of their respective clans. Each of them possessed unique methods, and in the absence of rank 8, there were major factors that could influence the whole of Southern Border's situation and dominate an area. Southern Border's righteous path had been resolute in capturing Fan Yuan, so they had established such a powerful team. But now, these people were all taken captive by Fan Yuan. Compared to other clans, Xia clan's situation was the most pressing. Because what they had lost was not a rank 7 Gu immortal, but their clan's only rank 8. This was no longer just a matter of a decrease in their prestige, but something that directly shook their foundation. In this world where the strong were respected, a person's safety could affect the whole situation. Xia Cha played an irreplaceable role in Xia clan. I did not convene you all to make you stare anxiously. This is a critical juncture for the clan. We are in an extremely dangerous situation. At this time, we need to unite and get through this difficulty. Xia Zhao spoke while looking at the silent immortals. When the situation had occurred, every Xia clan Gu immortal was stupefied. Xia Zhao was not an exception. Over these days, as the second Supreme Elder, he had been facing the greatest pressure. When the ransom note finally came, his heart instead eased slightly. You have all seen that mortal Gu. Fan Yuan is demanding 1 million immortal essence stones. What are your thoughts on this? Xia Zhao said. After a while of silence, Xia clan's third Supreme Elder intentionally coughed before saying, 1 million immortal essence stones is not a small amount, but it is not big either. Our Xia clan can afford it. But what I am concerned about is this message only mentioned his demand, and did not mention anything about handing over Lady Xia Cha. The other immortals nodded at this. Xia Fei Kuai's brows rose up in agitation, blurting out, how about we inform the other clans? We are being extorted. They are probably facing the same situation as well. Xia Lu Pei glanced at Xia Fei Kuai with a sneer, not speaking. Xia Fei Kuai was furious, glaring at him. What do you want to say? Just say it. Xia Lu Pei was a rank 7 Gu immortal who cultivated Wisdom Path. Moreover, he had a powerful Wisdom Path attainment, and was a top expert at deductions in the present Southern Border. He sneered. How can we rely on outsiders? Right now, they are eager to see us lose our first Supreme Elder. Since you realize that Demon Fan Yuan is not extorting just us, then have you heard the other clans' responses? Have you seen them trying to contact us? Xia Fei Kuai was silent. Xia clan had suddenly lost its rank 8 pillar, which immediately made it seem like it occupied an excessive number of territories and resources. This situation was much more dangerous than that of Wu clan before. Back then, Wu clan still had Wu Yong, a rank 8 Gu immortal, but under repeated schemes of Shadow Sect, he had been trapped in a difficult situation, besieged from all sides, almost unable to make a turnaround. Southern Border was filled with many individual forces. There were always internal conflicts and contradictions between righteous path forces. Wu clan had occupied the throne of the number 1 force for a long time, but still did not have the ability to lead the whole situation. So as far as Xia clan was concerned, they absolutely could not lose Xia Cha. When Fan Yuan's will once again went up to the purple spiritual light stall, he received 1 million immortal essence stones from Xia clan. We need to talk. Xia Zhao personally received Fan Yuan, his divine sense fluctuating constantly. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, not refusing. All right. But I am in a hurry right now. Whatever you want to say, use an information path Gu worm to send it to this stall. Please wait a second, listen to me. Xia Zhao wanted to press Fan Yuan to stay, but Fan Yuan's will directly left. Xia Zhao was furious but also helpless. He could only look as Fan Yuan's will left, his heart feeling extremely heavy. Chapter 1608. The Trick to Extortion. It was obvious what Fan Yuan was busy with. Having the Southern Border immortals in his hands, Fan Yuan had firm hold of the initiative and occupied huge dominance. He had such invaluable hostages in hand, he could extort however he wanted. But Fan Yuan was cautious and did not overdo it. He only extorted 3 clans at first. Xia clan was undeniably the main target. First Supreme Elder Xia Cha was Xia Clan's only rank 8 Gu immortal. She was Xia Clan's foundational pillar, an extremely important person. Xia Clan simply could not lose her, or else the whole clan's force would shrink by 70 to 80%. Yi Clan was the second. Because the Yi Clan Gu immortal Fan Yuan had taken captive was Yi Yang. This Space Path Gu immortal was the strongest rank 7 expert of Yi Clan, and everyone was optimistic of him having the qualifications to enter rank 8. More importantly, he was blood related to Yi Clan's first Supreme Elder, and was a successor of the clan being nurtured by the first Supreme Elder. In Fan Yuan's first life of 500 years, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, there were endless internal conflicts in southern border. Yi Yang was schemed against and fell into Shan Clan's hands. Yi Clan's first Supreme Elder had not hesitated to pay an enormous price to bring back Yi Yang. So Fan Yuan was rather expectant of Yi Clan's ransom. Finally, the third was Qi Clan. Fan Yuan's Qi Clan Gu immortal captive was Qi Clan's second Supreme Elder, which was a very important position. Adding on that Qi Chuyu had transacted with Fan Yuan previously, obtaining Dream Path research gains, it was natural for Qi Clan to compromise. Fan Yuan was deeply aware of the human mindset. His first extortion targets was not Wu Clan, who hated him deeply, nor Tai Clan, who deeply detested the demonic path. As long as these 3 clans gave in, it would be much easier for Fan Yuan to extort other southern border righteous path forces. After all, with these precedents, the righteous path would not be so tough in their stance anymore. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Green Heaven, at the immortal formation. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. The Ghost Hand entered Yi Yang's immortal aperture and returned with a rank 7 immortal Gu. Ing Wu Xia and the formation spirit looked on quietly from the side with impassive expressions. They were no longer surprised by this sight. Because in this period of time, Fan Yuan had already looted a huge amount of immortal Gu. Moreover, he had even looted Xia Cha's 2 rank 8 immortal Gu, spring and summer. With such sensational gains, the remaining loot looked mild in comparison. Fan Yuan had constructed another immortal formation to refine these immortal Gu. This immortal formation used Wisdom Refinement Formation as the foundation along with many Wisdom Path immortal Gu to form a completely new version. Wisdom Refinement Formation was constructed by using the light of wisdom along with woman's heart and unravel mystery to refine other immortal Gu. If there was the other person's will, the effect would become even more outstanding. Fan Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to help him refine the immortal Gu he had obtained from Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, including Changed Soul immortal Gu, which had been of the utmost significance in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. At present, Fan Yuan still used the light of wisdom as the core. The brand new Wisdom Refinement Formation was even more powerful. Wisdom Gu was a rank 9 Gu, so it was truly easy to suppress those rank 7 immortal Gu. Moreover, with the large improvement in Fan Yuan's formation path and wisdom path methods, the Wisdom Refinement Formation's effect became even more remarkable. After a while, Fan Yuan finished refining the newly stolen immortal Gu. This was a space path immortal Gu that looked like a blue jade sphere with a pair of snow-white wings. Fan Yuan recognized this Gu. It was called Space Travel and had a remarkable movement ability. Shadow Sex True Inheritances had relevant records. For instance, this Gu was initially captured from the body of an immemorial desolate beast level Pegasus. Fan Yuan stored this Space Travel Gu. He did not cultivate Space Path and had ordinary attainment in it. Moreover, he did not have many Space Path Dao marks. However, he had too many true inheritances, countless immortal killer moves and immortal Gu recipes. He did not lack methods to make use of immortal Gu. By now, he had already stolen most of the immortal Gu of the southern border Gu immortal captives. As for the issue of the shortage of immortal essence, it was already solved. Xia Clan's 1 million immortal essence stones were like a waterfall descending from a heavenly river and pouring on this parched land. 1 million immortal essence stones meant 1 million beads of green grape immortal essence, which was equivalent to 10,000 beads of red date immortal essence. This amount had already far surpassed Fan Yuan's highest record of red date immortal essence. Fan Yuan continued to use Great Thief Ghost Hand, but he was not able to take out any more immortal Gu from Yi Yang's body. Thereupon, he threw this person back into Dream Realm, and dragged out another person. It was Qi Clan's second Supreme Elder, an Earth Path rank 7 Gu immortal. Fan Yuan made a move on him without hesitation. He was going to take out immortal Gu of all these southern border Gu immortals and store them in his pockets. As for the people, he would have to release some of them. Extortion or blackmailing could be seen as a form of transaction, whereas long as the seller was powerful enough, the buyer could only remain helpless. And in a transaction, buyers and sellers needed to pay attention to reputation. If he did not release some hostages, why would Southern Border's Righteous Path believe Fan Yuan? How could he continue his extortion plan to gain huge benefits? Fan Yuan intended to first release Qi Clan's second supreme elder, and Yi Clan's Yi Yang. He had done transactions with Qi Clan previously after all, and he also intended to support Qi Clan in the future, to resist Heavenly Court. Naturally, he was definitely going to extort these two clans to the limit. Despite it being difficult to raise a Gu immortal, a hostage's price was fixed and limited. These Righteous Path forces could stay in power until now. They were not fools. If Fan Yuan's demands were too much and exceeded the value of these Gu immortals, or the acceptable price that these clansmen were willing to pay, they would not do this unreasonable transaction. All in all, extortion was a skill. Several days later, another batch of immortal essence stones was obtained. That was Yi Clan's first ransom, 1,200,000 immortal essence stones. Comparing value, Yi Yang could not compare to Xia Cha, but Yi Clan had a lot of wealth, at least richer than Xia Clan. So they had much more immortal essence stones reserved in their hands. A super force's immortal essence stones reserve was more or less around 1 million immortal essence stones. So Fan Yuan first extorted immortal essence stones, not only because he himself was in shortage of it, the more important reason was that other forces could totally take that sum out. Although it was not without a level of difficulty, the difficulty was small. First make them give in, then continue to extort them more harshly, making them bleed little by little. Fan Yuan was well versed in the ways of extortion. It is just that although I captured Southern Border immortals, I did not receive any response from Heavenly Court. What did Heavenly Court prepare in the River of Time? Fan Yuan could not help but think. He constructed Year's Flow execution formation mainly to deal with the Southern Border immortals, but it was also to lure Heavenly Court into making a move. If Heavenly Court had laid an ambush and saw the commotion there, they could have followed the tributary of the River of Time to pincer attack Fan Yuan. But from the start to finish, Fan Yuan did not see Heavenly Court's ambush. Fan Yuan's scheme was fruitless in this regard, leaving him with even more wariness and suspicion. Chapter 1609. 3 Plans? Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Red Heaven. Fan Yuan's time path clone immediately attracted the attention of countless year beasts the moment he appeared. Howl! Roar! Growl! Countless year beasts roared and snarled as they pounced upon Fan Yuan. Large numbers of ancient desolate beasts shoved the desolate level year beasts to the side as they looked at Fan Yuan with a thirsty expression. But a moment later, an immemorial year rooster flew over gallantly and spiritedly. The desolate level year beasts and ancient desolate beasts in its path quickly and chaotically moved aside. The immemorial year rooster arrived before Fan Yuan's time path clone and lowered its head, displaying a tamed look. Fan Yuan smiled as he stroked the immemorial year rooster's bright red crown, then he waved his sleeve, scattering countless mortal year goo. The immemorial year rooster squawked as it opened its beak wide, creating a powerful attractive force that absorbed most of the year goo into its stomach. Only a few year goos scattered in the surroundings, which was immediately fought over by the surrounding ancient year beasts. The immemorial year rooster had a great meal but was still not satisfied. It looked at Fan Yuan's time path clone with shining eyes. Fan Yuan repeatedly waved his sleeve. Countless year goo were scattered like the crushed pebbles on a beach, forming a rain of year goo. This time, there was a portion for everyone. The year beasts immediately fell into frenzied joy. After a good while, every year beast including the immemorial year rooster had their fill. Their impatience because of hunger had disappeared, resuming a lethargic state as they lay down on white clouds to rest. Fan Yuan's time path clone gazed around, nodded and flew away. In Mini Red Heaven, there were 7 year beast communities like this one. This was already the 3rd community Fan Yuan fed. There were already a lot of year beasts being raised in Sovereign Immortal Aperture, and not long ago, Fan Yuan had used Year's Flow execution formation to ruthlessly plot against Southern Border Righteous Path. Besides capturing the group of Southern Border Immortals, his greatest battle spoils were the year beasts he had subdued in the battle. These year beasts were of high quality. They were at least of desolate level year. There was a large amount of ancient year beasts, as well as 7 immemorial year beasts. Originally, Fan Yuan's soul foundation was only enough for him to enslave 1 or 2 immemorial year beasts. But now, his soul cultivation had made rapid breakthroughs. Although it was decreasing recently, the remaining soul foundation was enough to enslave 7 immemorial year beasts without a problem. A noteworthy thing was there were 3 immemorial year roosters among these 7 immemorial year beasts. The other 4 immemorial year beasts were tiger, dragon, rabbit, and horse. In the river of time, at every set interval of time, a certain kind of immemorial year beast would be more common than others. This recent period of time was clearly a prosperous time for immemorial year roosters. However, even though Fan Yuan had 7 immemorial year beasts, when comparing individual strength, they were all weaker than his immemorial year monkey. Unfortunately, that immemorial year monkey had already died in battle. Of course, if all the 7 immemorial year beasts combined their strength, they were much fiercer than one immemorial year monkey. There was a clear difference between the strength of different immemorial year beasts. This was like the difference between rank 8 Gu immortals. Fan Yuan fed these year beasts while thinking. The food expenditure has soared by dozens of times with the addition of these year beasts. If not for the immortal essence stones extorted this time, I might not have been able to feed them. The higher the rank of the year beasts, the larger their appetite. And the food of year beasts was year Gu. Fan Yuan used rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water to refine countless mortal year Gu, barely filling the bellies of these year beasts. And activating years flow like water immortal Gu spent Fan Yuan's red date immortal essence. Fan Yuan's immortal essence expenditure in feeding year beasts was not small even before. Now, with the addition of so many year beasts and 7 immemorial year beasts, feeding them had already taken the largest share of Fan Yuan's expenditures. Currently, Danghun Mountain has already been restored by 80%. Guts Gu's production is no longer a terrible sight, it has become just passable. When Danghun Mountain is completely restored, the year beasts will become the new burden. Fan Yuan had to feed year beasts every set interval of time. Refining year Gu through years flow like water was already the most economical method, but it still amounted to a huge expenditure. Moreover, Fan Yuan needed to raise these year beasts to deal with the future battle in the River of Time, so he had to resolve the issue of feeding them. Actually, this issue was not only regarding the year beasts, but also eagle groups. Fan Yuan had previously enslaved the upper extreme heavenly eagle, purchasing a large amount of eagle beasts. The feeding of these eagle beasts was also a burden. If he wanted to make them self-sufficient and truly integrate them into sovereign immortal Aperture's world, he would have to spend a huge amount of energy and capital to build a complete food chain. Big fish eats small fish, and small fish eats shrimps. Creating a proper food chain was also a form of deep research and understanding of the heavenly Tao by the Gu immortal. But compared to eagle groups, your beast scale was much larger, so its feeding issue needed to be prioritized. And because of the year beast's characteristics, building a complete food chain for them was much easier. Fan Yuan, who had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Langya's true inheritance, and so on, had methods to solve it. Currently, he could select from 3 plans. The first plan was to construct a year essence pool. This was a resource point, and could also be seen as a mini river of time. Its effect was to imitate the environment of the River of Time, providing a place for year beasts to survive, reside, and procreate. The year essence pool's size could be large or small, and was classified into rank 6, rank 7, rank 8, and rank 9 levels. The advantage of this plan was it saved space. At the same time, as the year beasts lived here, it would produce a certain amount of year Gu. When managed for a long time, it could even produce other wild time path Gu worms, even giving birth to day Gu, month Gu, and so on, finally forming a micro river of time. Its disadvantage was the cost was absurdly high. Just the creation of a rank 6 year essence pool was an enormous sum. In terms of immortal essence stones, it was in the millions. And a rank 7 year essence pool was even more exaggerated, requiring many rare immortal materials which had no supply in the market. Rank 6 level year essence pool could still be constructed if one was wealthy enough, but the rank 7 year essence pool was not something that could be solved with just immortal essence stones. As for Fan Yuan, he needed a rank 8 year essence pool to contain the 7 immemorial year beasts. The second plan was Golden Age Platform. This was a rather special rank 7 time path immortal Gu house, because it was fixed in place and could not move freely like most of the other immortal Gu houses. Once it was constructed, Golden Age Platform would transform into a bright moon that would float to the sky of the blessed land, constantly rising and setting. Golden Age Platform could store a large amount of year beasts, and even put them into deep sleep. Like this, their food requirement would fall sharply. This plan's advantage was that Golden Age Platform could extract year beast strength for its use, and did not require Fan Yuan to expend his immortal essence. In peaceful times, this meant Fan Yuan was fully using year beasts, and not just freely feeding them. This plan's disadvantages were very obvious. First, constructing this rank 7 immortal goo house required a lot of time path immortal goo. But Fan Yuan needed these time path immortal goo to protect himself. Secondly, Golden Age platform's position had to be fixed so it could automatically operate on its own inside the immortal aperture. So even if it was constructed, it would be of no help to Fan Yuan when fighting in River of Time. It itself was also not proficient in offensive methods. Thirdly, this immortal goo house spent the year beast's strength. If it wantonly extracted their strength, the year beasts could die and their time path Dao marks would also be destroyed, making their corpses be of no value. Finally, when the year beasts are awakened, they would need far more food than normal to fill their appetite. The third plan was 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. 12 Zodiac Battle Formation was constructed by using 12 different species of immemorial year beasts as cores. This formation was specialized in offense, completely different from Golden Age platform. And although it was a large formation, it could be moved. Because its cores were 12 immemorial year beasts, during inactive times, these immemorial year beasts could be sealed, becoming like statues, unmoving and not requiring food. But during battle, the seal would be released, they would form into the battle formation and attack the enemy. Evidently, this large formation that used immemorial year beasts as cores was not a present-age goo formation, but an ancient battle formation. Like Green City Rampage or Heavenly Giant Solar, the difference was that these two used goo immortals as the cores, while this 12 Zodiac Battle Formation used immemorial year beasts as the cores. This plan's advantage was that it truly saved feeding expenditure. But the disadvantage was it only used immemorial year beasts. Fan Yuan would be unable to construct 12 Zodiac Battle Formation if he used ancient year beasts or desolate level year beasts. However, to do this, Fan Yuan needed to search for even more immemorial year beasts. Moreover, these immemorial year beasts had to be of different species. This gathering task not only looked at strength but also luck, its difficulty was high, and also took a very long time. Fan Yuan considered it deeply before deciding to choose the first plan. Although the first plan needed the highest investment, it brought the largest benefits as well. With my capital, if I want to construct a rank 8 level year essence pool, my finance will probably fall into a dangerous state before I can construct even 30% of it. Fan Yuan was actually very affluent, but most of his resources like Reverse Flow River could not be sold. Moreover, he still needed to deal with external pressure from forces like Heavenly Court. He needed to look at all aspects, and could not just spend all his assets on a year essence pool, without regard for anything else. But now is the best time for me to construct a year essence pool. Xiao Clan, you want to negotiate with me? First, send 3 portions of Spiral Dawn Light. Fan Yuan threw an information path mortal goo to Xiao Clan's stall. Soon Xiao Clan's response came. Fan Yuan, my clan does produce Spiral Dawn Light, but the production ground is inside First Supreme Elder's immortal aperture. There is none left in the clan's storage. Fan Yuan was slightly dazed. This reply was beyond his expectations, but he sent a reply with a cold smile. How could I not know this? Send 3 portions, no, send 10 portions of Spiral Dawn Light, and I will take it as your clan's sincerity, then we can talk. Or else. But Spiral Dawn Light are extremely rare, there is no supply even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. 3 portions is okay, but 10, where would we find that much? I don't care. That is your issue, not mine. Fan Yuan left a cruel reply. Chapter 1610. Incomplete form of goo as before. Shang Clan. 150 kilograms of 8 parts jade, I want it within 3 days at the latest. Fan Yuan demanded strongly. Shang Clan's immortal looked quite unsightly. 8 parts jade is a rank 8 immortal material. Treasure Yellow Heaven usually has transactions of only up to 5 kilograms. It is difficult for my clan to bring out so many at once. I believe in your great clan's strength. Who does not know that Shang Clan is the richest force of southern border? Fan Yuan sneered. No matter how Shang Clan negotiated, the conditions did not change. Ba Clan. Where is my 7 treasures water? Fan Yuan urged. Ba Clan's immortal quickly responded. We have already gathered the 7 treasures water. We can trade the goods for person at the same time. Ha! Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Good, good. To express my sincerity, I might as well hand over a batch first. What is this? Ba Clan's goo immortal was shocked and furious. You don't recognize it? This is the arm of your clan's goo immortal. Fan Yuan's voice was slow and unperturbed. Fan Yuan! What is the meaning of this? Humph! You want to take back your clan's goo immortal with just some 7 treasures water? It won't be that easy, right? Or are you taking me for a fool? If you don't satisfy me, I will simply kill him. Oh, that's right, I will be sure to record the process of killing him and display it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Or maybe I can sell this person to Wu Clan? He, ha ha ha. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Ba Clan's goo immortal almost grinded his teeth into pieces. After a good while, Ba Clan goo immortal squeezed out his words through clenched teeth. Fan Yuan. We can talk this through. Sure, we can talk, that is not a problem. First, hand over the 7 treasures water to display your Ba Clan's sincerity. With all due respect, your clan wants to overthrow Wu Clan to become the #1 force of Southern Border. How could you be so petty? Wu Clan is not hesitating to pay any price for an external Supreme Elder. Meanwhile, your Ba Clan's goo immortal is your own bloodline descendant. Can you watch him die? What does your first Supreme Elder think? Can you truly be so cold and unfeeling? Fan Yuan's each word was piercing, causing the Ba Clan goo immortal to be pale and furious, but also helpless. Luo Clan, Ho Clan, Chai Clan. These were Fan Yuan's second wave of extortion targets. As for Tai Clan, Wu Clan and others, he did not make a move on them yet. Fan Yuan mentioned all kinds of demands to these clans. He naturally encountered resistance during the extortion, but Fan Yuan had hostages in his hands, and with his location being extremely secretive, unable to be deduced, he firmly held the initiative. Southern Border's righteous path was helpless, and could only bitterly satisfy Fan Yuan's demands. Among them, Xia Clan's sincerity was the highest. Those 10 portions of Spiral Dawn Light were the first to end up in Fan Yuan's hands. Despite Xia Clan's goo immortal shouting about how difficult it had been to gather these Spiral Dawn Light, Fan Yuan knew how robust these superforces' foundation was. Satisfying his demands were within their capabilities, it was just that the difficulty was a little high. Spiral Dawn Light, 8 parts jade, 7 treasures water. These immortal materials were either rank 8 materials or rank 7, but with high quantity. All these materials were successively sent to Fan Yuan. Soon, Fan Yuan had most of the required immortal materials to construct your essence pool. This efficiency was truly shocking. If Fan Yuan had to gather these himself, he would need to spend at least a dozen years under the situation that he was lucky. Fan Yuan's foundation was deep, but in terms of accumulating immortal materials, he was completely unable to compare to these superforces that had thousands, and even tens of thousands of years of history. Naturally, the immortal materials Fan Yuan requested were not just for constructing your essence pool. Many of the immortal materials were in the preparation for immortal goo refinement. At this moment, the Time Path clone arrived in front of an immortal formation. This is the last time. After this plunder, none of these Southern Border goo immortals will have any immortal goo left. Southern Border's righteous path had 13 super clans: Wu Clan, Ba Clan, Shan Clan, Tai Clan, Ho Clan, Luo Clan, Qiao Clan, Chai Clan, Xia Clan, Yi Clan, Qi Clan, Yang Clan, and Yao Clan. Fan Yuan could battle rank 8. If they could kill Fan Yuan, every clan would profit. So each clan had mobilized one of their goo immortal experts with at least rank 7 cultivation and peak battle strength. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder had personally set to the task of leading these experts to prevent any internal conflicts. Each of these goo immortal experts had at least 2 to 3 immortal goo. Some had 4 or 5 immortal goo like Xia Cha. On average, each had 3. Fan Yuan had not finished looting, but the total amount of immortal goo he had accumulated from them already broke the count of 100. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Looking at a pure dream reality seeker physique body drag out Yang Ku from the dream realm, Fan Yuan immediately got to work. A rank 7 immortal goo was looted. Fan Yuan was immediately exulted. It was Soul Search Immortal Goo. This Soul Search Immortal Goo was a rank 7 goo which would be helpful to Fan Yuan in searching their souls. But this goo can only be considered icing on the cake. Even without Soul Search Immortal Goo, I can use other Soul Path Immortal Goo to create a Soul Search Immortal Killer Move. Just that, this process will be much more convenient with this Immortal Goo. It would be better if I had gotten Devour's Soul Immortal Goo instead of this Soul Search. Shadow Sect had once possessed Devour's Soul Immortal Goo. If Fan Yuan had it at this moment, it would be much easier for him to extract these Southern Border goo immortal souls out of their body. His current methods required him to go through a lot of trouble for this. Yang Ku had 3 Soul Path Immortal Goo altogether. There was no Devour Soul Gu among the next two Gu, regretfully. The final person was Wu Clan's Lu Hao. This person had a method to restrain my fixed immortal travel. Let me take a good look at you. Fan Yuan repeatedly activated his killer move, finally stealing an immortal Gu after a while. Fan Yuan was stunned. This immortal Gu directly self-destructed the moment it was taken out of the immortal aperture. What is this situation? Cold light flickered within Fan Yuan's eyes. He continued to steal, but he could only take out remnant parts of Gu worms. Be it immortal Gu or mortal Gu, they had self-detonated following the first immortal Gu. Fan Yuan carefully distinguished these Gu worms' parts, and soon discovered this was a clever refinement path method. As long as one of these Gu worms left the immortal aperture, every Gu would self-detonate simultaneously. There is actually such a method? This refinement path method is nothing ordinary, it is absolutely at the level of long-hair ancestor. Looks like this Gu immortal being recruited by Wu Clan is not simple, he is very likely to be a person of heavenly court. Fan Yuan immediately deduced the truth. There were 3 great experts of refinement path in the Gu immortal history, they were all supreme grandmasters. Besides long-hair ancestor from the medieval antiquity era, there were old eccentric Tian Nan from remote antiquity era, and old immortal Kong Ju from olden antiquity era. And these 2 were humans, most of their true inheritances were collected by heavenly court. Fan Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated Wu Clan, so he was extremely clear about Wu Clan's foundation. Wu Clan did not have such a refinement path method. Fan Yuan's expression was slightly dark. This method was beyond his expectation, catching him off guard and causing him slight losses. At the same time, he also realized, I had intended to use Year's flow execution formation to lure and expose Heavenly Court's arrangement in the River of Time. But I had not expected Heavenly Court to infiltrate into Southern Border's team to hunt me down. Dangerous. Based on Fairy Ziwei's methods, she would not have just sent this person, she definitely arranged more backup plans. Fortunately, I left quickly back then and did not waste time on Lu Weiyin. Wu Clan is Southern Border's #1 righteous path force, but it was actually so easily infiltrated by Heavenly Court? This is not so simple, mostly likely, Wu Yong brought in Heavenly Court to deal with me. He is indeed a formidable character, unafraid of this matter being exposed and violating a taboo of Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's thoughts turned as he once again casted his gaze at the immortal Gu carcasses in his hand. Gu as before. He softly mumbled. Gu as before was a concept he had envisioned before. He had thought about it because of man as before and landscape as before. When a Gu worm was injured or destroyed, using Gu as before could restore them to their previous state. However, although this concept sounded good, the deeper one researched into it, the more they realized how impractical it was. Mortal Gu had Dao marks, immortal Gu were the fragments of the great Dao. To restore them, Gu as before's might and level had to far surpass the target. This alone signified that Gu as before would not be as practical as man as before and landscape as before. Not to mention the tremendous difficulty in using it. But now, Fan Yuan could almost see a trace of Gu as before in these Gu worm carcasses. These Gu worms are clearly of space path, but refinement path Dao marks have been added, which when activated, would destroy them. Since refinement path was specialized in refining Gu, it was naturally also proficient in destroying Gu worms. Maybe these Gu worm carcasses have more value to me than the stolen immortal Gu. A sharp light flashed past Fan Yuan's eyes. In the ambush before, Lu Hao had used fixed space immortal Gu to restrain Fan Yuan's fixed immortal travel. Heavenly Court adopted such a contingency measure not just because they did not want fixed space immortal Gu to land in Fan Yuan's hand. In fact, there were many methods other than fixed space immortal Gu to restrain fixed immortal travel. On the contrary, I might be able to find clues from these Gu worm carcasses to refine Gu as before immortal Gu. Fan Yuan carefully stored these Gu worm carcasses. In this case, there was a lot to learn and research upon. Naturally, the better method was to directly refer to Heavenly Court's methods and inheritance. But this possibility was practically impossible for Fan Yuan. I have absorbed the long-hair true meaning, my refinement path attainment has reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. But in the history of refinement path, there are still 2 other monumental figures equal to long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju. Most of these 2's inheritances have definitely been pocketed by Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. He could clearly see the opportunity to refine Gu as before, but Heavenly Court was like a heavenly moat obstructing Fan Yuan's path. Chapter 16:11. Ziwei's Unease. Heavenly Court. Countless halls shined with splendor. Inside a hall, as Fairy Ziwei slowly opened her eyes, a purple light flashed past her beautiful eyes. She frowned slightly. Her tone was free and natural as she mumbled, "Fixed space immortal goo has self-detonated." After Fairy Ziwei grasped Star Constellation chessboard, she had become one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts of the present goo immortal world. This time, she sent Lu Hao and Jun Shenguan to deal with Fan Yuan. How could she not have prepared for Fan Yuan's great thief ghost hand? Becoming wiser through learning from mistakes, because Fan Yuan had stolen fixed immortal travel from Feng Jiuge right under Fairy Ziwei's eyes, she was not going to commit the same mistake twice. Yuan Qiongdu. Fairy Ziwei contacted this newly recruited rank 8 goo immortal. "Lady Ziwei." Yuan Qiongdu immediately responded. "Go refine fixed space goo." Fairy Ziwei instructed lightly. Yuan Qiongdu's expression immediately changed. It was him who had added the refinement path down marks on fixed space goo and the others, thus he knew the approximate situation. Fairy Ziwei's words no doubt meant that Lu Hao's situation was likely to be bad. Lu Hao and Yuan Qiongdu came from the same ancient sect. Yuan Qiongdu hesitated a moment before asking, "Lady Ziwei, Lu Hao. He is most likely taken captive by Fan Yuan, but I would rather he was killed by Fan Yuan." Fairy Ziwei's tone was indifferent, astonishingly similar to Fan Yuan's cruel extortion of southern border righteous path. Yuan Qiongdu was stunned, before quickly realizing. Fairy Ziwei's words did not mean she hated Lu Hao and wanted Lu Hao to die. Instead, if Lu Hao was taken captive, it meant that other southern border immortals were also taken captive by Fan Yuan. But if Fan Yuan killed Lu Hao, the other southern border immortals would likely not be an exception. With this, there would be a deep-seated hatred between Fan Yuan and the southern border righteous path. There would be no possibility for them to compromise or cooperate. Southern border had suffered disastrous losses in the Battle of Yitian Mountain as well as the Battle of Dream Realm. If their elite team was killed by Fan Yuan, their foundation would be truly damaged. Their overall strength would fall to the bottom among the 5 regions. When the 5 regions' chaotic war starts and regional walls disappear, Central Continent would be able to attack Southern Border first. Southern Border could be devoured by Central Continent easily, and with 2 regions, Central Continent's originally high strength would immediately surpass the remaining 3 regions, gaining a huge dominance. The situation would also change. They would not be in an awkward situation of being besieged by 4 regions. Compared to this grand situation, how significant was the sacrifice of a mere rank 7 goo immortal like Lu Hao? After realizing this, Yuan Qiongdu's shock vanished as he left. "I will go refine fixed space goo." Yuan Qiongdu had already made sufficient preparations. He was a rank 8 goo immortal, and with the help of Heavenly Court's grand refinement path formation, it was practically a certain matter for him to refine fixed space immortal goo and the other goo. However, there was still uneasiness in Fairy Ziwei's heart. For Wisdom Path goo immortals, such a feeling was like a premonition. Wisdom Path had 3 elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. To other goo immortals, the rise, change, and disappearance of emotions may be their own joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure. But it had a different meaning for Wisdom Path goo immortals. Did I miscalculate? What is it that is making me feel this uneasy? Fairy Ziwei's mind was heavy, as she began to deduce while holding Star Constellation chessboard. After a good while, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a trace of doubt. The result of the deduction was the same as before. Fan Yuan could successfully ambush them because of the crucial starting step that let him lure southern border immortals into his time path formation. This is not his own accomplishment, it is a time path formation Shadow Sect had set up long ago near the tributary of the River of Time using natural Dao marks. Fan Yuan had formation path Grandmaster attainment. He had to use immortal materials to set up immortal formations. Only when one reaches formation path Great Grandmaster level could they set up an immortal formation using just the natural Dao marks in the outside world. Shadow Sect naturally did not lack such experts, and had long ago set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time, while heavily concealing this tributary of the River of Time. Although such an immortal formation created from natural Dao marks did not need to use immortal goo, it had its disadvantages. The main disadvantage was that according to the composition and arrangement of the natural Dao marks and other specific circumstances, the time path formations that could be set up were different. When goo immortals set up this kind of immortal formation, Not only did they need to have their own ideas, but also think according to the local condition. Time path down marks of another area would not be able to set up such extremely concealed time path formation. Thus, Fan Yuan could not replicate the terrifying success of ambushing the southern border immortals. Fairy Ziwei had paid a huge price along with crucial clues from Jun Xinguang to make this deduction. Without the immortal formation's confinement, even if Fan Yuan detonated pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, the dream realm's expansion speed is not fast. The Gu immortals could easily escape. Were he to use an immortal battlefield, unless it is a dream path battlefield, battlefields of other paths would be the first to be corroded by the dream realm and crumble apart. So Fan Yuan's dream realm battle tactic does not possess much threat. So why am I feeling uneasy? Could it be Spectral Soul? Thinking of this, Fairy Ziwei left the hall and moved towards a certain area of Heavenly Court. Spectral Soul was here. Dang Hun Mountain's self-detonation had given him the opportunity to use the soul path down marks to recover and resist. But Heavenly Court had never lacked methods. When Fairy Ziwei reached this place, a grand immortal formation had already been constructed and was operating while producing a buzzing noise. This enormous immortal formation was like a huge mill that constantly destroyed the soul path down marks here. Spectral Soul, you are still thinking of putting up a resistance? A pity for you. The soul path down marks beside you are going to be completely ground down in another 3 days. Your action is only a brief dying struggle. Fairy Ziwei entered the formation and sneered at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was like a stone, giving no response. Purple light erupted in Fairy Ziwei's eyes, and the star constellation chessboard in her hands also let out a dense blue light that constantly scanned the whole immortal formation as well as Spectral Soul. After inspecting a few times, she was sure there was nothing odd about Spectral Soul and that he had no concealed methods to resist. There is no issue with Spectral Soul. Looks like my unease did not come from here. Then where did it come from? Wait, could it be? Fairy Ziwei's expression suddenly changed when she left the immortal formation, as she thought of a person. She immediately set off with no hesitation, personally moving out of Heavenly Court and arriving in a certain nameless valley in Central Continent. The valley was lush and green, and had a waterfall. Duke Long had built a cavern beside the waterfall, wholeheartedly teaching and guarding Feng Jin Huang. Feng Jin Huang. If someone could make Fairy Ziwei feel unease, it was probably this great dream seed. The waterfall crashed down, roaring and creating dense fog. A dense dream realm could be seen before which young Feng Jin Huang was sitting with closed eyes on a giant rock. Her skin was white as snow, her demeanor graceful and dignified. A Gu immortal whose aura was extremely constrained, with a pair of spiral dragon horns on his forehead and a well-built body, was quietly standing to the side like a giant pillar, observing Feng Jin Huang. Senior Duke Long. Fairy Ziwei quietly approached and bowed in greeting. Duke Long nodded, raising his hands slightly, signaling Fairy Ziwei to maintain silence. At the next moment, Feng Jin Huang suddenly opened her eyes, letting out a soft sound like the cry of a baby phoenix. She then lightly pointed her index finger at the dream realm and activated a killer move. Whoosh! A soft sound resonated, white light shot into the dream realm. The dream realm suddenly froze, then with a shattering noise, like the breaking of a mirror, it completely crumbled apart, scattering everywhere. I have succeeded in learning Break Dream! Feng Jin Huang raised her arms, exclaiming in joy. Duke Long nodded with a satisfied expression. Fairy Ziwei's eyes involuntarily revealed her shock. Feng Jin Huang's progress in Dream Path was far beyond her expectation. Any killer moves of old paths, even if they were of rank 9 levels, or even if they were rank 9 immortal Gu houses, were like stones thrown into a sea in a dream realm, unable to do anything to the dream realm. But who could have thought Feng Jin Huang's mortal killer move, Break Dream, could actually be effective against the dream realm? Huang Er, you have trained for almost a day now, go take a rest. Duke Long looked at Feng Jin Huang amiably. There was no trace of his terrifying might when he had rampaged through the battlefield and captured Spectral Soul. Yes, master. Feng Jin Huang knew Fairy Ziwei and Duke Long had things to discuss, so she obediently left. After Feng Jin Huang had gone far, and when only he and Fairy Ziwei remained, Duke Long spoke. What is the reason for you to come here? It is just that I have been feeling uneasy, but cannot find the reason, Fairy Ziwei said truthfully. Duke Long immediately frowned. With your wisdom path attainment, a feeling of unease is a huge matter, but you cannot find its cause? Fairy Ziwei nodded. I have deduced Fan Yuan and also checked Spectral Soul, but still could not let go of this unease, so I came here to take a look. Duke Long smiled. Since you're here, what do you think of this place? Fairy Ziwei also smiled. I was too anxious. With Senior Duke Long's teachings, Feng Jin Huang's progress is really beyond imagination. Duke Long shook his head. I don't have any foundation in Dream Path. Huanya was able to have such accomplishments all because of her own aptitude and intelligence. I am only looking after her, to prevent any accidents in her cultivation. Fairy Ziwei's eyes brightened, praising sincerely. This child is truly the hope for Heavenly Court to unite the 5 regions. Duke Long nodded his head as light flickered in his eyes. I know where your unease is coming from. Oh? Please clear up my doubts, Lord Duke Long. My wisdom path attainment is immeasurably lower than yours, but there are only a few possible sources of unease after all. Since it is not Fan Yuan, Spectral Soul, or Feng Jin Huang, then that only leaves Red Lotus. Red Lotus Demon Venerable! Fairy Ziwei's eyes immediately brightened. You are talking about Red Lotus True Inheritance? 3 Demon Venerables attacked Heavenly Court, but only Red Lotus Demon Venerable almost destroyed Fate Immortal Gu. Even outsiders could realize the unresigned nature of Red Lotus, possibly, through the true inheritance left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He wanted the inheritor to completely destroy Fate Immortal Gu. How is the progress in searching for Red Lotus True Inheritance? Duke Long asked. Fairy Ziwei said. Present and past pavilion has been in the River of Time all along. As long as Fan Yuan enters, we will definitely know. Eternal Yacht is almost completed and will enter the River of Time after a few days to search for Red Lotus True Inheritance together with present and past pavilion. I still plan to construct 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform and Shark Flow Lever. With these 4-time Path Immortal Gu houses, no matter how much Fan Yuan has grown, he will completely fail in front of this impassable barrier. Chapter 16:12. Successfully constructing the Year Essence Pool. A dreamlike wisp of dawn rays, bright and fresh, was constantly rotating above the palm of Fan Yuan's time path clone. In Fan Yuan's surroundings, Ing Wu Xie and the rest were already prepared and ready. Let's start, Fan Yuan said. Auras of goo worms suddenly rose from his body as his immortal essence expended rapidly. The rank 8 immortal material spiral dawn light suddenly exploded, covering the surrounding 100 li. Almost at the same time, Ing Wu Xie and the rest set to work, confining this spiral dawn light and not letting it spread farther. Spiral dawn light was extremely stretchable, it expanded over the surroundings. Although its luster was no longer as transparent as a water wave, Fan Yuan could still feel the slight wind from the spirals at the central area. Fan Yuan saw that the Shadow Sect Immortals had already stabilized the situation, and took out the second portion of spiral dawn light, using it similarly. Lumps of spiral dawn light erupted, dyeing the surrounding 100 li with illusory shadows that constantly flickered. At this time, Fan Yuan took out 7 treasures water. This water was a plain gray color. All kinds of solid bumps that were like gold, silver, pearls, gems, jades, and agates formed naturally in the water. But the moment these solid bumps were extracted from the 7 treasures water, they would turn into 7 treasures water and splash down. The Time Path clone lifted a portion of 7 treasures water above his head. The Time Path clone could only act as support in this next step. Fan Yuan's main body had to take the primary role. The reason being that Fan Yuan's Time Path clone was only rank 6, thus unable to bear this responsibility. The divine sense of Fan Yuan's main body had already covered this place, and could immediately sense if there was anything wrong. At this moment, Fan Yuan activated his methods, immortal essence expending rapidly. A white light landed on the 7 treasures water. The 7 treasures water quickly started burbling and boiling, with countless bubbles rising up to the surface. The solid bumps in the 7 treasures water were like snow encountering hot sun, they melted rapidly at a visible rate. The 7 treasures water's volume continued to expand, and soon, all those solid bumps disappeared. After purifying the 7 treasures water, another strange light shot into the 7 treasures water. The 7 treasures water quickly turned into an ice block. Cold air spread out from it, rapidly engulfing Fan Yuan's Time Path clone before spreading to the surroundings, covering 100 li precisely. When Ing Wu Xie and the rest saw this, they quickly threw the 8 parts jade in their hands into the dense fog. Everything progressed smoothly. Several days later in Sovereign Immortal Aperture, a rumbling sound resonated within this area as an enormous 100 li long pool formed completely. This is my rank 8 Year Essence Pool! Because of sufficient preparation and the advantage of his luck, Fan Yuan successfully constructed this year essence pool on his first try. Fan Yuan carefully examined it repeatedly, and confirmed there were no flaws before he activated time path methods to draw in a tributary of the River of Time. In every immortal aperture world, as long as time passes inside, there would definitely be a tributary of the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time was usually invisible, it could only be targeted using special time path methods. Bubble Bubble. The tributary of the River of Time in Sovereign Immortal Aperture was much wider and rapid than in ordinary immortal apertures. The tributary poured into your essence pools smoothly and flowed out from the other end of the your essence pool. However, the tributary of the River of Time that flowed out was thin as a brook, no longer torrential as before. The water surface of the your essence pool started to rise slowly. In the following period of time, the whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow would continue to slow down. The tributary of the River of Time that flowed out would be restored to its previous state when the your essence pool was completely filled. The flow of time in Sovereign Immortal Aperture would also be restored subsequently. The your essence pool was successfully constructed. Fan Yuan's time path clone and shadow sex immortals were exhausted. They had been pouring all their energy and concentration into this task, without any rest for several days. They had also expended a lot of immortal essence. Fan Yuan's main body's divine sense was still staying to observe it while the others left to rest. Fan Yuan's time path methods gradually lost their effects. The your essence pool and the tributary of the River of Time also became increasingly dimmer till they completely disappeared after a while, deeply concealed inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The your essence pool was rather special, it had integrated with the tributary of the River of Time, thus it was also concealed. It was not just a resource point, but also had the effect of a dam. For instance, draining the your essence pool's water or accumulating water in it could cause a change in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's rate of time. Although Fan Yuan had immortal killer moves like days pass like years and so on, these moves expended immortal essence, and every time they were used, they would have no more influence on the tributary of the River of Time for a set interval of time. But with the your essence pool, this became much easier. Many Gu immortals, even if they did not cultivate time path, would construct this kind of essence pool in their immortal aperture to change their immortal aperture's rate of time. Naturally, they mainly constructed rank 6 or rank 7 your essence pools, and not a rank 8 your essence pool like Fan Yuan. The cost of a rank 8 your essence pool was enormous, requiring huge investments, and also required formation path methods. It was essentially an immortal Gu formation. It was fortunate that Fan Yuan's formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster, and could use the Dao marks in the immortal materials to set up immortal formations. Your beasts began to howl in joy. The water level of the your essence pool was still low. Only a small number of desolate level your beasts sensed it, and dived in. They were born in the River of Time, growing and also dying in it. The most suitable environment for them was also the River of Time. And the your essence pool imitated the environment of the River of Time. It was no wonder these your beasts were joyous. Following the continuous pouring of the tributary of the River of Time, the your essence pool was slowly expanding. Be it Spiral Dawn Light, 7 Treasures Water, or 8 parts Jade, they all had excellent stretchability, and were also merged into one, so they would not self-disintegrate. When the your essence pool gets completely filled, this rank 8 your essence pool would expand to a terrifying 10,000 li length. What was even more amazing was that it was concealed deeply and was like an illusion, not occupying any space in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The your essence pool was like an independent small world where Fan Yuan could build a food chain. It had no relation to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. What made Fan Yuan most satisfied was that the your essence pool could restrain your beasts, making them move around only in the essence pool and not escape outside. With this characteristic, Fan Yuan could accommodate even more your beasts, and those your beasts could be completely wild, like wild immemorial your beasts. Fan Yuan could only control 7 immemorial your beasts currently. If any of these immemorial your beasts were killed in battles, Fan Yuan was unable to replenish them. But if the your essence pool had other wild immemorial your beasts, the moment Fan Yuan lost 1 or 2 immemorial your beasts, he could temporarily enslave the wild immemorial your beasts to replenish his troops. This would be extremely helpful in his plan in the River of Time. After this period of recuperation, Fan Yuan's main body's injuries were completely healed. It is time to separate these Gu immortals' souls and bodies, then soul search them one by one. At the same time, Fan Yuan did not stop extorting Southern Border's righteous path forces. However, he met with strong resistance this time. Southern Border's righteous path forces had united to resist Fan Yuan. The Ur essence pool's cost was too high. Fan Yuan's previous extortions had already made these forces bleed. Fan Yuan kept on asking Southern Border's Righteous Path to show their sincerity, while he himself did not show any sincerity. Southern Border's Righteous Path secretly ruminated over this, deciding to unite and jointly put pressure on Fan Yuan to force him to give in. Several days later. If you don't show your sincerity, our Southern Border's Righteous Path will not give you any more resources. A Shang clan Gu immortal was chosen to represent the whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path to negotiate with Fan Yuan. His words quickly shifted. All our clans of Southern Border have already shown our sincerity. Now it is your turn to show us yours. Only then can we discuss further, otherwise, even if you kill those Gu immortals, we won't compromise. Fan Yuan sneered. What sincerity do you want from me? Release a portion of the hostages? The Shang clan Gu immortal quickly responded. We won't make excessive demands of asking for the hostages immediately. We can move step by step. For instance, Immortal Gu. You don't need many of the Immortal Gu. You can first return these Immortal Gu to us, and as the price, we will give you the cultivation resources you need. Southern Border's Righteous Path were not idiots. If they asked Fan Yuan to release a portion of the hostages, then the Righteous Path clans who got back their immortals might not put much effort in the next negotiations. So they would rather start bargaining with Fan Yuan, starting from Immortal Gu, then Immortal Aperture resources, Gu Immortal physical bodies, finally the Gu Immortal souls. Like this, Southern Border's Righteous Path could unite, advancing and retreating together. Chapter 1613. Threatening the whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path. You want to get back Immortal Gu? Impossible! Fan Yuan laughed coldly. Immortal Gu were unique. They were the only one of their kind in the world. Fan Yuan possessing them meant others could not have them, thus their value was inestimable. Even though Fan Yuan had once sold Immortal Gu to purchase a huge amount of eagle beasts, he was in fatal danger at that time and had no choice but to do so. Fan Yuan possessed countless killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes. He could make use of almost all Immortal Gu. The problem was the feeding burden. Fan Yuan had basically solved this issue for his Immortal Gu. But now, there was an addition of a large number of Immortal Gu. However, the feeding resources for these Immortal Gu were almost all in the bodies of their respective Gu immortals. These Gu immortal experts were trump cards of their respective clans and had deep foundation. How could they not be able to feed their own Gu worms? It was because they could provide the food for their Immortal Gu by themselves that their battle strength was stable. They enjoyed unlimited glory. Currently, Fan Yuan indeed could not use a lot of the Immortal Gu, but what about the future? The future was uncertain. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fan Yuan could turn around the situation not only because of the guidance of star constellation Heaven's will. The crucial key was that he possessed Change Soul Immortal Gu. Without this unassuming rank 7 Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan would have already died. Shadow Sect would have succeeded in defying heaven. The difference in having the Immortal Gu and not having it was as different as heaven and earth. Who could say if, in the future, one of these Immortal Gu might be able to help Fan Yuan turn around the situation like Change Soul Immortal Gu? Not to mention that if Fan Yuan sold these Immortal Gu, someone might make an unimaginable comeback like Fan Yuan back in the Battle of Etian Mountain. Fan Yuan refused the proposal of transacting Immortal Gu without hesitation. Shang clan's Gu immortal was not angry. Then how about exchanging Gu? This new proposal interested Fan Yuan. Southern Border's Righteous Path wanted to recover their losses as much as possible. Everyone knew Fan Yuan's viciousness, and that he could very easily kill the hostages, so they were prepared for the worst. Those Immortal Gu on the captives had enormous value to the respective clans. This was because they knew the usage methods. A lot of the Immortal Gu had even been taken away from the clan's storage. The clan also had respective killer moves. Many killer moves were even their trump card methods, which would be difficult to use without the corresponding Immortal Gu. As such, Southern Border's Righteous Path forces were willing to give up some Immortal Gu in their storage, as these Immortal Gu did not have too high of a value to them. It was more worthwhile for them to use these Immortal Gu to exchange for the Immortal Gu in Fan Yuan's hands. Fan Yuan pondered for a moment. This deal was profitable to both sides, and was also very beneficial to him. The Immortal Gu that the Southern Border clans could not use and were of less value to them could be of great importance to Fan Yuan. You have my interest. But what Gu worms can your clans bring out? Fan Yuan asked. Shang clan's Gu Immortal had already prepared for this, immediately sending a list to Fan Yuan through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Who knew that after Fan Yuan received the list, he said, I need to look at this list properly. I also have lists here that I will send to your respective clans. Fan Yuan, I have already said it, unless you display your sincerity, our southern border righteous path won't be extorted by you anymore. The Shang clan Gu Immortal's tone immediately changed. Fan Yuan smiled. Your southern border righteous path wants to exchange immortal Gu, sure. But my condition is that you will have to first send the immortal materials in my list to me. Only then will you have the qualifications to make an exchange. Fan Yuan, don't go too overboard. If you act like this, we won't continue our discussion. Fan Yuan laughed. The Shang clan Gu Immortal that I currently have captured is Shang Hujiang, right? What do you think will happen if I sell him to Fu Xingxian? Shang clan Gu Immortal was immediately stumped. Fu Xingxian was a rank 7 demonic path Gu Immortal of southern border who had a deep-seated hatred with Shang Hujiang. More than once, he had proclaimed that were Shang Hujiang to end up in his hands, he was going to flay the latter's skin and tear the tendons before crushing his bones into ash. I believe Fu Xingxian will definitely be very interested in buying Shang Hujiang. Fan Yuan said in a leisurely tone. Fan Yuan, you dare! Shang clan's Gu Immortal erupted in anger. Haha, what would I not dare to do? Fan Yuan retorted. I even dared to offend Heavenly Court, why would I fear your mere Shang clan? You! Shang clan's Gu Immortal could not restrain his anger at Fan Yuan's response. Fan Yuan continued, don't overestimate yourself, you are only someone who was chosen to negotiate with me. Did you really think you could represent the whole of southern border's righteous path? Let me give another example. Luo clan's Luo Fei is also among the captives. What if I tear all her clothes and throw her into a cesspit? Or what if I throw her into a group of giant apes in heat, and use information path Gu to record every scene, then put them for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven? Shang clan's Gu Immortal gritted his teeth, a deep disgust flashing past his eyes. Fan Yuan, you are an infamous demon, the Reverse Flow River Lord, inheritor of Red Lotus, Spectral Soul, and many other inheritances. Your name is renowned throughout the world. How could you be so shameless and despicable? No, you are wrong. Fan Yuan shook his head. I am not despicable, but your attitude is not correct. You have been trying to provoke me, even trying to drive a wedge between me and other clans by saying bad words about them, like how Luo clan is cursing me and wants to plot against me. I believed your words, so I took revenge against Luo clan. Shang clan's Gu Immortal was unable to say a word, his whole body trembled, his face paled and cold sweat started dripping from his forehead. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Now you still think you can represent the whole of southern border's righteous path? After a good while, the Shang clan Gu Immortal said with a tired expression. Alright, you win, Fan Yuan. I will bring back your list, but I can't guarantee their response. Fan Yuan laughed. I don't need your guarantee, you also don't have the qualifications to give me a guarantee. Even if you could, I would not believe you. Go back, you can twist my words and add fuel to the fire when you relay the message to them. Oh, that's right, I need a satisfying answer within 3 days. If not, I will first sell Shang Hujiang to Fu Xingxian. Shang clan's Gu Immortal immediately panicked. Fan Yuan, you can't do this. I can represent Shang clan to discuss with you right now in private. I refuse. Fan Yuan? Fan Yuan! Damn it! Shang clan Gu Immortal lost contact with Fan Yuan, veins popped out his forehead and pulsed like lightning. Before the 3 days limit was reached, Southern Border's righteous path handed over all the materials in Fan Yuan's list. With hostages in hand, Fan Yuan held too great of an initiative. He did not need to use any methods and just needed to play some despicable tricks to destroy the tens of thousands of years of reputation that Southern Border's righteous path had, making them the greatest laughingstocks in the eyes of every Gu Immortal. For the countless years that had passed, there were naturally cases where righteous path Gu Immortals had fallen into the hands of the demonic path. But some of these demonic path Gu Immortals were not as crazy as Fan Yuan, while most of them did not have Fan Yuan's wisdom path methods. Wisdom path Gu Immortals were rare, even if Southern Border's righteous path forces did not have a wisdom path Gu Immortal in their own clan. They could rely on relations to get help from a wisdom path great expert. But when it came to Fan Yuan himself cultivated wisdom path, and his Emperor Yama killer move could even defend against Fairy Ziwei's deductions. When he hid himself, Southern Border's righteous path simply could not find his location. More importantly, Fan Yuan had the battle strength to fight rank 8. His nature was cruel and he was extremely cunning. What other options did Southern Border's righteous path have other than to accept Fan Yuan's conditions? Naturally, this was because Fan Yuan's extortions had not yet reached the bottom line of Southern Border's righteous path. If it truly reached their bottom line, Southern Border's righteous path would absolutely not be so nice. Fan Yuan, we can talk properly now, right? The previous Shan Clan Gu immortal found Fan Yuan once again. Fan Yuan smiled. Are you truly so unpopular that you are still doing this troublesome job? The Shan Clan Gu immortal's face was gloomy. Just like Fan Yuan said, this task was harming his reputation, but what could he do? He had no choice but to show up. Shan Clan's first Supreme Elder had personally mentioned his name. Let's cut to the chase. We have already satisfied your condition now. Before he finished speaking, Fan Yuan interrupted. It is my turn to show sincerity. Here. What is this? Fan Yuan smiled. This is an information path mortal Gu free clan. I have used some blood path methods to create it, so only E clan's Gu immortals can refine it. Even if others try to refine it, it will end up in failure. Even if they use some methods to refine it, they will not receive my exact message. This. No more questions, take it back and you will know. Fan Yuan? Fan Yuan! Damn it, he left again. Shan Clan Gu immortal was stifled. He could only hand over this Gu worm like Fan Yuan said. E clan refined it, obtaining an address. They were worried this was another of Fan Yuan's traps, so they gathered the other clans and moved together. In the location they saw Gu immortal Yi Yang. Yi Yang! This is my clan's Yi Yang. Oh my goodness, this scum Fan Yuan actually released a hostage. In an instant, Southern Border's immortals were surprised and joyous, while also being unable to believe this. Wait a moment, don't get happy so soon. There might be an issue with this Yi Yang. Without needing the reminder of other clans, Yi clan had already begun carrying out a comprehensive inspection. The final result was this was indeed Yi Yang and not Fan Yuan's disguise. It was just that this was not the complete Yi Yang, but just his body. Yi Yang's soul was still in Fan Yuan's hands. Fan Yuan's action made Southern Border's Gu immortals see hope of redeeming the captives. In the next meeting, Fan Yuan directly admitted, I released Yi Yang's body so I can obtain even more benefits. Who is to say that I can't imprison the rest of you in the future, so I can't damage my reputation, right? Don't worry, as long as you can pay the price, I will release all the captives. This scum Fan Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path did not know how they should respond. The immortals felt mixed feelings. They were happy at seeing hopes of redeeming the hostages, but felt disgust, anger, hatred, and helplessness towards Fan Yuan, including a trace of unease and fear. Fan Yuan could appear and disappear unpredictably. He had the ability to imprison lone righteous path Gu immortals. As long as he succeeded, he could escape to an enormous distance once, and Southern Border's righteous path would have no way to find his location. The whole of Southern Border's righteous path was threatened by Fan Yuan. Even rank 8 Gu immortals were feeling vigilant. Even they did not feel safe against Fan Yuan. Xia Chao was the best example after all. Chapter 16-14. Soul Search. Fan Yuan's words made Southern Border's righteous path furious and wary, but he had reached his objective of persuading them. Although this frankness caused Southern Border's righteous path to feel even more hatred towards Fan Yuan, they chose to believe in Fan Yuan's sincerity. In fact, they were willing to believe in this sincerity. Because losing a Gu immortal would be an even greater loss to them. It would not matter much if it were rank 6 Gu immortals with ordinary abilities. The thing was, the captives were rank 7 experts, trump cards of their respective clans. Xia Clan's Xia Cha was even its first Supreme Elder. Losing such experts would greatly affect the whole clan. Spirit Affinity House had once lost Feng Jiuge. Its resource points had immediately been coveted by the surrounding ancient sects, and they were under huge pressure. The 10 great ancient sects had the same superior, heavenly court. Their relations were much closer than Southern Border's righteous path, but this situation occurred even then. Were the Southern Border righteous path forces to end up in such a situation, their state would no doubt be worse. So be it if every Southern Border righteous path clan lost these Gu immortals. What made them secretly worried was Fan Yuan killing some and releasing some. Earth veins were stirring, all kinds of immortal materials, and while the mortal Gu appeared endlessly, it had already caused every Southern Border force to fight each other. They were almost at the point of killing for these resources. There were many individual forces in Southern Border's righteous path. They were already filled with enough conflicts, and the movement of these earth veins had further intensified these conflicts. If Fan Yuan killed some and released some, there was no doubt that the original balance between the righteous path forces would be broken. The whole of southern border's situation would once again be unstable. The southern border righteous path forces were allowing themselves to be extorted by Fan Yuan. Was it just because they were afraid of him, or because they were worried about the captives? It was not as simple as that. They were also worried about themselves. Whoever Fan Yuan released or killed could change the whole of southern border's situation. They were indeed afraid of Fan Yuan despite them not admitting it. But they were even more wary of each other. Fan Yuan could clearly see this political tension, and thus was able to unscrupulously extort southern border's righteous path. The righteous path assumes dignified airs, but is absolutely not ambiguous when taking action. Northern Plains He tribe was an excellent example. He tribe weakened, and with the excuse of harboring a culprit of the destruction of 88 True Young building, it was immediately besieged by all the Huangjin tribes. Compared to lone, wandering immortals like me, no matter how much we extort, we can't take away territories, and we also cannot quickly build a superforce to occupy these territories. On the other hand, righteous path forces have a lot of manpower, and have the instinct to expand, so the threat is even higher. Speaking of which, this is also because there are many southern border forces while lacking a powerful leader. If I were to do this in Central Continent, none of the 10 great ancient sects would give any attention to me. Southern border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea are filled with many individual forces. It is just that the conflicts are the deepest in southern border because of the movement in earth veins in this period of time. As for Northern Plains, a trace of a smile appeared on Fan Yuan's face. Compared to his previous life, Northern Plains' longevity heaven had already appeared to the world ahead of time, and was now actively uniting the whole of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Previously, this plan was obstructed by Heavenly Court, who knew which pawn of Heavenly Court disguised as Fan Yuan to kill Cloud Gentleman, thwarting Longevity Heaven's plan to recruit Northern Plains' lone immortals. But not long ago, Longevity Heaven had a turning point. That was Langya sect seeking refuge. Longevity Heaven absorbed the whole of Langya sect, moreover doing it with full publicity, letting the whole world know that they had taken in Langya Blessed Land, giving Langya Blessed Land an equal status according to the former agreement between Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor, also ensuring their safety. This action of promoting their recruitment of a powerful force was truly spectacular. All the Gu immortals of 5 regions were shaken. Langya Blessed Land's Gu immortals were all variant humans, but Longevity Heaven could actually be so generous. That meant their treatment of human Gu immortals would definitely be even better. Longevity Heaven thus successfully turned around people's hearts, changing the mindset of the Gu immortals in the whole of Northern Plains. Their plan of recruiting lone immortals progressed rapidly, completely different from before. Speaking of which, Langya Land's spirit was able to get help from Longevity Heaven. They were truly fortunate. Longevity Heaven was actively taking action. Northern Plains would definitely bring even more trouble to Central Continent in the 5 regions' chaotic war. While Western Desert's Shao Clan and Southern Border's Qi Clan were secretly receiving Fan Yuan's support. This was not all. In this period of time, Fan Yuan was constantly mentioning the threat possessed by Heavenly Court in Treasure Yellow Heaven, repeatedly mentioning the problem of the Killer Move Star Cast and Fate Immortal Gu. Videos of the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Battle of the Dream Realm, the Battle of Langya Sect, were all displayed in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Fan Yuan, constantly playing on loop, silently recounting Heavenly Court's ambitious and tyrannical way of meddling with the other 4 regions. Such actions seemingly had no response. But Fan Yuan believed that there was no super force in the other 4 regions that did not detest Heavenly Court's actions. They were just temporarily restraining themselves. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects accepted Heavenly Court because they were subsects of Heavenly Court, founded by the members of Heavenly Court. Northern Plains' righteous path forces could accept Longevity Heaven because they descended from the same bloodline, and Longevity Heaven was Ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto Heaven that represented the righteous path. While Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea were controlled by various super forces. They were used to abusing their powers, and none of them wanted a force to boss them around. Days later, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Immortal Killer Move, Soul Search. Fan Yuan had already designed a killer move with the rank 7 Soul Search Immortal Gu, taken from Yang Ku, as the core. Its efficiency was a dozen times higher than just activating the Soul Search Immortal Gu. Under the effect of this killer move, all kinds of information was extracted out of every Gu immortal soul and sent to Fan Yuan's mind. Fan Yuan saw the lifestyle of each Gu immortal clearly, their cultivation secrets and techniques. factional disputes in their respective forces, secret storages, and so on. Fan Yuan already had a good understanding of southern border. On one hand, there were records of it among Shadow Sect's true inheritances, while he had also learned a lot through Wu Clan's information when he had infiltrated them as Wu Yihai. With such a foundation, this first-hand information of many Gu immortals was added, further deepening Fan Yuan's understanding of southern border's situation. Even rank 8 Gu immortals like Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu would not have such detailed understanding of southern border's situation. Looks like the immortal Gu list they gave me is correct, except they have concealed some information. Southern border's righteous path forces wanted to exchange Gu, and gave Fan Yuan their list of immortal Gu. Right now, Fan Yuan immediately understood each force's foundation by soul-searching these Gu immortals. Rank 6 or ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals probably would not have such information, but these rank 7 Gu immortals were experts of their forces. Strength meant authority, so every one of them was a core of their clan's higher-ups. Fan Yuan was not surprised at the clans hiding information, because he knew that the immortal Gu which were not mentioned were those that the clans were not willing to exchange with and that were very valuable to the respective clan. If Fan Yuan wanted to exchange for the immortal Gu on the list, it could be done more easily. In fact, he also wanted to exchange Gu. I need to construct an immortal Gu house to be a base for me to rest and recuperate in River of Time. And with an immortal Gu house, Shadow Sect's immortals can also participate in the battle and lend me a hand. Fan Yuan could exchange the immortal Gu which he did not need. After all, if southern border's righteous path was strengthened, they would be able to resist Heavenly Court much more efficiently. Naturally, Fan Yuan would not exchange those immortal Gu which he had great use for. Immortal Gu were unique, they were priceless, but even more important was the overall situation. Heavenly Court. Immortal formation rumbled loudly. Fairy Ziwei looked at Spectral Soul while holding an iron dragonfish. Scenes of relevant memories were surging out of Spectral Soul and playing in front of Fairy Ziwei's eyes. Fairy Ziwei smiled. With this portion of the food path true inheritance, Heavenly Court can also produce iron, copper, silver, and gold dragonfish. We can change the situation in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Spectral Soul, you are already done for. Danghun Mountain's detonation gave you some time to prolong your dying breath, but now, what can you rely on? Spectral Soul was condensed into a lump, silent like a dead object. Chapter 16-15. Continued progress. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Search. A vast force shot at Xia Cha's soul fiercely, but Xia Cha's soul suddenly shined with time path Dao marks that completely blocked Fan Yuan's soul search killer move. But Fan Yuan did not give up, continuing to instill immortal essence without stopping. A good while later, like a pair of hands lifting a corner of a stuck steel board, a gap appeared in the time path Dao marks protecting Xia Cha's soul, allowing Fan Yuan's soul search killer move to finally take effect. At the next moment, a huge amount of information was greedily absorbed by Fan Yuan. But the time path Dao marks had not admitted defeat. The surrounding Dao marks moved in to fill the gap. As time passed, this gap which Fan Yuan had made after so much effort was once again filled in with time path Dao marks. Furthermore, the defensive power of this area was even stronger than before. Fan Yuan's soul search killer move thus stopped here. This Xia Cha is indeed worthy of being a rank 8 Gu immortal. She has such a robust foundation that even her soul is protected by a time path defensive method that can resist a rank 7 soul search killer move. This defensive method also has self-recovery and counterattacking abilities. It is truly wonderful. After Fan Yuan stole all the immortal Gu from the southern border immortal captives, he extracted their souls, separating them from their bodies. At this state, the threat of these southern border captives had already fallen to a negligible level. It was then the process of searching their souls that no longer had the protection of a physical body. The souls of Tai Chuzhong, Shan Huzhang and others did not give much trouble to Fan Yuan, so all their memories and information were extracted by Fan Yuan. But he encountered some trouble with Yang Ku. Yang Ku was a rank 7 expert who primarily cultivated soul path, so he naturally had strong resistance towards soul search methods. Yang Ku still could not be considered troublesome. Even more troublesome was Lu Hao. Lu Hao's fixed space immortal Gu and other Gu were tampered by Heavenly Court, so Fan Yuan was not able to obtain them. Heavenly Court naturally did not forget about his soul, putting in layers of strong defensive methods on it. But these two were still souls searched by Fan Yuan in the end. If Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were sacred lands of soul cultivation, Fan Yuan's spectral soul true inheritance was no doubt the number one soul path sacred scripture. Fan Yuan had thus learned of Lu Hao's true identity, a spy of heavenly court. However, Xia Cha's soul was still the most troublesome one. Her soul was filled with time path Dao marks which had formed into a tight defense that blocked any external attacks. Fan Yuan's soul's search was naturally a kind of attack and was harmful to Xia Cha. Fan Yuan tried all his methods, using immortal formations to suppress the soul, modifying the soul's search killer move, finally reaching the limit of the soul's search killer move's power so that he could search Xia Cha's soul. But this soul search was extremely difficult and did not progress smoothly. Fan Yuan often had to use a Herculean effort before he could open a tiny gap. But this gap would be covered again by time path Dao marks, not long later. Fan Yuan could only soul search in the limited duration of the gap. After this duration passed, the gap would be closed by even more time path Dao marks than before, its defense increasing further. Fortunately, the time path Dao marks on Xia Cha's soul did not increase. An increase in time path Dao marks in the gap meant there were few Dao marks in other areas. This gave Fan Yuan even better chances for his next attack. The other souls were already searched completely, only Xia Cha's soul remained. Fan Yuan continued to target Xia Cha's soul, while using the time path clone to go into each Gu Immortal's immortal aperture by using fixed immortal travel. Because he had obtained first-hand information from soul searching, Fan Yuan was fully aware of the landscape inside these Gu Immortal's immortal apertures. He could easily enter the immortal apertures by using fixed immortal travel. Furthermore, Fan Yuan was also aware of what resources these immortal apertures were hiding. In a Gu Immortal's cultivation, the immortal aperture was an extremely important factor. All of these southern border immortals were experts with deep foundation. Their immortal aperture management was naturally at a superior level with all kinds of good stuff inside. But these Gu Immortals would be released by Fan Yuan. Because the benefits from annexing their immortal apertures and absorbing their Dao marks were far inferior to the benefits from extorting those super forces. An increase in Dao marks brought in an increase in foundation as well as a brighter future. But no matter how beautiful the future was, it was nothing if he could not cross the present obstacle. The present obstacle was naturally Fate Gu, more accurately, he had to stop Heavenly Court from restoring Fate Gu. But Fan Yuan had made no progress in this. He was currently able to avoid Heavenly Court's pursuit. But Fate Gu was protected in the depths of Heavenly Court. Stopping Heavenly Court from restoring it was far beyond Fan Yuan's capability. So Fan Yuan was thinking of every way possible to enter the River of Time and inherit Red Lotus true inheritance. In the history of humans, 3 great demon venerables had successively attacked Heavenly Court, but only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to break Fate Gu. Although he could not completely destroy it, he had indeed broken Fate Gu. In the true inheritances left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, there were likely to be plans targeted at destroying Fate Gu. To smoothly inherit Red Lotus true inheritance, and not be destroyed by Heavenly Court in the process, Fan Yuan needed to raise his time path strength. Other paths' methods were greatly weakened and not useful when fighting in the River of Time. Your Essence Pool, Time Path Immortal Gu House, as well as many other things required Fan Yuan to transact with the southern border Righteous Path. His chips were naturally these Gu Immortal captives. Several days later in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time. Roar! In the sky of mini southern border, a dark green rock dragon roared, its enormous and slender body twisting around. Then, under the effect of Fan Yuan's killer move, the rock dragon pierced into mini southern border's ground. Loud rumbling noises resounded over the surroundings as this rock dragon pierced into the depths of the ground until even its tail disappeared underground. Fan Yuan let out a breath. The matter of drawing in the mineral vein is finally finished. This rock dragon was not the rock dragon of the Rockman tribe, but was the manifestation of a mineral vein. This mineral vein was constructed by using rank 7 immortal material dark inkstone. Fan Yuan had moved it over from an Earth Path southern border captive's immortal aperture. As for the method to move such a large mineral vein, Spectral Soul's true inheritance naturally had it, but the immortal Gu and the killer move Fan Yuan used came from that captive. The captive used to relocate outside world's dark inkstone mines into their immortal aperture. Fan Yuan was only imitating them. With this dark inkstone mineral vein, I can extract a batch every year and sell them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This profit was not much, but it was a steady income. Because the dark inkstone mineral vein would expand itself by absorbing the surrounding earth chi. As long as Fan Yuan extracted limited amounts, he would have a continuous flow of dark inkstones. Although dark inkstone did not have a high price among rank 7 immortal materials, it was still a rank 7 immortal material. Its price could not be neglected. Maybe I can move in a batch of rockmen and breed them near the dark inkstone vein. Fan Yuan suddenly had a thought. This was extremely beneficial to the rockmen. The higher the quality of the mineral veins, the more helpful it would be for a rockman tribe's procreation, survival, and strengthening. What was even more amazing was that the rockmen could also nurture these mineral veins and increase their purity. This was a win-win situation for both sides. But this dark inkstone mineral vein was not suitable for mining yet, and moving in rockmen would only make it their new home. Fan Yuan thought for a moment before deciding to bring in some rockmen. The profits from mining the dark inkstone mineral vein was of no importance to him. What he was more interested in was the future benefits brought by the rockmen and the mineral vein. Fan Yuan had not just obtained this one dark inkstone mineral vein from the southern border captives. There were dozens of mountains in Mini's southern border now. Most of them were ordinary mountains, but were filled with dense earth path down marks. They were treasure troves. There were also some mountain ranges that reached the level of famous mountains. For instance, Interior Rain Mountain. This mountain's peak was always shrouded by a layer of dark clouds from where light rain continued to fall. The drizzling rain was not ordinary rainwater, but rank 6 immortal material interior rain. Another example was Copper Seal Mountain. This mountain was red and had a squarish shape. It was like a large seal was standing upright in Mini's southern border. Copper Seal Mountain did not have even a trace of soil. It was completely formed from all kinds of copper, mortal-level copper like chaotic sky copper, pragna copper, snow flower copper, and so on, and immortal copper like profound gray copper and ascending dragon copper. Naturally, the mortal-level copper were of the highest amount and occupied the most space, while immortal coppers only occupied a small portion and were mostly rank 6 immortal materials. The highest level of the copper was a unique rank 7 copper, the famous domination copper. With this copper present, it essentially could not support another rank 7 copper. Mountains, mineral veins, forests. As these Gu immortal captives were from southern border, nearly half of the stolen resources were moved to Mini's southern border. Because these resources were extremely suited to this environment. The other half of the resources were split into the other 4 Mini regions as well as the Mini 9 heavens. For instance, in Mini's central continent, there was now a phantom shadow flower garden and a large fertile land filled with an enormous amount of immortal farmer soil. In Mini northern plains, there was now a heaven pillar wind. This wind's appearance was like a tall pillar, extremely tall and long. When it blows, it will not cause movement, only blowing on the spot. From outside, it resembled a giant pillar that extended into the sky. In Mini Eastern Sea, there was a brand new sea area, wave flower sea area. This sea area was filled with turbulent waves, where countless magical flowers were formed during the moments where waves appeared and vanished. Because they had a short lifespan, they were hard to gather. Fan Yuan had been rather surprised when he obtained the method to nurture this resource from Yang. In Mini Western Desert, a dozen hibiscus trees were planted. Every branch of this tree was an immortal material. The sovereign immortal aperture is too large, in terms of specific value. Previously, the sovereign immortal aperture's development was only at 3 to 4% now. Because of these resources, it has reached 8 to 9%. There are still many resources left in these southern border Gu immortals' immortal apertures, and also Xia Cha's grotto heaven. With all of them added, the development will definitely pass 10%. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh. These resources were either on large or small scale, and a lot were large-scale resource points and economic pillars of each southern border Gu immortal. Heavenly Court had already made a move in Treasure Yellow Heaven, selling copper dragonfish, iron dragonfish and silver dragonfish at heavily reduced price, causing a great impact to Fan Yuan's dragonfish business. But so what? These dozen newly added economic pillars would support his continued progress. Chapter 1616. Request to Fan Clan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. Rumble! The ground shook violently for a moment, before the dense radiance of an Earth Path Killer move covered the surrounding 100 li. Like a large formless hand molding soft mud, the surrounding terrain began to sink in while the land in the periphery began to protrude out, forming a circular valley. This sunken land was surrounded by mountains, forming an environment that was isolated from the outside. There was no vegetation in this sunken land. Soil was also scarce. It was instead covered by a large amount of steel. This was White Steel Bowl Valley. Fan Yuan extorted the production method of the white steel extract resource point as well as corresponding construction materials from Shang clan. White Steel Bow Valley was a medium-sized resource point. After its construction, it would coagulate rank 7 immortal material white steel extract at the center of the valley. With this immortal material, Fan Yuan could feed rank 7 edge gu by himself. Previously, when he had plundered Tai Chu Zhong's immortal aperture, he did not find resources to feed edge gu, but after soul-searching him, Fan Yuan realized he had intended to construct this resource point, and had already discussed the price with Shang Hujiang. Fan Yuan directly extorted Shang clan, constructing White Steel Bow Valley without paying any price. After this task was done, Fan Yuan's time path clone immediately moved towards Danghun Mountain. A lofty and large crystal mountain, pink throughout, was emitting illusory radiance. Fan Yuan threw soul cores into Danghun Mountain. Not long later, a large amount of guts goo was produced on the surface of the mountain. Danghun Mountain had finally recovered, looking close to its complete state. 99% restoration was already enough. Fan Yuan could not restore it completely, as Heavenly Court already knew Danghun Mountain's appearance in its complete state. Although fixed immortal travel was in Fan Yuan's hand, who could say Heavenly Court did not have an immortal killer move that could produce the effect of fixed immortal travel? From now on, I can produce a large amount of guts goo and restart my guts goo business once again. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air. It had not been easy to reach this state. Fan Yuan had expended a massive amount of immortal essence. Danghun Mountain had been destroyed before as well, but it had been destroyed by Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. It had turned into mud but still retained soul path down marks. And this time, Fan Yuan only had a small piece of Danghun Mountain. Most of the soul path down marks had been destroyed with the destruction of Danghun Mountain. Through this process of restoring Danghun Mountain, Fan Yuan deeply experienced the power of the killer move Orderly Well. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had used this rank 9 immortal killer move himself. Its effect was magical and peerless. Fan Yuan could not have restored Danghun Mountain without its help. With my Gutsku business, Heavenly Court is unable to limit my income any further. But with so many resource points taken from the southern border immortals, I can continue to cultivate without relying on Gutsku business. It is better to use these Gutsku for my own soul path cultivation. Fan Yuan's soul foundation had previously broken into 100 million man soul level, but had greatly fallen now. Cultivating and raising his soul foundation once again meant Fan Yuan could enslave even more immemorial year beasts. Such a pity that my development plan for Green Ghost Desert did not succeed. Qing Cho has escaped, Swan Bujin's identity was also exposed. I can no longer continue the plan of hunting soul beasts. However, I might be able to borrow Fan Clan's help. Fan Yuan considered it. He wanted to cultivate his souls, so he naturally needed more guts goo, which also meant expending a lot of souls. The souls of the southern border goo immortals could not be used here. It would be a waste of their value. Soul cores were most suitable. Where could he get a large amount of soul cores? The price of soul cores had already gone up in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It was especially high during this recent time. Fan Yuan knew this was Heavenly Court's doing. Fan Clan Discussion Hall. All the Supreme Elders had gathered. Everyone, have a look at this letter. At the main seat was an old man. He was tall and sturdy, with long white hair spreading around his head like a lion's mane. He was Fan Clan's first Supreme Elder, Fan Gong. Fan Clan's second Supreme Elder, Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fan Dichang, third Supreme Elder Fan Huaxing, as well as Fan Ji, Fan Chen, Fan Lang, and Fan Yun were all present. Everyone glanced through the letter and had different expressions. Fan Chen gritted his teeth. I had already sensed that Swan Bujin was not a good person, but had not expected him to be Fan Yuan in disguise. Heavenly Court has exposed his identity, and is even blaming us Fan Clan for colluding with a demonic person. Right now, our clan is being ostracized by other righteous path forces. It is all because of this demon Fan Yuan. And he wants us to supply him with soul cores? He is truly dreaming. Fan Chen had married into Fan Clan. He once had a verbal dispute with Fan Yuan. He immediately showed his stance right now, not willing to associate with the demon Fan Yuan. Rank 7 Poison Path Gu Immortal Fan Ji glanced at Fan Chen, saying coldly, So Fan Chen, you want to reject Fan Yuan's request? Fan Chen was stunned. Is our Fan Clan afraid of Fan Yuan? Right now, every large righteous path force is pressuring our Fan Clan, their reason being that we colluded with a demonic path member. If we now make a deal with Fan Yuan, they will have an even bigger excuse to isolate us. Fang Ji was silent. In the trip to Green Ghost Desert, Fang Clan had beaten back Heavenly Court's rank 8 Gu Immortal Qin Yi, succeeded in capturing Divine Beam Palace, and also forcibly subdued 2 rank 7 lone immortals, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine, to be Fang Clan's slaves. Their harvests were huge. But while they had made gains, Fang Clan had also paid a considerable price. Their 3 immortal Gu houses had suffered serious damage, and they still had no ways to refine Divine Beam Palace. Fang Clan's strength had thus fallen greatly. Heavenly Court exposed this matter, causing Fang Clan to be immediately met with difficulties from other Western Desert Righteous Path forces. But were they truly going to reject Fang Yuan? This question had already been lingering in the minds of Fang Clan Gu immortals. Could Fang Clan afford to reject him? Fang Clan was being troubled by every clan. They were in a precarious situation from the enormous pressure. And they were going to offend Fang Yuan at such a crucial time? At present, who in the world did not know how vicious and crafty Fang Yuan was? He also had powerful battle strength to boot. Even Heavenly Court was without options against him. And such a person happened to be all alone in the world with no fetters of relatives and loved ones, no territories or organization. Fang Clan simply had no way to bargain against him. Fang Clan's Gu immortals started recalling past information, how Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to move around and continuously wreck the resource points of southern borders Qi Clan. If Fang Clan truly refused Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan troubled them like he dealt with Qi Clan, what should they do? Qi Clan was a righteous path force of southern border. When they had been attacked by Fang Yuan, they did not receive support from any other clan. Fang Clan's situation would be much worse than Qi Clan's. Not only would Fang Clan fail to receive reinforcements, they might even be pincer attacked by other righteous path forces. If they were not careful, Fang Clan would become the next He tribe from northern plains, their headquarters captured and their clan exterminated. Fan Lung, Fan Yun, what are your opinions? Fan Dichang suddenly broke the silence. Fan Yun was stunned. They were only rank 6, they normally could only listen from this side and had no qualifications to speak on this kind of occasion. Now, he was suddenly being asked, and was caught off guard. I also don't know what we should do. After all, Fan Yuan saved my life, he is my benefactor. Moreover, haven't we made an agreement with him? It should be alright to give him soul cores as the compensation. Ah, of course, I will listen to Lord Father, you can just deduce it. Fan Dichang's expression was slightly dark. He took a glance at his adopted son before looking towards Fan Ling. Compared to the flippant Fan Yun, Fan Ling had a steady nature and was well thought of by many Gu immortals of Fang Clan, believing him to be the future hope of Fang Clan. Fan Ling thought deeply before speaking. I wonder if everyone has noticed that Fang Yuan did not use the name of Swan Bujin in this letter, but directly used his own name? Fang Chen snorted. It is because Heavenly Court already exposed it. It is useless for Fang Yuan to use Swan Bujin's identity. He might also be thinking of threatening our clan. By using his name, he is trying to say, I am Fang Yuan. If your Fang Clan does not follow my request, you shall face my, Fang Yuan's, anger and vengeance. Fan Ling smiled. There is indeed this meaning. Fang Yuan is confident he can create trouble for our Fang Clan. I also believe he can do this, so I think we should agree to Fang Yuan's request. What? Fang Chen's voice rose, his eyes widened as he tried to rebuke. But Fan Dichang waved his hand. Let him continue. Fan Chen did not dare to speak any more. Fan Ling took a deep breath before continuing. Everyone, our clan has landed in a precarious situation and is being troubled from all around. Is it truly because we collaborated with the demon Fang Yuan? That is not the case. The true reason is that our clan obtained Divine Beam Palace. Once we absorb our gains properly, the top spot among Western Desert's righteous path forces will probably belong to our Fang clan. Strength represents power and authority, and even more importantly, benefits. Our clan's rise will naturally be through stepping on other clans. This is why the other great clans are not tolerating us and are jointly pressuring us. If our clan does not satisfy Fang Yuan's request and makes a clean break with him, will the other righteous path forces let us go? That is impossible. On the contrary, we will have made enemies with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength. If such a demonic overlord takes revenge, it will probably cause endless headache to any super force. And by satisfying Fang Yuan's request, not only can we fulfill the previously said agreement, we can also improve our relationship, and even might be able to use his strength to deal with other super forces. Of course, we will send the soul cores secretly to him, and after discussing with him, we can act like we have completely broken off our relationship with him. What does it matter if we lose those rank 6 and rank 7 soul cores? They are only immortal materials. As long as our Fang clan can get past this difficulty, what immortal material would we lack in the future? The immortals fell into silence. Fang Dichang chuckled. Fang Gong laughed heartily. Good, we will do it like this then. Fan Yun, you get in touch with Fan Yuan. What? Huh. Fan Yun was dazed. It was clearly Fang Ling who had analyzed and made the proposal. Why was he the one to execute it? But first Supreme Elder's command had to be obeyed. Fan Yun could only accept it. This Fang Ling has sound judgment. He sees the overall situation clearly. First and Second Elder are painstakingly nurturing him into the future successor of Fang clan. How could such a person have a stain of colluding with a demon? So Fan Yun was ordered to take the task. Fang Chen glanced at the ignorant Fan Yun with a pitying look. This pity also had sympathy. Why was Fan Yun made to do this task? That was because Fan Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son. The two biggest factions in Fang clan belonged to First Supreme Elder Fang Gong and Second Supreme Elder Fang Dichang. As for Fang Chen himself, he was extremely aware of the situation. Unfortunately, he was an outsider married into Fang clan. His talents were useless because of his status. He could only be a superficial stepping stone for Fang Ling. Chapter 16-17. Crucial Tribulation. Soul cores with the size of a chicken egg, dark blue to the point of being black, rained down on Danghun Mountain. The soul core contained all of the essence of a soul beast. After the soul beast died, its corpse would turn into smoke and scatter, leaving behind only its soul core. Soul cores condensed a large amount of soul path Dao marks. They were a top-tier goo material. Soul cores could be found in all sizes. An ordinary soul beast soul core was the size of a rice grain, and would only be the size of a chicken egg when they reached rank 6. Those of rank 7 were slightly larger, while a rank 8 immemorial soul beast soul core was as large as a horse carriage. After a round of discussion, Fang clan finally agreed to Fan Yuan's request, secretly sending him a large amount of soul cores. These soul cores were almost all rank 6 goo level, with few being rank 7 soul cores, and as for rank 8 soul core, there was not even one. Fan Yuan had 2 rank 8 soul cores, but he was storing them, not wanting to use them for producing guts goo on Danghun Mountain. Rank 8 immortal materials were normally used to refine rank 8 immortal goo or to construct a large formation. Using them for producing guts goo would be somewhat of a waste of their value. The radiance of Danghun Mountain shook as the soul cores scattered into powder, sprinkling their essence into Danghun Mountain. Within moments, guts goo started condensing with rapid speed. Fan Yuan nodded inwardly at this scene. My soul path cultivation can get back on track again and progress swiftly. Soul Path Foundation was extremely important to Fan Yuan. Enslaving immemorial year beasts required it. Moreover, the deeper the Soul Foundation, the more immemorial year beasts Fan Yuan could enslave. Emperor Yama expended Soul Foundation. Whenever a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal made deductions about Fan Yuan, Emperor Yama would activate to conceal Fan Yuan while expending a portion of Fan Yuan's Soul Foundation. Burning Soul Bursting Luck also depended on Soul Foundation. There was also Lead Soul into Dream. Fan Yuan had already studied this killer move completely. It had a chance of failure. But if Fan Yuan's Soul Foundation was higher than the target, the killer move's success rate would be much higher. Fan Yuan had directly used his name in the letter, abandoning Xuan Bujin's name. Fang Clan's response was not beyond his expectations. To a superforce, a lone force like Fan Yuan could not seize their territories. At most he could steal some resources. But other superforces were different. They could forcibly occupy territories and seize entire resource points by sending in their manpower. The greatest threat to Fang Clan were the other Righteous Path forces that were glaring at it covetously. Moreover, Western Desert is somewhat special. Western Desert Gu Immortals compromise a little more easily than those of the other 4 regions. This was not because Western Desert Gu Immortals were soft, it was because of the environment. Different from other regions, Western Desert was filled with boundless deserts and oases. If an oasis was destroyed in a battle between Gu Masters, they would have no foundation for survival, and could easily perish together. On the other hand, different oases produce different resources. Gu Masters would need each other's help to make up for what they lack in their cultivation. So Gu Masters often formed caravans and moved a long distance, which was usually quite dangerous and exhausting. Thus, there were many collaborative relationships between Gu Masters as well as different forces. So, since long ago, Western Desert's Gu masters were molded to compromise and make concessions for the survival of both sides. Any Gu immortal had cultivated step by step from Gu master stage. This habit had sunk deep into their bones and was already a part of the nature of Western Desert Gu immortals. In his first life, Fan Yuan had roamed around Western Desert for some time, and was well aware of the nature of Western Desert's people. Had Fan Yuan captured Western Desert Gu immortals, the Western Desert Righteous Path forces would have compromised quicker than Southern Border. Their attitude would also be more realistic and proper. Had Fan Yuan captured Northern Plains Gu immortals, it would be a different situation. Northern Plains Gu immortals were often valiant and unafraid of death. They might even think it was a disgrace for them to be saved. Fan Yuan would suffer a headache with those captives. In the following days, Fan Yuan resumed his soul path cultivation while continuing to extort Southern Border's Righteous Path forces and soul-searching the captives. Fan Yuan's soul search target was Xia Cha. Although it was rather difficult to search her soul, he was not without any progress. Fan Yuan's immortal aperture's time was very fast. Under continuous effort over time, he had made many gains. Soon, Xia Cha's immortal killer moves were plundered by Fan Yuan. Xia Cha was worthy of being Xia clan's first supreme elder. She had developed 2 sets of killer moves involving spring, summer, autumn, and winter. These 4 immortal Gu, each set had 4 moves. The first set of killer moves was mainly used for battle: spring scissors, summer fan, autumn perception, and winter coat. Among them, Fan Yuan had already seen spring scissors and summer fan. These 2 killer moves were extremely ferocious, fully displaying rank 8 might. Autumn perception was an investigative killer move which greatly made up for Fan Yuan's shortcoming in the investigative aspect. Winter coat was a defensive killer move with extraordinary effect. The second set of killer moves was used for managing the immortal aperture: spring plowing, summer hoeing, autumn harvest, and winter storage. Every move was ingenious and profound. The more terrifying part was when these 4 moves were used in unison, their might would be amplified and have extraordinary effect in managing the immortal aperture. Besides these, there were of course other moves as well, used for healing, movement, or evasive maneuvers. They were all exquisite but could not compare to these 2 sets of killer moves. In fact, conceptualizing immortal killer moves was a difficult process. There was a high requirement for the ability and talents of Gu immortals. Central Continent's vicious lightning fiend spent a few years in closed cultivation before he was able to deduce the killer move Lightning Deity. And this was when he had Blood Deity's immortal Gu recipe as reference. Under a normal situation, without any help of wisdom path methods, a Gu immortal would on average need 5 to 6 years of time to deduce and conceptualize a killer move. Choosing suitable Gu worms out of myriads of Gu worms was not easy. There were even countless choices in combining Gu worms. Even if a killer move was conceptualized, it was useless if it did not have practical value, and also could not be used if the side effect was too severe. After completing a killer move, it still had to be tested and improved, which was even more difficult. Naturally, 5 to 6 years was not referring to a Gu immortal wholeheartedly concentrating on deducing the killer move without doing anything else. If the Gu immortal had reference materials like immortal Gu recipes or inheritances of predecessors, they could further shorten this time. But the time taken was normally measured in years. Fan Yuan seemed to be easily deducing and modifying killer moves. The main reason was the light of wisdom. After all, rank 9 wisdom Gu was nothing to scoff at. There was also another important reason, that was his deep attainment level in all kinds of paths. The immortal Gu and immortal killer moves obtained from Xia Cha greatly supplemented Fan Yuan's strength in terms of time path. He could be said to have made huge progress, like the eruption of a volcano. But Fan Yuan was facing a rather awkward issue. Spring and summer are both rank 8 immortal Gu, they can only be activated with rank 8 immortal essence. I am only a rank 7 Gu immortal, I don't even have the qualifications to refine them without using other methods. So I still need to advance my cultivation to rank 8. Then, not only can I use spring and summer, there is also wisdom sword immortal Gu. Fan Yuan started deducing matters regarding his advancement to rank 8. Several days later, his deduction was finished. Putting aside heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, rank 7 needed to pass through 3 grand tribulations to advance to rank 8, and these 3 grand tribulations would get increasingly powerful. Fan Yuan was currently very close to the 3rd and final grand tribulation. The threat of the grand tribulation was not high to him. Even if heavens will strengthen it to the greatest limits, Fan Yuan already held firm initiative with his exposing heavenly secret killer move. What Fan Yuan was worried about was not the Grand Tribulation, but a possible human calamity. To face the Grand Tribulation, he must place his immortal aperture and connect to the outside world to absorb heaven and earth chi. At that time, Fan Yuan's location would be directly exposed to heaven's will, while also sharply increasing the difficulty in defending against others' deductions. Heavenly Court absolutely would not let go of this opportunity. They should already have some estimations of Fan Yuan's cultivation level. If Fan Yuan underwent the tribulation in Southern Border, when Southern Border's Gu immortals learn of the information, they would rush to kill Fan Yuan even if the captives were with him. Because if they got rid of Fan Yuan, they would have no more future trouble, and looking at the long term, the benefits they could gain would be even larger. Fan Yuan's drag-a-fish business was already obstructed by Heavenly Court, his income falling massively. This showed Spectral Soul was unable to hold on, and Heavenly Court was making a lot of progress in soul-searching him. As time passed, Heavenly Court would gain more information while Fan Yuan would be put into an increasingly passive situation as all kinds of methods in Spectral Soul's true inheritance continued to lower in value. At present, Heavenly Court is my main enemy. The crucial key in the fight against Heavenly Court is Fate Gu. If Heavenly Court completely restores Fate Gu, I will have no more chance at victory. If I can destroy it, I will be able to continue to fight with them. And the crucial key to destroying Fate Gu lies in Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fan Yuan had already deduced that it was very likely for Red Lotus True Inheritance to hold the method to destroy Fate Gu. And to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance, I will have to fight in the River of Time. Whether I can break through Heavenly Court's defense line will depend on this third Grand Tribulation. If I can pass it, I will become rank 8, and will be able to use Spring, Summer, and Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. My battle strength will soar rapidly. I will have a chance at the battle in the River of Time. If I can't pass it, it will be my death. Even if I survive by chance, the opportunity and timing will be lost. After I fall by one step, I will continue to fall behind continuously. Unless Heavenly Court makes a serious slip-up, they won't give me another chance to make a comeback. Fan Yuan's mind was cool as ice, well aware of his situation. The important thing now was to plan on how to pass the third Grand Tribulation and become a rank 8. In the following days, besides cultivating his soul-searching Xia Cha, and managing his immortal aperture, Fan Yuan focused on exploring dream realms, practicing the new immortal killer moves as well as modifying the old killer moves. It was necessary to modify the old killer moves, especially his soul path killer moves, which needed to be greatly improved. Otherwise, if the soul path killer moves were countered or restrained by Heavenly Court's Gu immortals, Fan Yuan would be in an extremely passive situation. As for practicing new killer moves, Fan Yuan was mainly practicing Xia Cha's methods. He was only rank 7 currently, but Autumn Gu and Winter Gu were also only rank 7, he could practice their corresponding immortal killer moves. Normally, there were two main difficulties in practicing killer moves. One was the high chance of getting injured. But Fan Yuan had the sovereign immortal body which had non-conflicting Dao marks and also had mana as before, so this was not difficult to overcome. Second was the expenditure of immortal essence. If immortal essence was expended quickly, immortal essence stones had to be refined into immortal essence. Fan Yuan was low on funds before, but he had a lot of businesses now, so he did not lack the capital. Chapter 16-18. Do you believe in fate? Sovereign immortal aperture, an illusory dream realm. Fan Yuan entered the dream realm. Under the setting sun. Do you believe in fate? A human female immortal with skin as fair as snow, wearing a yellow robe, with arched eyebrows and a pair of beautiful eyes shrouded in mist, was looking sadly at the beautiful afterglow of the sun. Fan Yuan was a Rockman Gu immortal in this dream realm, but it was not under his control. The dream realm played by itself. The Rockman Gu immortal spoke in a low, muffled voice. I 2G, cultivate rule path and naturally believe in fate. Fairy Raleigh, ever since I saw you, I knew you were my fated partner. You are the person that I will pursue for love over my entire life. Fairy Raleigh smiled slightly. Her brows, however, furrowed a little. She looked at the Rockman Gu immortal standing beside her. You are right, we are fated to be an immortal couple. What? Aye. The Rockman Gu immortal was astonished before becoming exulted, as he shouted in disbelief. Fairy Raleigh, have you accepted me? Fairy Raleigh nodded her head gently. Oh heavens, oh heavens. Ha! I am not dreaming, right? Oh my heavens! 2G waved around his arms towards the sky and shouted. I finally succeeded after failing over 3,000 times. Ha! Fairy Raleigh, from today onwards you are my wife. Yes, you are my husband. 2G's body trembled with excitement. The trembling was so intense that rock fragments began to fall from his body. Second scene. Raleigh was gently lying in 2G's arms, soft like a white feather. She looked at the sky where the clouds were moving across quickly. Her eyes were clear as water. 2G's eyes, however, were dazed. He had not shifted his gaze at all from Raleigh's face. He mumbled, "It has already been 12 years, but I still feel like everything is a dream. Oh Raleigh, my wife, I swear I will love you and protect you. If you have any wish, tell me, I will do everything to satisfy you." "Is that so?" Raleigh asked softly. "Of course," 2G replied without any hesitation. Raleigh's face showed a rare look of hesitation. After a long while, she said with some difficulty, "Then kill someone for me." "Kill who?" "Even if it is a rank 8 existence, trust me, I will stake my life to kill them." 2G agreed readily and seriously. "An infant who is just born." Raleigh smiled, her smile containing bitterness. 2G was stunned. "An infant?" Raleigh took a deep breath. "Do you believe in fate?" "I cultivate rule path. I have to believe in the rules of this world. All things have their own ordained path, of which is fate," 2G replied. Raleigh continued. "Then I will tell you, this baby will become a future Gu Venerable, called Reckless Savage. And in the future, I will definitely die at his hands." "What?" 2G was shocked. "Raleigh, how many times have you checked this prophecy?" Raleigh gave a bitter smile. "Only once is enough, but I checked it many times indeed. Every result was the same." "Do you know why a wisdom path Gu Immortal's prophecy is so accurate?" "That is because fate is always fixed. I will die at Reckless Savage's hands, that is my fate." 2G's mouth became dry as waves surged and ebbed in his heart. But shortly, soaring killing intent suddenly surged out of his body as he stood up. "Then I shall kill him. Although this is fate. I don't believe that I, the Grand 2G, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, can't kill an infant." Fan Yuan's soul foundation continued to fall as the third scene started. 2G was heavily injured when he appeared in front of Fairy Raleigh. His lips shook and his expression was ashamed as well as shocked. Fairy Raleigh smiled. "I know, you encountered your fated enemy on the way there, and he just happened to have made a breakthrough." 2G was surprised. "You deduced it?" Fairy Raleigh nodded. "The moment you got attacked, I deduced it." 2G was dazed. He hesitated for a moment but still asked, "Then, Raleigh, since you already deduced it, why didn't you come to help me? If we, husband and wife, joined hands, we could have definitely killed that scumbag." Raleigh shook her head. "You still don't understand? This is fate's arrangement. If I didn't tell you my deductions, you would not have gone to kill that infant. If you didn't go to kill that infant, you would not have encountered your old enemy. Anyone who tries to change fate will be met with fate's punishment. Your injuries are the punishment now. If I had gone to help you, another obstruction would have appeared." 2G blinked his eyes several times before saying in joy, "So it was like that. That's good, your decision was correct. I won't let you get injured. I would rather be torn apart than see even a hair of yours get damaged." Raleigh gave a bitter smile as she looked at 2G. "You understand the power of fate now? You don't need to try anymore. Stay with me and quietly accompany me in my final moments. I believe I will be blessed with you by my side." "No!" 2G's body shook as he said resolutely. "Absolutely not. I won't stand by and watch this happen. I won't let you die. I promise to love you and protect you with my life. But my death is fate's arrangement. Oh 2G, my husband, you said it yourself, that you believe in fate," Raleigh said meaningfully. Then I will stop believing in it." At first, 2G struggled and hesitated, but when he finally said it, he could not restrain his roar. His anger soared to the skies. Fourth scene. 2G went to look for that infant once again, but an earthly calamity suddenly appeared. There was a landslide, villagers ran everywhere, the infant also disappeared. 2G could only kill some mortals, but he ran into several righteous path immortals. After a huge battle, 2G killed a few of them, but he ended up becoming a major wanted criminal by the human Gu Immortals. Fifth scene. Several years later, the tribulation was strange and of unsurpassed strength. 2G almost died undergoing the tribulation. When he was lying in the bed, unable to move, he heard that Raleigh had finally deduced the specific location of that infant. I will go kill him! Tuji struggled to stand up, but when he had just walked a few steps, he fell unconscious. When he woke up, he saw Fairy Ruali had lost lifespan. Her hair had turned completely white. He sobbed. It is all my fault, Ruali. You went through such painstaking efforts and finally deduced it after several years of closed cultivation. If not for my inability. Fairy Ruali smiled warmly, consoling. No problem, I can deduce it again. 6th scene. They encountered a beast tide. 7th scene. Fairy Ruali's deduction failed, suffering backlash. Her youth was spent, and she became an old lady. She rested in Tuji's embrace, smiling bitterly. Look at what I have become. I must look pathetic, right? Tuji gently stroked her hair, his gaze still containing deep love. No matter what you look like, you will still be my beloved Fairy Ruali. This special dream realm continued. Fan Yuan could only observe from the start. Regardless of how Tuji and Ruali chased, all their attempts were met with failure. One time, he captured the infant, but the baby escaped by some unexpected mishap. 3 times he caught up to the infant, but whenever he tried to make the fatal attack, by some strange factors and coincidences, the baby was able to escape. That infant was gradually growing up, becoming a Gu immortal. The situation moved firmly along the path decided by fate, finally nearing the day of Fairy Ruali's death. Tuji became increasingly tense. He knew the most crucial time had arrived. He planned every day and cultivated bitterly, using anything that could increase his strength no matter what the risks were. On the contrary, Fairy Ruali had loosened up. She no longer deduced ceaselessly. She persuaded Tuji not to risk his life. Tuji did not listen, getting more anxious. Sometimes she would accompany Tuji, lying in his arms, then look at him warmly for a long time as if she could not savor it enough. Finally, the 8th scene. The fatal attack was blocked by Tuji with his body. He even counterattacked, forcing back that great enemy. Tuji was on the verge of death. He fell in Fairy Ruali's arms, saying joyfully, We finally won against fate. Ruali, my wife. I did it, I really did it, cough cough cough. He wanted to shout and cheer in joy, but he was too weak and coughed incessantly. He knew he was no doubt going to die and did not have much time. Using this final period of time, he grabbed Fairy Ruali's hand with difficulty, looking at her with incomparably deep love as he said in a solemn tone, After I die, you must continue to live on, live well. Clear crystal-like tears flowed down Fairy Ruali's eyes, sliding down her face. She tightly embraced Tuji, whispering in his ear, Do you know? Although I cultivate wisdom path, I don't believe in fate. I had deduced fate's arrangement for me, but who would want to die? So I looked for you. Actually, our marriage was not even part of the arrangements of fate. I did not love you and only wanted to use you. Tuji smiled, responding in an extremely faint voice. I knew that, but so what? I love you. I am happy and fully willing to be used by you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to be used by you. I had once believed in fate, but I don't anymore. Look, you are still alive. Fate has already been changed. This is wonderful. Tuji was no longer able to lift his heavy eyelids as they closed slowly. He no longer responded. Fairy Ruali wept loudly. She had never lost her composure like this before in her life. She repeatedly shook her head and sobbed. I did not used to believe in fate, but now I do. Her whole body started to let out a pure white light that slowly entered the Rockman Gu immortal Tuji's body. Tuji's aura gradually began to recover from its weak state, while Fairy Ruali's body became increasingly frail and illusory. The Rockman Gu immortal opened his eyes once again. When he saw what was happening, he shouted in shock and panic. No, stop, I don't want to be healed. You will die, you will die. Unfortunately, he did not have any strength left and was unable to stop it. Fairy Ruali's figure had already become illusory. She revealed a smile, saying with incomparable warmth and a trace of craftiness, You are aware of it, my killer move cannot be stopped once it is activated. I want to say one final thing to you, the thing you wanted to hear the most. You silly rock. I love you. Once she said that, Fairy Ruali faded like an illusion, vanishing from the world. No! No! Tuji roared like an injured beast filled with anger and sorrow. He was powerlessness and in pain. Chapter 16:19. I do not believe. Gorgeous lights slowly dissipated from the stone room. Feng Jin Huang took a deep breath, staring forward without blinking, with her sharp eyes flickering with light. A cocoon-like lump of light, the size of a millstone, was quietly floating in front of her. The final step. Feng Jinhuang took another deep breath, suddenly pinching all her fingers. Her 10 fingers then opened like blossoming flowers, endless bright lights flickering from them, shining upon the whole stone room. Feng Jinhuang's movement was so skilled even refinement path grandmasters would show a solemn expression. Feng Jinhuang was already a refinement path great grandmaster. It was not strange for her to have such exquisite Gu techniques. What Feng Jinhuang was using was a dual metal and fire path refinement technique. She had found this method to be the most suitable for her. Boom! After a while, a loud sound erupted. The cocoon, however, did not explode and was instead rapidly shrinking. The pure white cocoon's surface gradually turned into dark blue color, while the cocoon gradually turned firmer with some metallic luster. I finally succeeded after failing many times. Feng Jinhuang's eyes flashed with joy. Her mind was calm the whole time. She was already starting to display the demeanor of a refinement path great expert. The rank 5 Gu worm was refined, but it still needed to be processed with proper technique. Feng Jinhuang opened her mouth, carefully breathing out wisps of cold air. As the cold air blew on it, the blue cocoon slightly trembled and let out a buzzing noise. Large amounts of hot air rose up from the cocoon, filling the whole stone room with hot fog. Using dual metal and fire path refinement techniques created such a residual effect. The temperature of the Gu worm would become too high, and if it was not cooled down in time, it might not die, but it would be severely injured and difficult to use. Gu refinement was an extremely deep and broad subject with countless techniques. Any Gu refinement technique had its advantages and disadvantages. If an ice refinement method was used to refine this Gu worm, the residual effect could not be treated with cold air. The Gu had to be nourished in warm water for some time. Feng Jinhuang stopped her techniques and slowly stood up from the cushion. The rank 5 Gu floated to her hand. She tested it carefully. Her solemn expression bloomed like flowers as she let out a dazzling smile. She left the secret room and walked out of the cavern. The moment she opened the door, the huge rumbling noise of a waterfall, the sounds of birds, and the rustling of tree leaves entered her ears. Outside of the extremely quiet secret room, the world had once again sprouted to life. The verdant green mountains, birds singing, fragrance of the flowers, the bright sunlight, everything was tranquil and beautiful. Feng Jinhuang looked around and saw Duke Long sitting quietly on a giant rock beside a pool. The lights from the mountain delighted the birds, the shadows on the pool set the heart at ease. Master, master, take a look! I refined this dream pillow Gu. Feng Jin Huang ran over to Duke Long while holding the newly refined rank 5 Gu and spoke with a dazzling smile. Duke Long slowly opened his eyes and took a glance at Dream Pillow Gu. He nodded his head slightly and said in a mild voice, Not bad, not bad. Feng Jinhuang slightly pouted. How can it only be not bad? Master, you don't know how many times I failed in refining this Gu worm before succeeding this once. With this Dream Pillow Gu, mortal Gu masters can enter dream realms if they sleep while laying their heads on it. It will be an enormous help to my spirit affinity house and the whole of Central Continent. Ever since Feng Jinhuang took Duke Long as her master, she had devoted herself to cultivating. Duke Long did not instruct her in cultivation, but taught her of the situation of the whole world and his experiences, expanding her vision and knowledge. With Duke Long's meticulous teaching, Feng Jinhuang was no longer the same as before. She now had a strategic vision and considered issues in terms of the overall view. Feng Jinhuang's Dream Pillow Gu seemed ordinary, but because it was a mortal Gu, it could be used by most Gu masters. As long as this Gu was mass-produced, Central Continent's Gu masters could easily enter their own dream realms and extract Dream Path Gu materials from them, gaining an early advantage in the Great Era. This Gu was able to raise a whole region's strategic dominance. Its significance was beyond ordinary. Duke Long, however, showed no surprise. It is only natural for you to have such accomplishments. Huang Er, you are the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Before Duke Long finished speaking, Feng Jinhuang interrupted with a trace of discontent. All right, you are saying this again. Are you saying that I obtained all these accomplishments only because I am the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Duke Long chuckled as he looked at Feng Jinhuang, suddenly changing the topic. Huang Er, do you believe in fate? Feng Jinhuang's brows furrowed. Master, are you talking about Fate Gu? Duke Long nodded. Right, it is the Fate Gu recorded in Renzu, and also the Fate Gu that Heavenly Court is about to restore completely. Stated that Renzu had spent enormous energy and effort to gather Gu materials, even sacrificing his own 2 hands to finally refine wealth goo. He brought his son, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and daughter, myriad gold wondrous essence, to the Feathermen's residence. But strangely, all the Feathermen had disappeared with no traces left. What's going on? Renzu was puzzled. That is because I arrived here, those Feathermen are afraid of me, all of them ran away. A black and white spider walked towards Renzu leisurely. Who are you? Renzu asked. The spider smiled. Human, you have walked through the road I created in the door of life and death, you still don't know who I am? I am Fate Goo. Myriad gold wondrous essence added. Fate Goo, you are not even the size of my palm, why would those Feathermen fear you? Fate Goo chuckled. Because they pursue freedom, but I, Fate, bind and restrict them. Blazing glory lightning brilliance grumbled. So your intention was the same as us. You are really a failure, not capturing even one Featherman, while hindering us as well. Fate Goo laughed loudly. Who said I failed? The Feathermen are pursuing freedom, but what do they know? Their escape is only on the superficial level, I have already bound them. The road towards their freedom was all arranged by me, but they think they succeeded, not knowing anything. You are also the same, look at yourselves. Renzu, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence looked at their bodies. They discovered that white spider silk had stuck to their limbs and body for some unknown time. They also discovered that not just themselves, even the surrounding flowers, grass, trees, rocks, water, everything was bound by the spider silk. These spider silk gathered together to form into a spider web which spread out endlessly in the sight of Renzu and his children. This is the web that I weaved, it is called all-encompassing web. Everything in the world is bound by this web, to be arranged and controlled by me, Fate. Everyone you encountered and all the things that have happened are all controlled by me. Fate Goo said. Renzu and his children felt a chill in their hearts and began to struggle fiercely. Fate Goo smiled. It is useless, you cannot escape. Fate cannot be altered. Renzu glared at Fate Goo furiously. Oh Fate, why do you have to manipulate and toy with us? From what you said, all the hardships and misfortunes I encountered were all your doings. The loss of my children was also due to you. Fate Goo said calmly. Human, I know you want to save your eldest son, verdant great son, but he is already dead. Death is a necessary fate of humans, you simply cannot save him. Moreover, you want to rely on wealth Goo to save your daughter boundless forest samsara, that is also impossible. As fate willed, a thread of spider silk bound Renzu's wealth Goo and dragged it in front of Fate Goo. Release it, that is our Goo worm. Blazing glory lightning brilliance shouted. Myriad gold wondrous essence's eyes reddened, sobbing. Father sacrificed his own hands to painstakingly refine this wealth Goo. How dare you take it away? Renzu struggled fiercely, but the spider silk continued to become tighter, firmly binding them. Fate Goo laughed loudly. Life and death is decreed by fate, prosperity is up to heaven. Human, you are fated to be poor and menial, tormented and humiliated till you become insane, and in the end, you will also die. Although you refined wealth Goo, you don't have the fate to enjoy it. If you are fated to be poor, even if you dug out gold, it will turn to copper. If you are fated to be rich, even if you pick up paper, it will turn to silk. All these things are under my control. Renzu, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence started cursing Fate Goo furiously. Fate Goo was not the least bit angry, still carefree and at leisure. Many have cursed me, but so what? Humans, no matter how you curse me, it won't change anything. Fate Goo suddenly moved the spider silk, throwing blazing glory lightning brilliance and myriad gold wondrous essence far away, completely out of Renzu's sight. My children! Renzu howled. Fate Goo said darkly. Human, don't blame me, this is your fate. Not just you, loneliness is the fate of every person. Even if they are your own children, they will not accompany you for life and will eventually leave you. Every encounter is temporary, separation is normality. Renzu, however, kept on struggling, but the more he struggled, the tighter the spider silk bound him. Renzu felt an increasingly enormous pressure pushing him down to the point of suffocation. He panted heavily, he gradually lost the strength to struggle. Renzu started crying, tears rolling down his cheeks. Why does my fate have to be so pitiful? Fate Goo was silent. But at this time, a voice emerged from the depths of Renzu's heart. The voice belonged to Self Goo. Human, believe in your own strength rather than blaming your fate. Renzu stopped crying as he suddenly realized. Right, although I don't have strength goo, self goo has taken a bite of strength goo, I have my own strength now. Self goo, I can only rely on you. Self goo then erupted with a dazzling light as it attempted to break the spider silk. Some spider silk was torn, but even more came to bind Renzu. My own strength is not enough? Renzu was anxious. Right, self goo, you have also taken a bite of love goo. If strength does not work, let us rely on love instead. Thereupon, self goo let out a gentle light as it attempted to break the spider silk, but this also failed. Fate goo said, "Oh human, why can't you understand? Love is a type of fate. I arranged it to make verdant great sun fall in love with desolate ancient moon. I also arranged it to make the rockmen fall in love with desolate ancient moon. I also arranged success and failure in their lives, so they eventually ended up dead." No! No! Renzu screamed and bawled. Fate goo listened quietly. Renzu gradually lost the strength to cry. He mumbled powerlessly. I understand now. I know why the Feathermen pursue freedom. Fate goo smiled. Human, you also want to pursue freedom? Renzu nodded. Yes, if I have freedom, I will no longer be bound by you. Fate goo. But look at those Feathermen, even though they pursue freedom, aren't they still under my control? Renzu shook his head. My freedom is different from them. I will pursue absolute freedom. Fate goo laughed loudly. A person's absolute freedom is insanity. Oh human, see for yourself, you are seeking freedom but you are actually moving towards insanity. I already said this earlier, you will lose your mind. That is the road I arranged for you, you cannot escape my control. No! I don't believe you. I will use my own strength and wisdom to obtain freedom. I don't believe your words, I will escape your control. Renzu retorted. Fate goo's laughter became louder. Oh human, you are truly going crazy, you are already deranged. Did you forget? Your self goo has only taken a bite of strength goo and love goo, so you only have your own strength and love, but not your own wisdom. Oh human, when you think you are intelligent, it will be the sign that you are going crazy. Ha ha. It was Renzu's turn to laugh. I don't believe you, oh Fate goo, I don't believe you. I don't believe that this world has fate. Fate goo was silent for a moment before saying, even if you don't believe it, I will still exist. Renzu rebuked. No, that is not true. When I stop believing in you, you will stop existing. I refuse to believe in fate. Fate does not exist. Ha! Fate goo shook its head, sighing. Truly pitiful, O human, you have already fallen into insanity. Renzu scratched his hair and skin, his tears and mucus mixed together, he struggled, he knelt on the ground as he rolled around. It was like how fate declared, he had become insane. Time flew by rapidly as a scene of the past suddenly appeared in Duke Long's mind. 1,000,000 years ago. Do you believe in fate? Duke Long was standing and looking at his disciple warmly. His disciple was only a youngster with a glossy forehead, handsome appearance, and bright eyes. He had long black hair that reached his waist. There was a lifelike red lotus birthmark on his forehead. Duke Long continued. Red Lotus, you are the future immortal venerable, you will definitely lead us humans towards the greatest prosperity and glory. You will certainly succeed, creating your own goo worms and techniques, you will become the pride of your parents, become invincible in the world, and your name shall be marked in history. You will join Heavenly Court, become the leader of humanity, and bring blessings to all beings, your glory will shine throughout time and space. Young Red Lotus blinked his eyes before smiling, exposing his dazzling teeth. There does not seem to be anything bad with this. I believe in fate. Duke Long returned to reality after the slight trance. He looked at Feng Jin Huang and said solemnly, Huang Er, you need to understand that you are the future great dream immortal venerable who will surpass all the past venerables. You will create Dream Path and be invincible in the whole world. Your glory will shine and spread for ages, becoming the eternal symbol and support of humanity. Don't fear, don't hesitate, take each success to press forward indomitably until you reach the supreme peak of this world. Feng Jin Huang's eyes got brighter and brighter as she listened. She smiled with unparalleled beauty. Duke Long also smiled. Feng Jin Huang said, If all this is predestined by fate, then I do not believe in fate. What? Duke Long's smile froze on his face. Chapter 1620. Southern Alliance. Heavenly Court. The large formation let out buzzing noises as glaring light pierced deep into Spectral Soul's body like sharp needles. Despite him curling up and defending with all his strength, he was still hard-pressed to resist the formation's power. Fairy Ziwei was concentrating fully on controlling the large formation, while also absorbing all kinds of information extracted from Spectral Soul. Only when the formation let out breaking noises did Fairy Ziwei stop while feeling unsatisfied. She gave a deep glance at Spectral Soul. Even if they were enemies, Fairy Ziwei could not help but admire Spectral Soul's tenacity. He was clearly in a desperate situation with no trace of hope, but he was still resisting to the end. He was indeed worthy of being an invincible Gu Venerable. Fairy Ziwei left without saying anything. Returning to her hall, she immediately began to concentrate on deducing. The use of star constellation chessboard pushed her deduction ability to the peak of the world. Countless thoughts emerged and faded in her mind like the flickering of countless stars. Her thoughts constantly collided with each other, even flying out of the body, turning into countless purple light specks that covered Fairy Ziwei's body before spreading to fill the whole vast hall. A long while later, the purple thoughts gradually drew in, dissipated, and finally calmed. Fairy Ziwei took a deep breath, stopping her methods as she slowly opened her eyes. A layer of thin sweat had formed on her forehead, her brows were furrowed into a tight knot, and she looked mentally exhausted. Fan Yuan, where in the world are you going to undergo tribulation? Fairy Ziwei muttered. She had been working hard, repeatedly extracting various internal details of Shadow Sect from Spectral Soul. She was especially interested in Shadow Sect's arrangements left in the 5 regions. Because Fan Yuan had used Shadow Sect's arrangement to capture the pursuing team of Southern Border Righteous Path in one go. If Fan Yuan was to undergo tribulation, he was very likely to once again rely on these arrangements. It would make no sense for him to not borrow this help. Fairy Ziwei had been closely paying attention to Fan Yuan's cultivation progress. After the battle in Langya Blessed Land, she clearly deduced Fan Yuan was not far from rank 8. Rank 7 and rank 8 were 2 completely different levels. In the absence of rank 9, rank 8s were the peak of the world. Once Fan Yuan advances to rank 8, he would truly become difficult to suppress, and would become an enormous obstacle for Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan's final grand tribulation is the crucial point. If we can kill him here, it would be greatly beneficial to Heavenly Court and people all over the world. Fairy Ziwei was not going to let go of any chance to kill Fan Yuan, but she found this matter was extremely troubling. Because she could not tell the specific time and location of Fan Yuan's tribulation for sure. Fan Yuan possessed Emperor Yama, which had strong defensive properties, not giving her any chance to make deductions against him. Fan Yuan also had plentiful time path methods to alter the rate of time in the immortal aperture, so it could not be estimated when he was going to undergo the final grand tribulation. Fan Yuan also had fixed immortal travel and could undergo his tribulation anywhere in the world. How could Fairy Ziwei make arrangements like this? The most she could do was rule out Black Heaven and White Heaven. Because a blessed land would absorb a slightly higher amount of Earth Chi when undergoing tribulation, so it was usually done in the 5 regions. Naturally, the possibility of undergoing tribulation in Black or White Heaven was small but not zero. There were several areas which were special and had abundant Earth Chi. But what about the 5 regions? The River of Time was only a secluded domain of heaven and earth, so Fairy Ziwei could arrange immortal Gu houses in it and guard it heavily. But when it came to the huge area of the 5 regions, even thousands of immortal Gu houses would not be enough. Let alone when Heavenly Court did not have enough manpower to assign to every area of 5 regions to interfere with Fan Yuan's tribulation. Fairy Ziwei heaved a sigh. She did not have any good solutions. The plan now was to use all her strength to extract valuable clues from Spectral Soul and use them to deduce the possible locations where Fan Yuan could undergo tribulation. Meanwhile, she would actively contact the Righteous Path forces of 5 regions and release the news of Fan Yuan undergoing tribulation. Heavenly Court did not have control over the other 4 regions and was only able to borrow their strength. The news that Fan Yuan was about to undergo tribulation quickly spread throughout the 5 regions. Not only the Righteous Path clans and sects, even demonic and lone immortals heard about it. Currently, Fan Yuan was already renowned throughout the 5 regions. Although he only had rank 7 cultivation, his battle accomplishments were so amazing that he was already recognized as the number 1 person below rank 8. The Gu immortal world acknowledged that even Fengjiu Gu was inferior to him. He was the strongest news star of the demonic path in the last 100 years. His growth was so shockingly fast that when the Gu immortal world reacted, he had already become a demonic path overlord. So the news of Fan Yuan undergoing tribulation quickly created a heated discussion in the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions. If this demon passes the final Grand Tribulation, he will become a rank 8 Gu immortal. How can we ignore this? Demons are rising while the righteous path is weakening. What else can we do? This person is extraordinary. He possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada, is someone who has been reborn, and also has obtained the inheritances of multiple venerables. A Grand Tribulation cannot stop him. I have a different opinion. As the saying goes, one who commits many injustices is doomed to failure. This demon is too arrogant. He wants to undergo tribulation, but he has to first see if Heavenly Court or the entire world's righteous path are allowing it or not. Some were optimistic about Fang Yuan while some were pessimistic. But one point was clear: the absolute majority of the Gu immortals did not want to see Fang Yuan succeed in his tribulation. This demon brought chaos to the world when he was just rank 6 and even more disaster when he is rank 7. Would he topple the world if he advances to rank 8? I don't care if Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation in other places. But if he undergoes tribulation in Southern Border, my Tai clan will not allow it. While the Gu immortal world was in fervent discussions, Southern Border's righteous path forces were also actively holding meetings or frequently contacting each other to discuss about how to deal with Fang Yuan. Despite there still being hostages in Fang Yuan's hands, if they were able to take this chance to eradicate this disaster, Southern Border's righteous path forces would be more than happy. The reason was simple: benefits. Ignoring Fang Yuan and letting him grow stronger meant he would increasingly become a bigger threat and shroud over Southern Border's righteous path, like a dark cloud. There might even be a day where one of them might face a calamity under his hands. More importantly, Fang Yuan had an extremely huge amount of immortal Gu recipes, inheritances, and all kinds of cultivation resources. He was simply a moving treasure trove. They might be able to obtain enormous benefits by killing him. Even if his immortal aperture was destroyed, as long as a fragment of his soul remains, these righteous path forces could soul search and might obtain some venerables in complete inheritance. Just this alone was enough for these righteous path forces to go after him like a flock of cranes. Wu Yong said in a heavy voice. The headquarters of Shadow's sect are in Southern Border. There are bound to be many arrangements put in place here. Previously, Fang Yuan used one of the arrangements to capture many immortals. There is a high probability of Fang Yuan undergoing tribulation in Southern Border. Prior to saying this, Wu Yong had secretly received information from Fairy Ziwei and knew of several arrangements Shadow's sect had put in Southern Border. Wu Yong was fully aware Fairy Ziwei was making use of him to deal with Fang Yuan. But Wu Yong was willing to be used. Because Fang Yuan had heavily toyed with him by disguising as Wu Yihai, Fang Yuan being alive was the greatest disgrace to the whole of Wu clan and him. Wu Yong. Lord Wu Yong's analysis is sound. Xiao clan Gu immortal immediately added. Fang Yuan captured Gu immortals from every clan. He is also an inheritor of Shadow sect, the current sect leader. He definitely has powerful soul path methods. After soul searching the captives, he will be clear of the situation of our Southern Border righteous path. Moreover, our Southern Border has been through all kinds of large changes in these recent years, be they lone or demonic immortals. They have all suffered severe losses, especially our righteous path. If that demon undergoes tribulation here, he will face the least obstruction. Even if Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation in Southern Border, how can we keep a lookout? Southern Border is so large, he could very well undergo tribulation in some corner. How would we know? A Gu immortal asked. We can know it by investigating. Xia clan Gu immortal replied. Once he places his immortal aperture and connects to the world, he has to maintain this state till he finishes the tribulation. He will no longer be hidden in this period of time, and we will be able to trace him. Even without others' help, our Xia clan's wisdom path Gu immortals will be able to deduce his specific location with the help of our formation. Of course, if there are many wisdom path Gu immortals helping us, we will have even more certainty in deducing Fang Yuan's location, and also much more quickly. Another Xia clan Gu immortal continued. The true difficulty is not in deducing his location but how we can reach there in time. There is also a premise here that we must have gathered a considerable number of Gu immortals to deal with Fang Yuan. Southern Border's Gu immortals fell into silence. Since ancient times, the Southern Border righteous path forces were numerous and divided, no one submitting to others. And to eliminate Fang Yuan, these Southern Border forces had to work with full cooperation and unity. This could be considered an unprecedented event. Fang Yuan was currently able to fight rank 8, but he was one person in the end. Any single super clan of the righteous path could make sure Fang Yuan had more trouble than he could handle during the tribulation. causing him to fail his tribulation and even die. Because these righteous path forces either possessed rank 8 Gu immortal or had immortal Gu houses that could fight rank 8. Most of them had managed their territories and resources for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years, so they had incomparably robust foundation. In contrast, Fan Yuan had developed for a considerably shorter time. But was it possible for one super clan to use all their strength against Fan Yuan? Impossible. This was a jungle. Every righteous path clan was a fierce beast who ruled over a territory. If this fierce beast left its territory to attack another fierce beast, even if the latter was not fully developed, it would still have claws and fangs. This risk was too large. Even if it killed the other, the fierce beast could very likely be injured, and if its injuries were too severe, other fierce beasts would be attracted to invade. Of course, the invasion would be under the cover of justice. They would find all sorts of excuses. With so many conflicts between southern border righteous path forces over the years, would they be worried about not finding an excuse? Even if they really had no excuse, they could offer to help. For instance, take the initiative to help for the prosperity of southern border. Look at how passionate I am to help you. Do you dare to refuse? Do you have the strength to refuse? So, the true difficulty in dealing with Fan Yuan did not lie in Fan Yuan himself. Was Fan Yuan strong? Indeed, being able to fight rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation was extremely rare even in history. But what if he was compared to a superforce? Fan Yuan was not strong, he could not compare to a group's strength. After continuous conflicts, Fan Yuan would start bleeding. Some southern border Gu immortals could only smile bitterly because they knew the current situation was ironic. The ones binding them were themselves. They were wary of each other and kept each other in check. They divided their forces to guard their large territories to defend against each other. The silence lasted a long while, until a Tai clan Gu immortal suddenly spoke. Actually, there is a way to resolve a portion of this issue. Everyone knows of the immortal Gu house beacon tower of my Tai clan. Southern border Gu immortals maintained their silence, but it did not last long when another voice spoke. I agree with Tai clan in building beacon towers. Everyone was shocked, because this person was none other than Wu clan's first supreme elder Wu Yong. Even that rank 6 Tai clan Gu immortal who had spoken just now was surprised. Wu Yong actually supported Tai clan in building beacon tower? While everyone was still in shock, Wu Yong spoke again. His voice was low and deep, his every word landing in the immortals' minds like a giant rock. He said, "It is time to make a change. Have you still not realized? The wave of the Great Era is already upon us. The 5 regions' regional walls have also started to thin. If we don't start changing now, we will be submerged by this wave of the new era." The immortals fell into silence. Another person stood up. He was Ba clan's first supreme elder who had always wanted to seize the number 1 position from Wu clan. He rarely spoke and thus startled everyone. My Ba clan supports Wu Yong. We need to look ahead. Central continent has heavenly court. Northern plains has longevity heaven. What does our southern border have? He paused for a moment before making a logical point. We have many forces, but every force is independent. We will be taken down by the other regions eventually. So I support Wu Yong and also agree to Tai clan building beacon towers. Not long after him, Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi Chu Yu expressed his support. Then, Luo clan, Ho clan, Chai clan, and so on also expressed their strong intent to unite. Southern Border's immortals suddenly realized that this event was of an extreme importance, and would be recorded in the history of Southern Border. Never had such a situation appeared where Southern Border's righteous path forces joined hands. This was not just a superficial proclamation, but a true close cooperation. The atmosphere was heated like never before. Waves rose in Southern Border Gu immortals' minds as they felt an excitement at participating in a historical moment. Let Fan Yuan be the first sacrificial offering to our Southern Alliance, then. The other 4 regions. Wu Yong did not conceal his ambitions. Chapter 1621. Fan Yuan's Tribulation. Several months later, Southern Border. In a nameless ordinary valley. Ha! Rank 6 female immortal Ba Tao gave a loud shout as auras surged out from her body. She lifted her hands like she was bearing thousands of kilograms of weight. Her face quickly reddened and her body started trembling in exhaustion. Quick! Ba Tao urged. A Gu immortal who was standing at the side activated a killer move. This person was a young-looking rank 6 Gu immortal from Tai clan. He was Tai Yi, son of Tai Chuzhong. Red light spheres started rising up. Suddenly, with a loud sound, the spheres turned into a soaring red light pillar that shot towards the skies. But at this time, an old-looking goo immortal revealed himself. He was standing on clouds. With a wave of his hand, he suppressed this red light pillar. The red light pillar dissipated, revealing a 7-floored pagoda that looked like it was forged from bronze. A fire was quietly burning on top of the pagoda. Done! Tai let out a breath of air, revealing a satisfied expression. Another beacon tower is built. So exhausting. Ba Tao breathed a sigh of relief as she sat on the ground, panting. The old-looking goo immortal slowly floated down. At the same time, countless goo worms gathered and went inside his sleeves. This was a small group tasked to build beacon towers. There were 3 people. Tai Clan Goo Immortal Tai was in charge of building the beacon towers. Ba Tao was supporting him, while the old Goo Immortal was in charge of setting up a formation to disguise the process. After all, the commotion of the beacon tower's construction was huge and could easily be known by others. There were still more than a dozen of such groups. After Southern Border's Righteous Path forces agreed to collaborate, these small groups rushed everywhere to build beacon towers. Beacon Tower is indeed worthy of being Tai Clan's signature immortal goo house. It is truly unbelievable for a goo house formed from mortal goo to be able to transport goo immortals. The old goo immortal sighed while gazing at the beacon tower. Tai helped Ba Tao stand and replied to the old goo immortal. The true terror of beacon tower is that the higher the number of beacon towers built, the greater their overall power. To reach an immortal goo house's power, there needs to be at least 100 beacon towers. Right now, the number of beacon towers in Southern Border is already over 1,000 and can transport rank 7 goo immortals. But to transport rank 8s, we need at least 10,000 beacon towers. Many thanks for clearing my doubts. The old goo immortal expressed his thanks. Tai and the old goo immortal glanced at each other and smiled. If it were before, this secret of beacon tower absolutely could not be mentioned. But because Southern Border's Righteous Path was uniting, the goo immortals' attitude towards each other was gradually changing. If we had a beacon tower near that tributary of the River of Time, our Southern Border Righteous Path could have mobilized our troops and saved my grandfather in time. Ba Tao mumbled in a daze while looking at the beacon tower. Ba Tao, we still have hope. Wasn't Yi Clan's goo immortal released by Fan Yuan? This demon Fan Yuan just wants more cultivation resources. The old goo immortal consoled. Tai Yi did not speak. His mind was, however, in a disorder. His situation was similar to Ba Tao. His father Tai Chu Zhong had also been captured by Fan Yuan. He was of course furious and hated Fan Yuan, but he had to admit that if Fan Yuan had not captured so many Southern Border Goo Immortals and made Southern Border Righteous Path feel pain, would Southern Border Righteous Path forces have united so quickly? Between comfort and pain, the latter was able to move people's hearts much more easily. Sometimes, Tai felt this situation was ironic. Beacon Tower's plan had been Tai Clan's dream since long ago, but it had come to fruition because of a demonic path overlord. Naturally, there was also another important reason, the impending Great Era. But regardless, Fan Yuan's actions had played a key role. Whoosh whoosh. The beacon tower suddenly let out a strange sound, even slightly shaking for a moment. What's going on? This sight immediately attracted the old Goo Immortal's attention. He frowned and looked at Tai. Ba Tao also casted her gaze at Tai. She had participated in building many beacon towers, but had never seen this scene before. Were there some flaws in the construction of this beacon tower? Tai's frown was even deeper. You don't need to worry, this scene is not because of an issue with this beacon tower, it is because one of the beacon towers spread throughout the Southern Border has been completely destroyed. Oh? So it was like that. The old Goo Immortal slightly relaxed. Ba Tao snorted coldly. This scene was within the expectations of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Although the construction of beacon towers had obtained the approval of Southern Border's Righteous Path, Southern Border's Goo Immortal world had demonic cultivators and lone cultivators as well. Beacon towers were under the control of Tai Clan. It represented the benefits of Tai Clan and other Southern Border superforces, which had no relation to these demonic and lone cultivators. It was extremely likely for a beacon tower to be destroyed by these Goo Immortals if they discovered it. Investigate who attacked, we will kill them as a warning to the others. The old Goo Immortals' killing intent soared. This was one of the methods, discussed by the Southern Border Righteous Path forces, to deal with such matters. However, at the next moment, beacon tower's anomaly shocked the 3 immortals. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A series of strange sounds resounded for a while. The newly constructed beacon tower trembled non-stop like an epileptic patient. What happened? Does this mean many beacon towers are being destroyed successively? Ba Tao and the old Gu Immortal once again looked at Tai Yi. This time, even Tai Yi was puzzled as he mumbled, "Strange, does this beacon tower really have an issue?" But at the next moment their doubt was removed. The three immortals' expressions changed because they had received astonishing news at almost the same time. The mad destruction of beacon towers was caused by only one person. It was none other than the nefarious and unpardonable demonic path overlord Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan has outstanding wisdom path methods. It is not difficult for him to deduce the location of these beacon towers. He also has fixed immortal travel and can move anywhere freely. It is not strange for him to be able to do this. Tai Yi's expression was gloomy. Damn it! That incompetent heavenly court, they actually let Fan Yuan steal fixed immortal travel. Ba Tao said furiously with clenched fists. The old Gu Immortal was steady and cautious. We should return to our clans. Since Fan Yuan is moving about, it is not safe outside. Tai Yi and Ba Tao tensed up as they thought of Fan Yuan's methods, having no intention to stay behind. At the same time, Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu and other clan leaders were in an urgent meeting. Fan Yuan probably noticed the threat of beacon towers, so he is taking an early action to destroy them. Look, my clan's beacon tower has already made him feel unease. Tai clan's first supreme elder said. Humph, just let him destroy. The construction of beacon towers is quite difficult and requires Gu immortals to personally do it. But they are only constructed with mortal Gu, so their cost is low. We can just let him destroy them. Shan clan's first supreme elder laughed coldly, showing the aura of a wealthy force. Wu Yong, however, frowned. He had slightly more understanding of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan is crafty. We cannot look down on him. I feel like his action has another deep meaning. It is not as simple as it looks. Wu Yong's words immediately attracted other Gu immortals' attention. One of them spoke. Would this be possible? Fan Yuan is going to undergo tribulation in southern border, and one of these beacon towers is extremely near to the location where he will undergo tribulation. So he took action and destroyed a large amount of them. It is reasonable. Quick, gather wisdom path Gu immortals to make deductions. As long as Fan Yuan makes a move, he will leave behind all kinds of clues. Right now, he is making a big commotion. We will definitely have more gains in our deductions. After a round of deductions, there were indeed great results. Southern Border Righteous Path obtained 3 locations which had the greatest possibility of being the areas where Fan Yuan would undergo tribulation. Quickly investigate. These 3 areas should be emphasized and guarded heavily. Similar commands were passed down. Southern Border's Gu Immortal World moved with an unprecedented and united pace, all to kill their common enemy. A moment later, shocking news reached every Southern Border force. There was an unusual disturbance of heaven and earth chi in the 5 regional mountain range, and its range was extremely large. Chapter 1622. Besieging Fan Yuan. 5 regional mountain range? Jun Xinguang's thoughts flickered. Fan Yuan's unbridled destruction of beacon towers caused a huge commotion. Even Heavenly Court, which had very weak influence in Southern Border, was able to detect it. Southern Border's Righteous Path forces had gathered many Wisdom Path Gu immortals and deduced 3 locations, which also included the 5 regional mountain range. While in Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei deduced alone but had found out about 5 regional mountain range a step earlier. Jun Xinguang immediately moved towards the 5 regional mountain range. At the same time, all kinds of relevant information about the 5 regional mountain range appeared in his mind. This 5 regional mountain range was not a naturally formed mountain range, but was man-made. The person who could create such a mountain range was naturally not ordinary. He was rank 8 restriction path Gu Immortal Tao Zhu. This person had extraordinary attainment level and was called restriction expert. He had done deep research regarding the 5 regional walls. He attempted to find a way to allow Gu immortals to travel through the regional walls easily. Unfortunately, even until his death, there had been no progress. But this 5 regions mountain range was left behind and became a special area in Southern Border. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch was beaten by Fan Yuan when she chased him into the regional wall. This battle revealed the secret of Fan Yuan receiving almost no suppression in regional walls. The regional walls can even be said to be his natural territory. Unfortunately for him, it is almost impossible to draw in heaven and earth chi in regional walls. He definitely can't undergo tribulation in the regional walls. But 5 regional mountain range is different. This area is man-made and has ample earth chi since it is in southern border. Heaven chi is also not scarce in it. It is also able to provide some territorial advantages for Fan Yuan. Jun Xingguang was extremely fast. He had already crossed tens of thousands of li while all kinds of thoughts moved rapidly in his mind. He could already see the 5 regional mountain range on the horizon. Jun Xingguang was able to so quickly rush to the scene because he had been lurking near this area. Everyone knew of the 5 regional mountain range. It was not a secret. Months ago, Fairy Ziwei had deduced some locations where Fan Yuan might undergo tribulation. 5 regional mountain range was among the top possible locations. As such, the 5 regional mountain range was one of the heavily observed locations by Heavenly Court. This time, to deal with Fan Yuan, Fairy Ziwei did not hesitate to transfer many rank 8 Gu immortals into the other 4 regions. Southern Border had 2, Jun Xingguang was one of them. The other was a rank 8 Gu immortal, Wei Feng, who was rather far away but was currently rushing towards the location with all haste. Jun Xingguang reached close to 5 regional mountain range and activated a killer move to hide himself before carefully moving forward. Swoosh swoosh. Endless amounts of heaven and earth chi, like giant river waves, were drawn in and gathered in the central area of the 5 regional mountain range. That area was covered in shadows and bright light. Nothing could be seen. That area was like a bottomless hole that endlessly devoured the enormous amount of heaven and earth chi. This scale, it is truly terrifying. Jun Xingguang felt a chill from the sight. He quickly activated his unique investigative methods. After Fan Yuan successfully trapped and captured the group of southern border Gu immortals, Jun Xingguang had appeared to inspect the battlefield. Right now, Jun Xingguang was vigilant and did not dare to rashly move ahead even though he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, a rank higher than Fan Yuan. If by any chance, he rashly entered the 5 regional mountain range and discovered it was Fan Yuan's trap, it would be truly miserable. After Jun Xingguang inspected properly, he confirmed someone was indeed undergoing tribulation. But whether it was Fan Yuan or not was unknown. Jun Xingguang was extremely patient and used other methods. After a while of investigation, he confirmed an otherworldly demon was undergoing tribulation. As such, Jun Xingguang was almost 100% sure this was where Fan Yuan was. He is truly undergoing tribulation here, Jun Xingguang mumbled, his gaze holding some disbelief. But he quickly reacted, smiling at himself. The truth sounds fake while the lies sound real. Fan Yuan is clearly here, but I actually don't dare to believe it. Northern Plains He tribe had unique methods that could detect otherworldly demons. Heavenly Court naturally also had similar killer moves. Back when Fairy Ziwei had tried to persuade Fan Yuan to surrender, she had revealed, Heavenly Court is the Heavenly Court of humanity, even otherworldly demons would be accepted in it. Heavenly Court had indeed recruited otherworldly demons before, but there were no clear records in history, so others were unaware. It was not strange for Heavenly Court to possess such methods. Jun Xingguang was currently using this method. The probability of Fan Yuan taking such methods into consideration and deceiving us is too low. After all, even if he has reborn, this method was specially modified by Lady Ziwei recently. I've heard that after Yuan Qiongdu joined Heavenly Court, besides being in charge of restoring Fate Gu, he has also been refining Immortal Gu targeted towards dealing with Fan Yuan. There were cases in history where rank 8 demonic path Gu immortals caused havoc in the world. When Heavenly Court became unable to restrain them easily, they would refine Immortal Gu to deal with such demons. This kind of Immortal Gu were specially meant to subdue specific demons, and as such had extraordinary effect. Fan Yuan was only rank 7 but was already thought so highly by Heavenly Court. A case like this was unprecedented even in history. There could be another reason. He is no longer able to delay the Grand Tribulation and must undergo the tribulation. Jun Xingguang's eyes flashed with sharp light. Someone was undergoing tribulation here, and that person was an otherworldly demon. It was clear that person was Fan Yuan. If it were someone else, who would come to this place to undergo tribulation? Adding on the scale of the heaven and earth chi, and the otherworldly demon identity, who else could it be other than Fan Yuan? Good, good, good. Fan Yuan, my Heavenly Court has finally caught you! Jun Xingguang's face shined with increasing excitement. Fan Yuan had already started his tribulation, and could not move casually during this time. He had become a live target. Even if he had fixed immortal travel, how could he use it? This could be said to be Fan Yuan's weakest moment. Jun Xingguang's expression slowly calmed down, turning serious as a deadly and murderous aura moved around his body. If I kill Fan Yuan, I will make a world-shaking contribution. Jun Xinguang's heart was set on fire. It was truly lucky that he could encounter such a good opportunity. No wonder Lady Ziwei once told me that I had abundant luck. Although it is not a match for Fan Yuan's, I won't be suppressed by his luck as long as I don't make the first move. If I stalk from behind like an Oriole, waiting for Fan Yuan's luck to weaken, I have a chance to win. Jun Xinguang's eyes were already burning with killing intent. So what if it is the 5 regional mountain range? It is only an imitation of the regional walls. Even if Fan Yuan was undergoing tribulation in the regional wall, I, Jun Xinguang, would forcibly enter and kill him. Rumble. A sonic wave suddenly erupted as an immortal goo house charged into the 5 regional mountain range like lightning. Jun Xinguang's heart immediately chilled. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building? These southern border immortals arrived really fast. Sure enough, the beacon towers helped them a lot. Even my heavenly court does not have such methods to gather troops so quickly. When we invade southern border in the future, we must first get rid of these beacon towers. Jun Xinguang was actually somewhat happy to see these southern border righteous path forces. He wanted these people to spearhead the attack, wearing down Fan Yuan's battle strength and luck. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building rose to the sky. Wu Yong and the southern border righteous path immortals were looking at the whole 5 regional mountain range from within the bamboo building. Many Gu immortals felt puzzled and stunned at such a scale of heaven and earth chi. Some wisdom path Gu immortals deduced together, and soon, one of them excitedly said, "It is almost certain that Fan Yuan is undergoing tribulation here." Great! Wonderful, wonderful! Fan Yuan is a heinous demon with deep sins. We will avenge our southern border righteous path's brethren by taking his head today. We are saving the world by killing this demon. We will bring blessings to the people of the world. Humph, this Fan Yuan really thinks my southern border righteous path is a pushover? He is really undergoing tribulation in southern border. He probably thought we will be afraid because he has our members in captivity. Little could he imagine how firm our southern border righteous path is in defending our values. The southern border immortals were full of battle intent. Xia Clan's 2nd Supreme Elder Xia Zhao and 3rd Supreme Elder Xia Qingyuan looked at each other with helplessness. They really wanted to save their 1st Supreme Elder Xia Cha, but they had no choice but to go with the flow in this atmosphere. Southern Border's righteous path forces were already suppressing deep anger from being extorted by Fan Yuan. It was just that they were not able to find Fan Yuan's location. After calculating the benefits, they chose to be extorted to protect the hostages. But at this moment, Fan Yuan was in front of them. As long as they killed him, they might be able to obtain inheritances of multiple venerables, countless cultivation resources, and several secluded domains of heaven and earth. The soaring hatred and the enormous benefits made these southern border Gu immortals' eyes turn red. Our southern border righteous path alliance is newly established. We need to establish a name for ourselves using an infamous demon. Fan Yuan is perfect for this. Everyone, this damn demon is undergoing tribulation. We have limited time. We will attack from all sides and make his death anniversary exactly a year from now. Under Wu Yong's command, southern border righteous path immortals rushed out. They had a powerful group of immortals. Qi Chu Yu, Shang Wu Jie, and other rank 8 Gu immortals, seniors with high authority like Xia Zhao and others, rank 7 experts like Yao Du, Ho Ting, Ba De, and so on. Even Jun Xinguang, who was hiding inwardly, clicked his tongue. This was almost the full force of southern border's righteous path. There were probably only some minor rank 6 immortals left to guard their headquarters. At this moment, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heaven chi was surging rapidly. Boundless lumps of lights condensed into dozens of giant beams of light and shot towards Fan Yuan. Earth chi solidified, restraining Fan Yuan's movement. Fan Yuan was austere. His attention was not on the tribulation, but outside his immortal aperture. Oh wow, quite a number of people have showed up. Southern Border's righteous path really hates me. Of course the wealth I possess is also extremely attractive. Besides them, there definitely have to be heavenly courts Gu immortals lying in ambush, but I am not able to find them for now. He had captured many southern border Gu immortals and soul-searched them, gaining deep understanding of southern border's righteous path, but he did not dare to have any hint of carelessness right now. Southern border's righteous path had robust foundations and hidden trump cards. Especially some deeply hidden trump cards. Even the clan's 1st Supreme Elder might not be aware of them, let alone the captives in Fan Yuan's hands. The beacon towers are troublesome indeed. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh. I destroyed so many. but it is extremely easy for them to construct more again. In my first life of 500 years, Southern Border was defeated repeatedly before they finally began constructing beacon towers on a large scale. In this life, because of me, the construction of the beacon towers has been brought forward. Those holding high positions are indeed not simple, they cannot be underestimated. Chapter 16:23. Adair's Monkey. The Southern Border Immortals immediately felt strong forces of repulsion and attraction when they entered the 5 regional mountain range. They activated their killer moves to move forward while maintaining defensive methods. Their immortal apertures shook constantly as they suffered backlash from their immortal killer moves. This demon chose quite a good place, some Southern Border Goo Immortals said with hatred. Even if my immortal aperture is destroyed, I will get rid of this demon. Many Goo Immortals instead became filled with battle intent as their thoughts of killing Fan Yuan became even more firm. Fan Yuan was so crafty and vicious, he was audacious and arrogant, having no fear of even Heavenly Court let alone of the other region's righteous paths. This person was only rank 7 but had ambushed Southern Border's righteous path immortals and taken them captive for ransom. If he was allowed to advance to rank 8, how disastrous would that be? If Fan Yuan was a righteous path member, it would be fine. Righteous path had to abide by rules. But he was of the demonic path, a lone individual. He killed or robbed others for the cultivation resources he needed. This was an irreconcilable conflict. Moreover, Fan Yuan not only had terrifying battle strength to kill and loot, he could even defend against deductions. This was too frightening. This calamity must be eradicated as early as possible. Kill! Charge in! Avenge our clansmen! Whoever kills Fan Yuan will be heavily rewarded by me, Shang Wu Jie. I, Chi Chu Yu, will personally set up an immortal formation for them. My Wu clan will open the treasury and let the person who kills Fan Yuan choose 3 immortal Goo. The morale of Southern Border's Goo Immortals soared crazily in front of the great rewards. They split into various groups and moved to every area of the 5 regional mountain range, creating a perimeter around the central area before charging in. Caw caw! A series of chicken cries was heard. A giant immemorial year chicken suddenly appeared and blocked Shang Wujie's group. Fan Yuan had naturally made arrangements, spreading immemorial year beasts in all directions to block the enemy. This immemorial year chicken charged ferociously towards the Southern Border Goo Immortals. The accompanying rank 7 Goo Immortals felt a chill in their hearts, and were about to defend with all their strength when they suddenly heard Shang Wujie's snort. A little chick trying to block me! Shang Wujie shouted, directly activating a rank 8 killer move. Boom! The immemorial year chicken was sent flying. It crashed into a mountain and fell unconscious immediately. The rank 7 Goo Immortals gasped at this sight. Their gaze towards Shang Wujie had already changed. Shang Wujie might be a rank 8 Goo Immortal, but he was never famous for his battle strength. I didn't imagine his offensive move to be so fierce. An immemorial year chicken is still an immemorial year beast, but was knocked unconscious by Shang Wujie without even a chance to retaliate. Ferocious, too ferocious. Shang clan is ranked among the top 5 super forces of Southern Border, but the strength Shang Wujie showed is too powerful. Shang Wujie's performance was extremely shocking. No matter how weak the immemorial year chicken was, it was still at rank 8 level. Who could have thought it would be get done in by just one move? Oh? He brought weak chicken goo with him. Fan Yuan was observing the situation outside while undergoing the tribulation. The immemorial year chicken's poor performance made Fan Yuan recall a famous transaction in his previous life. Ba clan rank 7 Goo Immortal Ba Ji paid an enormous price to obtain rank 8 weak chicken goo from Shang clan. Because of some special method, he was actually able to use this immortal goo and increase his strength greatly, successively raising a huge storm in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Currently, Goo Immortal Ba Ji is still in closed cultivation. He is not famous and is hardly regarded by anyone. Weak chicken goo is still with Shang clan and was brought by Shang Wujie to deal with me. Shang Wujie's battle strength was not outstanding among Southern Border's rank 8s, but he created a great sensation with weak chicken goo. Fortunately, that immemorial year rooster was only unconscious and not killed. It could still be saved. Fan Yuan immediately sent an immemorial year snake to attack Shang Wujie's group. The 2 sides confronted. Shang Wujie was immediately obstructed, his previous momentum coming to an abrupt stop. Several other groups were also facing Shang Wujie's situation, and they all had rank 8 Goo Immortals. Fan Yuan was clearly prioritizing defending against these rank 8 existences. These immemorial year beasts were not the match of the rank 8 Gu immortals in one-on-one combat, but they could block them for some time. Moreover, it was different in the 5 regional mountain range. The difficulty of using any immortal killer move increased greatly, and the Gu immortal would even suffer the backlash. There were also attraction and repulsion forces that constantly disturbed the Gu immortals. They not only had to concentrate on the fight, but also had to constantly pay attention to these constant attraction and repulsion forces. These attraction and repulsion forces became greater on those with higher cultivation. Rank 8 Gu immortals would face great difficulty to make any move. This was also why, under normal situations, rank 8 Gu immortals traveled through Black Heaven or White Heaven, detouring around this path. But in the end, the 5 regional mountain range was only an imitation of 5 regions' regional walls, so its obstruction towards rank 8 Gu immortals was not as powerful as the true regional walls. Even so, it still greatly restricted the actions of rank 8 Gu immortals. For a moment, even Wu Yong had to use all his strength to fight the immemorial year beasts, unable to move any further. These immemorial year beasts came from the River of Time and were not born in the 5 regions, so they suffered no restrictions. As for Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, it was a consolidated immortal killer move and would be severely restrained in the 5 regional mountain range. Wu Yong had already stored it inside his immortal aperture, and did not dare to rashly take it out. This demon's scheme is truly sly, no wonder he chose this place to undergo tribulation. A Gu immortal coughed out blood and shouted. Forget us, charge in and disturb Fan Yuan's tribulation. We can't let him pass this tribulation. Chi Chuyu shouted. Fan Yuan had arranged all the immemorial year beasts, but their numbers were not as high as the southern border Gu immortals. While the immemorial year beasts were restraining the southern border immortals, they were also being restrained at the same time. Many southern border Gu immortals passed around the immemorial year beasts and charged towards Fan Yuan. Formation, rise! Fan Yuan was not panicked. Under his command, a large immortal formation suddenly activated in the surroundings. Instantly, the southern border Gu immortals lost their 5 senses. Dense fog appeared before them, making them lose their direction. This demon had a backup plan indeed. Don't be afraid, immortal Gu houses can't be used easily in the 5 regional mountain range. The same applies to immortal formations. Once enough time passes, it will collapse by itself. At that time, Fan Yuan will have to bear the backlash of the collapse. No, this is exactly that demon's plan. As long as he can hold out for this time and pass the tribulation, even if the formation collapses and he suffers backlash, he can use fixed immortal travel to escape. The southern border Gu immortals rapidly conversed with each other, immediately realizing Fan Yuan's delaying tactic. We need to break this formation as soon as possible. Do you have such methods? Not good, Qi Clan's Gu immortals are all obstructed, none of them came. Damn it, this demon did it deliberately. Ha! Suddenly, a Gu immortal's laughter could be heard. Everyone's gaze was attracted towards the source. They saw a person with a large head, small body, and crafty eyes. Someone immediately asked, Friend from Ho Clan, why are you laughing? Ho Clan Gu immortal Ho Zishua stopped laughing and said, No need to be worried, everyone. I found that this formation has no space path ability. It is only confusing our senses and causing us to fail to detect the correct direction. I have a beast that can be used for this. Come out. Just as he finished speaking, a strange light shot out of Ho Zishua's immortal aperture and landed on his shoulder, turning into a monkey. This monkey was small, covered with dense amount of silver fur. It had 8 ears, 4 on the left and 4 on the right. A Gu immortal gasped in shock. Could this be an immemorial desolate beast 8 ears monkey? Ho Zishua laughed loudly. You are exactly right. Ear monkey was a strange and precious beast. It was an information path beast. Even ordinary mortal ear monkeys were scarce. An immortal ear monkey was even rarer. When the ear monkey has 6 ears, it is a desolate beast. 7 ears meant ancient desolate beast. And 8 ears meant an immemorial desolate beast. Instantly, the southern border immortals' gazes towards Ho Zishua changed. Ho Zishua only had rank 7 cultivation. He neither had great battle strength nor was famous. Who could have thought he was actually hiding an immemorial desolate beast? He had really hidden it deeply. He might not have showed this trump card if not for this expedition to kill Fan Yuan. Monkey, monkey, where is the enemy? Ho Zishua stroked the 8 ears monkey's small head and softly commanded. The 8 ears monkey, an immemorial desolate beast, was actually so tame that it obediently listened to Ho Zishua's words. It immediately tilted to the side and listened for a moment, before screeching and pointing towards a direction. Everyone followed its direction, immediately making continuous breakthroughs. Suddenly, the immortal formation changed. The 8 Ears monkey immediately screamed loudly. It listened once again before pointing to another direction. Fan Yuan frowned. If this went on, he would not be able to block these southern border Gu immortals even if he repeatedly changed the formation. It is actually an 8 Ears monkey. Although whole clan has always focused on raising and enslaving monkeys, I didn't think they had such a rare divine beast. Jun Xinguang's killing intent rose. Killing Fan Yuan was of great importance. Jun Xinguang hesitated for a moment before deciding to take the risk. When the southern border Gu immortals had entered the 5 regional mountain range, he had already quietly activated a killer move to conceal himself and enter. The other heavenly court Gu immortal, Wei Feng, was rapidly approaching as well. Beasts like 8 Ears monkey can perceive everything in the surroundings. When central continent invades southern border, most of our concealment methods will be useless. Killing it would be greatly helpful to my heavenly court's plan. A trace of killing intent appeared in Jun Xinguang's eyes when he looked at the 8 Ears monkey. The 8 Ears monkey immediately reacted, giving a sharp panic screech. This beast is quite sensitive. Jun Xinguang quickly retracted his gaze and looked ahead. Forget it, I will spare it for now. The urgent task is still Fan Yuan. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Ho Zishua comforted the 8 Ears monkey. Right at this time, their vision suddenly cleared up. Some Gu immortals shouted. We have broken out! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sovereign immortal aperture's entrance was wide open as it endlessly devoured the surging heaven and earth chi. This is Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. We are close now. Their enemy was in front of them, but the southern border immortals were dazed. Looking at each other, none dared to move forward. Fan Yuan's terrifying might made these rank 7 Gu immortals feel uneasy. Humph, the Southern Alliance might have been established, but can the overall situation be changed instantly? These people are still a disorderly band. Jun Xinguang sneered. He continued to move ahead while concealing himself. He was trying to enter Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Once I enter Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, he will be in a passive state and will have to hold back for fear of destroying his own resources. I don't even have to fight Fan Yuan, I just need to move around while destroying his resources. Fan Yuan definitely would not be able to bear it. Even more perfect is that Fan Yuan's grand tribulation has yet to form. If I disturb him from the side, he will make a mistake trying to deal with everything and I might really be able to kill him. But for more assurance, I should continue to hide inside his immortal aperture, and after Fan Yuan has fought the tribulation and southern border immortals for a while, I can make a fatal move. Ha ha! I can't wait to see his expression when he realizes a powerful enemy has entered his immortal aperture. Jun Xinguang possessed extremely powerful concealment methods. This was one of his specialties. Naturally, he knew there was also a possibility of him being seen through and discovered by Fan Yuan. But if he did not grasp such a great opportunity, he would miss a chance at victory. Moreover, the probability of Fan Yuan seeing through his concealment was low. What did not carry risk? Let alone when it would be a fierce battle. Jun Xinguang was a high and mighty rank 8 Gu immortal, but he had never lost the courage to stake his life. It was just that he had a clear understanding of when he should take the risk and when he should not. Now is the time to stake my life. Jun Xinguang's eyes shined with bright light as he activated his immortal killer move. He endured the backlash and entered the sovereign immortal aperture along with heaven and earth chi. The southern border immortals had all been maintaining investigative killer moves, but none of them detected Jun Xinguang. Chapter 1624. This is a trap. The immortal aperture's entrance was wide open, but the scale of the absorption of heaven and earth chi had already decreased by a lot. What is this? The enemy is in front of you and you are all hesitating? A Tai clan Gu immortal shouted at the southern border immortals. Many became red with shame. They immediately came to their senses and someone yelled, Let's charge in together! Fan Yuan is still undergoing tribulation. We will win this battle. Whoever runs away will be the biggest disgrace of southern border's righteous path. That's right, let's charge into his immortal aperture. Even if we die, we will make sure this demon has huge losses. Hee, why so pessimistic? This demon has extorted so many things. His immortal aperture definitely has wondrous and rare resources, not to mention he also has a few secluded domains of heaven and earth. My clan's Gu immortal is still in his captivity. I wonder where he is putting the captives. I have already checked, there are no immortal formations around us, Ho Zixua assured while stroking the 8-ears monkey's small head. The southern border immortals immediately put their hearts at ease. Fan Yuan's formation had made southern border's righteous path suffer huge losses. After this problem was removed, their morale soared, charging into the entrance of the immortal aperture one after the other. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But right at this moment, there was a change. Ear-piercing buzzing sounds resounded throughout the battlefield, almost bursting the immortals' eardrums. At the same time, an extremely dazzling light burst out. Many southern border Gu immortals were caught off guard. Their vision was covered in white as they temporarily lost sight. The southern border immortals were shocked. They defended in panic while sending out countless killer moves towards the center of the light. The person inside the light was not Fan Yuan, but Jun Xinguang. He was furious and shaken. This killer move of mine is Fright Light. It will activate automatically when I face fatal danger, and I don't need to control it. Fright Light was activated when I tried to sneak into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. What's going on? Could there still be a trap? When he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, he retreated rapidly while blocking the bombardment of the southern border immortals. You have great methods, but since you have arrived, why be in a hurry to leave? Fan Yuan's leisurely laughter reached Jun Xinguang's ears. Jun Xinguang's mind jolted, crying out, "Oh no!" He immediately sensed a formless attraction force pulling him, trying to drag him into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Immediately, Jun Xinguang's doubt completely disappeared. He was certain that this was Fan Yuan's trap. Jun Xinguang roared, and without regard for the backlash from the 5 regional mountain range, he crazily activated his immortal killer moves to resist the formless attraction force. Jun Xinguang used his main method to turn into a ray of strange light once again and tried to shoot out of the battlefield. But although the killer move succeeded, the strange light's speed was so slow, to the point of being like a snail or a tortoise. Damn it, this is a time path method! Jun Xinguang immediately identified it because this time path method had slowed down his time by close to 100 times. Jun Xinguang was extremely shocked. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal with rank 8 Dao marks. Why am I being slowed down so much? Fan Yuan's time path method is actually at rank 8 level. This is completely beyond the previous information. How did he achieve this? What happened? I have been struck. Time is extremely slow. It is like I am trapped in a swamp. Quickly think of some way. Like Jun Xinguang, the nearby southern border immortals were also in the same situation. You all came uninvited. I should naturally pay such enthusiasm 100-fold in return. Fan Yuan descended on the battlefield. They saw a Gu immortal wearing a loose white robe, with black hair fluttering in the wind. His face was handsome to the point of being beautiful. A pair of deep abyss-like eyes with a gaze filled with coldness and terrifying killing intent. The Gu immortals here were all too familiar with this appearance, such that their bodies started shaking and their faces paled in fright. Someone among the Gu immortals said with a trembling voice, "Fan Yuan!" Fan Yuan ignored these rank 7 Gu immortals and looked at Jun Xinguang. Jun Xinguang's face was red as he used all his strength to get rid of the time path restraints. He had plenty of methods and they were showing good effects under his efforts. The time path restraints on him were decreasing and his speed was subsequently increasing. Fan Yuan smiled, slowly extending his left arm. His pristine jade-like hand spread open elegantly, like the blossoming of a white lotus. Soul path aura surged out and instantly shrunk fiercely, condensing into an illusory figure in Fan Yuan's left palm. This illusory figure looked like the real Luo Pavali, but shrunk by countless times. Luo Pavali's illusory figure leisurely rotated while Fan Yuan's left hand began to slowly close. Jun Xinguang's mind rang madly with warning signals. An unprecedented sense of danger had shrouded his whole body and mind. His eyes opened wide, almost about to rip open from the nervousness. What is this killer move? Terrifying, too terrifying. My feeling is not wrong. I will not survive if I get hit by this move. Escape, I must escape. Jun Xinguang's face turned completely red. His thin brows trembled madly as his previous grace completely disappeared. Immortal killer move, Sun Deity's Radiance. With a shout, he directly used his strongest method. His whole body turned into a lump of light, endless light erupted. It was like a small sun had appeared in the battlefield. The scalding white light had inexhaustible might. Wherever it went, Fan Yuan's time path methods crumbled apart. The southern border immortals had just freed themselves when they were engulfed by the endless glaring sunlight. The imitation regional wall that spread over every mountain dissipated completely under the illumination of the powerful sunlight. The whole 5 regional mountain range began to shake, especially the center of the battlefield where large amounts of mountain rocks began to crumble and fall. The aftereffects of Sun Deity's radiance even affected other battlefields. Southern borders groups with rank 8s, who were fighting with immemorial year beasts, were heavily disturbed by this. This is a rank 8 Gu immortal of Central Continent. Humph, this is probably a person of Heavenly Court. The light dissipated, the scene at the central battlefield became extremely clear. Suddenly, a Gu immortal cried out in shock. Wait, that immortal aperture. That is my clansman's immortal aperture. What? It is not Fan Yuan's immortal aperture? Everyone was terrified. This is a trap. Jun Xinguang shouted as he forcibly concentrated and retreated madly. Escaping? Fan Yuan suddenly appeared above Jun Xinguang. Jun Xinguang's heart shook fiercely as he stared at Fan Yuan rigidly with narrowed eyes. In that instant, he suddenly realized that rather than saying Fan Yuan was ambushing southern border Gu immortals, it was more accurate to say he was specially ambushing Heavenly Court's members like himself. So your true target was me. Humph, you have already exposed that move, I am now already on guard. Your trap has also collapsed, can you still restrain me? A mere rank 7. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal. I also have Wei Feng rushing here now. Unless this group of southern border Gu immortals teamed up with you, do you think you can kill me? Jun Xinguang breathed heavily, countless rays of light flowed around him like liquid, protecting him heavily. Sure enough, the southern border immortals attacked at the next moment. Their target was Fan Yuan. Wu Yong took the lead, while Qi Chuyu and Shang Wujie followed closely behind. They attacked Fan Yuan, disregarding the attacks of the immemorial year beasts. Following them, large numbers of southern border Gu immortal experts used their main techniques. Jun Xinguang laughed heartily. Fan Yuan, you demon, you have brought your own doom by committing so many sins. You still want to kill me? Your death is certain today. Is that so? In the brink of danger, Fan Yuan was still calm, the corners of his lips even rose slightly to reveal a mocking smile. Boom! At the next moment, his rank 7 aura suddenly changed. An incomparable aura soared to the skies and shot in all directions. Everyone at the scene was greatly shocked. What? Rank 8 aura? Impossible! Fan Yuan's body paused slightly before he lightly pointed his finger. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. Next, he folded his hands, his sleeves fluttered and formed the fan. Immortal killer move, summer fan. This is? Qi Chuyu and Shang Wujie were dumbstruck at this scene. This is Lady Xia Cha's. Several of Xia Clan's rank 7 Gu immortals cried out, an extremely bad feeling shrouded everyone's hearts. Rumble! Spring Scissors attacked Jun Xinguang, immediately suppressing him, while Summer Fan, which was in Fan Yuan's hand, waved rapidly, blocking all killer moves of the southern border immortals. At this moment, Fan Yuan's demonic aura surged as he fought the whole group alone. It was a grand spectacle. Chapter 1625. Luo Pasil. Shock. All the Gu immortals present at the scene felt shocked at seeing Fan Yuan fight against everyone. They had come to obstruct and disturb Fan Yuan from passing his tribulation, to prevent him from becoming rank 8. But none of them had thought that when they saw him, he was already rank 8. This unexpected result caught all of them off guard. When did he advance to rank 8? Qi Chuyu's eyes were wide open in disbelief. It is not strange for him to be able to use Spring Scissors and Summer Fan. The important thing is that these killer moves have been amplified by Time Path Dao marks and are able to obstruct all the attacks. Even if Fan Yuan advanced to rank 8, how could he have gained so many Time Path Dao marks in such a short period of time? I think he has likely possessed Xia Cha's body and used familiar face to deceive us and make us think he has already passed the tribulation. Shang Wujie forced himself to calm down and analyzed. No. First Supreme Elders Spring and Summer are both rank 8 Immortal Gu and can only be activated by rank 8 Immortal Essence. Xia Clan's second Supreme Elder Xia Zhao shouted. Then, Shang Wujie immediately hesitated. Immortal Essence contained the Gu Immortals' will and had to belong to themselves. If they died, their heavenly spirit or land spirit could use their Immortal Essence. The only exception was Immortal Gu houses, as Immortal Essence from any source could be used in them. But the killer moves Fan Yuan used were clearly not Immortal Gu houses. If Fan Yuan was only rank 7 with Red Date Immortal Essence, he would not be able to activate rank 8 Immortal Gu's spring and summer, even if he possessed Xia Cha's body and obtained her immortal essence. No use in thinking much, we will know after killing Fang Yuan. Wu Yong called out. He flew forward, the immemorial year beast behind him collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. At this crucial moment, Wu Yong displayed powerful battle strength. He first killed Fan Yuan's immemorial year beast, and then used all his strength to attack Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan! Wu Yong's gaze was cold as his battle intent surged wildly. Even if you have truly advanced to rank 8, you won't escape your doom today. This 5 regional mountain range, which you carefully chose, will be your graveyard. Just as he finished speaking, the whole mountain range began to tremor violently. The ground quaked, the mountains shook, and debris flew everywhere. What's happening? The immortals were stunned. Wu Yong's voice traveled to everyone's ears. Don't panic, this is a backup plan I arranged. It can change the alignment of the earth vein under the 5 regional mountain range and destroy the mountain range. The immortals were even more puzzled. So what if the earth vein's alignment changed? But soon, they had a pleasant surprise as the mountain range gradually crumbled. The 5 colored lights unique to the 5 regional mountain range were also rapidly dissipating. This? Even Jun Xinguang was astonished. Amazing. Without these shackles, our battle strength will recover and we will no longer be restrained. Southern Border's Gu immortals were rejoicing. Wu Yong is indeed different from Wu Duxiu, he still had another card up his sleeve. Shang Wu Jie's eyes flickered with sharp lights. How can Wu Clan be so familiar with 5 regional mountain range? There cannot be this level of effect just by changing the alignment of the earth vein. They also would have to know the arrangements made by Tao Xu back then. Qi Chuyu's thoughts were fluctuating rapidly. The large formation, set up by Wu Clan's and Xiao Clan's Gu immortals in the periphery of the 5 regional mountain range, was constantly rumbling. It was the source of the change in the entire 5 regional mountain range. Xiao Silu, Wu Yubo and some others were in charge of this formation. Wu Yubo chuckled coldly while looking towards the battlefield. This demon Fan Yuan wants to rely on the 5 regional mountain range. Now that we have destroyed his territorial advantage, how will he defend against our southern border righteous path's attacks? Xiao Silu was silent. Her expression was slightly complicated. She had once been quite close with Wu Yihai and had even believed she and he would get married. But the outcome was shocking beyond her imagination. Wu Yihai was actually Fan Yuan in disguise. She felt a chill every time she thought of how close she had been with a great demon like Fan Yuan. She did not have any feelings left for Fan Yuan. Her complicated emotions were because of the 5 regional mountain range. Everyone thought Tao Zhu's research of the regional walls did not succeed. But that was not quite true. Xiao Clan had by chance obtained clues to Tao Zhu's inheritance, and had been secretly exploring the clues to excavating the inheritance. But they had not expected Wu Yong to know of this information, and under his pressure, Xiao Clan had to offer their findings which were then used now. It was because of such clues that Wu Yong had a deep understanding of the 5 regional mountain range, and could make the lights of the 5 regions disappear by changing the earth vein. If it were any other who tried to change the earth vein without knowledge, unless they were extremely lucky, the lights would still exist for the most part. Oh! This is a rank 8 Gu Immortal's inheritance, but it is all used up here, and with the destruction of the 5 regional mountain range, there is no hope in exploring the inheritance anymore. Xiao Silu sighed. She seemed to have had many thoughts, but a very short time had passed. Jun Xinguang's fright light activated as he was chased by Fan Yuan. The southern border immortals attacked Fan Yuan, but their attacks were blocked by Fan Yuan, who revealed rank 8 cultivation. Southern border immortals conversed rapidly. While Wu Yong made the first move, the 5 regional mountain range crumbled, removing Fan Yuan's terrain advantage. All these changes happened in an instant. Fan Yuan endured the southern border immortals' attacks while still chasing after Jun Xinguang even when Wu Yong was nearing him. Jun Xinguang had used his trump card. His aura had already fallen to an extreme point. His Sun Deity's Radiance Killer move was extremely powerful, but it not only expended a huge amount of white lychee immortal essence, it also permanently decreased his light path Dao marks. It was a move that dealt damage to the enemy as well as to himself. Moreover, he had activated it inside the 5 regional mountain range and had already suffered a powerful backlash. Although he managed to escape for the moment, he was seriously injured. But now, the lights of the 5 regions were rapidly weakening. Jun Xinguang felt like a huge load was removed from his back. he felt more at ease in his movements as his greatest concern was removed. Looking at Wu Yong rushing towards Fan Yuan, a thought appeared in Jun Xinguang's mind. Should I cooperate with the southern border Gu immortals to kill Fan Yuan? This thought had just emerged when it was immediately rejected by Jun Xinguang. Continue to escape. The current situation was extremely complex. He was not a southern border Gu immortal. More importantly, Fan Yuan was chasing him. If he managed to escape, it would mean Fan Yuan's failure. Jun Xinguang prioritizing his escape was a very wise move. Fan Yuan was still chasing him closely, disregarding Wu Yong. At this time, there was another change. A powerful aura suddenly emerged. Enormous pillars in 5 colors soared to the skies. A loud voice reverberated throughout the 5 regional mountain range. Junior, you did well. You actually passed my final test of destroying the 5 regional mountain range. Now my 5 regions inheritance is yours. Cultivate properly and you can move unrestrained and unhindered over the world in the future. Don't let down my name. In the middle of the 5 colored light pillars, a smoke like will condensed into the vivid appearance of a Gu immortal. Many gazes were inevitably attracted towards this. Someone recognized this appearance. This looks like old man Tao Shu. This can't be, right? At the periphery of the mountain range, Xiao Silu heard the voice from within the pillars and felt strange. Tao Zhu's final test was to destroy the 5 regional mountain range. This accidental action actually activated Tao Zhu's inheritance. Tao Zhu's will heard someone calling him old man and immediately felt unhappy, speaking arrogantly. What old man? Since you are inheriting my inheritance, how could you be so disrespectful? Rumble. Wind blew rapidly, heaven and earth roared. Replying to him was Wu Yong's rank 8 killer move, but it was targeted towards Fan Yuan and not him. Fan Yuan's immortal robe shook and ripples appeared on it. It was the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This move reflected the attack. Wu Yong continued to close in while enduring the reflected attack. Fan Yuan's speed was immediately restrained. The move Wu Yong used had an extremely wide range, so Reverse Flow Protection Seal only reflected back a portion that had struck Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan continued to fly while reflecting the attacks back. Although he was completely safe, his speed was greatly reduced. Fan Yuan had already used Reverse Flow Protection Seal many times. How could Wu Yong not have prepared specific restricting methods? What? Tao Zhu's was stunned. He quickly looked around and saw several rank 8 Gu immortals fighting. There were also many rank 7 experts present on the scene. He almost broke down from the shock. What's going on? This was completely different from his original expectation. There was no respectful junior in front of him. There were only vicious and fierce Gu immortals. Ignore him, he is just a dead man. The inheritance is here, we can take it after the battle. The urgent thing now is to kill Fan Yuan. Not to mention Tao Zhu's inheritance. I would even give up a Gu Venerable's true inheritance to kill Fan Yuan. The immortals shouted in fury, their attention once again focusing on Fan Yuan's body. Tao Zhu's will. He was stupefied, this was completely out of his expectations. Shortly afterwards he shook as he reacted. Who in the world is that person being chased by so many Gu immortals? To kill him, they can even give up a Gu Venerable's true inheritance? Tao Zhu's will looked towards Fan Yuan but did not recognize him. Who is this person? Someone who became a Gu immortal after my main body's death? Right at this time, Fan Yuan had finally caught up to Jun Xinguang. Jun Xinguang's whole body was soaked in sweat from the nervousness. Intense warning signals caused his heart to beat like a drum. He escaped with all his strength while cursing internally. Wu Yong, you bastard! What killer move did you use, even trapping me? Wu Yong's killer move had an extremely wide range, even Jun Xinguang received its care. Wu Yong's exquisite method was not so easily broken. Jun Xinguang's strength fell sharply, his speed fell even more than Fan Yuan's. It's over. Fan Yuan mumbled lightly as he attacked with no change in his expression, calm like an ancient well. The illusory figure of Luo Pavali in his palm was slowly rotating. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's fingers clenched it tightly. A gray light shot out from the gap between the fingers. Fan Yuan then opened his palm and slapped towards the distant Jun Xinguang. The light shot out with extreme speed. Jun Xinguang dodged it frantically like a headless housefly. Wu Yong, who was chasing from behind, had a sinister look in his eyes. A wild wind suddenly blew around Jun Xinguang, obstructing him heavily. Wu Yong, I curse your grandmother! Jun Xinguang did not even have time to complete his curse when Fan Yuan's gray light struck him. In an instant, his flight came to an abrupt stop. His physical body had no injuries, but his soul was heavily injured to the point it was almost extinguished. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. While Jun Xinguang was in a daze, an immortal goo house suddenly appeared beside Fan Yuan. Inside the immortal goo house, Ing Wuxia attacked Jun Xinguang with a killer move he had prepared for a while. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Jun Xinguang could not react, instantly falling into a dream realm, unable to extricate himself. The immortal goo house was shadowy and faint. It immediately absorbed Jun Xinguang and flew to Fan Yuan's side. Wu Yong paled from fright. He had disturbed Jun Xinguang because he wanted to test the power of Fan Yuan's move. After all, Jun Xinguang was not a southern border goo immortal. Why not make use of him once? But Wu Yong had never expected Fan Yuan to capture Jun Xinguang in one move. Previously, Fan Yuan had captured the southern border immortals by trapping them in a meticulously laid-out time path formation. But now, he captured Jun Xinguang with just a few methods. Such an increase in battle strength was simply horrifying. What killer move is that? It feels like it only targets the goo immortal's soul. It has such terrifying might, I must defend against it. There is also the immortal goo house. What is that immortal goo house? It almost cannot be detected when it is concealed. Southern Border's rank 8s rushed over with surging momentum. But when they witnessed Fan Yuan capturing Jun Xinguang, they were shocked and bewildered as their battle intent fell sharply. Chapter 1626. Wu Yong's loss. Fan Yuan's actions shocked Tao Zhu immensely. Where did this soul path goo immortal come from? He severely injured a rank 8 goo immortal with just one attack. Such imposing demonic might, even Spectral Soul was merely at this level when he was young. I didn't expect this young man, who looks so delicate, to be so vicious and have such peerless methods. He must have committed many sins, or else why would Southern Border's righteous path attack him on such a scale? Noticing this, Tao Zhu's became frightened. For the first time, he felt that the pillars of light around him were so glaring. My main body had made this arrangement for the convenience of the inheritor. Oh, who could have expected this situation to happen at the moment the inheritance activated? What did I do to deserve this? Was it easy for my main body to make such a painstaking arrangement? Tao Zhu's immediately felt lonely and helpless. In this situation, let alone him, a mere will, even his main body would have to stay away from this conflict. The implications were too deep and troublesome, he could not rashly get involved. Tao Zhu's was frightened, dejectedly curling inside the pillars while mumbling. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Why would the goo immortals have the time or mood to look at him? Fan Yuan had captured the rank 8 goo immortal Jun Xinguang in front of everyone. Such terrifying battle strength made the rank 7 goo immortals have parched mouths, and even the rank 8s were dazed. How can we defeat such a powerful enemy? If I stake my life and something unexpected happens, what will happen to the clan? Other rank 8s will keep their lives while I will be wasting mine for them. When Fan Yuan was rank 7 and could fight rank 8 with reverse flow protection seal, Southern Border's rank 8 goo immortals could accept this level of battle strength. But it was completely different now. Fan Yuan was not only a rank 8 goo immortal, he also possessed a mysterious and powerful method that seemed to be a soul path method. And it made a great combination with Lead Soul into Dream. Jun Xinguang's example was right in front of them. The Southern Border rank 8 goo immortals could also very well fall to Fan Yuan's vicious methods. At the crucial moment, the deep-seated problem for Southern Border's righteous path emerged again. They were forces who had prioritized themselves for too long. A heavy wariness against each other was already ingrained deep in their bones, even if they realized the necessity of an alliance. Faced with a choice at this time, these rank 8 goo immortals all felt hesitation. These Southern Border rank 8 goo immortals hesitated, but Fan Yuan had no hesitation. He laughed loudly as he turned around and charged towards Wu Yong. Wu Yong! What did you say earlier? This is my graveyard? Ha! I think it is the opposite, this is your graveyard. Come, let's settle the score once and for all. Fan Yuan gave a loud shout, his voice resounding throughout the 5 regional mountain range like thunder. His white robe and hair fluttered in the wind, his demonic aura and surging killing intent shocked the immortals. Chi Chu Yu, Shang Wujie and other rank 8 goo immortals looked at Fan Yuan targeting Wu Yong, feeling complicated. They were tense but also could not help feeling a slight relief as all kinds of thoughts lingered in their minds. Fan Yuan might be powerful but he was only one man in the end. Moreover, Chi Chu Yu had transacted with Fan Yuan before. In the current Southern Alliance, the alliance leader's position was empty, and Wu Yong was undoubtedly the number one choice for it. If he became the alliance leader, who knew how he would treat the other clans? Southern border had always been divided. The biggest problem in working together were the mental hurdles and self-interest of the respective Gu immortals. When two tigers fought, one was definitely going to be injured. Whether the injured one was Fan Yuan or Wu Yong, it was beneficial to other clans. Moreover, it could not be said we had not come to aid. Aren't we being hindered by immemorial year beasts? Useless bunch! Wu Yong inwardly cursed when he saw no one coming to his aid. But he did not fear Fan Yuan. Instead, his courage and battle intent were stirred. Let me see what method you used to capture a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wu Yong took out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and controlled this immortal Gu house to charge straight at Fan Yuan. Although Fan Yuan had a mysterious immortal Gu house, it absolutely would not be able to survive a collision with clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. His eyes flashed with a sinister light as he suddenly changed his direction and flew down. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's momentum was too fierce and fast as it missed its target. Wu Yong, you are safe with the immortal Gu house to protect you. In that case, how about I kill these rank 7 immortals? Can you save them? Ha! Fan Yuan laughed madly. Damn it! Wu Yong quickly changed the direction of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and chased after Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan continued. Wu Yong, you have such a huge ambition. You established the Southern Border Alliance to become its leader, right? Let's see if you will still have the face left to become the alliance leader after I kill these people. Fan Yuan had not actually made any real attacks at Wu Yong, but his words were like blades that stabbed deeply in Wu Yong's heart. Wu Yong had led the Southern Border Immortals to besiege and kill Fan Yuan. On one hand, it was because he had deep hatred towards Fan Yuan. On the other hand, it was to accumulate reputation to pave the road to the position of alliance leader. But if he let Fan Yuan kill these rank 7 Gu immortals while he remained safe inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building without being able to do anything to Fan Yuan, his reputation was sure to take a huge hit, and he would be even further from the position of alliance leader. Wu Yong was anxious and furious, almost pacing around in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Although clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was extremely fast and was rapidly catching up to Fan Yuan had already reached those rank 7 Gu immortals. Persevere! Am I going to die? Not necessarily. There are many Gu immortals here, we still have hope of survival. Fan Yuan had yet to attack, but these rank 7 Gu immortals' morale had already dissipated. They did not have any thought of counterattacking and were only thinking of how to preserve their lives. The scene of Fan Yuan capturing a Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal was truly horrifying. Go die! Fan Yuan's shout suddenly stopped. At the moment of danger, a dense yellowish-brown radiance suddenly appeared under the Southern Border immortals and firmly protected them. This was a rank 8 defensive killer move. Fan Yuan, why commit more murders? You kill me, I kill you. This cycle is too pitiful and miserable. You are an outstanding person of this era. Why can't you see through this? Lu Wei Yin's figure appeared not far away. Humph. You again. Fan Yuan gazed fiercely at Lu Wei Yin. Boom! At the next moment, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building flew over like a meteor and carried with it Wu Yong's intense hatred and anger, heavily collided with Fan Yuan's back. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. Fan Yuan was completely safe. The attack was reflected back to clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. But the enormous collision force sent Fan Yuan flying like a cannonball. Wu Yong was suddenly at ease. He had sent Fan Yuan away from these rank 7 Gu immortals, and it would be even more difficult for him to attack these people. But soon, Lu Wei Yin's voice reached him. Not good. This is Fan Yuan's plan. He is escaping. Wu Yong's expression immediately turned ashen as he helplessly looked at Fan Yuan smoothly charging into that immortal aperture. The moment he entered, the immortal aperture's entrance loudly closed. Fan Yuan is too crafty. Since he put an ambush here, how could he not have arranged an escape route? He entered the immortal aperture because he must have a way to escape, like fixed immortal travel. Veins popped up on Wu Yong's forehead. He felt extremely stifled. Immortal apertures had always been easy to defend and hard to attack, especially an immortal aperture that had its entrance closed. Naturally, Southern Border's Righteous Path group could break into this blessed land. But Fan Yuan already had enough time to escape. Wu Yong had gathered such a large team but still failed. Not only was he unable to harm a single hair of Fan Yuan, a Central Continent rank 8 Gu Immortal was captured right in front of everyone. This was simply a kick to Wu Yong's face. What is more insufferable is this guy. Wu Yong's dark gaze stared at Lu Weiyin. He suddenly spoke. Lu Weiyin, why didn't you stop him? Lu Weiyin quickly greeted as he said slowly. I am ashamed. I already used all my strength to protect these southern border friends. I truly did not have strength left to obstruct him. Lu Weiyin was instantly swarmed with countless expressions of gratitude from the southern border Gu immortals. Wu Yong breathed heavily in anger. His fists were tightly clenched, but he could do nothing to Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin had a terrifying background of being Paradise Earth's inheritor, and was the competitor who possessed the greatest threat to Wu Yong's dream of taking the alliance leader position. Wu Yong had led the immortals to besiege Fan Yuan but had left Lu Weiyin behind so he could more easily accumulate prestige. But the result was, Fan Yuan escaped while Wu Yong gained nothing. His reputation suffered while Lu Weiyin was the complete opposite. Wu Yong's gaze shined sharply as if lightning sparks were flashing inside. After a while, he sighed and let his body relax. The anger on his face completely disappeared while his battle intent soared inwardly. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he clapped, thinking, Fan Yuan, Lu Weiyin, you two are truly something. I lost this round entirely because of you two. Chapter 1627. Ziwei's lingering fear. How could this be? How could this be? When information of the southern border battle reached her, Fairy Ziwei kept on mumbling in perplexity. The vast and bright hall was now filled with doubts. Fan Yuan had not only passed the tribulation, becoming rank 8, he had even laid a trap in the 5 regional mountain range and captured Heavenly Court Gu Immortal Jun Xingguang. Fairy Ziwei already knew of the southern border Gu Immortals being captured by Fan Yuan, but she had never imagined the same fate would befall her Heavenly Court so quickly. A Heavenly Court Gu Immortal was actually captured alive. How long has it been since this happened? The instant she learned of this news, Fairy Ziwei had subconsciously thought of the impressive battle achievements of multiple demon venerables. Her brows showed her worry, and there was even nervousness. Despite her estimating Fan Yuan highly, his growth had still greatly surpassed her expectations. Ever since Fan Yuan gained Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he has been huge trouble. Now that he has become rank 8, along with Xia Chao's methods, regardless of using the terrain advantage in the 5 regional mountain range to weaken his enemies, he indeed possesses a threat to Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Fairy Ziwei heaved a deep sigh. She had already expected such a day. So she had tried all ways to eliminate this danger beforehand, but who could have expected Fan Yuan's progress to be so fast? Fan Yuan's progress is getting faster and faster. It seems like the quantitative change is becoming a qualitative change. But how in the world did he become a rank 8 without any commotion? Fairy Ziwei did not understand. She had always thought Fan Yuan's extremely fast cultivation progress was because he had used time path methods to quicken his immortal aperture's rate of time. But looking back over it, Fairy Ziwei suddenly realized Fan Yuan also had a peerless method that could raise his cultivation level. Then, what is this method? Fairy Ziwei did not continue deducing. Instead, she left the hall and arrived at Spectral Soul's confinement area. The large formation rumbled into motion. After a long while, Fairy Ziwei returned to her hall with a shaken expression. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Sovereign Immortal Aperture. So it was like this. Fairy Ziwei muttered to herself. She was dazed and her soul was shaken. Spectral Soul's ambition shocked her. What made her even more fearful was that Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu had been refined and obtained by Fan Yuan. An intense bitterness emerged in her heart. Spectral Soul had really hidden it too deeply. If not for Fan Yuan revealing clues this time which made Fairy Ziwei doubtful, and use a specialized soul search, she would still have been in the dark. No wonder Fan Yuan's cultivation speed is so fast. This time, he should have annexed many southern border Gu Immortals' immortal apertures to skip tribulations and become a rank 8. He could activate Xia Cha's killer moves and confront other rank 8s head-on. This means he has annexed Xia Cha's immortal aperture. Only then would he have enough time path down marks to amplify Xia Cha's killer moves. Immortal apertures can only swallow smaller immortal apertures, but the sovereign immortal aperture is special. But devouring Xia Cha's rank 8 Grotto Heaven would require time path Great Grandmaster attainment. How could Fan Yuan have it? Wait! Suddenly, Fairy Ziwei's expression became extremely unsightly. All kinds of clues merged in her mind and removed her previous bewilderment. Fang Yuan has dream path methods and can raise his attainment level through dream realms. No wonder he entered Southern Border and plundered dream realms. His time path Great Grandmaster attainment was definitely gained from dream realms. Gasp. Thinking of this, even Fairy Ziwei, who held a high status and was very experienced, could not help taking in a cold breath. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture, and could devour apertures to skip calamities and tribulations. And the biggest obstacle in devouring apertures was the attainment level of the respective paths. It was extremely difficult to raise attainment level and often required hundreds of years. But Fang Yuan could quickly raise his attainment level through dream realms. Like this, he could create a beneficial cycle. His cultivation speed could rise to a level where it could raise a terrifying wave even in the entire history of human cultivation. No, more accurately, what is terrifying is Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan was only a chess piece of Heaven's will to destroy Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan. It was just that he escaped Heaven's will's control in the end. Fairy Ziwei felt a chill. Heavenly Court had already confined Spectral Soul, and Fairy Ziwei would also frequently torture and soul search to extract important information from Spectral Soul. But despite this, Fairy Ziwei was feeling deep lingering fear. If Spectral Soul had truly succeeded, he would have Great Grandmaster attainment level in all paths. With his extreme killing nature, he could continue devouring apertures, and along with Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance's resources, he could totally go straight to rank 8. At this level, Spectral Soul would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. More importantly, when the 5 regions chaotic war starts and dream realms appear everywhere, Spectral Soul might even be able to progress further. His huge ambition could be felt just by looking at Lead Soul into Dream. He had already made countless preparations in this aspect. If he truly reached this step, his dominance would be too large. Even the great dream seed Feng Jin Huang might have no chance to mature. Fortunately, he was not able to make the breakthrough during the most important juncture. Currently, Fang Yuan is taking his place in this plan, so it is more accurate to say that he did not succeed, but he did not completely fail either. Fairy Ziwei frowned deeply when she thought of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gave up on those Southern Border Gu immortals and instead prioritized capturing Jun Xinguang. His action is similar to Miso's searching Spectral Soul. He wants to get the location of Heavenly Court from Jun Xinguang's soul. Oh no. The River of Time. The tumultuous river was always flowing. It was so vast that its ends could not be seen. From inside an immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan quietly looked at the ebb and flow of the river and its countless dazzling ripples. The River of Time. After entering the immortal aperture and gaining some free time, Fang Yuan used an immortal killer move made with fixed immortal travel to escape the battleground. Not long later, he entered the River of Time. Right now, Jun Xinguang's soul was facing constant soul searching inside his sovereign immortal aperture. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan urgently needed to know what arrangements Heavenly Court had made in the River of Time. I laid an ambush in the 5 regional mountain range and fought a large battle. Although I captured Jun Xinguang, I revealed too much information. Fang Yuan wanted to catch Heavenly Court off guard and not give them enough time to respond, so he directly entered the River of Time in this short time period. This Lu Weiyin is not simple. His action was too timely, saving those Southern Border rank 7s at the most critical time. He was probably hiding nearby all along. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had a merciful and compassionate nature. He restored peace to the chaotic world and repaired the damage done by Spectral Soul in all 5 regions. In the 5 regions, and especially Southern Border, among the 10 Venerables, his reputation is the highest. As his current inheritor, Lu Weiyin has inherited this reputation as well. This person is going against me, but his true goal does not look to be so simple and is hidden in a layer of fog. Unfortunately, there is no such person in the memories of my previous life. The more he thought, the more Fang Yuan felt his 500 years of memories were not reliable. Naturally, there was also the possibility that the butterfly effect of his rebirth had spread until it involved Lu Weiyin. Fang Yuan slightly shook his head, forgetting about Lu Weiyin for the moment, and thought of Tao Zhu's inheritance. He felt a huge regret. Tao Zhu's true inheritance was definitely related to the 5 regions' regional walls. The 5 regions' regional walls would disappear without a trace in the future, and the 5 regions would merge into one. Tao Zhu's research in crossing the regional walls would look like a joke. But think about it carefully. Tao Zhu could construct the 5 regional mountain range. Couldn't this method of imitating the regional walls be used to defend oneself? Especially for Fan Yuan, fighting in regional walls was extremely advantageous. It is a pity, a true pity. The situation did not allow me to take this inheritance. I had missed this true inheritance of Tao Zhu by a hair's breadth. Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment was not low. He had a strong premonition that missing this chance to obtain Tao Zhu's inheritance was a severe loss to him. Chapter 1628. Present and Past Pavilion for Xuanzi. Tao Zhu's true inheritance. If this was months ago, Fan Yuan might be able to use the southern border Gu immortals to exchange for this inheritance. But now, the southern border captives that he had were already annexed. He had already killed the hostages. These southern border Gu immortals were all rank 7 Gu immortal experts, while Xia Cha had rank 8 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture annexed them as well as the immortal aperture blessed lands and city well. Fan Yuan's cultivation level rose rapidly. He went from rank 7 to rank 8, skipping the final rank 7 Grand Tribulation. Fan Yuan originally planned to continue capturing southern border Gu immortals in the 5 regional mountain range before extorting them. But because of Lu Weiyin, Fan Yuan's plan was disrupted. Not only did his cultivation level rise, because the sovereign immortal aperture could annex his enemies perfectly, Fan Yuan's Dao marks also rose in huge numbers. Using perceivable Dao immortal Gu to check them, Fan Yuan's current Dao mark accumulation was extremely deep. He originally had very little time path Dao marks, almost at the bottom, but it had emerged to become his number 1 path, having 73,000 Dao marks. Almost all of it was Xia Cha's contribution. He had truly become wealthy from one single robbery. With so many time path Dao marks, Fan Yuan's time path killer moves could be amplified by 74 times. Along with the rank 8 Gu's spring and summer, his battle strength was extremely high now. Within the 5 regional mountain range, he managed to block the attacks of many Gu immortals at once. Of course, he had made use of the territorial advantage of the 5 regional walls trait. The southern border Gu immortals could not work together well and conflicted with each other. The second was water path Dao marks, reaching 60,000. He had a lot of water path accumulations. Fan Yuan had killed lone immortals Zhou Li, Wei Hai Yuchan, and others, while many of the Eastern Sea lone immortals in Citywell were also water path cultivators. Third was transformation path, having 50,000. It was originally first place, but had fallen to third place now. Fourth was soul path at 30,000. The immortal aperture's own Dao marks, as well as the yellow spring ghost martial statue earthly calamity and green lightning divine martial statue heavenly tribulation, along with other accumulations, added up to 29,000. The remaining hundreds were obtained from Fan Yuan's soul cultivation. According to Spectral Soul's true inheritance, after Million Man Soul, 10 Million Man Soul, 100 Million Man Soul, and Desolate Soul. After reaching Desolate Soul, there would be 1,000 Dao marks on the soul. Next were ice and snow path, rule path, metal path, wood path, fire path, wind path, and other common paths. They had about 20,000. After that were dark path, light path, strength path, she path, luck path, sound path, blood light, and others, being around 10,000. And finally, food path, phantom path, and others were in the thousands and hundreds category. Next, the dream realms. Fan Yuan had already explored all of his dream realms in these few months. All of his different paths had grown to certain extents. The highest was still refinement path at quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. Second were theft path and time path at great grandmaster level. Third were blood path, strength path, star path, wisdom path, and others. They were all at grandmaster level. Rule path and soul path also entered this category. The paths below that will not be explained in detail. Unlike Dao marks, attainment level was harder to raise as it got higher. The ones with the most evident growth were time path, soul path, and rule path. Other than Dao marks and dream realms, Fan Yuan's development of the sovereign immortal aperture had also risen greatly due to his annexing of immortal apertures. It had reached 15% development. And worth noting was that in Xia Cha's immortal aperture, Fan Yuan found a year essence pool. This way, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had 2 year essence pools. Other than these, Fan Yuan's greatest gains were 2 things. One was Luo Pasil. Fan Yuan had always been trying to create this immortal killer move, he only succeeded recently. The other was an incomplete immortal Gu house. Fan Yuan had wanted to build his own immortal Gu house long ago, so that He Lu Lan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest could fight in battle with him. To create this immortal goo house, Fan Yuan took reference from secluded residence, Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City, Baihe Palace, and other immortal goo houses, while the skeleton of the design was based on Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Several months ago, while extorting Southern Border's righteous path to exchange goo for goo, Fan Yuan obtained many crucial immortal goo that allowed him to create the skeleton. This immortal goo house was created by Fan Yuan himself. It was unprecedented. Because he needed to enter the River of Time, it mainly used Time Path immortal goo. It had a comprehensive range of abilities and most excelled in concealment. Even though it was only a skeleton now, it had great battle strength in the 5 regional mountain range. Ying Wuxie and the rest relied on this to cooperate with Fan Yuan, successfully capturing Jun Xinguang. In the River of Time, waves rose and fell, water splattered everywhere, creating beautiful rainbow light. Fan Yuan rode in the incomplete immortal goo house as he traveled slowly in the river. The rank 6 Time Path clone had already emerged from the sovereign immortal aperture, standing beside him as he shut his eyes, sensing internally. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had left behind many true inheritances scattered in the River of Time. Spring Autumn Cicada was the key to finding them. But the River of Time was extremely huge. In order to find the several Stone Lotus Islands, other than luck, he also needed lots of time and energy to explore. It would be best if we could find a Red Lotus true inheritance in this exploration of the River of Time. But most importantly, we need to test Heavenly Court's arrangements and catch them off guard. If possible, we need to destroy their arrangements. Fan Yuan thought as he searched Jun Xinguang's soul in the sovereign immortal aperture. Jun Xinguang's soul originally had light path Dao marks to protect it, but after Fan Yuan's Luo Pa seal struck, the defense was destroyed. At the same time, Jun Xinguang's soul was injured. He was on the verge of death. Precisely so, after Ying Wuxie used Lead Soul into Dream, Jun Xinguang was directly hit and fell asleep. The condition to use Lead Soul into Dream Killer move was to sense the soul and compare the strength between the enemy's soul and the user to determine the success. Being able to deal such damage to a rank 8 goo immortal, it showed how powerful Luo Pa seal was. However, compared to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and seeing how Fan Yuan used Luo Pa Valley as the core of this move, it was not very surprising that it had such power. Right now, Jun Xinguang's soul was extremely weak. He could not defend against Fan Yuan's method. Information was obtained by Fan Yuan continuously. What arrangements did Heavenly Court make? Jun Xinguang must know about them. A moment later, Fan Yuan's brows eased as he found something. Oh? Time Path Immortal Goo House Present and Past Pavilion. He had just thought of this when the water in front of him rose up. A huge pavilion was riding the waves and approaching. This pavilion was not covered on all 4 sides, it was very simplistic. The cover was made of yellow grass, the pillars were gray-white rocks that were not polished. There was a folding screen in the pavilion, it was the most elegant decoration in there. 4 goo immortals stood in the pavilion, they all had rank 7 cultivation level. Looking at Fan Yuan's incomplete immortal goo house, their eyes flashed with a dangerous light. This present and past pavilion is a pure Time Path immortal goo house. It can inspect the past and present. It is best at investigation. Heavenly Court placed it here. The moment I entered, they noticed. Amazing, amazing. Fan Yuan's heart sank a little, but he praised on the surface, explaining to Ying Wuxie and the rest. Ying Wuxie, Bai Ningbing, and the rest frowned lightly or had dark gazes. They understood something. Fan Yuan's incomplete immortal goo house was best at concealing traces. To think that present and past pavilion would be able to find them. This was like their advantage getting countered. Even before fighting, they had gotten into a passive situation. Present and past pavilion got to Fan Yuan and the rest before stopping, staying 1,000 steps away from the incomplete immortal goo house. Someone spoke coldly from within the pavilion. Central Continent's 4 Xuanzi are here to guard the river, demon, don't think of advancing. A person behind him said, That's right, you'll have to step over our corpses if you want to pass. 4 Xuanzi. Fan Yuan directly soul-searched Jun Xinguang, and quickly got the information of these 4 people. It turned out that these 4 were Time Path goo immortals. They were quadruplets, found by Spirit Butterfly Valley when they were young and specially nurtured. They comprised 3 older brothers and 1 younger sister. They were Shang Xuanzi, Zhong Xuanzi, Xia Xuanzi, and Sun Guizi respectively. Chapter 1629. Great Power of Time Path. According to Jun Xinguang's information, the four Xuanzi had the same rank 7 cultivation level. They had a combination technique with extraordinary power. Even against rank 8 Gu immortals, they could contest against them. Of course, they were only able to fight with that one move. After a few rounds, they would definitely lose to the rank 8 Gu immortal. They were not like the past Fan Yuan or Feng Jiugu with battle strength that could rival rank 8s. Even so, they were quite impressive. After nurturing the four Xuanzi, they had been kept hidden by Spirit Butterfly Valley. They were not easily deployed. Heavenly Court wants to make arrangements in the River of Time. Spirit Butterfly Valley had to comply. Four Xuanzi. For time path experts with great cooperation, they are indeed the best candidates to control present and past pavilion. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. The four Xuanzi in present and past pavilion were not out of his expectations. Rank 8 Gu immortals that were also time path were very rare. Heavenly Court originally had Lord Huangshi, but he had died in the River of Time last time after Fan Yuan made use of the Stone Lotus Island. In order to deal with Fan Yuan and obstruct him in the River of Time, they had to choose people who were rank 7 time path Gu immortals, unless more antiques woke up from Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard. What made Fan Yuan more concerned was that other than present and past pavilion, Heavenly Court also had another time path immortal Gu house, Eternal Yacht. Present and past pavilion excels at investigation. It is nearby, so it was the first to obstruct me. I cannot stay here. Once the four Xuanzi delay long enough, Eternal Yacht would arrive to help it. It will be disadvantageous for me to face two enemies at once. Heavenly Court had a huge advantage in this. Even though they did not have time path rank 8s, they had members of other paths, along with two immortal Gu houses, present and past pavilion and Eternal Yacht. In contrast, Fan Yuan only had one incomplete immortal Gu house, even though he became rank 8, He Lu Lan, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest were very weak. Fan Yuan immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out a second batch of immemorial year beasts. He had used the first batch of immemorial year beasts in the 5 regional mountain range. They were injured or killed by Southern Border's righteous path. Fan Yuan did not manage to retrieve them. But it did not matter, Fan Yuan had a second batch. After annexing Xia Chao's immortal aperture, Fan Yuan obtained a second year essence pool. There were 2 immemorial year beasts inside. Furthermore, throughout the months, Fan Yuan had been using immemorial year beast fishing formation to lure immemorial year beasts to him, before capturing them inside the year essence pool. Thus, Fan Yuan obtained 2 batches of immemorial year beasts. The second batch had a total of 9 immemorial year beasts. The only flaw was that Fan Yuan did not manage to collect all 12 types of immemorial year beasts to form the ancient battle formation. He had tried to collect them during this period, but when he actually tried, he realized that getting a full set was very hard to achieve. He got the most number of immemorial year chickens, because recently, the River of Time was producing this type of year beasts. In Fan Yuan's second batch of immemorial year beasts, he had 5 chickens, more than half of the entire group. 9 immemorial year beasts roared as they charged towards present and past pavilion. Inside present and past pavilion, the 4 Xuanzi had grim expressions. They activated present and past pavilion's power together. Pew! A huge wave that was 10 meters tall crashed towards the 9 immemorial year beasts. Immemorial year beasts were beasts that belonged in the River of Time. Present and past pavilion's waves could not obstruct their movement. Instantly, they charged through the obstacle, creating countless splashes as they approached present and past pavilion. The surface of present and past pavilion shined with brilliant light. The light shot up like a huge pillar. Swish, swish, swish. Waves came after waves. They were like moving walls that could attack or defend, constantly crashing into the immemorial year beasts. At Fan Yuan's will, the immemorial year beasts were instructed by him to cooperate. They shot out like an arrow, going past many walls of waves and reaching present and past pavilion. But all of a sudden, the 4 Xuanzi shouted as the folding screen in present and past pavilion turned into misty green fog. The green fog flew into the battlefield as the immemorial year beasts got affected. Their speed fell as if they had landed in a marsh. The green fog settled and fused into the water of the River of Time, turning the surface of the water in this area jade green. Present and past pavilion shook intensely. The huge pillar of light faded and turned into green sparkles that enveloped the surroundings. The sound of crashing waves became even louder and more imposing. They were many times larger than before, 30 meters tall now. Not just that, tens of spirals formed on the surface of the River of Time. They became excellent traps to restrain the immemorial year beasts. The 9 immemorial year beasts were originally gathered together, but after the obstruction of the waves, their formation broke apart as they fell into their own respective battles. At once, present and past pavilions stood at the center and controlled the situation. Fan Yuan's immemorial year beasts were all at a disadvantage. The 4 Xunzi's expressions relaxed. Shang Xunzi let out a breath of air. We finally got past the initial period. This demon did not break through. Sun Guozi smiled. Present and past pavilion has control of the situation now. Even though Fan Yuan has many immemorial year beasts, he cannot gather them. He is not a threat. That's right. Xia Xunzi stroked his beard. Even though present and past pavilion is not his match anyway, as long as we can stall until Eternal Yacht arrives, by then our strength will surpass him. We will be able to win. Zhong Xunzi had a deep gaze. The demon is crafty. We cannot be careless. Let's play safe. He had just spoken when the immemorial year monkey closest to present and past pavilion suddenly jumped up and used an immortal killer move. It held a huge fan in its hands as it waved towards the front. Rank 8 immortal killer move, Summer Fan! Instantly, intense winds whipped, sweeping away everything. The entire battlefield became dark and gloomy. The huge waves resembling thick walls that were in front of the immemorial year monkey completely broke apart and collapsed due to Summer Fan. The immemorial year monkey snickered as it dived down. In present and past pavilion, the 4 Xunzi were shocked. They noticed that Fan Yuan was disguised as the immemorial year monkey. That demon has joined the battle. Impossible. We have the investigative killer move from Lady Ziwei. We can expose familiar face. How did he manage to deceive us? Fan Yuan sneered internally. He had spent the last few months to its fullest, using all of his time and energy without any waste. He had naturally modified familiar face. Fan Yuan finally got to the 4 Xunzi. Present and past pavilion burst out with brilliant light once again, while Fan Yuan relied on the immemorial year monkey's tough physique to punch with its strong fists, but present and past pavilion remained unmoving despite a loud sound. It is useless, right now. Present and past pavilion is anchored here in the river of time. How can you move it? Sun Guozi said with a nervous tone. Is that so? Fan Yuan's eyes shined with brilliant light. He used immortal killer move Spring Scissors at the next moment. Clip, clip. Spring Scissors cut continuously. Present and past pavilion was able to defend itself initially, but soon, the brilliant light on it was unable to last as Spring Scissors cut away a corner of the roof after 5 to 6 snips. This is a rank 8 time path killer move, but how can it be so powerful? Even present and past pavilion cannot match it? How can this be? The 4 Xunzi were frantic. Fan Yuan's eyes were filled with cold, flickering lightning. He originally had over 70,000 time path down marks. It was at rank 8 level. Now that he became an immemorial year monkey, his transformation path down marks also turned into time path down marks, adding another 50,000. Thus, he had over 120,000 time path down marks now. Ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals would only have less than 30,000 down marks. 120,000 down marks was not common for rank 8 Gu immortals. They normally would have to pass 1 myriad tribulation to get such an accumulation. He could amplify any time path killer move by 120 times its power. And Fan Yuan was already using 2 rank 8 immortal killer moves. Even though present and past pavilion had the territorial advantage, Fan Yuan's killer move was also boosted by the environment of the River of Time. Thus, his time path battle strength soared to the extent that even present and past pavilion could not endure his attacks. Fan Yuan's 2 killer moves forced present and past pavilion back time and time again. The 4 Xunzi tried to keep their stability in present and past pavilion, while attacking sometimes, but Fan Yuan did not even need defensive killer moves like Winter Coat. With just the immemorial year monkey's body, he could endure them. Hold on! A huge yacht was riding the waves, approaching them from afar. Several Gu immortals were shouting and having nervous expressions. Eternal Yacht was nearby. Too late. Fan Yuan snickered. He waved the summer fan and whipped up some tornadoes. Present and past pavilion was shaking from the impact. It was about to collapse. Spring Scissors flew towards it and snipped again. A pillar in present and past pavilion broke as it collapsed entirely. Fan Yuan laughed loudly as he jumped above present and past pavilion, stomping with his huge immemorial year monkey feet. Boom! The whole of present and past pavilion broke apart into pieces. The 4 Xunzi were either dead or injured. They were all kicked into the River of Time. Fan Yuan and the incomplete immortal Gu house left with ease. When Eternal Yacht arrived, it was already too late. The Gu immortals in the yacht hesitated. Should they save the 4 Xunzi or chase after Fang Yuan? Chapter 1630. Stone Island Trap. Cough, cough. Shan Xunzi sprawled on the deck of Eternal Yacht as he coughed. He had drunk a lot of water, he was drenched. Beside him, Xia Xunzi had already fainted. His injuries were severe, his situation was not looking good. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi walked over and looked at Shan Xunzi calmly. The other 2 have been swept away by the river of time, we cannot find them. Shan Xunzi breathed roughly for a while, he forcibly stood up, taking a glance at Xia Xunzi before speaking with a pale expression. They have already died, that demon Fan Yuan is very powerful. How is the salvaging of present and past pavilion going? The 4 Xunzi were siblings with deep kinship, but right now, Shan Xunzi was more concerned about present and past pavilion. He did not pay attention to the dying Xia Xunzi, nor did he display anger or sadness. Qingyi smiled. The core immortal Gu have not been destroyed, we have recovered all of them. That's good. Shan Xunzi let out a breath of air, his expression easing. Qingyi nodded. I have already prepared the room for you. Shan Xunzi. Thank you, I will go and revive my siblings now. It turned out that these quadruplets, with their very close bloodline, managed to create a unique killer move. Even if 3 of them died, as long as 1 remained, they could use the killer move to rapidly revive the other 3. Precisely so, Shan Xunzi did not feel any sadness. A moment later, the 4 Xunzi returned to the deck with no injuries, entering battle once again. Fang Yuan's second batch of immemorial year beasts were surrounding Eternal Yacht, attacking from all sides, desperately drawing their attention. The river water was turbulent, sounds of waves crashing could be heard by Fang Yuan. Right now, he had returned to his original appearance, he entered the incomplete Immortal Gu house to rest. With this incomplete Immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan had a base, it was very useful. Eternal Yacht did not chase us. After leaving the battlefield for a while, Fang Yuan relaxed his mind slightly. The speed of the incomplete Immortal Gu house could not match Eternal Yacht, its specialty was in concealing its traces when moving. With present and past pavilion around, the incomplete Immortal Gu house could not move stealthily. But Eternal Yacht could not detect the incomplete Immortal Gu house, otherwise, why would it not pursue him with such an advantage in speed? We are temporarily safe. Ingwu Xia breathed out deeply, feeling some lingering fear. It was quite dangerous earlier. Indeed, if sect leader did not destroy present and past pavilion, we might have fallen into a tough battle and would not be able to escape. Fairy Miaoyin smiled. Bai Ningbing was silent at the side. He Lu Lan looked outside the Immortal Gu house, at the Grand River of Time. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone was frowning with his eyes shut. He was trying to track the islands, but his vital Gu's Spring-Autumn Cicada had no reactions. In fact, according to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's deduction, the higher Spring-Autumn Cicada's rank was, the larger the range of its detection to find Red Lotus true inheritance. Fang Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada was only rank 6, even though he had many Immortal Gu recipes. Fang Yuan's multiple attempts at refining it ended in failure. It was regrettable, but Fang Yuan had done his best already. For the last few months, he had put in all his effort to cultivate Soul Path, explore Dream Realms, modify killer moves, extort Southern Border's Righteous Path, plot for the overall situation, defend against deductions, annex immortal apertures, and so on. He had expended his time and energy. It was already a miracle that he could squeeze out some time to refine Spring-Autumn Cicada. But the real miracle did not happen. Fang Yuan's refinement attempts failed. Even though Spring-Autumn Cicada is rank 6, I have already made up for the flaws in other aspects. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with deep confidence. He had planned deeply before entering the River of Time. Fang Yuan had already used luck path methods like Burning Soul Bursting Luck, he had only stopped after reaching the limit. In this vast River of Time, finding 1 or 2 Stone Lotus Islands was purely dependent on luck. Roar! The river water suddenly became turbulent as sounds of beast growls entered their ears. There are 2 immemorial year beasts fighting ahead! After inspecting it, Ingwu Xia alerted. Looking at it closely, these 2 immemorial year beasts had already fought for some time. They were near their limit. Fang Yuan laughed. Wasn't this the work of Luck Path? He flew out of the incomplete Immortal Gu house and activated Familiar Face, becoming a part of the river water as he blended into the River of Time. Comment next. He opened a trace of his Immortal Aperture's entrance and activated the Immemorial Year Beast fishing formation. The 2 Immemorial Year Beasts detected the delicacy. Their movements stopped, they charged towards Fan Yuan like they were competing in a race. They did not find any enemies, but they sensed a tributary of the river of time under the river water. The immemorial year beasts did not think much, they charged into this tributary of the river of time. This was naturally Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If it were in the past, Fan Yuan would not dare to lure these immemorial year beasts. They would cause huge destruction to the sovereign immortal aperture if they went in. But now, times were different. Fan Yuan had year essence pools, too, in fact. The year essence pools were connected to the tributary of the river of time like huge dams. The immemorial year beasts were lured by the formation, following the tributary of the river of time until they rushed into the dam, becoming trapped. Fan Yuan smiled heartily as he stopped the transformation killer move. He flew back into the incomplete immortal goo house. Those two immemorial year monkeys were trapped in the year essence pools. They could not find any food and sensed something amiss. But how could they return to the river of time now? Fan Yuan used his enslavement path methods and quickly subdued these two immemorial year beasts. The incomplete immortal goo house moved stealthily as it searched for a stone lotus island. Fan Yuan met many year beasts along the way. He took in all of them, luring them into the year essence pools and subduing them. Soon, Fan Yuan's number of immemorial year beasts rose to 6. And even more ancient and desolate level year beasts. Other than year beasts, there were other lifeforms like day beasts, month beasts, or dark web spiders in the river of time. Fan Yuan had chosen to ignore them all. The use of the year essence pools was amply displayed here. With Fan Yuan could lure immemorial year beasts while keeping sovereign immortal aperture very safe. Without their restriction, the immemorial year beasts would be able to move along the tributary of the river of time and go to anywhere in the sovereign immortal aperture. Because the tributary was present all over the whole sovereign immortal aperture. Wait! After moving for a while, Fan Yuan's time path clone opened his eyes, bursting with bright light. He seemed to have found something. The time path clone quickly shut his eyes as he frowned deeply, trying to sense it. Next, he pointed in one direction. There seems to be something there. Spring-autumn cicada shuddered a little. The time path clone spoke with uncertainty. But this was the only clue. Fan Yuan manipulated the incomplete immortal goo house and changed directions, going towards that place. As the distance shortened, Fan Yuan's clone felt increasingly happy. The feeling is getting stronger. Our luck is really not bad. We found it so quickly. A while later, in the vision of Fan Yuan and the rest, a thin layer of fog appeared. The incomplete immortal goo house halted for a moment before rushing into the fog with no hesitation. The fog was extraordinary. It could obscure one's sense of direction and confuse them, but using the key spring-autumn cicada, Fan Yuan's clone could move in the proper direction. The fog got thicker. The river water also moved slower due to its effect. It was not as turbulent as the water outside. Vaguely, the silhouette of an island appeared before Fan Yuan and the rest. Stone Lotus Island! Red Lotus True Inheritance! Ing Wuxia stared wide and shouted loudly. Bai Ningbing and the rest also started to breathe roughly. When the incomplete immortal goo house got to the periphery of the Stone Lotus Island, the island shot out a white light that hit the incomplete immortal goo house directly. What is going on? Fairy Miaoyin screamed. Oh no! This is a trap. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. It was too late to escape now. The entire incomplete immortal goo house shook intensely. It could not resist the strong attacks outside. Demon, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A rank 8 goo immortal with a tall muscular body appeared on the Stone Lotus Island. At the next moment, his killer move that had been prepared for a while hit the incomplete immortal goo house. Boom! The incomplete immortal goo house broke apart at once. Chapter 1631. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Fan Yuan's incomplete immortal goo house did not excel in defense. After it was struck, it broke apart. Fan Yuan and the rest quickly defended themselves inside the immortal goo house. A huge amount of flames moved like poisonous snakes and burned all of the goo worms in their way, before they gathered towards Fan Yuan in an encircling movement. Fan Yuan shouted as he used immortal killer move Winter Coat. His body was immediately covered by a layer of snow-white frost. The frost not only protected him, at this crucial moment, it spread out and protected the time path clone, He Lu Lan, Ing Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, and the rest. In this regard, Winter Coat was better than Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Because Reverse Flow Protection Seal only defended himself, it could not help others, but Winter Coat was able to affect other people. Winter Coat Killer Move blocked the fire snake's attacks, but at the next moment, the old man on the Stone Lotus Island shouted, By the power of flames, snakes turn into dragons. Whoosh! The flames burst out with incredible heat. The snakes coiled around each other, turning into a huge flame dragon that was 100 feet long, possessing huge claws and fangs. The bright red flame dragon slashed through Wintercoat before charging at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan wanted to open his immortal aperture's entrance to store the immortals back in his aperture, but this fire snake killer move actually had a variation. With the old man's deep experience, Fan Yuan had no time for that. The flame dragon opened its mouth as it soared down from above. Fan Yuan and the rest looked up as their faces were red from the light of the flames. The intense heat felt like it was going to grill them alive. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest all revealed looks of despair on their faces. This flame dragon was not an ordinary rank 8 killer move, it had extraordinary power. Even Bai Ningbing's Baixian killer move could not escape from it. Their only hope was Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's ears, nose, and eyes were bleeding. Wintercoat killer move was broken. Fan Yuan suffered a rank 8 killer move backlash. A large number of mortal goo were killed. Thankfully his core immortal goo were still alive. They were damaged but still usable. Fan Yuan was in a difficult situation. The Time Path clone, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest were behind him. Their cultivation level was too low, they could not block the flame dragon. If they had the incomplete immortal goo house, they could still participate in the fight. But the old man was too perceptive, he destroyed the incomplete immortal goo house from the start. If Fan Yuan stayed and protected them, not only did he have no good methods now that Wintercoat was broken, even if he did, it would be too dangerous. Because the other party wanted to force Fan Yuan to fight them, once he protects them and fights, the old man's plan would succeed. Fan Yuan was almost certain that the other party still had killer moves prepared. Once Fan Yuan fights with the flame dragon, the old man would grasp the tempo of the battle, he would control the battle's flow from now on. Instantly, Fan Yuan made up his mind, he moved out like lightning, dodging the flame dragon. The old man laughed frenziedly. A true demon indeed! Then burned to death! The flame dragon ignored Fan Yuan, it charged down. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, he turned around and attacked the old man. The old man diverted his gaze at Fan Yuan. Seeing that he was approaching, the old man smiled and revealed a sinister expression. Fan Yuan's heart sank. He attacked so that the old man would divert attention to defend himself, but the old man was similarly courageous and did not fear a frontal assault. Most possibly, he still had arrangements on this stone lotus island. He was extremely confident. Fan Yuan stretched out his finger. His hard work over the last few months had not been in vain. Spring scissors was unleashed and shot towards the old man. The scissors was very sharp, but when it landed on the old man, his hair started to burn as it turned into a flame cloak, protecting him all around and blocking Spring scissors. Ha ha ha! I named this move Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. I made it from the inspiration I gained from Verdant Great Sun's flame hair from Legends of Renzu. It is my proudest creation. To speak the truth, even though I am a Fire Path Goo Immortal, I am more skilled in defense than offense. Not just Spring Scissors, even Summer Fan is useless against me. The old man laughed loudly. But at the next moment, the old man's smile faded. It turned out that the flame dragon had returned empty-handed, be it Fan Yuan's Time Path clone, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, or others, they were still alive. The old man's eyelids twitched, he licked his dry lips as he said darkly, "This is a dream realm?" It turned out that while Fan Yuan dodged the flame dragon, he did not abandon his clone or the other Goo Immortals. He had ordered Ing Wuxia to self-detonate at the crucial moment. After the 5 regional mountain range, Ing Wuxia had changed bodies, using a body with the pure dream reality seeker physique again. Precisely because of the dream path down marks on the pure dream reality seeker physique, he was able to use lead soul into dream and successfully affect rank 8 Goo Immortal Jun Xinguan. Now that the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, Ing Wuxia's soul was trapped in the dream realm. The other immortals were very close to him, they were covered by the dream realm. With the manifestation of the dream realm, all other paths could not affect it. The old man's flame dragon had great power, but against the illusory dream realm, it was useless. Humph, you are truly a scheming demon, but you will die today. The old man stomped his feet, flying up into the sky as the stone lotus island below him scattered into dust and sand. The old man wore a flame cloak as he approached Fan Yuan like a blazing meteor. Spring scissors followed after him as it attacked, but the flames defended against them and the old man was completely unharmed. Fan Yuan flew backwards as he used Summer Fan. Intense winds blew, The old man's flame cloak was flickering, but it seemed like the fire was growing with the wind, becoming even larger. The old man smiled as he exposed his sharp teeth. How about that? My verdant sun flame cloak is unparalleled. Have you felt despair yet? Ha! Like what the old man has said, summer fan and spring scissors were useless against verdant sun flame cloak. Not only that, as they got closer, an intense feeling of drunkenness assaulted Fan Yuan. But soon, Fan Yuan used his wisdom path killer move and regained clarity in his mind. Verdant sun flame cloak not only contained the extreme profundity of fire path, it also mimicked the effects of human path and food path. As the old man got closer to him, the greater the feeling of drunkenness would be. Fan Yuan tried his best to retreat, wanting to pull some distance from the old man, but against his wishes, the enemy's speed surpassed him by quite a bit. Demon, you are trapped in the formation. Where can you run to? Obediently accept your death, the old man shouted. Earlier, the Stone Lotus Island was merely an illusion. Its true essence was a super time path immortal formation set up in the river of time. This formation was very powerful, even Fan Yuan could not notice it. As it activated now, a formation space was created. Fan Yuan was trapped inside, restricting him from using omnidirectional travel, fixed immortal travel, and other similar methods. Fan Yuan had used a time path formation earlier to ambush Southern Border's righteous path. Now, Heavenly Court did the same against Fan Yuan. But Heavenly Court put in much more effort than Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could not create such a time path formation in the River of Time. With his current strength, he could only create a time path immortal formation near a tributary of the River of Time in the outside world. Even for time path great experts in history, few could create immortal formations inside the River of Time. The person who could achieve this to the limit was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This person had already surpassed the realms of time path immortal formations. He could directly create artificial secluded domains of heaven and earth, Stone Lotus Islands, to influence segments of the River of Time and take control of it. Heavenly Court had been looking for the Stone Lotus Islands and had yet to find one, but they were not without gains. This time path immortal formation was one of their achievements. The formation restricted Fan Yuan, making him unable to evade or dodge. The old man got closer. Fan Yuan snorted. Instead of retreating, he charged at the old man. The old man was slightly surprised, but he quickly reacted as he waved his hands, sending waves of flames towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had no fear. He rammed forward. The huge flames reversed and went back to attack the old man. It was the immortal killer move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The old man was a little flustered. He defended against his own killer move, but at this moment, Fan Yuan had already arrived in front of him. Fan Yuan was ruthless. He slammed his body into the old man. Reverse Flow Protection Seal against Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. At the next moment, Fan Yuan and the old man both flew backwards. They were nearly evenly matched in this contest. The old man had lost by a slight bit, but soon, his flame cloak burned again as he returned to his peak condition. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was extremely effective against attacks. But Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was a defensive killer move. The reflected damage was quite little. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal? He found out so quickly. The old man's gaze flickered eerily. It turned out that this time path immortal formation created an isolated inner formation space. There was a core effect. It was that this environment weakened time path. Heavenly Court's original intention was to use this formation to deal with the Stone Lotus Islands of Red Lotus True Inheritance. These islands were artificially created time path secluded domains of heaven and earth. Once the formation encapsulates them, they would be weakened. Precisely so, Fan Yuan's Spring Scissors and Summer Fan killer moves were so ineffective against Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was very powerful indeed. It was the peak creation of Fire Path, and even extended to contain the profundities of human path and food path. Comment in terms of intricacy, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was very roughly made and straightforward. In contrast, Myriad Self comprised both enslavement path and strength path. It was on par with Verdant Sun Flame Cloak in this aspect. Summer Fan and Spring Scissors were ordinary. They only contained rank 8 immortal goo and were amplified by time path down marks to gain such great power. They could not break Verdant Sun Flame Cloak but could have caused great damage. Yet in this environment they had a mild effect. Fan Yuan realized this and daringly dispelled Winter Coat, instead using Reverse Flow Protection Seal to regain his footing in the battle. Chapter 1632. You lied. Immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Howl. At once, myriad dragons flew in a sea of silvery scales, attacking the old man like a tidal wave. After understanding the effect of the time path formation, Fan Yuan gave up on his strongest time path methods. He started to use other methods. In this aspect, Fan Yuan had many useful methods comparatively. The old man snorted, showing no surprise on his face. Before coming here, he had already made ample preparation. He knew about Fan Yuan's myriad dragon killer move. Slippery eels, what can they do to me? The old man stood arrogantly in the sky. Instead of dodging, he watched as the myriad dragons approached him. His verdant sun flame cloak was blazing, his entire body was covered, resembling a huge fireball. The myriad dragons appeared before the old man, but they started to screech weirdly. The sword dragons were all drowsy as they randomly flew around. Their ferocious attacks had been stopped. When each sword dragon's drunkenness got to a certain level, they would start to blaze up with a loud sound. The sword dragons turned into a pile of flames before rapidly vanishing. Looking at the field, the old man was unmoving while the myriad dragons burned to death. Even though there were countless dragons, the moment they got close to the old man, they died. They were of no threat to him. Immortal killer move, verdant sun flame cloak. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. He finally saw the power of this move. It was both offensive and defensive. It was a counter to Fan Yuan's myriad dragon killer move. Then let's try Luo Pasil. Fan Yuan thought to himself. He had already used familiar face to disguise as a sword dragon. He blended into the army of dragons, getting closer to the old man. Next, he pretended to be drunk as he got closer and unleashed Luo Pasil. Fan Yuan got exposed when the killer move had just activated. Luo Pasil's aura was too great, it could not be hidden. The old man's gaze shot like lightning as he charged at Fan Yuan without fearing Luo Pasil. Boom, boom, boom. The old man attacked Fan Yuan in a frenzy, but reverse flow protection seal kept him safe. Fan Yuan did not speak. He endured the old man's attacks until Luo Pasil was finally ready to strike. The old man was on guard now. The situation was not good for Fan Yuan. Eventually, he barely managed to use Luo Pasil, but it scraped past the old man's shoulder, only half landing. The old man immediately felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. At the same time, the blazing cloak on his back weakened by 40%. This move is amazing, but it cannot break my verdant sun flame cloak. The old man laughed loudly as he retreated, using methods to heal himself. His speed was faster than Fan Yuan. It was hard to land consecutive hits on him. The old man found time to catch a breather despite having the disadvantage. A moment later, his injuries healed mostly and his aura regained its peak state. The verdant sun flame cloak also started to blaze up again. Luo Pasil had terrifying might, but the old man was very alert. He did not give Fan Yuan any more chances. His verdant sun flame cloak's defenses were superb. Fan Yuan could sense that in battle. It was like how his enemies felt when facing reverse flow protection seal. This old man's soul is not his weakness. Even though he only grazed past him, Fan Yuan obtained valuable intel. Luo Pasil was targeted at the enemy's soul, but this old man was an experienced rank 8 Gu immortal with deep foundations. He did not have any evident weaknesses. His soul's defense was quite tight. Fan Yuan estimated that even if Luo Pasil hit directly, it could not kill the old man in one move. Luo Pasil had to be paired with Lead Soul into Dream to deal with Heavenly Court's rank 8 Gu immortals. But at the start of the battle, the old man destroyed Fan Yuan's incomplete immortal Gu house, causing Ying Wuxia and the rest to slumber in the dream realm. If the incomplete immortal Gu house was still around, Fan Yuan would have Ying Wuxia's lead soul into Dream to help him. He would have the advantage against this old man. But the old man had ambushed and destroyed the incomplete immortal Gu house. Not only were Fan Yuan's losses severe, he lost his initiative, and was kept on the back foot for a long time. This situation was naturally very dangerous for Fan Yuan. He had fallen into an ambush. He had to escape quickly. Immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fan Yuan continued to activate Myriad Dragon as more sword dragons filled this formation space. The old man had the advantage, but he did not relax his mind or become careless. He squinted a little as Fan Yuan hid among the sword dragons again. At this time, should he use an investigative method to find Fan Yuan or eliminate these sword dragons first? If he did not kill Fan Yuan, there would be an endless stream of sword dragons. But the old man had clear awareness, he thought. I'm afraid my investigative method cannot expose familiar face. Fan Yuan is so crafty, he must have other plans. The old man had the initiative now. He spoke arrogantly and wildly, but his mind was extremely calm and composed. He knew that when opponents of his and Fan Yuan's level fight, with such rich battle experience on both sides, even though he had the initiative now and could hold the advantage, if he made a mistake, Fan Yuan would turn the situation around. The old man roared as flames started to burn around, spreading out like a sea of fire. The sword dragons melted in candles within the flame. The old man's decision made Fan Yuan quite troubled. He hesitated for a while before persisting with his tactic. He controlled the myriad dragons to charge at the formation space. This formation was clearly controlled by Central Continent Gu immortals. Seeing that the myriad dragons were attacking, they wanted to retaliate, but the old man quickly transmitted to them. Don't move! Fan Yuan has very high time path and wisdom path attainment levels. The more the formation activates, the more flaws he will notice. I will handle these eels, don't be anxious. The old man did not want to give Fan Yuan any chances. The sea of fire killed the sword dragons at a rapid rate. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. He suddenly appeared in front of the dream realm. Immortal killer move, pure dream reality seeker transformation. He quickly gathered the dream realm and turned the lump of dream realm into a pure dream reality seeker physique body. Oh no, this demon is so scheming! The old man's expression changed. Fan Yuan used many feints and tactics. It was hard to see through his plans after all. Fan Yuan opened a sliver of his immortal aperture's entrance, wanting to send the time path clone, Ing Wuxia's soul, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing inside. But at this moment, the old man screamed angrily behind him. Demon, forget about it! Boom! A killer move was used, bursting out with immense strength and sound. Fan Yuan felt a chill. He did not need to turn around to know that this move was the old man's strongest defensive method. I won't make it! Fan Yuan did not have enough time to react. His heart sank to rock bottom. At the crucial moment, he went all out. His time path killer move was used as the time around suddenly became faster. He placed the immortals into the immortal aperture, and at the same time, he felt like a giant had landed a punch on his back. The huge force sent him flying like a cannonball. He lost 15% of reverse flow river's water. The impact made Fan Yuan's head dizzy. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was only able to save a portion of them. Fairy Miao Yin could not be reached. She was still unconscious earlier. After being engulfed in the huge flames, she was burned to ashes. Not a bit of her body remained. Fan Yuan shouted loudly as he used Myriad Dragon, charging around the place, while he started to act and destroy the formation. The old man was a bit nervous now. He started to attack Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan had reverse flow protection seal to defend him. He ignored the old man and only targeted the formation. Fan Yuan, don't think of getting out, that is merely a delusion. The old man roared as his flames engulfed Fan Yuan. Ha ha ha, you are simply struggling at death's door. The old man got behind Fan Yuan and slammed them on his back like two huge tablets. Fan Yuan was sent flying. Fan Yuan was bleeding from all 7 orifices. It was quite a pathetic sight, yet his eyes were still cold as ice. He continued to attack the time path formation. It is useless. How can you break such an amazing formation? Look at your reverse flow river, it is about to be fully expended. The old man mocked. He attacked with greater intensity. Killing intent surged as he behaved in a frenzied manner. Even though reverse flow river could reflect attacks, the old man also had his verdant sun flame cloak. He endured the reflected attacks as he continued to expend the reverse flow river water. He was not wrong. Fan Yuan's reverse flow river had gone through many battles. A lot of it was used up already. As he continued to attack, the river water level fell. Fan Yuan's robe also started to become thin and flimsy. Suddenly, Fan Yuan roared as he stopped attacking, preparing Luo Pasil again. The old man's pupils shrunk, his attacks changed. He started to prepare his defenses against Luo Pasil. Fan Yuan completed the preparation as he flicked his palm. Instead of attacking the old man, he shot it towards a corner of the formation. Guh! With a shocked voice, a rank 7 Gu immortal controlling the formation was hit by Luo Pasil. He died on the spot. How? The other Central Continent Gu immortals were also shocked and lost for words. Fan Yuan was able to find a formation core in such a short time and kill the person inside. Luo Pasil was very powerful even against rank 8 Gu immortals, not to mention these rank 7s. Quick, that formation core has been destroyed. Quickly move and fix the hole. A Gu immortal shouted. On the other end, the old man grunted as he attacked Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan used the extremely depleted reverse flow protection seal to defend himself while attacking the formation himself. With many of his methods used, Heavenly Court's meticulously created time path immortal formation collapsed area by area. It could not hold up against Fan Yuan's unraveling. How can this be? Fan Yuan's speed of deduction was extremely shocking to everyone. Quick, over there! Someone shouted. A loophole formed in the formation, connecting with the outside world. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Bye. You cannot leave! Flames swept over, turning into the old man. He hid the loophole behind himself desperately. The other Central Continent Gu immortals also let out a sigh of relief. But Fan Yuan shot out like an arrow towards the old man, saying coldly with deep killing intent, Get lost! The old man snickered. It is useless, you cannot deal with my verdant sun flame cloak. The distance between them shrunk. Central Continent's Gu immortals quickly changed their formation, someone shouted. Block Fan Yuan, we only need 5 breaths of time to change the formation. This is a complete change, it would be 10 times as difficult as before to deduce it afterwards. The old man scoffed. Not just 5 breaths, even if. His eyes suddenly widened, his face turned stiff, he looked at Fan Yuan's killer move preparation with deep disbelief. Fan Yuan's aura was completely concealed, not a bit leaked out. He clapped both hands together in front of his chest. Next, his right hand, which was in contact with his left hand, moved. It was like he was trying to pull out something precious, as his right palm slowly clenched into a fist. Afterwards, his left hand was still at the original position, but his tightly clenched right fist was lifted, above his chest and shoulder, above his head, until it was fixed right above his head. This move is. The old man no longer smiled, there was nervousness in his eyes and even some fear. Indeed, this was the immortal killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. Time passed at the first breath. First finger. Fan Yuan had a cold expression as he raised the thumb of his right hand. From the right fist that he held high in the air, a sword light shot out. Fast. 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 The speed of the sword light was beyond belief. The moment it was shot out, it pierced the old man's forehead. The old man shuddered, the flames on the verdant sun flame cloak on his body weakened by half. Second breath. Second finger. The old man reacted, he roared as the verdant sun flame cloak started blazing again. But the sword light landed again, weakening the verdant sun flame cloak. Third breath. Third finger. The old man's expression turned pale, he wanted to grit his teeth. The verdant sun flame cloak on his back had expanded like a fireball. Earlier it was the size of a horse carriage, but now it was the size of a house. The old man roared. This is the peak condition of my verdant sun flame cloak. Come, your attacks cannot break through. The moment he said that, the sword light landed as the verdant sun flame cloak burst like a balloon, it returned to its former condition. 5-finger fist heart sword got stronger as it progressed. Fourth breath, fourth finger. The old man desperately blocked the fourth sword, his expression was pale, he took a huge step back. Verdant sun flame cloak was like a flickering candle, it was extremely thin now. Fifth breath. Fan Yuan snickered. What cloak? It is laughable. Li Huang, you can start preparing your funeral. It is over, the fifth sword. The old man's heart jumped, his eyes were filled with terror. No, Bo Qing, don't even dream of killing me. The flame blazed, he turned into dozens of figures as he flew in all directions. Fan Yuan ignored him, he flew outside the loophole, escaping into the river of time. He had just flown out when the time path formation changed completely. The earlier loopholes were fixed, it had become whole again, securely locking the formation space inside. But Fan Yuan had already escaped, the time path formation was completely silent inside. The Central Continent Gu immortals controlling the formation were all dumbfounded. The flame clones dissipated slowly, until only the old man's main body remained. At this moment, his face was flushing red and white. Anger, fear, humiliation, hatred, and killing intent, they filled his heart entirely, turning his expression distorted and filled with terrifying hatred. Suddenly, the old man raised his head and roared. There was no fifth sword. Fan Yuan! You lied! Chapter 1633. Cutting Edge slays enemies. After a tough battle of brains and brawn, Fan Yuan finally got out of Heavenly Court's ambush and escaped into the river of time. Once he left the formation, Fan Yuan felt the difficulty of using reverse flow protection seal raised by several times. He quickly stopped it, and change to the Time Path Killer move Winter Coat. Immortal Killer move, Familiar Face. At the next moment, Fan Yuan turned into an immemorial year beast. Because he had transformed in the River of Time, transformation path was also greatly suppressed. Even though he managed to use the move, his immortal essence expenditure was tens of times as much as usual. Thankfully, Familiar Face's core was attitude goo, it only expended mental energy. Thus, on the whole, Familiar Face used very little immortal essence. Fan Yuan could sustain it. Plop. Fan Yuan turned into an immemorial year snake as he went into the River of Time, slithering away. We are finally out of the encirclement, escaping the Time Path formation. Fan Yuan felt a little glad. The earlier situation was quite dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the more tight Heavenly Court's defenses would be, and the lower chances Fan Yuan would have of survival. This time, there were two reasons why he could escape. Firstly, Fan Yuan had made the Time Path clone use the Light of Wisdom to break the formation. Because of the Light of Wisdom, Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path abilities far exceeded Heavenly Court's imagination, he could catch them off guard. Secondly, he used Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Fan Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level. With his own white lychee immortal essence, he could use Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. This Immortal Goo was one of the core of Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword to begin with, thus, Fan Yuan could use the fourth sword of Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This was his current limit. To use the fifth sword, he would need other core sword path Immortal Goo. I expended a lot of rank 8 immortal essence. Fan Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His immortal essence storage had fallen to a dangerous level. Even though Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had a fast time flow and could accumulate white lychee immortal essence rapidly, he had gone through fierce battles consecutively, especially earlier against the old man Li Huang. He had expended a lot when breaking out of the Time Path formation. I should escape first. In this situation, Fan Yuan only had one thought. This was the wisest decision. A frontal face-off was the most stupid idea. Fan Yuan, where are you going? An angry growl could be heard behind him. Fan Yuan turned around, and his heart jumped. 3 immortal goo houses were chasing after him with threatening auras. The left one was Eternal Yacht. It was tall and rode with the wind. On the deck, rank 8 goo immortal Qin Yi, the rank 7 goo immortals 4 Xuanzi and others were standing with a righteous aura. The middle one was 3 autumn yellow crane platform. It was elegant and grand. The orange roof resembled cranes with their wings spread out. The immortal goo house was radiating 3 layers of autumn light. It was quite extraordinary. The right one was Shark Flow Lever. The huge lever was white like jade. A rank 8 goo immortal was standing on it. He wore a suit of blue star armor and had a rough appearance. There were 7 huge sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp teeth and were dragging the huge lever ahead. 3 rank 7 immortal goo houses. At least 3 rank 8 goo immortals, with many rank 7 goo immortals. Fan Yuan's heart continued to sink. At this moment, he could see Heavenly Court's huge determination to get rid of him. Even though Fan Yuan became an immemorial year snake, his speed was not fast. With the destruction of the incomplete immortal goo house, he could not conceal himself. Both sides continued to shrink in distance. The 3 immortal goo houses attacked from afar. Fan Yuan used Autumn Perception Killer move as eyes seemed to grow on his back. He managed to evade agilely. If he could not dodge, he would use Winter Coat to endure the attacks forcefully. Winter Coat was amplified in the River of Time. Together with Fan Yuan's Time Path Dao marks, it displayed incredible defensive power. Even though it was not as amazing as Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was on par with it here. This cannot go on. The situation was getting worse. Fan Yuan tried to find a solution. Luo Pasil took a long time to activate. In the River of Time, the duration would be even longer, and the overall strength would be weaker. Heavenly Court would be fully on guard against him. He could not rely on Luo Pasil to turn the situation around. Myriad Self, Myriad Dragon, Strength Path Giant Hand, Emperor Yama, and others, they were the same. Fan Yuan could only rely on Summer Fan, Spring Scissors, and other Time Path methods. But the 3 immortal goo houses after Fan Yuan were strong as fortresses. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan were unable to do anything to them. As they continued to fight, Fan Yuan's immortal essence storage fell continuously. The situation was getting worse. Heavenly Court chased after Fan Yuan with rising morale. Their expressions were very optimistic. Suddenly, at the river ahead, a change occurred. Huge fountains were starting to burst out. Oh no, this is the sudden spring river segment. This demon excels in luck path. He has incredible luck. He is very hard to kill. As expected, something occurred here. Follow him, don't let him escape. Heavenly Court's side shouted, showing nervous expressions on their faces. Fan Yuan dived into the Sudden Spring River segment. The Sudden Springs were very dangerous, they carried the might of time path. If the scale was large enough, they would definitely be able to take the lives of rank 8 Gu immortals. In most situations, Fan Yuan would avoid them, but now, this Sudden Spring River segment was his hope of escaping. The immemorial year snakes slithered in the river, sudden springs erupted around Fan Yuan time and time again, but they were not much of an obstacle for him. Fan Yuan had luck inspection immortal Gu, while the sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. He could evidently sense that his luck was falling rapidly. Luck path usually could not be sensed, but at this moment, it displayed its incredible power. Heavenly Court's 3 immortal Gu houses had a hard time chasing him. The moment they entered the Sudden Spring River segment, Eternal Yacht and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were hit by sudden springs immediately, pushed up forcefully. They spent a lot of effort to dive down, even Shark Flow lever was hit. Fan Yuan often encountered rank 6 or 7 level small to mid-sized sudden springs, while Heavenly Court faced rank 8 level big sudden springs. Even though Fan Yuan met many obstacles and was often obstructed by the sudden springs, Heavenly Court's group was more like a bunch of sick people climbing a mountain. Their encounters were clearly contrasted. Heavenly Court's members had dark expressions, they felt deeply vexed, wanting to spit blood in anger. It seems that Feng Jiuge is not part of the group. Fan Yuan had a realization. In the Battle of Langya, Fan Yuan saw how strong Feng Jiuge's luck was, he could not suppress the latter. If he was here, Heavenly Court would not face such troubles now. Without much danger, Fan Yuan managed to get out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Behind him, Shark Flow lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were already far behind. Only Eternal Yacht could barely catch up with him. It had left the Sudden Spring River segment as well. Without obstacles now, Eternal Yacht's speed rose, it reduced the distance between Fan Yuan and itself. I cannot escape like this. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with lightning, he made up his mind and stopped to face the enemy. Seeing that Fan Yuan was not escaping, Eternal Yacht's Gu immortals were overjoyed, but soon, they exposed wary expressions full of alertness. Sun Guizi shouted. Everyone, be careful, the demon is fighting instead of running, he must have some vicious plans. She had just spoken when Fan Yuan's killer move activated. Immortal killer move, Time Cutting Edge. This move was still rank 7 level, but Fan Yuan's time path Dao marks amplified it to 100 times of its power. At the same time, it was inside the river of time, its power rose to nearly rank 8. At once, the leader, rank 8 Gu immortal Qin Yi, sensed a fatal threat, his hair was standing on ends, his heart shrunk as he quickly dodged. But Time Cutting Edge was too fast, even faster than Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. The moment Fan Yuan used it, it had already reached Qin Yi. Eternal Yacht had its defenses of course, but Time Cutting Edge was thin as paper, it easily penetrated it. Isn't this move lost in history? How can he use it? Am I going to die here? Instantly, Qin Yi was filled with shock as he fell into deep despair. Let me! At the dangerous moment, Sun Guizi jumped out, standing in front of Qin Yi. Crack! Sun Guizi's body shook intensely, she was hit by Time Cutting Edge. Her eyes stared widely as she fell down on the deck. Huff huff! Qin Yi breathed roughly, he was covered in sweat, having barely kept his life. Sun Guizi! Qin Ye's expression was pale as he showed a deeply moved expression. The other 3 Xuanzi looked at each other with calm expressions. They thought Sun Guizi blocked the blade for Qin Yi and died for him. It was definitely worth it to gain the favor of this rank 8 Gu immortal. Lord Qin Yi, don't worry about it. We have a unique method to revive our sister. Shang Xuanzi smiled and expressed his sincerity. But Qin Yi shook his head, showing a grim expression. I can somewhat understand the profundities behind your method. I am afraid it will not work this time. The 3 Xuanzi were shocked, they asked. Lord, what do you mean? Please explain it to us. This is Bo Clan's killer move, it had once threatened the whole of Central Continent, it is called Time Cutting Edge. Qin Yi said with a complex expression, unable to conceal his fear. What? There is such a move. The 3 Xuanzi's expressions changed, they all started to tremble as they became fearful and panicky, no longer as calm as before. No, impossible, isn't this move gone already? Shang Xuanzi shook his head, refusing to believe Qin Yi. But the truth is so, stop chasing him. Qin Yi breathed in deeply with a pale expression. Lord! The remaining rank 7 Gu immortals shouted. Fan Yuan was right in front of them. It was a great chance to kill this demon. They would gain an incredible amount of contribution credits. If they let him go, they would definitely be reprimanded and punished. But Qin Yi made up his mind. Among the 3 immortal Gu houses, Eternal Yacht is the fastest but has the weakest defense. You've all seen how Time Cutting Edge could not be blocked. If we pursue him, as long as Fan Yuan kills us one by one, he will gain this Eternal Yacht instead. Plus, even though I have a phantom aperture, you all have a lifetime of accumulation. We cannot give them all to this demon. If at this moment, other than Eternal Yacht, the other immortal Gu houses were around, Qin Yi might pursue him. But right now, if they chased after him, there would not be any chance of victory. Chapter 1634. Attack and Defend. Huff! Fan Yuan let out a breath of air and suddenly opened his eyes. This was an underground cave. There were dim flames lighting the walls, creating a natural formation. Even though it was not strong, it could alert him. Fan Yuan was ambushed by Heavenly Court in the River of Time. He had fought desperately for a way out after an intense struggle. After getting away from Qin Yi and the rest, Fan Yuan followed the tributary of the River of Time and got to the outside world of Southern Border. Southern Border was the headquarters of Shadow Sect. Purple Mountain True Monarch had set up many eerie fire caves at many locations. Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel to randomly go into one and rest, recovering from the fight. Even though he had reverse flow protection seal, he was not using it the entire time. He had to rely on Winter Coat. Let alone the battle with Li Huang. Just during his escape, Fan Yuan was hit by the 3 immortal Gu houses multiple times. His injuries were not light. Fan Yuan inspected his sovereign immortal body before standing up slowly. After a few days of recovery, he had already healed. Most importantly, because the sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks, his healing effects were very effective. His rank 8 white lychee immortal essence had also increased, but it was still in the red zone. Fan Yuan paced around in the cave with his arms behind his back. While considering the situation, his frown got deeper. This time, he had suffered greatly in the River of Time. It was no exaggeration to say that he had barely survived. Fan Yuan did not feel much fear or joy. Such a case was within his expectations. Heavenly Court's foundation was simply too deep. Fan Yuan's growth was simply nothing compared to the long history of Heavenly Court. With such immense foundation, they only had to put in some effort to give Fan Yuan huge problems. The battle in the River of Time was a good affirmation to this. Earlier, Fan Yuan had an advantage against Heavenly Court. It was because he sneak attacked and caught them unprepared. Because he was able to stay hidden, Heavenly Court could not do anything. Fan Yuan had always been exerting all his effort, and using all his time to grow stronger, and make Heavenly Court's plans fail each time. But as Heavenly Court learned more about Fan Yuan, they placed more emphasis on him. When it finally came to a frontal assault, Fan Yuan's strength was just too little. Heavenly Court was not just strong in foundation, the biggest advantage was their unified mindset. Southern Border's righteous path also had immense strength, but all of the clans were focused on their individual benefits. They could not effectively deal with Fan Yuan. But Heavenly Court had always been pressuring Fan Yuan. If not for his schemes and plots, any other demonic path Gu immortal would have been captured or killed already. As time passes, Heavenly Court's arrangements in the River of Time would get more elaborate. The chances of getting Red Lotus true inheritance would become slimmer. Against such a strong enemy, what could Fan Yuan do? I have expended almost all of my white lychee immortal essence. Reverse Flow River also has barely any water. Li Huan expended too much of it. I can't use it anymore. Unlike Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, which had rank 9 killer move orderly well and could be repaired using landscape as before rapidly, Reverse Flow River was very different. Fan Yuan did not lack the methods to restore it, but any method would incur huge costs. For the foreseeable future, Fan Yuan would not be able to use his Reverse Flow Protection Seal anymore. Even without Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Fan Yuan had gotten to rank 8 and obtained Xia Chao's methods. On the whole, his strength had still risen by quite a lot. But this time, I exposed too many methods. Immemorial Year Beasts, Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, and other killer moves were exposed. They were part of Fan Yuan's plan. But the reveal of Time Cutting Edge was truly a shame. There was no choice in that battle. If Fan Yuan did not use this method, he might have died already. But I am not without gains. Fan Yuan also managed to probe Heavenly Court's foundation. They had a mysterious method to cause the resonance of spring-autumn cicada. Fan Yuan had not expected this. But now, thinking about it, Fan Yuan could understand that the time path formation in ambush was not targeted at him, but Red Lotus True Inheritance instead. And spring-autumn cicada was the key to opening Red Lotus True Inheritance. How could Heavenly Court not research Red Lotus True Inheritance using spring-autumn cicada as the starting point? Even though they could not refine spring-autumn cicada, they could mimic it to a great extent. Li Huang Qingyi. New Rank 8 Gu Immortals showed up. Heavenly Court ruled Central Continent, and could take in Rank 8 Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects as new members. From time to time, a few experienced experts would wake up from the immortal graveyard. Having been created since the remote antiquity era, all the way until now, nobody knew how deep Heavenly Court's foundation truly was. Precisely with such foundations, during the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Heavenly Court ruled Central Continent, and fought against 4 other regions. For a long time, they held the advantage and even many superclans were destroyed. Perhaps because of this, even though Spectral Soul managed to defy heaven, he did not dare to attack Heavenly Court directly. He continued to lurk and infiltrate it slowly. And those 3 immortal Gu houses? No, the one I destroyed earlier did not lose many immortal Gu. Even if they were destroyed, Heavenly Court could still refine it. I am afraid that next time, I will have to face 4 or more immortal Gu houses. Rank 8 Time Path Gu Immortals were not easily found, even for Heavenly Court. But Time Path Immortal Gu houses could be assembled using parts of other immortal Gu houses, or using immortal Gu that various Gu Immortals had in their possession or inventory. After assembling these Time Path Immortal Gu houses, Heavenly Court could place a large number of Gu Immortals from different paths inside, allowing them to seal off the entire river of time. Any plan of luring the enemy away would not work. Heavenly Court was the #1 grotto heaven in the 5 regions. There was no concerns over its safety. Even if Fan Yuan attacked Heavenly Court directly, not only would he be unable to find the entrance, even if he got in, he would incur Heavenly Court's wrath. A few Rank 8 great experts from the immortal graveyard could wake up and take his life. And if Fan Yuan attacked the 10 great ancient sects, he would not be able to topple Heavenly Court's rule either, and it was extremely risky to do so. After all, they had the Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Ziwei. Fan Yuan's gaze was cold as ice. He knew clearly that to find Red Lotus True Inheritance, he would need to face off against Heavenly Court. The more defenses Heavenly Court placed in the River of Time, the more important Red Lotus True Inheritance was, and the greater Fan Yuan's hope to destroy Fate Gu rested in it. I need to be fast. Heavenly Court had all sorts of methods. They might find Red Lotus True Inheritance before him. Thus, he needed to get past their layers of defense into the Stone Lotus Island before Heavenly Court succeeds, and obtain the most crucial things left by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for what they were, Fan Yuan had no idea, even Heavenly Court might not know. Guarding the River of Time was an open scheme by Heavenly Court. Because they had the tactical advantage, they were not afraid that Fan Yuan would not come. Fate Gu was about to recover. Fan Yuan needed to get past Heavenly Court and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance to have a chance of destroying Fate. Even if he had to take huge risks, even if he had to risk his life, even though there was an ambush, he had to go. There are no special tactics or shortcuts. I need to raise my strength and continue to grow, surpassing Heavenly Court's defenses to break through these obstacles and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Once Fan Yuan achieves this goal, he would have the qualification and ability to continue challenging Heavenly Court. Chapter 1635. Logistics. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. All the surroundings were covered in a snow-white color. Fan Yuan's time path clone traveled here as he grabbed a handful of sand, looking at it. The sand particles were all clear as crystal or ice, having a feeling of coldness in them. Right now, the skies were bright and sunny. Mini Western Desert was quite a warm place, but this desert was very cool and refreshing. Fan Yuan's clone put a bit of snow-white sand into his mouth. After his saliva came into contact, it melted and gave off a salty taste. This was salt sand. In human history, salt sand had a very long story. 1,000,000 years ago, during the Olden Antiquity era, even though humans created Heavenly Court, the other 4 regions were still filled with strong variant human forces. They enslaved and suppressed humanity. In Western Desert, there was a human city. It was ostracized and suppressed by the variant humans. The variant humans joined up and pretended to be bandits, robbing all of the caravans that tried to head to the human city. As time passed, the human city lacked essential resources and was slowly unable to survive. The human city lord feared for the safety of his people. He had to seek help from a variant human group, marrying his beloved daughter to them in exchange for peace. The city lord's daughter knew what was more important. For the sake of the humans in the city, she sacrificed herself. The group soon set off from the city, escorted by the human city lord himself. While traveling in the desert, they met an old man who had fainted. The old man was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. His entire body was covered in abscesses. The smell was repulsive. The city lord saw that he was a human. He quickly saved him and gave the old man some clean water. The old man woke up slowly. He said to the city lord, "O city lord, since you saved me, why don't you provide me some more help? Give me your robe and steed so that I can leave on my own." The city lord's subordinates started to laugh. The clothes were so precious. How could they give them to such a lowly beggar? But the city lord waved his hand. "The value of a robe cannot match a person's life. I have other clothes with me, you can have this. But my steed can only be ridden by a strong Gu master. If I give it to you, I will be causing you harm." Saying so, the city lord gave his robe as well as a large amount of water and food to the old man. Next, the city lord ordered his men to bring over a mild-tempered camel to the old man. The old man sighed deeply. "City lord, I have long heard of your kind reputation. It is truly not a lie. Since you want to do a good deed, why don't you help me fully? The abscesses on my back have been troubling me for years. Only a virgin girl who is born in the Een year, Een month and Een day can heal me by using her mouth to burst them." Just as the old man said that, the city lord's subordinates started to rebuke in anger. They wanted to kill this old man. The city lord was a little angry, because everyone knew that his daughter was a virgin girl born in the Een year, Een month and Een day. The city lord said, "Old man, stop making fun of me. Even though I am a city lord, I am also a pitiful father. I love my daughter, but I have no choice but to send her to the vicious feather men, and let her become their slave concubine. Father, if my sacrifice can save the entire city, I will accept that fate." At this time, the city lord's daughter arrived. The clamor had drawn her attention. She understood the situation from the description of others. She walked towards the old man as she nodded. "Old sir, let me see your abscesses. You are willing to heal my injury?" the old man asked. "Yes. Even though I am the city lord's daughter and everyone says I am of noble blood, how noble can I truly be?" The city lord's daughter smiled bitterly. "Only when the entire human race is noble can our statuses truly rise. I have no hope left. I am going to be a slave concubine of the variant humans. In that case, why shouldn't I save you? We humans are too weak now. The recovery of one person is better than nothing." The city lord and the others heard her words and felt very moved. They did not stop her. The abscesses on the old man's back were ugly and disgusting. They were filled with pus and had an overbearing smell. People would want to puke upon seeing them. The city lord's daughter was slightly dazed, but she held in her disgust and used her teeth to burst the abscesses on the old man's back. Once they burst, a white silver liquid flowed out. The liquid landed on the desert and emitted a thick fragrant smell, making the caravan group feel refreshed mentally. The old man's body vanished, only his voice was left. He said, "O city lord, you are a person worthy of my help. Humans cannot just rely on Gu immortals. You Gu masters are the hope of the future. I will entrust this desert to you. Make good use of it." The city lord and the rest realized at this moment the old man was a human Gu immortal. They quickly knelt on the ground. And this desert was changed by the white silver liquid, becoming the snow-white salt sand. After obtaining this huge desert, the city lord sold the salt sand as edible salt. He did not lack revenue and managed to revive his city, becoming stronger in time. Currently, salt sand was no longer a unique product of Western Desert. It was available in all 5 regions. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had salt sand too. He had obtained it from annexing a southern border Gu immortal's immortal aperture. After inspecting it, Fan Yuan's clone gained a deeper understanding of the desert. He returned in satisfaction. Right now in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Heavenly Court has started to sell silver dragonfish. They must have gotten the method to produce it from spectral soul. In time, golden dragonfish will also appear in the market. Fan Yuan's dragonfish business was feeling a huge impact. In the short term, because he had obtained immense market share, his dragonfish still provided huge profits. But he definitely would gradually lose his profits to Heavenly Court. But it was not a problem. After annexing the southern border immortals, the sovereign immortal aperture had gained over 10 blessed lands, and even a grotto heaven. Forget about salt sand, it was an ordinary goo material. But he gained a lot of immortal material resources. There were at least 5 to 6 resource points that could match the Dragafish business. Xia Cha Grotto Heaven's Year Essence Pool was one of them. Thus, Fan Yuan was still earning a lot of profits. His immortal essence stones were accumulating at a faster pace than before. Due to his development in the past, he did not lack any food production for the feeding of his immortal goo. Even though he obtained some immortal goo as loot from battle, he also obtained the respective goo immortals' immortal apertures. He completely moved their resource points over to himself. The feeding of immortal goo still has some flaws, but that is not an issue. The Time Path clone looked at the Salt Sand Desert one last time before using fixed immortal travel. This Salt Sand Desert was the second last resource point that he visited. At the next moment, Fan Yuan's clone went to City Well. Inside City Well, there was already a sizable group of hairy men. These hairy men were obtained from the immortal apertures of the southern border goo immortals. Almost all of them had a certain number of hairy men raised to refine mortal goo. Hairy man slaves were the most popular ones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan gathered the hairy men in all these immortal apertures and placed them into City Well to live. Currently, raising hairy men was most helpful to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan gave some Dream Path goo recipes as well as cultivation methods to these hairy men. Their task was to enter their own dream realms and gather Dream Path materials to refine Dream Path mortal goo for Fan Yuan's use. Fan Yuan's unraveled Dream Killer move expended a lot of Dream Path mortal goo. Earlier, Fan Yuan was exploring dream realms and used up all of his accumulated Dream Path mortal goo. If not for these hairy men refining Dream Path mortal goo to replenish his supply, Fan Yuan might not have been able to explore all of his dream realms. Fan Yuan's clone came to City Well as the sky turned dark. Even though there was no sun or moon, it seemed to be evening currently. After Fan Yuan became rank 8, the Blessed Land became a grotto heaven. It had astronomical changes now. Because the sovereign immortal aperture had a lot of time path resources, the changes was very precise, almost like the 5 regions. Fan Yuan's clone was about to find out the situation of the hairy men when his body froze. A bright light flashed across his eyes. The main body has already found the location of the 5 Xiang's seal. Fan Yuan rested in his eerie fire cave for a while before leaving and going to White Heaven. His immortal aperture was well operated, the logistics were clear and orderly, he did not need to waste time in recuperating, his immortal essence storage rose continuously. He did not want to waste time, he headed to White Heaven immediately. Right now, the 5 Xiang seal was opening, the ancient bet was undergoing again. Chapter 1636. Demon King! Immemorial White Heaven. A tall gatehouse suddenly emerged in the sky that was originally empty. The gatehouse had a tall roof and 2 statues at the side of the gate. There was a huge plaque above the gate, writing the words 5 Xiang's Bet Entrance. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of bronze, it radiated a majestic aura. Initially it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became solid and clearer. Chi Clan had 6 goo immortals in total, they were all standing outside the gatehouse now, waiting for it to materialize entirely. The leader was an old goo immortal, he had a thin body but strong spirits, his eyes radiated with brilliance, he stood up straight like a spear. He was Chi Clan's first Supreme Elder Chi Fa. On his left was Chi Clan's second Supreme Elder Chi Kai, he stroked his beard as he said, "I have experienced many openings of the seal, but this time, I feel very impatient, I almost cannot wait." Third Supreme Elder Chi Jin laughed. "This bet has been going on for thousands of years, we are finally going to end it today. As descendants of Chi Clan, we can proudly face our ancestors, we are the eventual victors of this bet." As they spoke, the gatehouse formed fully, a huge area of clouds gathered to hold up this gatehouse. The doors started to shine in 5 colors, representing the strength of the 5 Xiangs. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn bright red. This was Shui Xiang's Shui Clan, because they cultivated blood path, they had been wiped out. Thus, after the red light shined around the place, it faded away. Next was yellow light. It was Chi Xiang's Chi Clan, even though they had descendants, because they lived in the immortal apertures of their ancestors and did not work hard, they were living like livestock, not a single goo immortal emerged from among them. Next, a brown light appeared. Ni Xiang's Ni Clan had goo immortals in the past, even though the numbers were small, they were all elites. Especially Ni Air, someone deduced that his refinement path attainment level was at the point of quasi-supreme Grand Master. He was the one who fused immortal goo into the bloodline of Ni Clan members, he wanted to assist his descendants, but right now, Ni clan's villages were controlled by Qi clan, they could not win. One after the brown light came white light. Our turn. Chikai became very alert, he could not wait anymore. Let's go. Chiefe said with a firm tone. He led the 4 Gu immortals behind him as they went to the gatehouse, bathing in the white light. The white light flickered for a moment as it got stronger, sweeping around the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals' bodies as it returned to its original intensity, continuing to shine. But Qi clan's Gu immortals were all here already. Without any additional descendant of Qi Xiang, the white light faded away. There was a white light spiraling above the heads of the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals. They had passed the test of the 5 Xiang seal. They were qualified to enter for the bet. Bai clan is the last one. Qi Jin spoke, unable to conceal his nervousness. Qi clan's Gu immortals were all above the clouds. They had not entered the door yet. They were alert and looked around. They knew of the existence of Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had inherited Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. She even learned the immortal killer move Bai Xiang, displaying great power in a few battles. Heavenly Court had exposed intel on Fan Yuan that involved the Shadow Sect members as well. Even though Bai Ningbing was not part of Shadow Sect, her information was also exposed. Even though Qi clan was secluded and did not mix with the circles of Gu immortals, they still had their collection of information regarding the outside world. Blue light shined for a while, but nobody showed up. It was about to weaken and fade away. Chikai let out a breath of air. Good, Bai Ningbing did not show up. Our Chikai will definitely win. He had just spoken when 2 figures approached at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the gatehouse. Qi clan's Gu immortals looked over and saw a boy and a girl. The girl had silvery hair that flowed down to her waist. Her pale blue dragon eyes emitting a cold aura to the outside world. Her skin was white as snow, her expression was cold, her beauty was simply divine. And the most eye-catching thing was the pair of small coral-like dragon horns on her forehead. Seeing this female immortal, Qi clan's Gu immortals all thought of a name, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing came after all, damn it! Who is that beside her? Qi Jin first noticed Bai Ningbing before turning his gaze towards the other Gu immortal. This Gu immortal was a young man with similarly long hair that was black and smooth. He had a sharp and tall nose, his face was extremely exquisite, his eyes were deep like the abyss, resembling the darkness that existed since the beginning of time, able to devour anything in its way. Seeing this young-looking Gu immortal, Qi Jin shook like he had been hit by lightning. His heart turned cold, he gulped as he said in a hoarse voice with great difficulty. Fan Yuan. He was already the most composed one. The Qi clan Gu immortals around him were shaking, their legs were trembling as they had sweat pouring down their foreheads. Bai Ningbing was Fan Yuan's henchman, the 5 regions Gu immortals knew that. If Bai Ningbing appeared and participated in the 5 Xiang's bet, Fan Yuan was likely to come too. Qi clan had known this and were mentally prepared for it before coming here. However, when Fan Yuan truly appeared in front of them, they found that their mental preparations were all in vain. Fear, panic, chaos, all sorts of emotions filled their hearts. They felt like they had fallen into an icy river. This was Fan Yuan. He had been reborn using Spring-Autumn Cicada. Refining an immortal Gu on 3 Kings Mountain as immortal, snatching Hu immortal blessed land from the Central Continent 10 great ancient sections. He went to Northern Plains and destroyed 88 true Yang building. Nobody knew how great his gains were. He inherited a true inheritance of thieving heaven and cooperated with Langya blessed land and the other variant humans, becoming a traitor of humans. He disguised as Wui Hai and deceived Wui Yong like a fool. During the Dream Realm battle, he toyed with the entire righteous path of Southern Border and became the leader of Shadow Sect. Southern Border's righteous path chased after him and Heavenly Court hunted him, but he remained free and got stronger and stronger. At the regional wall, he fought against the rank 8 Gu Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch as a rank 7 and pummeled her, leading to a fall in Heavenly Court's reputation. When Langya Blessed Land was invaded by Heavenly Court, he stole fixed immortal travel and left freely. Several months ago, he ambushed Southern Border's righteous path and kidnapped many Southern Border Gu Immortals, extorting all the super forces. Not long ago, Heavenly Court had distributed the intel in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The battle in the River of Time had been exposed. The entire world of the 5 regions was shocked. Fan Yuan had become a rank 8 Gu Immortal silently, obtaining killer moves like Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, and 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Most amazingly, he even had the long-lost method, Time Cutting Edge. Seeing that his intel was exposed, Fan Yuan returned the favor and exposed all of Heavenly Court's methods as well. The Gu immortal world was in a huge commotion. Heavenly Court's foundation and methods were shocking. But the scarier thing was, Fan Yuan managed to escape regardless. Heavenly Court had set up a super time path formation in the River of Time. There were multiple rank 8s and many immortal Gu houses, but they could not do anything to Fan Yuan. Even though Fan Yuan lost, in fact running away like a dog, after this battle was exposed, his reputation soared and left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. Not only because of his schemes and ferocity, but also due to his opponent being Heavenly Court. It was created since the remote antiquity era. Heavenly Court, which had 3 million years of history and had withstood the multiple invasions of various demon venerables, the number one human force created since the beginning of human history. After so long, this Heavenly Court could actually do nothing to a demonic path Gu immortal? This was a really rarely seen situation. Even throughout the entire history of Heavenly Court, it was rarely seen. Countless Gu immortals and super forces were watching, waiting to see how Heavenly Court would capture Fan Yuan. How long could Fan Yuan really last? Because of all these emotions, Fan Yuan's reputation was at its peak. Rank 7 Fan Yuan could resist Rank 8. Rank 8 Fan Yuan was the king of demonic immortals, shaking the world. He had grown like a shooting star, the speed was simply unthinkable. This meteor was currently like the blazing sun, he was bright and dazzling, countless people could not even look up at him. Demon King Fan Yuan! Qi Clan's Gu immortals started trembling even more fiercely. Fan Yuan's mere entrance had already intimidated all these people. His demonic might was unstoppable. Chapter 1637. He cheated. Everyone don't panic, Chiafe said in a dry voice. His tall body was like a bamboo in the wind, wavering slightly. Nobody laughed. Qi Clan had 3 rank 7 and 2 rank 6 Gu immortals. They were not Fan Yuan's match even if they joined up. They were meat on the chopping block, they were completely defenseless. After Chiafe spoke, he mustered his courage and continued. We have already obtained the acknowledgement of the gatehouse. We can explore that grotto heaven. We are also protected by the gatehouse. If Fan Yuan wants to kill us, he will need to pass the gatehouse, but if he destroys it, he will break the rules of the bet, and would not reach the other side. Chiafei's words calmed everyone down. Fan Yuan looked at Chiafei with slight surprise as he smiled, praising. He is quite smart. Chiafei's words were said to Qi Clan's Gu immortals, but was also meant for Fan Yuan. Qi Clan was able to become the eventual winner of the 5 Xiang's bet. It was not without reason. These last years, Qi Clan had developed while suppressing or enslaving the other 4 clans. They also kept a low profile and hid themselves deeply. Even Southern Border's Righteous Path did not know or attempt to find the 5 Xiang's treasure. This was due to Qi Clan's abilities. But no matter how amazing they were, against Fan Yuan, they were doomed to fail. Fan Yuan's smile was terrifying in their eyes, his pearly white teeth were like sharp daggers aiming at them. Fan Yuan took a look at Qi Clan's Gu immortals before looking over at Bai Ningbing. Both of them had already negotiated earlier. Bai Ningbing nodded at Fan Yuan before flying towards the gatehouse. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were slightly stirred, but they could do nothing but watch. Once Bai Ningbing entered the blue light, this icy light shook for a moment before stabilizing. Fan Yuan nodded to himself. He was afraid earlier that Bai Ningbing's Dragon Man status would affect it. After all, Dragon Men were variant humans and were not traditional humans. But now, it seemed that the gatehouse only cared about Bai Ningbing's bloodline, regardless of her status as human or variant human. After a few breaths of time, Bai Ningbing gained the acknowledgement of the gatehouse and was sent up into the clouds by a formless and mild force. Qi Clan's Gu immortals had flickering gazes. They all showed a look of regret. It seems that Bai Ningbing is not under Fan Yuan's enslavement, otherwise the gatehouse would not acknowledge her. It is a pity. Damn it, Bai Ningbing was allowed to enter the world beyond the gatehouse too. Bai Ningbing was found by old man Yanshi last time, but she was never enslaved, all they did was cooperate. After joining Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing was not targeted by Fan Yuan's enslavement methods either. This was all due to this gatehouse. Bai Ningbing landed on the cloud and inspected the area, before saying to Fan Yuan, getting onto the clouds would be the same as getting the gatehouse's acknowledgement. Gu immortals cannot fight each other here. Okay. A bright light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. Seeing his following actions, Qi Clan's Gu immortals all gasped in shock. Fan Yuan actually flew towards the blue light. The blue light flickered for a moment before stabilizing. Even though Fan Yuan was in his original appearance, he had activated Immortal Killer move Familiar Face already. He had modified this move, adding in Blood Path Immortal Goo to disguise his own bloodline. Initially, he had used this against Wu Clan, disguising as Wu Yihai and mixing into the righteous path. But before Fan Yuan got happy, the 4 other lights appeared on the gatehouse. These 4 lights represented the power of the other 4 xiangs. Fan Yuan was slightly surprised. Earlier, he had allowed Bai Ningbing to enter first in order to inspect the blue light. After he flew in, he managed to deceive the blue light, but to think that the other 4 xiangs unleashed their power. Boom! The gatehouse shook. Fan Yuan was pushed out of the light by a strong force. Familiar Face cannot deceive it? Fan Yuan's heart shook slightly. Heaven surveying 5 xiangs. This strong force that had once taken leadership of Southern Border's Gu Immortal World had displayed its immense power. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals all sighed in huge relief. Great joy appeared on their faces. Fan Yuan's actions were simply too shocking, but this result was the best for them. South close, Fan Yuan could not get in. We have hope. This way, Fan Yuan is kept outside, we only need to deal with Bai Ningbing. Her Bai Xiang killer move is troublesome, but our Qi Xiang true inheritance is not weak either. Fan Yuan focused as he looked at the gatehouse. Indeed, he had underestimated the gatehouse. Or rather, Shadow Sect and Bai Ningbing's information was not sufficient regarding this gatehouse. To deceive it, Familiar Face was not enough. Fan Yuan did not want Bai Ningbing to explore it alone. She was unreliable, and even if she was reliable, she could not deal with Qi Clan's Gu Immortals alone. Even though Fan Yuan had encountered an obstacle earlier, his determination to get in had not wavered. Qi Xiang, Bai Xiang, Shui Xiang, Ni Xiang, Qi Xiang, these are the heaven-surveying 5 xiangs. This gatehouse was created by all 5 of them, their power was fused into one. Fan Yuan went into rapid contemplation. Qi Xiang, Bai Xiang, Shui Xiang, Ni Xiang, and Qi Xiang, they were in Qi Path, Ice Path, Blood Path, Earth Path, and Food Path respectively. Fan Yuan had high attainment in Blood Path and Earth Path, he was confident. In terms of Food Path, even though his attainment level was not high, Fan Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It contained the original Food Path inheritance in this world. With such a foundation, Fan Yuan had an immensely deep amount of information to work with. His Qi Path and Ice Path attainment levels were very low. But Ice Path was not a problem. He had Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang true inheritance that was used to deceive the blue light already. So, my only obstacle is Qi Xiang's power. Divine brilliance flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. Fan Yuan did not have Qi Path attainment level or sufficient Qi Path inheritances, because it was already on the decline for a long time. No issue, I have the Light of Wisdom. Fan Yuan wanted to use the Light of Wisdom to force his way through. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals conversed. What is he doing? He seems to be deducing. Didn't Heavenly Court announce it? This demon has very extraordinary wisdom path methods. It is useless. How can he deduce the 5 xiangs arrangements in such a short time? Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were very confident about this. They had tried to break the power of the 5 xiangs long ago, but they had no success. This was the failure of generations of Gu Immortals that had tried time and time again. They had failed too many times against the 5 xiangs seal. How could Fan Yuan possibly succeed? Or maybe Fan Yuan's wisdom path methods are above us. But he is simply dreaming if he wants to deduce it now. This difficulty is like deducing an unknown immortal killer move that he has just seen for the first time in battle. He needs to deduce and unravel it. He is too naive. Chiafe shook his head. As he said that, his courage appeared again. His fear was fading. Boom! At the next moment, Fan Yuan attacked the gatehouse. The gate shook intensely. The expressions of Qi Clan's Gu Immortals also changed. This. The demon attacked. He actually attacked the gatehouse. He wants to destroy the teleportation entrance. Does he not want to enter? He failed the deductions, so he got angry instead? Bam bam bam. As Fan Yuan attacked fiercely, the entire gatehouse started to shake. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals also shook as their footing became unstable. They were like candles in the wind. Shock and fear was shown on their faces. Some even began to tremble. Once the gatehouse gets destroyed, they would lose their protection. It would be up to Fan Yuan whether he wants to kill or capture them. It must hold against him. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were all praying in their hearts. Fan Yuan gradually stopped attacking. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals breathed roughly. They were all wet with sweat. The feeling of almost dying was too terrible, they had never been so nervous. But eventually, the gatehouse still remained standing. The demon did not succeed, great! Chi-Jin cheered, while the other Chi-Clan-Gu immortals had joyful expressions on their faces. Fan Yuan glanced at them as he showed a mocking smile. Oh? Why do you think I stopped? Saying so, he activated an immortal killer move. There was no flashy light or commotion. His entire body's aura underwent a profound and mystical change. Next, Fan Yuan landed and bathed in the blue light, easily gaining its acknowledgement, and landing beside Bai Ningbing. Chi-Clan's Gu immortals were all dumbfounded. Some opened their mouths and froze like statues. Shock was expressed on their faces. Some beliefs in their minds had been completely shattered by Fan Yuan's success. This demon actually succeeded. This must be a dream. How can this be? How could he succeed in such a short period of time? Chi-Clan's Gu immortals felt incredibly confused, before a strong cold feeling entered their hearts. Fan Yuan's battle strength was ridiculously high, but his wisdom path attainment was even beyond the understanding of the Chi-Clan-Gu immortals. Such a monster made even Heavenly Court without options. How could they deal with him? Gatehouse! O ancestor! This Fan Yuan is an outsider, he cheated! Chi-Kai screamed. His face was full of fear and also anger. But the gatehouse was silent. The 5 Xiang seals started to gather power. Soon, a strong aura emerged from the gatehouse as 5 lights started to shine brightly. Chi-Clan's Gu immortals saw this as their faces turned to despair. They knew that the gatehouse had activated not because it exposed Fan Yuan's identity, but because the teleportation was beginning. Chapter 1638. Ultimate Treasure of the Bet. The glaring light faded gradually. Fan Yuan looked around. The environment had changed. He was already inside the small world past the gatehouse. Bai Ningbing was beside him. Their distance was the same as before the teleportation. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing's expression changed. Mysterious information was transmitted into her mind. She looked at Fan Yuan. Seeing that he was completely expressionless, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is a public grotto heaven. The heaven surveying 5 Xiangs had once donated a portion of their grotto heavens each to form this place. The entire grotto heaven has 5 segments. They are not directly connected to each other. Only the most central mountain range is shared among the 5. The treasure of this bed is at the center of the grotto heaven. As long as the Gu immortal is acknowledged by the gatehouse and is teleported inside here, they can go after the treasure." Along the way, the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs have also set up some resources. Stronger experts can try to take them away, but it is recommended that they do not take everything, so as to allow the resources to grow again in the future. Bai Ningbing obtained this information, but Fan Yuan did not. It seems that even though I used the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move and disguise my identity, it was too roughly made in a rush. Fan Yuan had a deep gaze as he looked afar. This means that we are very far from Chi-Clan's Gu immortals, and our areas are not connected. After disguising as a Bai Xiang descendant, I can only move about in this Bai Xiang grotto heaven region? Fan Yuan wanted to try using fixed immortal travel, but he did not know the appearance of Chi Xiang's territory. He had once killed Chi-Clan's Chi Zai, but this person only became a Gu immortal in the last 1,000 years. He did not enter this place or have any memories of it. According to my experience of getting past that gatehouse's inspection, this place has a very strict level of defense. Space path methods are likely to be restricted. I am afraid that even if I use fixed immortal travel, there is a low possibility of success. Fan Yuan looked at the situation now. Soon, he made up his mind. Let's go to the center. The entire public grotto heaven had 5 areas. They were all connected to the center, which contained the ultimate treasure of this bet. In that case, Fan Yuan would directly target it. He did not need to find Chi-Clan's Gu immortals. Not only would he waste time, he might not be able to find them after all. Once they got to the mountain range, they would meet Chi-Clan's Gu immortals anyway. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing flew rapidly, crossing mountains and valleys. Bai Xiang cultivated ice and snow path. This area was contributed by Bai Xiang grotto heaven. Thus, even though there were mountains and valleys here, they were covered in thick snow. It was a field of white. "Look there," Bai Ningbing suddenly said. She was looking at a mountain. It was extremely steep and dangerous. At the peak, there were 100 ice mirror snow lotuses growing. This was a rank 6 immortal material containing ice path and wood path down marks. Near the snow lotus, there were many snow monsters and even desolate level snow monsters. If anyone went there and wanted to get the ice mirror snow lotuses, these snow monsters would stop them. In fact, Fan Yuan had discovered it long ago. He only took a glance before flying away with Bai Ningbing. Even though these desolate-level snow monsters were not his match, Fan Yuan did not want to waste time here. He headed straight for the center of the public grotto heaven. Ice mirror snow lotus, 100 years profound ice, 1,000 years profound ice, mystical frost water, heaven craft divine jade. Along the way, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing saw many resource points. Even though they were small to mid-sized resource points, they had plentiful storage. The deeper they went, the more valuable the resource points in the grotto heaven. Of course, the beasts or plants defending them were also increasingly stronger. The 5 Xiangs had specially created this arrangement to test their descendants. Even though Fan Yuan's current strength was enough to sweep through everything, he ignored these small benefits in front of him. His mind was completely on the center of the mountain range. Howling of beasts could be heard continuously as they emerged from the valleys to attack Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. They were jade frost antelopes. The large ones were huge like palaces, the small ones were the size of 3 houses. Their eyes were fully jade green in color without irises. Their horns curled upwards, even without wings, they could float and travel in the air. Each time they jumped, their hooves would emit white frost that would produce a clear chiming sound. These jade frost antelopes appeared very peculiarly. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's expressions quickly changed. Fan Yuan snorted as he waved his hand, grabbing a fan that appeared out of nowhere. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan! Whoosh! Summer Fan whipped up strong winds that turned into tornadoes. They resembled winds but were actually filled with Time Path's power. The beasts that approached with a great momentum were engulfed by the winds and rapidly died. Their corpses fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing onto the snow and creating loud noises. This large group of jade frost antelopes died in an instant. Not just that, Fan Yuan's fan also caused the snow mountain below him to crumble, creating a huge crater filled with rocks. Fan Yuan flew down rapidly, slamming down as the rocks scattered. He looked at a huge rock wall and inspected the aura on it, his expression turning cold. There was a goo formation here that Fan Yuan destroyed. It had the style of Qi Path. It seems that the restriction of 5 independent regions cannot restrict those goo immortals from Qi clan, Fan Yuan said to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded. Understandable, they have already been coming here so many times, they must have a deep understanding of the place. A lot of the 5 Xiang's restrictions cannot stop them anymore. This also means that our journey is not going to be smooth. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. Qi clan's goo immortals are trying to obstruct us. They must be trying to delay for time to obtain the treasure first. We will not stay here, we will move rapidly. The two continued to fly. Along the way, as Bai Ningbing had expected, many beast groups obstructed them. But these beast groups were all slaughtered easily by Fan Yuan's methods. They could barely delay his advancement. Fan Yuan's methods are truly terrifying. Our beast tides are simply thin as paper. No, he is simply killing them like killing ants. This is too scary. They are coming. They are near the central mountain range. Don't panic, there is a layer of defense at the mountain range. There is an immemorial desolate beast there. The defenses were broken through. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing are arriving. Qi clan's goo immortals continued to converse. The atmosphere was tense. When Fan Yuan arrived, Qi clan's goo immortals were all panicking. Their nervousness could be felt from afar. The area that stored the treasure was very obvious. Fan Yuan could see it the moment he entered the central mountain range. At the peak of the highest mountain, there was a palace. It was decorated in the same style as the gatehouse. This was an immortal goo house. Fan Yuan successfully got into the immortal goo house. He saw that at the center of the hall, there were 5 Qi clan goo immortals sitting around the ultimate treasure. Next, his gaze turned towards the treasure of the bet. This mysterious treasure was a white crane. This white crane has 1 leg. It was covered in snow-white feathers that had no dust or dirt on it. Its long beak was red in color. Its wings were tucked in as its eyes were shut tight. Fan Yuan's brows furrowed rapidly. He could tell that this white crane was extraordinary. It was not a real living being. It was also not an immortal goo, yet it emitted a rank 9 aura. Amazing! Fan Yuan laughed. So the ultimate treasure of the bet is a rank 9 killer move. Fan Yuan's laughter made the Qi clan goo immortals shudder. They were fearful and also furious. Qi clan had painstakingly protected this ultimate treasure of the 5 Xiang's bet, but an outsider was here now trying to take it. Qi clan has already treated the treasure as their possession. Fan Yuan wanted to take it, It meant that the great animosity between Qi Clan and Fan Yuan was unresolvable. Fan Yuan's gaze was cold, he did not speak, he pointed his finger as a sword light flew out, attacking a Qi Clan Gu immortal. The 5 Qi Clan Gu immortals had instilled their wills into the White Crane killer move, they did not move and allowed the sword light to approach them. At the crucial moment, the 5 lights of the hall shined as the sword light was dispelled soundlessly. As expected, Fan Yuan felt no surprise. This hall could gather the power of the entire public grotto heaven. It was also the place where the 5 Xiang seal was the strongest. With this power overseeing the area, Fan Yuan and Qi Clan's Gu immortals could not fight each other. Of course, Fan Yuan could act forcefully, but he had to suppress the heaven surveying 5 Xiang's power. He would also cause great damage to the entire public grotto heaven. No wonder Qi Clan's Gu immortals are not moving! But since they have the qualification to refine this ultimate treasure, so can I. Bai Ningbing had her own thoughts. She got close to the killer move. Next, she mimicked the 5 Gu immortals from Qi Clan as she sent her own will into it. The 5 Qi Clan Gu immortals had nervous expressions while Bai Ningbing's body shook. She shouted to Fan Yuan, "Hurry up!" Even without her reminder, Fan Yuan had already arrived beside her. He instilled his will into the killer move as he understood the entire situation. At the same time, some information originating from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable also entered his mind. People of the future, I am Ben Jia's son, also known as Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When exploring the immemorial White Heaven, I by chance found a mysterious existence. It was like the heavenly spirit of a grotto heaven. It was incredibly agile. I only managed to capture it after spending a lot of effort. After researching it, I found that it was incredibly profound. It involved the deepest mysteries of this world. It corresponded with the details in the latter half of Dot. I temporarily named it the natural heavenly spirit. It could not be brought out of White Heaven or placed into one's grotto heaven. It was filled with heaven's will that was constantly replenished at all times. Even I could not use my human will to refine it forcefully. After thinking long and hard, I found a solution. I forcefully condensed it and created an immortal killer move. I called it Heaven Form. Chapter 1639. Contest over Heaven Form. Heaven Form? Fan Yuan was surprised, but soon understood what happened. Everything was clear now. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He was skilled in Space Path and created Theft Path. He also had great ability in Refinement Path. His entire life was dedicated to finding a way to leave the Gu Master world and return to his homeland. He was the richest Venerable. He searched for immortal materials all around the world and refined many immortal Gu. He had also traveled the most, having explored almost the entire 5 regions and 2 heavens. One day, when exploring White Heaven, he by chance found a mystical existence. After searching on it, he named it Natural Heavenly Spirit. Even with his demon venerable strength, he could not refine the Natural Heavenly Spirit. It was not hard to understand this. According to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's words, this Natural Heavenly Spirit could not be brought out of immemorial White Heaven, and inside White Heaven, it was replenished by Heaven's will endlessly. When Gu immortals refine immortal Gu, they have to use their own will to get rid of the wild will in the immortal Gu, eventually refining it into their tool. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable wanted to refine the Natural Heavenly Spirit, even though the steps were different. In essence, it was the same. The Demon Venerable's will was strong, but against the Natural Heavenly Spirit filled with Heaven's will, that was constantly replenished, he could not succeed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable failed but was not dejected. Man was the spirit of all living beings. He found a method, that was to combine the Heavenly Spirit with other Gu worms to form a rank 9 immortal killer move. This made Fan Yuan think of the ghostly concealment killer move that he had. It was also a rank 9 killer move. It was paired with divine concealment. Even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had used it long ago, these 2 moves still remained until now. This seemed to be a specialty of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The problem was, even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable found a way to turn the Natural Heavenly Spirit into a rank 9 immortal killer move Heaven Form, he could not manipulate or use it, because he did not manage to refine the Natural Heavenly Spirit. But this was part of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's plan. He knew that he could not refine the Natural Heavenly Spirit in a short period of time, therefore he turned the Heavenly Spirit into an immortal killer move. This way, the Natural Heavenly Spirit would be replenished with Heaven's will at a far lower rate. After Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Heaven Form, he did not use it. Before he vanished mysteriously, he left behind many Thieving Heaven true inheritances. He did not forget Heaven Form either. Heaven Form Killer move has not been truly refined. I cannot complete it alone. It needs a long period of time and generations of wills to cleanse. One day, it will be truly refined by a Gu immortal. By then, it would be usable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable also said that even though he left this killer move behind, it could not be controlled and was not a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. It needed more work from people in the future. It was only half a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fan Yuan could deduce the future developments himself. One day, when the Heaven Surveying Five Xiangs explored immemorial White Heaven, they happened to find this half-Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had said it clearly already. This rank 9 killer move could only be used by one person, because all 5 Xiangs wanted it. They argued and did not manage to come to a consensus. Due to their internal conflict, their group fell apart. The 5 Xiangs tried, but just the 5 of them could not refine this killer move. Eventually, they set up the bet and agreed to use this to decide the owner of the immortal killer move. Time passed mercilessly. Countless events occurred throughout the ages. Eventually, the 5 Xiangs died. Generations of Gu immortal descendants of the 5 Xiangs appeared and disappeared. Until today, Qi clan obtained the decisive advantage, and after years of hard work by their predecessors, they were finally about to succeed. But Fan Yuan interfered. It was understandable why the Qi clan Gu immortals were so furious and filled with hatred. Since the first generation of the 5 Xiangs, they had worked so hard throughout the ages. Their efforts were finally about to bear fruit, and now, he was here to snatch it away. How shameless! Too shameless, too despicable. These emotions were the fuel that Qi clan was using to face Fan Yuan at the moment. Fan Yuan was only a rank 8 Gu immortal. They believed that as long as they obtained the rank 9 killer move, they would be able to defeat Fan Yuan, or at least, make him wary of their battle strength. They would be able to negotiate. Fan Yuan came to Bai Ningbing's side as he instilled his will into the Heaven Form Killer move. Inside the Heaven Form Killer move, there was a lump of stubborn Heaven's will that remained steady as a fortress, having the greatest defense. Below this Heaven's will fortress were countless wills. A vast sea of wills. The bet had been undergone time and time again. A large number of Gu immortals had left their wills behind. There were strong rank 8 Gu immortals like the 5 Xiangs. There were also rank 7 elites like Ni clan's Gu immortal and Air. Such an accumulation was not strange. But what made Fan Yuan surprised was that these wills were not moving. They seemed dead like rocks, staying completely still. Only these newly entered wills were moving around like dragons, fighting above the sea of wills. 3 of the 5 Gu immortal wills of Qi clan went to deal with Bai Ningbing's will. The remaining 2 attacked the Heaven's Will Fortress at the top. That is the central area of the killer move Heaven Form. Whoever refines it will become the owner of Heaven Form. Demon Fan Yuan's will also came in. Persevere, we cannot relax now, we are about to succeed. This is the hard work of our Qi clan after countless years. For this moment, we have sacrificed too much. We cannot let the outsider Fan Yuan win. The Qi clan Gu immortals conversed. They spurred each other on. Their morale was at its peak. Actually, they had no other choice. Fan Yuan's ruthless nature was known to all. If they did not manage to refine this rank 9 killer move, they would definitely end up in pitiful states. Without hesitation, Fan Yuan's will charged up. His will gathered into a lump and moved like a soaring dragon. The wills of 3 Qi clan Gu immortals cooperated, but they could not resist Fan Yuan's fierce assault. They were retreating continuously. They were just Qi path Gu immortals after all, while Fan Yuan had a huge advantage in this aspect. Persevere, regardless of the price we have to pay, we need to stall for time. Quickly attack and take down the central control area. As long as we can obtain this killer move, we might be able to kill this Supreme Demon King and eradicate him for good. We might be able to obtain a large number of venerable true inheritances. Even if we cannot stop him, we need to expend his will so that he cannot take down the Heaven's Will Fortress at the top. Chapter 1640. Traitor Bai. Qi clan's Gu immortals were all standing together, resisting Fan Yuan desperately and courageously while feeling anxiety, fear and panic. Fan Yuan frowned. He found that his will could not be instilled endlessly. After reaching a certain amount, he could not send any more. Furthermore, when his will was instilled, his main body could only watch as the wills fought. Thus, his vast number of wisdom path methods could not work here. Heaven Form was rank 9, while Fan Yuan's wisdom path methods were just rank 8 at best. Even if they could affect the killer move Heaven Form, Fan Yuan did not want to try them. If he triggered the counterattack of the killer move, that would be a problem. Even if there was no counterattack, destroying heaven form would also make him lose the greatest treasure here. Chi Clan's Gu immortals needed heaven form to deal with Fan Yuan and protect themselves. Fan Yuan also wanted heaven form greatly, because he needed more strength to deal with the obstacles from Heavenly Court in the River of Time. Thus, both sides had to compete using the most basic form of attacking through their wills. In this regard, Fan Yuan was deeply experienced. After suffering at the hands of Mo Yao, he had practiced tirelessly to remove this weakness. It was his advantage now. Chi Clan's Gu immortals were not Fan Yuan's match, but they had strength in numbers. Their cumulative will was much greater than Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. As time passed, Fan Yuan's advantage grew, but he could not turn this advantage into victory. The Chi Clan Gu immortals were resisting him stubbornly. They were outperforming themselves. In fact, Fan Yuan still had one worry left. It was Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had once backstabbed him. She was an unstable element in this situation. But thankfully, the Heavens Will fortress at the top was very strong and did not waver, no matter how Chi Clan's Gu immortals attacked it. There were no traces of it breaking down. Fan Yuan started to feel troubled. At this rate, even if he got past or destroyed the Chi Clan Gu immortals' wills, he might not have enough will left to deal with the Heavens Will at the center. Time and again, Chi Clan's wills retreated while Fan Yuan's will moved like a dragon, coiling around Chi Clan's wills, encircling them. Chi Clan's wills were shocked. If Fan Yuan destroyed their encircled wills, they would be in deeper trouble. They would not be able to stop Fan Yuan from leaving. Thus, the wills that had just dispersed gathered together again as they charged at Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing, block them! Fan Yuan rapidly ordered. Bai Ningbing's will was like an ice wall. It stabbed into the battlefield, but it defended Chi Clan's wills as it started to attack Fan Yuan. Chi Clan's wills were greatly shocked. At the crucial moment, Bai Ningbing had betrayed him. Fan Yuan's will was caught off guard by Bai Ningbing. He was very angry. Chi Clan's wills observed for a moment, and became very happy. They attacked Fan Yuan from another direction. Fan Yuan's will continued to reduce in size. He had to give up on taking down Chi Clan's wills. Bai Ningbing, you traitor! I will not forgive you! Fan Yuan's will roared, but the outcome was decided. He had to escape with his remaining will. Fan Yuan, with your personality, after getting heaven form, won't you deal with me? I am the descendant of Bai Xian. Heaven form killer move is my fortuitous encounter. Ha! Bai Ningbing's will laughed maniacally. This is a great chance. After defeating you here, my entire life will become dazzling and hopeful as a result. Bai Ningbing did not want to let Fan Yuan's will off. She chased after him. Fan Yuan's will could only escape. What are you all waiting for? Come and help. Bai Ningbing's will roared at Chi Clan's wills. Chi Clan's wills were also heavily damaged. After thinking for a bit, Chi Fei's will shouted, "Don't move, there might be a trap, let them fight it out." Fan Yuan's will was attacked by Bai Ningbing's will and was terribly damaged. It was much smaller than Bai Ningbing's will now. Eventually, she encircled him and fought until he was completely exterminated. To think that the demon Fan Yuan would be the first to fall. No matter how vigilant he was, he could not defend against an internal threat. Ha ha, this is the rise of our Chi clan. This is a great opportunity. Let's go, we must exterminate Bai Ningbing's will too. Chi Clan's wills attacked again. Even though Bai Ningbing's will resisted stubbornly, 2 fists could not rival 4 palms, she was eventually wiped out as well. We succeeded. Heaven form is ours. Chi Clan's wills were drowning in joy. Now that they had no enemies left, they gathered and attacked the Heavens Will fortress. Boom! At once, an explosion occurred at the Heavens Will fortress. A large amount of Heavens Will gushed out like uncaged beasts, attacking Chi Clan's wills. All along, this Heavens Will had been defensive in nature. Chi Clan's wills were deceived and forgot that it could move freely. Heaven's Will's retaliation was a huge surprise to Chi Clan's wills. They suffered huge losses. How can there be so much Heaven's Will? Impossible. Heaven's Will is crafty, it deceived us of its strength. I am unresigned. Quickly resist it, we cannot afford to lose. Chi Clan's wills were determined and went all in. From a dangerous situation, they gradually stabilized it and eventually managed to gain the advantage over Heaven's Will. When there was little Heaven's Will left, the core was exposed, awaiting its new owner. We finally won. A moment later, Chi Clan's wills were about to cry from joy. They only had a bit of will left, but Heaven's Will was finally gone. I'm afraid not. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's will appeared again. Chi Clan's wills were shocked. They started shouting. You were already eliminated, right? Impossible. You already used up your will. Normally, You will need 1,000 years before you can send your will in again. Did you unravel this rank 9 killer move? No, no way, this is a rank 9 killer move originating from thieving heaven demon Venerable. Fan Yuan's will snickered, but he did not explain, he attacked. Qi Clan's wills were like tiny rabbits. Fan Yuan attacked them like a fierce tiger, easily getting rid of them without much obstruction. And next, Fan Yuan's will replaced Heaven's will and went into the core area. He was the final victor. Opening his eyes, he saw the 5 Qi Clan Gu immortals escaping in a panic. Fan Yuan did not stop them. This immortal Gu house and public blessed land had the 5 Xiang's arrangements. They would definitely stop him if he attacked. Bai Ningbing stood by Fan Yuan's side motionlessly. She did not have any intentions of escaping. Everything that happened was part of Fan Yuan's plan. He purposely orchestrated a show, having Bai Ningbing betray him. He wanted to deceive not just Qi Clan's Gu immortals, but also Heaven's will. Fan Yuan had much more experience against Heaven's will than Qi Clan's Gu immortals. He deduced that Heaven's will had a lot of battle strength remaining. Even if he defeated Qi Clan's wills, he would not be the match of Heaven's will. Thus, he purposely backed off and hid away a portion of his will. Of course, Bai Ningbing's will was truly wiped out. The advantage of this was that other than tricking Qi Clan's Gu immortals, he could prevent her from doing anything at the most crucial moment. The wills of Qi Clan's Gu immortals were already weakened by Fan Yuan earlier. Because they were facing huge problems and pressure, they were unable to see through Fan Yuan's plot. It was difficult indeed. When wills thought about things, they would be expended. The smaller the will, the less it could think. Qi Clan's Gu immortals also had to ensure that they had enough strength left to deal with Heaven's will. The outcome was as Fan Yuan predicted. He was the final winner. Heaven form was under Fan Yuan's control. At this moment, he did not inspect. He turned to look at Bai Ningbing with a deep gaze. Oh, Bai Ningbing! Are you really not going to run? Fan Yuan's eyes burst out with killing intent. Bai Ningbing's value had been squeezed out. She was not like Shadow Sect's members. She was not under Fan Yuan's control. Since he obtained heaven form, it was time to settle this problem. The atmosphere was tense. Fan Yuan's killing intent was rising. They were about to fight at any moment. Evidently, Fan Yuan was not someone Bai Ningbing could defeat at the moment. Even though the killer move by Xiang was a powerful move that had once terrorized Southern Border's Gu immortal world, Bai Ningbing's cultivation level was too low now. Her foundation was far weaker than Fan Yuan. If they fought, Bai Ningbing would die for sure. Chapter 1641. Very interesting. Facing Fan Yuan's immense killing intent, Bai Ningbing smiled as she looked towards Fan Yuan straight in the eye, asking in return, "Why should I run?" After pausing for a moment, she said, "Qi Clan's Gu immortals escaped. That is because they don't know you. We are both from Qingmao Mountain. With my understanding of you, how could they escape? Hee, since I cannot escape, what's the point of running? Not only will I not escape, on the contrary, I will join Shadow Sect." Fan Yuan frowned. "I had thought of that, but your Bai Xiang killer move is too amazing. It can free you from almost any alliance agreement." The uniqueness of Bai Xiang was that it turned the Gu immortal into a unique existence. Even a tiny fragment could regenerate and be reborn. The essence of alliance agreements were information path Dao marks. Bai Ningbing could make use of Bai Xiang to self-mutilate, and get rid of her information path Dao marks, negating her alliance agreements. Thus, Bai Xiang was also used for healing, to get rid of unwanted Dao marks in the body. Indeed. Facing Fan Yuan's deep wariness, Bai Ningbing laughed, not caring about her own safety. "But isn't that more exciting?" Fan Yuan snorted, saying in displeasure, "I am not you, Bai Ningbing." Bai Ningbing nodded. She stopped smiling as brilliance flashed in her dragon eyes. "Indeed, I have been pursuing excitement all along. This is why I admire you, Fan Yuan. Your life is truly exciting. It is so thrilling. Every time you plot, every time you succeed, or even every time you fail, they are filled with excitement. Especially earlier when you were ambushed by Heavenly Court and had to escape like a dog, it was truly the most thrilling experience. The other Shadow Sect members cannot understand my feelings. Some just want to save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, some feel fear and panic, some feel immense pressure, but what I feel is excitement and thrill. The bigger the problems, the bigger the troubles, the more exciting life is, isn't that right? Others might not know me, but I am sure that you understand me, right?" Bai Ningbing stared at Fan Yuan's eyes with a bright gaze. Fan Yuan was silent. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, he had deduced that Bai Ningbing was a true demon. He was not wrong, that was exactly who she was. To pursue the excitement of life, she could give up anything, even her life. The values and moral concepts of normal people, the complexities of love and hatred, they were all unrelated to her. She was different from the norm. Her worldview was vastly different. She only walked on her own path. She followed her own desires. She did not care about life and death. In fact, Bai Ningbing and Fan Yuan were very similar. They were the same kind, only that they pursued different goals. Fan Yuan pursued eternal life. He was willing to sacrifice anything, including himself. Even if he failed and died along the way, he would feel happy and content. Because he lived pursuing his dreams, he felt a sense of satisfaction and enjoyment towards life. Bai Ningbing said that Fan Yuan understood her. She was absolutely right. It was the same as how she understood Fan Yuan. The saying goes, heroes admired each other. It was the same for demons. Fan Yuan's killing intent gradually faded away. His killing intent was only a facade. The truth was, he did not really have much killing intent. Why should he kill Bai Ningbing? Fan Yuan's strength far surpassed Bai Ningbing. Her threat was very low to Fan Yuan. Sometimes, when he saw Bai Ningbing, Fan Yuan could see his own reflection. True demons like them were too rare. Meeting one was a form of luck. It was a form of affirmation towards their goals. Because of their similarity, they recognized each other, they acknowledged each other. Thus, back then, when Bai Ningbing gave up her life to save Fan Yuan, she said her final words, asking Fan Yuan to live in her place and witness the excitement of life. Bai Ningbing had felt that Fan Yuan could take her place to a certain extent. Sometimes, Fan Yuan thought about it. If he and Bai Ningbing exchanged identities, would he have made the same choice as her? Ha! Bai Ningbing suddenly raised her head and laughed. I can give all of Baixiang Grotto Heaven's resources to you. But I want the goo worms from Baixiang's true inheritance. I am willing to join Shadow Sect because facing Heavenly Court is truly exciting. This was your excitement, but it will become mine as well. In that case, there are 3 possible outcomes. Bai Ningbing squinted, excitement flashing in her eyes. There was a light of insanity. The first possibility, you get killed by Heavenly Court. With your strength, even if you get killed, it will be in an incredible manner. Your struggle before death will definitely be a climax. By witnessing your death, it will be the greatest experience of my life. The second possibility, Heavenly Court gets defeated or even destroyed by you. That is definitely exciting beyond belief. The number one force of human history falling like a crashing meteor. It will create the greatest sparks in this world. And the third possibility, the one I anticipate the most, because it is the most thrilling. You and Heavenly Court get into a deadlock, both sides suffer losses. In that case, I will stay by your side. I will have the supreme chance to find an opportunity. I might even emerge as the victor. Both you and Heavenly Court will become my stepping stones. Fan Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing calmly. He said with a cold and expressionless face, if I kill you now, all 3 possibilities will vanish. Yes, yes. Bai Ningbing frowned. She became a little dejected. Her gaze flickered and her tone became heavy. That is true. If I die now, even though I will resist to the utmost, our strength is too vastly different. There will be little excitement in the battle. But, if that is your choice, I will accept it. She smiled, shrugging. I am just too weak. I have to accept that fate. This cruelty of life is also exciting, isn't it? Death was not scary for Bai Ningbing. She was a lunatic, but also logical and calm. Such a person was the scariest. But someone even scarier than her was standing right in front of her. It was the demonic path overlord Fan Yuan who made both Heaven's Will and Heavenly Court helpless to deal with. Fan Yuan smiled as he laughed. Very interesting. Bai Ningbing was a very interesting person. Right now, Bai Ningbing was weak and was subject to Fan Yuan's mercy. She did not try persuading him to spare her. She said the opposite, even exposing her own threat to Fan Yuan. This was because she understood Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was a person who kept a clear mind. He had already analyzed the benefits and costs of keeping her life. Once he made up his mind, it was useless no matter what was said. Even without Bai Ningbing's words, Fan Yuan knew that he needed all the strength he could get to face Heavenly Court and obtain Red Lotus' true inheritance. Bai Ningbing was a precious source of battle strength, even if she was given a chance to betray him. So what? A blade was naturally able to harm oneself. But if he threw this blade away and fought empty-handed, was that not a stupid move? It was up to Fan Yuan's abilities to make good use of this blade and prevent her betrayal. If I am too useless and Bai Ningbing's betrayal succeeds, I can only blame myself, isn't that right? Thinking of this, Fan Yuan laughed. Oh, Bai Ningbing, you are truly someone I admire. I will not kill you now. Follow me, witness my failure or success. If I die at your hands, that will be quite a show. But now, display your worth to me, bring me the heads of Qi Clan's Gu immortals, and also their Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Chapter 1642. Blood Revenge. Inside Rank 9 Killer Move Heaven form, Fan Yuan's will moved like a dragon, coiling in the air as he charged down abruptly. Rumble! Fan Yuan's will descended like a meteor, crashing into the bottom of the Sea of Wills, exterminating a large amount of them in an instant. However, this Sea of Will was truly huge. Fan Yuan's attack only destroyed a small portion of them. Even though I won and occupied the Killer Move's core area, this place is filled with the wills of the 5 Xiang's descendants. Only after I exterminate them all can I truly activate this Rank 9 Killer Move. This Sea of Will was colossal. And the bigger problem was, these wills were affected by the Rank 9 Killer Move and were as sturdy as rocks. Many of Fan Yuan's methods could not work on them. Under the influence of the Rank 9 Killer Move, he had a limited number of methods to use. Fan Yuan suddenly had a thought as he instilled a new tide of will. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The will gathered into swords as countless will swords shot down like rain, stabbing into the Sea of Wills and creating huge pits. In a while, a layer of this Sea of Wills was eradicated. Compared to the earlier will dragon, this rain of will swords had far more terrifying power. Fan Yuan saw this and sighed deeply. As expected of Rank 8 Immortal Gu Wisdom Sword. He had Rank 8 cultivation level now. He could use this Gu. Even though it was a Sword Path Immortal Gu, it was closely related to Wisdom Path. Fan Yuan used it as the core to deduce a simple move that could summon a large amount of Sword Will. Using these Sword Wills to attack the Sea of Wills was the most effective method that Fan Yuan had tried. But if he did that, his investments would be very high. Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu was a Rank 8 Gu. It expended White Lychee Immortal Essence, and the Immortal Killer Move with it would cause a lot of Immortal Essence expenditure. But Fan Yuan calculated and found that he could accept this expenditure. After all, he was affluent. His Immortal Aperture management was a rising gold mine. During the battle in the River of Time, even though Fan Yuan escaped and ruined Heavenly Court's plan of killing him, his losses were severe. The destruction of the incomplete Immortal Gu House was extremely painful to him, even now. This incomplete Immortal Gu House was created by Fan Yuan after capturing many southern border Gu Immortals and obtaining their Immortal Gu. He went through transactions and negotiations with southern border's righteous path, eventually extorting enough Immortal Gu for the assembly. Fan Yuan had spent a lot of effort to do this. Even though he spent so much time on it, it was destroyed. I hope this Heaven Form Killer Move can be of use to me. Fan Yuan was deeply anticipating what Heaven Form could bring to him. For ordinary killer moves, Fan Yuan could investigate and deduce their abilities. But this killer move was Rank 9, it was too profound, Fan Yuan could not comprehend it. This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's creation. He was specialized in Space Path and Theft Path. Even if this was not an offensive move, it had an incredible effect for sure. Even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not explain anything about this move, Fan Yuan could deduce some things from other aspects. Like Shadow Sex attitude. Shadow Sex Old Man Yanshi specially helped by Ningbing for the sake of getting Heaven Form. Old Man Yanshi was a Wisdom Path great expert. He might have found out something. This Heaven Form killer move must be very useful to Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan was the current leader of Shadow Sect. This Heaven Form killer move was definitely going to be beneficial to him. Other than getting rid of the Sea of Wills, Fan Yuan also broke the 5 Xiang seal and obtained the Immortal Gu House at the peak of the mountain, as well as this public Grotto Heaven. This Grotto Heaven only opened once in 1,000 years. It had abundant resources. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were too busy fleeing. They could not obtain any of these resources, so they all became Fan Yuan's resources. Boom! The huge explosion tore Bai Ningbing to pieces. But at the next moment, her Bai Xiang form gathered again and charged at Qi Clan's Gu Immortals. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals had ugly expressions. They saw how terrifying the killer move Bai Xiang was. Bai Ningbing had this move active. She was almost undying. Even so, right now, she was not fighting alone. Ying Wuxie and He Lulan were also helping her. Even though Fan Yuan wanted Bai Ningbing to kill these Qi Clan Gu Immortals, he knew her limits. She did not even have the most crucial Immortal Battlefield killer move. Fan Yuan had already set up an Immortal formation in ambush. Ever since he captured the southern border Righteous Path Immortals, he started to love this method. Once Qi Clan's Gu immortals entered, they were stripped of their freedom by the immortal formation. They could not escape, they had to fight Bai Ningbing. Ah! With a painful scream, the youngest Qi Clan Gu immortal was fatally injured by Bai Ningbing and died. My turn! Ing Wu Xia was already prepared. He immediately moved and captured the Qi Clan Gu immortal's soul, trapping it in the formation. The remaining Qi Clan Gu immortals shouted in anger as they retaliated fiercely. Bai Ningbing was broken into fragments again, but she revived in a few breaths of time, reforming into Bai Xiang again. Even though there were many Qi Clan Gu immortals who had high battle strength, they all revealed expressions of despair now. Because they knew that Bai Ningbing could not be killed, while they were trapped here, they would eventually lose in this battle of attrition. What do we do? Bai Ningbing is too troublesome to deal with, and most importantly, this Fan Yuan is too vicious. He actually set this formation near the entrance of our Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Qi Clan's Gu immortals had been very vigilant, but when they were near their base, they were captured. They did not know that Fan Yuan had killed Qi Zai. Even though he did not enter the 5 Xiang Grotto Heaven, he knew the details of Qi Si Grotto Heaven. This Qi Si Grotto Heaven was the immortal aperture of Qi Xiang in the past. After being placed in White Heaven, it could not move anymore, it had stayed there all along. Fan Yuan used this intel to set up the immortal formation secretly, managing to trap the Qi Clan members. At this rate, we are bound to lose. Stall! I don't believe that her Bai Xiang killer move is so strong. Does it not have any cost or backlash? Don't forget about Fan Yuan. If he gets here, we are not in the immortal Gu house. The 5 Xiang seal cannot stop him. We cannot break out of the immortal formation. We need to let Qi Ping Su come out and cooperate with us to break this formation. No! Qi Ping Su is the only person left in the base. If he comes out, he will need to open the entrance. Shadow Sect would be able to use that chance. Fan Yuan might be nearby waiting for the Grotto Heaven to open already, so that he can charge in. Fan Yuan did not come. But his fearsomeness and craftiness was etched into everyone's hearts. The Qi Clan Gu immortals felt deep pressure and started to be flustered. At the same time, in Central Continent, a young man was standing quietly, looking at the immortal Gu in front of him. This young man had a mature and experienced expression. It showed that he had gone through many hurdles in his life. This was none other than Gu Yu Fangjing. Gu Yu Fangjing was originally going to be executed by Immortal Crane Sect, but Fan Yuan plotted and faked his death, making him live in Langya Blessed Land. Fangjing lived in a place where he was ostracized by hairy men. He had experienced a long period of wars and conflicts. Being in danger at all times, he was also often in situations where his life was on the line. After all of these experiences, he was no longer the same as before. He had truly matured. After that, when Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, because of Gu Yu Fangsheng's unique identity, he was saved by Feng Jiuge. After that, he returned to Central Continent. If I am not wrong, this is a blood path immortal Gu? Fangjing looked at the Gu immortal before him as he showed a mocking smile. You want me to cultivate blood path, become a demonic path Gu immortal and deal with Gu Yu Fan Yuan? This is the decision of Immortal Crane Sect, a righteous path sect? Immortal Crane Sect's rank 6 Gu immortal Fan Shilu frowned slightly as he chuckled. Regardless of what strength it is, if you use it righteously it is righteous, if you use it for evil, it is demonic. Don't you understand this? For example, I cultivate poison path but I can still help the people of this world. You can do the same with blood path. Gu Yu Fangjing shook his head. Me cultivating blood path is only for the sake of dealing with Fan Yuan effectively. After all, we are blood brothers. Even though Fan Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his time path clone was still blood related to Fangjing. Fan Shilu nodded. That is the case indeed. Don't you want to take revenge? After all, he slaughtered all of your clansmen in Guyu village. Guyu Fangjing sighed deeply. Even though he had a young face, his gaze was deep with the vicissitudes of life. So many years have passed. To speak the truth, even though I still hate him, I understand him already. I have thought about it. I was very childish and ignorant when I was young. Fan Yuan had taken care of me greatly. In contrast, my uncle and aunt had treated me as a pawn and made use of me. Should I take revenge for such people? I do not want to. Of course, the clan leader and Guyu Qingshu had taken good care of me. They helped to nurture me. I am very willing to take revenge for them. But I am tired now. Sigh, the cycle of killing each other continues endlessly over time. I do not want revenge anymore. Fan Shilu's expression did not change. It seems that these years, you have truly experienced a lot of things. Gu Yufanjing looked at him, his mocking smile became wider. The irony is that when I wanted to take revenge, the sect did not support me and even wanted to eliminate me. But when I gave up on revenge, you all saved me and supported my revenge. Speaking of this, Gu Yufanjing looked at the blood path immortal Gu, having an eerie gaze. And I know that I have no choice, I can only accept this. Fan Shilu assessed Fangjing once again, a surprise flashed in his eyes as he smiled lightly. Is it really fine to speak so openly about this? Does it really matter? I know that with your methods I cannot hide any thoughts from you, isn't that right? Saying so, Fangjing stretched out his arm, holding that Gu as he asked, what is this Gu's name? Blood Revenge. Chapter 1643. Grotto Heaven changes owners. By Ningbing, don't go overboard. Qi Clan's Gu immortal leader Qi Fa shouted in anger. Bai Ningbing was laughing coldly in her mind. Bai Xiang tore through the sky, flashing past Qi Fa as Qi Jin's corpse was left behind, frozen in ice. His expression of fear before dying was perfectly preserved, vividly shown within the ice. Boom boom boom! Qi Path killer moves burst out endlessly. Bai Xiang dodged a portion of them, some were intercepted by the immortal formation, while the rest tore Bai Xiang to shreds. But immediately, it regenerated to perfection. This scene made the Qi Clan Gu immortals feel a deep chill down their spines. After an intense battle, 3 of the 5 Qi Clan Gu immortals had died, only Qi Fa and Qi Kai were left. Damn it, Bai Xiang is too powerful, we cannot deal with it in this situation. Qi Fa gritted his teeth. This super immortal formation is the biggest problem, without it, we would have escaped already. Qi Kai looked at Qi Fa with bloodshot eyes, pointing out the truth. Qi Fa was silent. Qi Kai was right, even though the killer move by Xiang was strong, couldn't they simply run from it if they could not beat it? The sky was vast, there was no need to face Bai Ningbing directly. But it was too difficult to break out of this immortal formation. At least for Qi Fa and Qi Kai, they had been trying since the start, but had obtained no fruits of success. Qi Fa sighed. You are right, let's call Qi Ping Su to help. Qi Ping Su only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was staying behind to guard Qi Clan's base, Qi Si Grotto Heaven. But now, they had to ask him to come out and join forces with them. As long as they could destroy a bit of this immortal formation, they would be rescued. But if they did that, they would fall into Fan Yuan's trap. Fan Yuan had purposely made sure the immortal formation did not block transmissions, he wanted to lure Qi Ping Su out of the Grotto Heaven. Qi Fa knew this, so for the entire duration of the battle, he did not want to get help from Qi Ping Su. But now, they were in a desperate situation. If they did not ask him to come out, they would lose their lives. Qi Ping Su was already waiting to move. Once he received orders, he opened the immortal aperture's entrance. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. They finally did it! Saying so, she teleported away using the formation, rushing into the immortal aperture's entrance. Oh no! Qi Ping Su had just wanted to go out when Bai Ningbing charged in. Without a choice, he had to retreat. Qi Si Grotto Heaven was huge, it was covered in white clouds and had strong winds. The moment Bai Ningbing entered, she felt a strong pressure. Her strength was heavily suppressed by the vast Qi Path down marks in this place. But Bai Xiang was still extremely powerful. Bai Ningbing and Qi Ping Su fought intensely, and she soon gained the upper hand. Qi Ping Su only had rank 6 cultivation level. His legs were crippled and he had injuries in his body. He could not beat Bai Ningbing. He quickly retreated with his territorial advantage in this place. He soon vanished into the white clouds. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows. This situation was slightly troublesome. She did not kill Qi Ping Su earlier. How could she find this person in this huge grotto heaven now? Even if she found him, what if he runs away again? Suddenly, Bai Ningbing raised her head. She saw that a thick sea of clouds had formed above her head. An intense sense of danger alerted her in her mind. A fatal danger! Instantly, Bai Ningbing understood the severity of the situation. She quickly flew down like a falling meteor, descending rapidly. In her vision, the yellowish ground was getting larger and larger. Bai Ningbing's expression became solemn, the sense of danger in her heart was intensifying. Intense winds blew around her. She turned to look at the sky only to find the cloud sea expanding into the horizons. An intensely powerful killer move was nurturing from within it. At the same time, Qi Ping Su, who was in the cloud sea, looked at Qi Si Heavenly Spirit as he said joyfully, Qi Si Heavenly Spirit, you are awake! This timing is truly impeccable. Qi Heavenly Spirit had the appearance of a snow-white fawn, its eyes were golden in color, extremely dazzling. I was roused and woke up. Since the last time I got injured, I needed to seal myself to stabilize my injuries. But this time, I sensed that an incredibly evil and strong existence is coming after the grotto heaven. I had to wake up as a result, but this intruder is not that existence that I felt. Qi Su was stunned. I know who that is, it must be Fan Yuan. Heavenly Spirit, you have sealed yourself for years, you do not know that a terrifying demonic path Gu Immortal had emerged. His name is Fan Yuan, even Heavenly Court was helpless against him. Qi Heavenly Spirit was shocked. Even Heavenly Court was helpless? It must be him. Qi Su pointed at Bai Ningbing, saying in extreme anger. This is Fan Yuan's subordinate, she has already killed 3 of our clan's Gu Immortals. Qi Heavenly Spirit was enraged, killing intent surged in its golden eyes. An eye for an eye, they killed our Qi clan's bloodline, we will end her life as well. Saying so, an intense sound resounded as a huge white Qi pillar slammed down towards Bai Ningbing at a rapid speed from the cloud sea. At this instant, Bai Ningbing was shocked to find that there was a force all around her immobilizing her. She had all sorts of thoughts in her mind, but her body was unmoving, like a bug trapped in amber. So powerful. Even with all my strength, I cannot escape. Bai Ningbing raised her head. A white Qi pillar was slamming down at her like a giant mountain. This attack was clearly at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing had Bai Xiang, she could not escape, she was bound to die. But at this moment, a jade light sparkled out of nowhere. It burst out into countless spreading jade fireflies, dancing around the area. From within the jade green light, Fan Yuan emerged. It's him. Instantly, Qi Heavenly Spirit shook intensely, shouting in shock. Indeed, he is Fan Yuan. Qi Su gulped, swallowing his saliva while feeling extremely nervous. Against the white Qi pillar, Fan Yuan's expression did not change, he only stretched out his finger. Swoosh! With a shrill sound, an intensely sharp and huge sword will surged up and pierced the white Qi pillar, cutting it into 2. The white Qi pillar dissipated. Qi Su opened his mouth as he felt deeply shocked. I'm saved. Bai Ningbing was dazed before her lips curled up. She flew into the air and stood beside Fan Yuan. What move is this? Bai Ningbing looked up above her, saying hesitantly. Don't tell me. It should be Qi Xiang's signature killer move, Unlimited Qi. This move is grand and vast, it is complex and ever-changing, capable of attacking and defending. Qi Xiang was renowned back in the day because of it. Fan Yuan agreed, having a solemn expression. Unlimited Qi was a rank 8 killer move. It used many Qi Path Immortal Gu as the cores, with tens of thousands of supplementary Gu worms. It could absorb all kinds of Qi in the world to increase its power. This killer move was quite unique, it had potential for growth on its own. After Qi Xiang created this move, he collected all sorts of Qi and stored them inside the immortal aperture, increasing the power of this move. Thankfully, Qi Xiang had died long ago, even though unlimited Qi was left in Qi Grotto Heaven, because it was too powerful and without any rank 8 Gu immortals in Qi clan, the huge quantity of Qi had gradually dissipated. Until now, Fan Yuan was after Qi Grotto Heaven, it alerted Qi Heavenly Spirit, and it barely managed to activate unlimited Qi. After so many years, it had finally been used again. Even though this move is powerful, Qi Xiang had died long ago. How much power can the Heavenly Spirit unleash with it? Hee. Fan Yuan snickered, suddenly flying into the sky, straight towards the cloud sea. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. She wanted to fight alongside Fan Yuan, but she quickly stopped herself wisely, showing regret on her face. She was too weak, she could not participate in a battle of such magnitude. Rumble. Bai Ningbing looked at the sky, the cloud sea was rumbling. After Fan Yuan went in, the waves became more turbulent, as if a tsunami had occurred in the white clouds. At the same time, thunderous explosions resounded endlessly. Life Qi, Death Qi, Sword Qi, Blade Qi, Dusk Qi, Dawn Qi. Bai Ningbing was dazzled from this view. All sorts of Qi gathered into countless forms. They were like plants, blades, swords, halberds, beasts and birds. They were all gathering right outside the Qi sea, before charging in towards Fan Yuan for an intense battle. Fan Yuan initially felt huge pressure. He could barely move. But soon, he unraveled some of the mysteries of this killer move. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, his time path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Gu, using the light of wisdom to deduce the information of unlimited Qi rapidly. After fighting for a while more, Fan Yuan's brows eased as he laughed heartily, starting his counterattack. Everywhere he went, all sorts of obstacles were taken down and destroyed. He was unstoppable. He charged all the way until he reached the Heavenly Spirit. Qi Heavenly Spirit had a tough requirement for ownership. Fan Yuan could not achieve it. That information was obtained from Qi Zai's soul. Meanwhile, Blood Light Spirit suppression could not work against a rank 8 level Heavenly Spirit. Thus, Fan Yuan went ahead to kill Qi Heavenly Spirit. The moment Qi Heavenly Spirit died, the unmanned unlimited Qi killer move immediately stopped. I surrender! Qi Ping Su's body shivered. He was completely subdued by Fan Yuan's overwhelming demonic aura. Fan Yuan looked at him coldly. You are quite smart, alright. If you want to live, get Qi Fa and Qi Kai to surrender too. Otherwise, you can all die together. Yes, yes. Qi Ping Su was filled with pressure. He was sent into the formation. Qi Fa and Qi Kai learned that Qi Grotto Heaven was taken down. They lost all their motivation. After some hesitation, they surrendered with pale expressions, stopping their resistance. And now, from the 5 Xiang's bet, the prized rank 9 killer move Heaven form, the public Grotto Heaven of the 5 Xiangs, as well as Qi Grotto Heaven were all obtained by Fan Yuan. Chapter 1644. Big Family Qi. Qi Grotto Heaven. Come! Fan Yuan's main body shouted as he stretched out his right arm, his 5 fingers grabbing at the unlimited Qi in front of him. Immediately, an orange-yellow Qi flowed out of unlimited Qi. This Qi was extremely special. It was shiny and lively, moving with a long trail behind it. The tip of the Qi had auspicious clouds circling around it. This was Luck Qi, a type of immortal material. Unlimited Qi had all sorts of Qi in it. Luck Qi was one of the rarer ones. Because even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, Luck Qi of such a scale was rarely seen. If the Gu Immortal could find some, they were very lucky. Fan Yuan was dismantling the killer move Unlimited Qi now. This killer move was Qi Xiang's greatest trump card. It was similar to Fan Yuan's Luopa seal and reverse flow protection seal. This unlimited Qi killer move also used immortal materials. They were the myriad forms of Qi that he gathered. The more types of Qi gathered on large scales, the stronger unlimited Qi was. Of course, not only would this move expend immortal essence, it also used up the stored Qi. Even if they were not used, as time passed, these Qi would naturally dissipate slowly. Thus, Fan Yuan had faced the unlimited Qi killer move earlier when it was not at its peak. It was the 5th day now. Ever since he succeeded in taking down Qi Grotto Heaven, he had been resting here. 2 days ago, he collated all of his gains. He also made enslavement agreements with the 3 Qi clan Gu immortals, Qi Ping Su, Qi Fa and Qi Kai. Some of the resources that could be moved into the sovereign immortal aperture were also dealt with by Ying Wu Xia and the rest. Meanwhile, his own focus was on the killer move Unlimited Qi. This was a Qi Path killer move. It was not usable for Fan Yuan. Dismantling it would give him a vast amount of Qi, that was quite valuable. And most importantly, Fan Yuan could only deal with these Gu worms after dismantling the killer move. Otherwise, if he refined them rashly, he might face the backlash of the killer move. After all, this move was complete and extraordinary. I will need 3 more days to extract all of the Qi at this rate. After that, I will refine these immortal Gu. Fan Yuan planned inwardly. There were many mortal Gu worms used to construct unlimited Qi killer move, but Fan Yuan did not really care about them. His focus was on the immortal Gu. There were 6 immortal Gu that made up this killer move. One was a rank 8 immortal Gu, called Big Qi. It was the core of the killer move. Other than that, there were some rank 7 and 6 Gu worms. Fan Yuan was paying the most attention to a rank 7 immortal Gu. It was called Big Family Qi. This Qi Path Gu worm could store all sorts of Qi, including the Qi of tribulations. The final point was crucial.